Xie Yongsong travels through the world of Hong Kong films and binds to the Invincible Stormtrooper system. Gather the ancient gangsters, crisscross the Hong Kong River, and create a world. Xie Yongsong. As long as I have a bite to eat, my brothers will definitely drink it in one gulp. Later, the younger brothers roast. Brother Song is really not a brother. We watched the scene, and his sister-in-law took him to Yepu Lan Kwai Fong. Xie Yongsong. Am I Yepu Lan Kwai Fong? I am Mrs. Yepu. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Master of Violent Force. Honey, remember to praise me as the #1 girl. Isn't she the female lead? Sing for me, and I'll give it to you. In front of the floor-to-ceiling glass of the huge villa, Xie Yongsong and Li Jiesin are unlocking various new styles. Not bad. The Li Jiesin in front of us is the famous Miss Hong Kong from Hong Kong. Initially, Xie Yongsong had a lot of cravings for her. I thought it could only be appreciated by posting it on the wall. But he never expected Xie Yongsong to cross over to Hong Kong films by chance. The bound explosive weapon system allowed him to soar all the way, from an inconspicuous thug, directly parachuting into the new master of Causeway Bay. Come out and mess around. What matters is power. What matters is the background. And Xie Yongsong, a mixed society, infinitely summons explosive soldiers, the master of violent force. Having someone in hand and strong personal abilities. Stepping on someone to rise to power is a piece of cake. Xie Yongsong is familiar with the development trend of Xinjiang and knows that investing in film making can not only make money, but also whitewash. Therefore, I have invested in many films. This is not Hook by Li Jiesin. The Li Jiesin owned by Xie Yongsong is a brand new Li Jiesin, a pure girl who has not been contaminated by any man. It's so fragrant. Since Li Jiesin wants the female lead, just give it to her. Anyway, in terms of resource exchange, Xie Yongsong doesn't lose anything. In front of the French window, I watched the exterior scene for more than an hour. Xie Yongsong and Li Jiesin are both sweating. After finishing the favor, Li Jiesin, Xie Yongsong walked out of the villa. At this moment, his sister-in-law Fong Ting called him. Between the lines, there are all kinds of longing for him. Got it. My skin is itching. I stayed at Fong Ting's house for another 2 hours. Xie Yongsong returned to the car refreshed. The driver is an airplane. Song-gu, make hi twice. Are you sure you're okay? Xie Yongsong felt like he was a perpetual motion machine and never knew how tired he was. Don't talk about Li Jiesin or Fong Ting. Even with a few other beauties, he can still hold on. Stop talking nonsense. Go find Yang Tian and talk to him about life. Okay, Song-gu, sit still. The plane slammed on the accelerator with a loud bang and flew out. Really, I didn't die at my sister's place. Almost dying in the speeding of the plane. There is an ordinary bar in Causeway Bay, Wan Chai, located on Kimberley Street and managed by Hung Hing. Xie Yongsong sat at the bar and poured a glass of wine. Yang Tian, how many years have you been living in this place? Standing in front of Xie Yongsong is a young man who looks a bit simple and honest, nicknamed Big Head. He has just been promoted to the position of Red Stick in Hongqing Causeway Bay. When the Big Shot B was stationed in Causeway Bay, his position was similar to that of Chun Haonan now. However, due to his fellow townsman relationship with Big Shot B, Chun Haonan has always been favored and has always been under the pressure of Yang Tian. This time, Chun Haonan had an accident and was driven out of Causeway Bay. Hongqing had no leader here for a while, so Yang Tian stood up. He waved his arms, and, under the fierce attack of the Eastern Star, he managed to secure this territory. Song-gu, I have been with Big Boss B since I was 15 years old, and it has been 10 years now. Yang Tian looked at Xie Yongsong with both awe and a hint of jealousy and resentment in his eyes. After all, his position in Causeway Bay is a red stick, and Chun Haonan has been driven away. Many people think that Yang Tian will become the new leader. Yang Tian also thinks the same way. As the highest-ranking person at the entrance of Causeway Bay, why did Xie Yongsong suddenly come to compete for the position? Do you really dislike me just because I took away the position that should have belonged to you? Xie Yongsong smiled and pushed a glass of wine to Yang Tian, looking at him meaningfully. How dare you, Song-gu? We are all very happy that you have come. Although Yang Tian appears honest, he is by no means a fool. He knew that no matter how dissatisfied he was, he couldn't express it. In fact, Yang Tian is very shrewd. On the surface, he appears simple and honest, but in reality, his thoughts are meticulous. Haha, everyone says Yang Tian from Causeway Bay is a straightforward person. Doesn't that seem to be true? It's normal to have resentment towards me in my heart. After all, I took over your position as the head of the hall. Yang Tian felt uneasy. What does Xie Yongsong mean by saying that? Do you have to deal with yourself right after taking office? If he really wants to take action, he has no chance of winning. You should know that Xie Yongsong brought over 200 trusted aides and is still the boss of Causeway Bay. If we confront him head-on, we will definitely suffer losses. Yang Tian's forehead was sweating, but he still pretended to be calm. Xie Yongsong didn't want to go around in circles anymore, so he told Yang Tian directly, Yang Tian, to be honest with you, I'm more suitable as a carrier than you. I hope you can handle things for me well, and don't be so careless. Yang Tian didn't show any displeasure on his face when he heard these words, but he was not convinced in his heart. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Let's go one-on-one. If you win against me, you'll take the lead. Yang Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He practices boxing every day in Causeway Bay, and his one-on-one strength is unbeatable, even surpassing Chen Haonan. On Xie Yongsong's side, Yang Tian has already done his preparation work. The public record shows that he defeated Chen Haonan, so don't believe the rumors in other martial arts circles. Yang Tian is full of confidence in his abilities, and anyone who doesn't want to climb up the ladder. If you lose, you have to completely obey me, Yang Tian. Do you dare? That's right. Xie Yongsong wants to completely subdue Yang Tian, defeat him in his strongest place, and make him convinced. Yang Tian is a talented individual with both civil and military abilities, and is definitely a top talent in the mixed society. His qualifications are similar to those of handsome Nan. Xie Yongsong is very eager for such talents, and coupled with Yang Tian being a local leader in Causeway Bay, if his loyalty can be obtained, it will greatly help Xie Yongsong dominate Causeway Bay. Okay, a gentleman's words are hard to catch up with. Let's take a gamble. The little brother next to him was in such a hurry that he didn't know Xie Yongsong's strength in hand-to-hand combat. Song-gu, do you want me to go? I heard this Yang Tian is very powerful. No need, you can't beat him. The plane paused for a moment. I can't beat him? He's not convinced in his heart. Will the plane lose to him? The three of them arrived at the boxing gym on the second floor next door, which was originally built by Big Brother B and now belongs to Xie Yongsong. Two people stepped onto the arena. Xie Yongsong put on his gloves, and Yang Tian also put on his gloves to warm up. The two stood face to face, without a referee, and there were quite a few onlookers. Song-gu is going to compete with Yang Tian on the stage. Go and take a look. Who do you think can win? It's my first time seeing Song-gu take action. I don't know how skilled he is. I think Yang Tian will win. He has participated in professional competitions and won a lightweight championship once. Many of the little brothers who were practicing boxing stopped, and they were very interested in the battle between the boss of Causeway Bay and the Red Stick. Yang Tian is practicing Western boxing with agile footwork. He circles around Xie Yongsong on stage, looking for opportunities to attack. Western boxing emphasizes endurance, and once the opponent shows a weakness, they will launch a powerful counterattack. Yang Tian is a master of Western boxing, with the power of one punch capable of killing a cow. His strength is unparalleled. After tentatively striking 2 straight punches, Yang Tian figured out Xie Yongsong's fighting style, but Xie Yongsong's speed was not fast. Yang Tian secretly felt proud, but the Mongkok Crazy Dragon was just like that. It seems that not all the news on the road can be trusted. Yang Tian punched Xie Yongsong and quickly made a hook punch. The speed of Western boxing is fast, and Yang Tian is as fast as lightning. With these few moves, ordinary people cannot withstand them at all. The plane was sweating nervously in the audience. Yang Tian was too strong, and if it were him, he wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves. Can Song withstand it? The other Hongxing brothers also held their breath and stared at the two people on stage without blinking, afraid of missing any exciting moments. Xie Yongsong smiled lightly, and he had already figured out Yang Tian's strength. Although this guy has reached the level of a junior double flower red stick, he is still far behind Xie Yongsong. The gap in strength can be compensated for with skills, but Yang Tian's skills are too poor to even reveal the secrets behind it. Xie Yongsong took a few steps to the right, as if he had just dodged Yang Tian's hook punch. The scene looked particularly thrilling. Yang Tian thought to himself that he was only about to hit the target, so he launched another attack, swinging his right fist and hitting his knee with a fierce attack like a storm. Xie Yongsong did not dodge again this time, but directly punched Yang Tian's arm with a click sound. The sound of a fracture came. Ah, it hurt so much. Yang Tian furrowed his brow, and the intense pain in his arm made him quickly retract his hands, covering his injured right hand and gritting his teeth to endure. The pain twisted his face. With just one punch, Yang Tian's right hand was disabled, and Xie Yongsong's powerful strength plunged the scene into a deathly silence. Oh my god, this move will fracture Yang Tian's bones. If it hits him, he will definitely be killed on the spot. There are all trainers present, and one punch can shatter a person's bones. How strong should the strength be? After all, human bones are very strong, especially those in the arms. If you hit them in the stomach, you will have to punch a hole in the stomach. Yang Tian looked at Xie Yongsong with a shocked expression. He was Xie Yongsong's opponent and knew very well how difficult it was to hit his arm accurately. And one punch can break one's arm, which only top experts can do. I am not an opponent at all, at least 2 levels behind. Thinking of this, and then recalling his ignorance of the world just now, Yang Tian felt very ashamed and sorry for Hongxing. With a thud, he knelt in front of Xie Yongsong in front of many brothers and solemnly said, "Big brother, I admit defeat. From now on, Yang Tian will only listen to Song Ji's words. Whoever dares to provoke Song Gu will be at odds with me." Yang Tian truly lives up to his reputation as a prominent figure in Hongxing Causeway Bay, able to handle and let go. His act of kneeling down to pledge allegiance won the favor of Xie Yongsong. What a man! Yang Tian can be considered a true hero. Crazy dragon! Crazy dragon! Crazy dragon! Crazy dragon! The deafening cheers below echoed in the sky of Wanchai for a long time. These little brothers of Hongxing all worship the strong. Before, they didn't know much about Xie Yongsong, but from this moment on, Xie Yongsong is the undisputed boss in their hearts. The new king of Causeway Bay, Xie Yongsong gave a sinister smile, and now everyone in Causeway Bay is devoted to him. From then on, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in handling affairs in Causeway Bay, which was exactly what Xie Yongsong wanted. Airplane, quickly take Ah Tian to the hospital for bandaging. Xie Yongsong acted very tactfully, only breaking Yang Tian's arm to intimidate the other brothers. This kind of injury can be cured within a week after being sent to the hospital for recuperation. Chapter 2. Being a competent secretary. After the airplane representative Xie Yongsong saw Yang Tian off, he returned to the villa in Shallow Water Bay with Su Zhengyang. Arun was still awake in the bedroom, and as Xie Yongsong gently pushed the door open, he heard cheerful voices within. "Song, you're back." Xie Yongsong was somewhat surprised. It was quite late, yet Arun was still awake. "What book are you reading at this hour?" Curiously, he leaned closer, knowing he typically lacked the time to read. Especially now that he had just returned from Causeway Bay during a busy period in his career. Isn't this just the basic skill of a secretary? He pondered. "Arun, are you secretly learning this?" Zhang Meiran, who used to frolic with Shisanmai on Portland Street, had left school before finishing middle school and was certainly not academically inclined. Had she suddenly changed her ways? Or was she perhaps unwell? "How come you're acting so out of character?" "Song Gu, I want to learn more to be a competent secretary and assist you with your work." Zhang Meiran was quite intelligent. She understood that Xie Yongsong was exceptionally capable. If she failed to keep pace with him, she would easily become a mere ornamental figure of no real use. Xie Yongsong chuckled and patted her head, thinking to himself that she was already quite competent as a secretary. Most secretaries were merely decorative, possessing little beyond their looks. "Something you understand. Get some rest. Tomorrow I'll help you find a reputable university. You can take a year to further your studies before coming back to assist me." Xie Yongsong's sister, Xie had already been sent to Hong Kong University to study economics, and Zhang Meiran could also find time to pursue her education. At the West Kowloon headquarters of the Serious Crimes Unit, Inspector Huang Jiqing was orchestrating an operation against Ni Kuan in Tsim Shui. He had long dispatched operatives to infiltrate the Ni household in search of evidence regarding their drug trafficking. Why would the head of the Serious Crimes Unit involve himself with drug-related matters? Wasn't he that stepping on the toes of the drug enforcement team? However, the credit for apprehending a drug trafficking case was far greater than that for solving 100 homicide cases. Huang Jiqing, in his 40s, had rapidly ascended to the rank of inspector. This was largely due to his unorthodox methods, often resorting to coercive interrogation of suspects and adeptly employing undercover tactics to ensure his informants worked tirelessly. His ascent through the ranks had been smooth, allowing him to attain a high-ranking position by the age of 40. It is worth noting that in the early 1980s, the majority of inspectors were foreigners, with Chinese inspectors being a rarity. Huang Jiqing set aside the Ni family's dossier, realizing that the evidence was insufficient to take action against them for the time being. "Gui, has there been any movement from Xie Yongsong in Mongkok lately? Report back to me." Huang Jiqing was the type to hold grudges. The last encounter with Xie Yongsong had left him humiliated. Not only had he lost his firearm, but he had also found himself in a most embarrassing situation, ultimately requiring assistance from a foreign superior to resolve it. "Huang sir, I've investigated for over a month. Xie Yongsong is neither involved in drug trafficking nor operating illegally. It seems he poses no issues. He has been engaged in legitimate business and is doing quite well in the film industry." Huang Jiqing glanced at the report and, in a fit of rage, slammed it onto the table, unleashing a tirade at his subordinate. "Gui, how are you conducting your investigation? I instructed you to find evidence of Xie Yongsong's criminal activities, not to praise his commercial achievements in this report." Xie Yongsong's film had shattered box office records in Hong Kong and garnered 6 nominations at the Hong Kong Film Awards, earning over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The more Huang Jiqing read, the darker his expression became, and he berated Gui, his voice echoing throughout the entire anti-drug unit office. Gui, feeling wronged, explained, "Huang sir, Xie Yongsong truly has no issues. I simply cannot find any faults. What can I do?" Upon hearing this, Huang Jiqing's fury intensified. "Impossible. Xie Yongsong cannot be this clean. He must be hiding something. Investigate thoroughly. I refuse to believe he has truly cleaned up his act. I must repay this grudge." Huang Jiqing, exasperated, berated Gui, displaying a fit of impotent rage. Xie Yongsong has now moved to Wanchai and Causeway Bay, making him harder to approach. Gui quietly murmured, relaying the latest news to Huang Jiqing. The inspector appeared perplexed. With Xie Yongsong transferring to Causeway Bay, the situation had indeed become complicated. Causeway Bay fell under the jurisdiction of the Hong Kong Island District, making it difficult for their West Kowloon anti-drug unit to intervene. Cross-district operations were no easy feat. Let us put that aside for now and focus on the NI family's issues. Huang Zhiqing resignedly decided to prioritize the latter, as advancing his career and amassing wealth was of utmost importance. Huang Zhiqing was obsessed with power, otherwise he could not have risen so swiftly from a rookie officer to the inspector of the anti-drug unit. Meanwhile, in a private room at a hospital in Wan Chai's Causeway Bay, Yang Tian lay in a single patient room. Tian Gu, Song Gu has come specially to see you. Xie Yongsong entered with a fruit basket filled with high-end imported fruits, accompanied by Su Jingyang and the airplane representative. Upon seeing Xie Yongsong, Yang Tian leaped off the bed, twisting his body in front of his superior and throwing a few punches into the air. Song Gu, I'm completely recovered. Look, I could punch a bull to death now. Please let me out of here. It's so boring. There's absolutely no excitement. Yang Tian complained to his superior, and Xie Yongsong chuckled as he patted his shoulder. You can be discharged this afternoon. For the past few days, other gangs in Causeway Bay have been mocking us at Hung Hing. We must show them what we're capable of. After Xie Yongsong arrived in Causeway Bay, part of Hung Hing's territory had been seized due to the previous Boss B's disappearance. If Yang Tian had not stepped up, they likely would have lost even more ground. Song Gu, can we deal with Dongxing now? Recently, their crows have taken quite a bit of our territory. Yang Tian's eyes sparkled. When Song Gu wasn't in Causeway Bay, he could only defend against Dongxing's crows. But now, with Xie Yongsong bringing 200 reinforcements, they had a chance to retaliate. Tell me how much territory Hung Hing has in Causeway Bay and what has been taken by Dongxing. Xie Yongsong, newly arrived and unfamiliar with the territorial situation in Causeway Bay, was fortunate to have Yang Tian, a local expert, standing before him for inquiries. Causeway Bay lies to the east of Wan Chai and to the west of North Point, spanning two districts, from the Qingfeng Street Bridge in the east to the Cannon Road Bridge in the west. Despite its small size, with only 25 streets, much smaller than Mong Kok, this area boasts a thriving commercial scene, housing major Hong Kong shopping centers such as Sogo and Times Square. All 25 streets are commercial thoroughfares with exorbitant rents, higher than even Tsim Sha Tsui. In such a bustling locale, various societies aspire to stake their claim. Dozens of organizations have flags flying in Causeway Bay, among which Sun Ki, the Numbers Gang, and Hung Hing are the most formidable. Originally, Hung Hing occupied 3 streets, but now half of Hennessy Road had been seized by Dongxing's crows, a prime area in Hong Kong. Sogo is located on that street, and the protection fees alone could yield between 500,000 to 600,000 monthly. Who could resist such a lure? Song Gu. The most lucrative streets for Hung Hing and Causeway Bay are Jordan Street and Yiwa Street. These 2 streets host 2 hotels, 5 saunas, 15 bars, and 152 clothing and department stores, totaling 386 establishments. Yang Tian, well-versed in Causeway Bay, clearly laid out Hung Hing's territory, withholding nothing from Xie Yongsong. The combined protection fees amount to over 150,000 monthly, and now our brothers in Causeway Bay total over 300. No, wait. With the brothers you've brought, we have more than 500 now. Yang Tian directly handed the roster of Hongxing to Xie Yongsong. To pass the roster was to transfer power, as it contained the details of each brother. If the police's anti-triad unit were to seize it, the consequences would be dire. Brother Tian, this suit was specially purchased for you by the boss. It's a branded item, a genuine Armani worth several thousand yuan. The plane, having retrieved several bags from behind, produced a complete ensemble, a suit, trousers, tie, and leather shoes, all freshly acquired from the luxury store in Sogo. Observing the impeccably dressed Fei Ji and Su Jingyang beside Xie Yongsong, Yang Tian couldn't help but feel embarrassed in his tattered denim jacket and faded bell-bottoms. The contrast was stark. He felt almost like a beggar, utterly humiliated. Tian, why not try it on? Everything was bought in your size. Though we may be involved in the underworld, we must maintain a certain standard when we go out. It reflects well on our families. Xie Yongsong, usually carefree, displayed surprising thoughtfulness, attending to such details with meticulous care. Yang Tian's eyes glistened with gratitude. Brother Song was truly loyal, gifting him such an extravagant present after only a short time together. Boss, no need for words, just watch my performance. Yang Tian donned the Armani suit and shoes in the hospital room, marveling at his reflection in the mirror for quite some time. Wow, I never knew I looked this handsome. Brother Song, from now on, count me in when it comes to the ladies. Haha, you, Yang Tian, are just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Laughter erupted among the brothers in the hospital room, creating a light-hearted atmosphere, with no one mentioning Yang Tian, the plane, or Master Yi. Tonight, you 3, Plane, Yi, and Zhenyang, lead the charge to eradicate the Dongxing presence on Hennessy Road. I want that area cleared. At the command of the boss in Causeway Bay, over 30 vans parked outside the Meteor Bar roared to life, and sped towards Hennessy Road. Prior to this, Xie Yongsong had summoned Hongxing's by Ji Fan Qinyao, instructing him to plant a flag on Hennessy Road at midnight to reclaim their territory. Qinyao verbally agreed over the phone, assuring Xie Yongsong that there would be no police presence that night. Xie Yongsong was somewhat skeptical. Was Qinyao truly that formidable? Or did Hongxing have informants within the police department? Such matters were beyond his concern. Outside the bar, more than 300 of Hongxing's underlings were already aboard the vans, ready to head to Hennessy Road, the ambush catching them off guard. The Dongman Bar was a joint venture between Dongxing's Crow and Smiling Tiger, reportedly with shares held by Hongxing's Jigo. For Dongxing lackeys stood at the entrance, flamboyantly dressed parking attendants, whistling at passing beauties. Suddenly, a van screeched to a halt at the street corner, the tires grinding against the asphalt, barely stopping in time. As the doors swung open, a throng of sharply dressed men in suits and ties burst forth, striding confidently ahead. The Dongxing long-haired lackey, stationed in the parking lot, widened his eyes, sensing something amiss, and immediately shouted, "Who are you? This is Dongxing's territory. If you know what's good for you, scram and don't cause trouble here." Chapter 3, Releasing Excess Energy. Leading the charge for Hongxing was the plane, grinning maliciously, a menacing scar etched across his face. Hongxing is planting its flag. Everyone else, get lost. Charge. A dozen suited thugs surged forward, thrusting knives towards the Dongxing long-haired lackey's face. "You've ruined my handsome face, you bastard. Stop. I'm just a lowly lackey. There's no point in attacking me." The parking attendants at the entrance were swiftly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, falling one by one, while the plane and his men stormed into the bar. Inside, the flashing lights illuminated a scene of chaotic revelry, with youths sporting brightly dyed hair, red, yellow, blue, green, shaking their heads to the music, many of them under the influence of drugs. The plane, flanked by 30 or so suited henchmen, charged in and, upon witnessing the frenzied scene, roared, "Smash everything. Leave not a single good table standing." A stick swept across the bar, shattering an array of colorful bottles, wasting a considerable amount of premium liquor. "Oh my God, help." A few wayward youths finally grasped the gravity of the situation and scrambled toward the bar's exit. But Hongxing's brothers were too preoccupied to pay them any heed. Hongxing is raising its flag. Anyone not involved, get out. In no time, the bar lay in ruins. Not a single bottle intact. Let us move to the next one and smash all of Dongxing's bars. Hennessy Road and Causeway Bay descended into chaos throughout the night, with brawls erupting everywhere, many Dongxing lackeys collapsing in the streets. Under Hongxing's relentless assault, the Dongxing presence along the entire street was thoroughly vanquished, as their fighters were notoriously weak. Fighting for Hongxing, while Dongxing gets trampled. This phrase encapsulated the prowess of Hongxing's members, in stark contrast to the drug-using, less capable Dongxing fighters. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xie Yongsong stood by the large glass window of his villa, gazing out at the nighttime view of Victoria Harbor. "Brother Song, Hennessy Road has been secured, and we seized quite a bit during the operation. How should we handle it?" Fei Quan, dressed in formal attire, stood respectfully behind him, reporting the situation. He had not participated in the operation, thus assuming the role of a battlefield reporter. "Such harmful substances have no place in my world. Compared to the film industry, the flower business is hardly profitable. Destroy all the seized flower. Wash it down the toilet. Trash belongs in the cesspool." "Understood, Brother Song." "Have the Crow and Smiling Tiger been located? It's best to eliminate this threat swiftly. Leaving them alive is a waste of air." Fei Quan shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Neither the Crow nor Smiling Tiger were present last night, which is why we could easily take Hennessy Road. We have yet to track them down. All right, you may leave now. Get some rest. This matter is far from over." Xie Yongsong was well aware of Dongxing's Crow, a brazen and ruthless character. How could he accept losing the territory he had fought so hard to secure in a single night? At a bar in Yuan Long, New Territories, the Crow was playing rock, paper, scissors and drinking with Smiling Tiger, while enjoying the company of two lovely companions. Suddenly, the long-haired leader received a call from Causeway Bay, and his expression shifted dramatically, fear flickering in his eyes as he glanced at the jovial Crow. After hesitating for a moment, the long-haired leader cautiously leaned in and whispered a few words into the Crow's ear. The Crow's face darkened, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. He kicked the long-haired leader, shouting, "Useless. You lot are worthless. I left over 300 men guarding Hennessy Road, and in less than an hour, I've lost the territory." Enraged, the Crow frightened the accompanying hostess, who trembled and slowly edged away, trying to distance herself from the madman. "What the hell? I owe you no money. So why stand so far away?" The Crow slapped the hostess across the face, causing her to burst into tears, while he continued to curse unabated. Smiling Tiger, wearing glasses, chuckled and said to the Crow, "Why are you so angry? Why stoop to their level? Everyone, clear out. Don't let anyone get close." Smiling Tiger, a cunning strategist and one of Dongxing's 5 tigers, harbored even deeper thoughts. The crow, still seething with rage, slammed his hand on the table, splitting it down the middle. Damn it! That bastard Xie Yongsong from Hongxing's Mong Kok is rallying everyone to seize my territory? How dare he encroach on what belongs to me? The raven's face contorted with fury. He had always been the one to bully others. Who dared to challenge him? The smiling tiger advised Raven. The wild dragon of Mong Kok is not to be trifled with. If we rely on our subordinates to seize territory, we are no match for him. Perhaps we should confront him directly tomorrow and demand an explanation from Xie Yongsong. The raven pondered this. His small-time lackeys, high on their own bravado, were as reliable as pigs climbing trees, utterly untrustworthy. Adjusting his hairstyle with a fierce determination, he declared, "Tomorrow, we shall pay this wild dragon a visit and show him what we're made of." The smiling tiger nodded in agreement. These territories were of paramount importance to both of them, tied to a lucrative deal. Helan's gang leader had indicated that this shipment was merely a test to see if they could sell it. If successful, he would supply them at minimal cost, allowing them to dominate the entire Kowloon and Hong Kong islands. The raven and the smiling tiger from Dongxing had negotiated this illicit trade with Helan from Fengchegwo, and the time was critical. Yet, with their territory in Causeway Bay usurped, how could the raven not be enraged? The following day, Xie Yongsong was patrolling the Meteor Bar as usual, using it as a temporary headquarters while renovations were underway at the larger venue he co-owned with his fourth uncle. This Meteor Bar was not under the Hongxing faction. It had been purchased from a businessman who had emigrated abroad, along with its liquor license, for a mere 1 million. Given the context, it was indeed quite a bargain, primarily due to his uncle's influence. Brother Song, the raven, and the smiling tiger from Dongxing have arrived, accompanied by a considerable number of lackeys. They seem to have ill intentions. Fei Quan whispered close to Xie Yongsong's ear. Xie glanced towards the bar entrance and saw a flamboyant group of thugs entering, led by a robust middle-aged man in a half-open shirt, showcasing his chiseled abs. "Oh, you must be the wild dragon of Mong Kok, Xie Yongsong? Quite handsome, but nowhere near my level," remarked a man with bleached hair styled in a pompadour, who loved to flaunt his looks. "Heh, you must be the raven from Dongxing, huh? Quite the mouth you have." At that moment, another short, chubby man with glasses appeared. Grinning widely, "Mr. Xie, my apologies, he tends to be rather taciturn. We are here to discuss a matter with you." The smiling tiger spoke with remarkable politeness, addressing Xie as sir, which was quite pleasing to hear. Fei Quan could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Aren't you here to discuss matters? Why bring so many people? Looking for a fight? We're ready to oblige." As soon as he spoke, dozens of lackeys formed a circle, glaring menacingly at those from Dongxing. The 30-odd brothers from Dongxing were equally defiant, and the air filled with mutual insults. "Oh, is this how you treat your guests at Hongxing? We merely wish to assist with your business, so what's all this fuss about? Customers are kings, and treating them this way is utterly ruthless." The raven shrugged exaggeratedly, adopting a mocking tone. "Enough. What do you want? If there's nothing, then leave." Xie Yongsong was disinterested in engaging with these troublesome individuals. He and the raven, along with the smiling tiger, hailed from entirely different worlds. While Xie was no saint himself, he appeared virtuous in comparison to these two. "Mr. Xie, please, let us not be hasty. I have some private matters to discuss with you. Perhaps we could find a quieter place?" "This isn't ideal," the smiling tiger continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. Xie Yongsong smiled, setting down his half-finished cigarette, and turned to Fei Quan, instructing him to arrange a private room for their discussion. Fei Quan selected an unused room and stationed a few men at the entrance to keep anyone from approaching. Xie Yongsong and Su Zhengyang entered first, followed by the raven and the smiling tiger, each accompanied by a lackey. Fei Quan closed the door behind them and stood behind Xie Yongsong, flanking him like a formidable guardian. "Mr. Xie, I'll be direct. The territory of Hennessy Road cannot be ceded to your Hongxing," the smiling tiger stated, a smile gracing his lips. "How about this? We'll grant you this territory, which demonstrates our goodwill." Xie Yongsong sneered silently, listening intently. "My brother and I wish to partner with you in business. You need not concern yourself with anything. Just transform your bar into a wholesale outlet, allowing us to freely distribute our goods. We'll split the profits 70-30. What do you say? You can earn money effortlessly." The smiling tiger's grin seemed to convey his confidence that Xie Yongsong would acquiesce. It dawned on Xie Yongsong what these two naive individuals were attempting, prompting a derisive smile to cross his face. "Do you truly believe I would be swayed by such a paltry sum? Hongxing has never engaged in white powder dealings. Are you not aware?" Unfazed, the smiling tiger quickly countered. "The 3-tier profit sharing is quite generous. You would earn at least 5 million a month without lifting a finger. This is our utmost sincerity. As for Hongxing's reluctance to engage in powder sales, isn't the largest dealer in Kowloon, Liang Kuan, one of your own? You're no rookie. Why pretend otherwise?" The smiling tiger assumed Xie Yongsong was dissatisfied with the proposed split and hurried to argue the profitability of the flower trade. "No one dislikes money, Yet why does Liang Cohen still deal in it if Hongxing does not? I apologize, but I have no interest in your grand business. Xie Yongsong warned. Raven, Smiling Tiger, I advise you, do not sell goods in my establishment. You may do as you please elsewhere, but within my domain. It must remain clean and untainted. You shall not sell even a single grain. Chapter 4. Conducting Business with Principles. Xie Yongsong had lost all patience to engage further with the Raven and the Smiling Tiger, abruptly putting an end to the conversation. What is the matter, Xie Yongsong? Do you have a grudge against money? Why reject it when it's offered? The Raven could no longer tolerate the audacity of the man before him, rising with an intimidating glare, wishing to strike Xie Yongsong dead on the spot. Hey, Raven, what is with your attitude when speaking to our boss? Be careful not to step outside this bar. Fei Quan interjected, ready for a verbal clash, as any sensible subordinate would do. Ahu I, Xie Yongsong, have principles in business. We at Hongxing do not engage in unethical practices. The Smiling Tiger's mirth had vanished. Was there truly a fool in this world who would turn down money? The Raven grew bolder, shouting at Xie Yongsong. Is this matter beyond negotiation? Confronted with the Raven's aggressive demeanor, Xie Yongsong merely smiled, retorting mockingly, I'm sorry, there is nothing to discuss. Each word dripped with sarcasm, inciting the Raven's fury to a boiling point. If we cannot reach an agreement, then let it be. The Raven extracted a red cigarette from his pack, tossing it into the air and catching it in his mouth, a skill honed through countless practice. He reached beneath the table, preparing to overturn it while shouting. If we cannot come to terms, then let us end this. Damn you. Huh. Why isn't the table budging? The Raven, undeterred, exerted all his strength. Yet the table remained steadfast. With one hand pressed on the table, Xie Yongsong remarked, with a smirk, did you consult me before attempting to flip the table? Bad luck. No wonder it is said that associating with crows leads to hunger 3 times a day. Xie Yongsong delivered a sharp slap to the crow's face, leaving 5 distinct imprints. The crow, clutching his face in disbelief, was momentarily dazed. What had just transpired? How dare someone strike me? The onlooking subordinates were left agape, astonished that Brother Crow had been struck in public. This was an unprecedented humiliation. Alas, Long Mao, following such a leader, one cannot even secure a meal. It would be better to return home and raise pigs. Xie Yongsong chuckled as he jested with Long Maojia, the powerful figure behind the crow, repeatedly delivering slaps and insults. The crow's complexion darkened to the point where it seemed he could ooze ink, his fury boiling over as he swung a fist at Xie Yongsong. Yet, this punch was effortlessly intercepted by Su Jingyang, who then delivered a kick to the crow's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. A chilling silence enveloped the room. Uncle Crow was a formidable figure in the Eastern Star, second only to Sidu Haonan, unmatched in his explosive power and strength. Yet today, he was dispatched by this seemingly inconspicuous bodyguard beside Xie Yongsong, without a shred of resistance. The Smiling Tiger reacted swiftly, attempting to diffuse the tension with laughter. It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Xie, since you do not wish to collaborate, we shall take our leave. The crow's eyes burned with fury, and he felt a hint of trepidation towards Xie Yongsong. Lingering here would surely lead to his downfall. Crow, come to your senses. This is Hongxing's territory. What are you attempting here? The Smiling Tiger shook the crow's head and patted his face, urging him to remain calm and refrain from foolish actions. Haha, it appears the crow has had too much to drink. It's a misunderstanding, indeed. I'll take him back now. The Smiling Tiger supported the swaying crow as they awkwardly exited the private room, 100 pairs of eyes fixated upon them, step by step departing from the Meteor Bar. Crow, if you're still displeased, feel free to seek me out in Causeway Bay. I shall make you understand even better, haha. Xie Yongsong, cigar in mouth, turned with a mocking sneer directed at the crow, undoubtedly delivering another blow. The crow, covering his injured face, hurriedly retreated, appearing utterly disheveled. Brother Song, are we simply going to let this dead crow go? Fei Quan queried in confusion. The crow held grudges fiercely. What if he sought revenge in the future? What else can we do? With so many witnesses in the bar observing the crow entering the private room with us, do you think the police are inept? The police in Hong Kong had already possessed highly specialized investigative techniques and protocols by the 1980s, with evidence identification and forensic technology leading globally. To investigate someone's background could yield results in mere moments. Fei Quan realized he had misspoken and quickly changed the topic. Brother Song, you previously asked me to keep an eye out for retired veterans from the mainland. I found 3, all of whom participated in the Vietnam War. Would you like to meet them? Upon hearing this, Xie Yongsong was elated, for he was in dire need of seasoned professionals with combat experience. Those who had fought in the Vietnam War had undoubtedly withstood the trials of gunfire and were truly tough individuals. Soon after, Fei Quan brought in 3 men dressed rather plainly, not particularly old but exuding an aura of toughness, clearly not ordinary immigrants from the mainland. The first was De Jun, a former scout with calloused hands, a clear indication of his years wielding a firearm. He offered a slight smile to Xie Yongsong, likely a trait of veterans who preferred few words. He stood at a modest height of 1.75 meters. The tall one, named Xiong, appeared somewhat simple-minded. Yet he was a master in combat, with a dozen strong men unable to approach him. Towering at 1.9 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, he resembled a human beast, a powerhouse of strength. Lastly, there was Ho Zi, petite and nimble, a professional assassin. Ho Zi stood around 1.7 meters tall, slender in build, a stark contrast to Xiong. "Hello, Chief. May I inquire how to address you?" Ho Zi, more vivacious than the other two, hopped energetically, saluting Xie Yongsong while respectfully addressing him as Chief. "Haha, you must be Ho Zi. The name suits you well. However, I am not a chief. You may call me Brother Song." Although Xie Yongsong had only met them once, he had already gleaned their personalities and patted each on the shoulder. "Working for me is akin to serving in the army. One must adhere to the rules. However, my rules are far simpler than those of the military. So you should adapt swiftly. Here are 150,000 Hong Kong dollars, 50,000 for each of you. From now on, you will work under my command. Do you have any objections?" The three veterans from the mainland, who typically lived with great caution, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a sum, their eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, that's 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. It was essential to understand that, at that time, a monthly salary for a mainland worker was merely a few dozen yuan, and after a year of hard labor, they would earn only a few hundred. Amounts exceeding 10,000 yuan were beyond their experience, especially for Dejun, who had already settled down in the mainland with 5 children. His meager income as a security guard barely sufficed for survival, making life exceedingly tight. "Brother Song, from now on, the three of us will follow your orders. Whoever you want us to eliminate, we shall eliminate." Dejun, being a soldier, spoke candidly, which endeared them further to Hong Xiaoyi, as it indicated they harbored no ill intentions. Once they pledged allegiance to a leader, betrayal was unlikely. Fei Quan, take them to familiarize themselves with the environment, arrange suitable accommodations, and buy them appropriate clothing. Xie Yongsong noted their attire, drawing attention from those around them. It was immediately obvious they were outsiders. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, should the police discover them, they would be promptly deported. Thus, Fei Quan led the 3 Special Forces veterans to acclimate to their surroundings, while Xie Yongsong's mind began to formulate a plan. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in the underworld. Reports indicated that Uncle Crow's territory in Causeway Bay had been seized by Hongxing, and the Eastern Star's Crow had approached to reclaim it. Naturally, Hongxing refused, and when Uncle Crow attempted to assert his dominance, he ended up being humiliated instead. As the Crow exited the meteor bar, a red handprint marked his face. My heavens! Is this true? Did the Crow get beaten up by the dragon in Causeway Bay? How could it be false? My brother is one of the dragon's subordinates. He witnessed it firsthand yesterday. At a barbecue stall in Wan Chai, several short fellows drank and boasted, discussing matters of the underworld as if their tales could elevate their status. One claimed, "I heard the Crow was beaten to the point of tears, sobbing uncontrollably." Another immediately retorted, "Goodness, you can't be serious. The Crow is a leader in the underworld. Would he really cry?" This statement cast doubt among the others, who scrutinized the boastful speaker. The boastful speaker, indignant, began to speak earnestly, adopting the demeanor of an underworld expert. "The dragon is no ordinary thug. He has already begun making waves in Mong Kok. Have you heard of Brother D from Lianqing?" As rumors in the underworld underwent various transformations, the reputation of Xie Yongsong's dragon swiftly spread throughout Causeway Bay. Standing on the shoulders of the fallen Crow, his notoriety skyrocketed. Other gangs that had their eyes on Hongxing's territory in Causeway Bay abandoned thoughts of confrontation after witnessing Crow's humiliation. In a luxurious mansion on Jardine's Lookout, Jiang Tiansheng, still awake in his study, was engrossed in his reading. At that moment, the traitor Chun Yao pushed open the door and strode in without knocking. Just half a month earlier, at the head election meeting, Chun Yao had been the first to cast his vote for Liang Kuan. In the eyes of all the masters of the Hongxing society, Chun Yao had accepted money from Liang Kuan, betraying Jiang Tiansheng and aligning himself with Liang Kuan. Little did they know, this was all part of Jiang Tiansheng's elaborate scheme, aimed at withdrawing into the shadows, while secretly confronting Liang Kuan and simultaneously strengthening his own power. "Mr. Jiang, news has arrived from Causeway Bay that Ah Song has reclaimed Hennessy Road from Dongxing, and the Crows of Dongxing have been repelled by Ah Song's men on multiple occasions." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang was quite pleased. In his mind, Hongxing was akin to his personal property, and his subordinates were merely extensions of his will. The impressive performance of Xie Yongsong also brought honor to Hongxing. Well done. Forge closer ties with Ah Song. It would be ideal to win him over. Jiang Tianxing felt a pang of helplessness. How could such a talented individual end up with Liang Kuan? Truly, Liang Kuan was fortunate. By the way, Yao, how is Liang Xinan faring these days? Chun Yao had intelligence personnel dedicated to keeping tabs on every faction within Hongxing, effectively serving as Jiang Tianxing's eyes and ears. After recovering from his injuries, Liang Xinan had opened a bar in Saikong, gradually fading from the underworld scene. Mr. Jiang chuckled softly, offering Chun Yao a cigar, and remarked, "Despite Liang Kuan being a talented individual, he cannot be entirely blamed for the treachery he faces." Chapter 5. A Mind Full of Schemes. Please convey a message to him. The vendetta against Boss B must be avenged, and Liang Kuan must be eliminated. As long as I can return to Hongxing, I can ensure Chun Haonan's return as well. I hear that Uncle Xing from Kowloon Walled City is planning to retire. I could arrange for him to take over as the Walled City's leader. Jiang Tianxing directly attributed Boss B's demise to Liang Kuan, intending to manipulate the naive yet loyal Chun Haonan into fulfilling his objective of eliminating Liang Kuan. It must be said that Jiang Tianxing was indeed quite cunning at meetings. He always wore a cheerful demeanor, resembling a docile lamb, yet his mind was filled with schemes. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Chen Yao exhibited great deference to Jiang Tianxing, appearing as a devoted steward. By the way, Fong Ting has been acting strangely lately, frequently leaving early and returning late at night. Moreover, she looks significantly better than before, and her appearance seems much more youthful. Yao, do you have any insight into this? Fong Ting had recently been clandestinely dating Xie Yongsong. Although they could not openly stroll the streets together, a woman in love often wishes to present her best self to her beloved, which explained her newfound passion for makeup. While her fondness for cosmetics and her cheerful disposition were understandable, there was an occasion when she returned home late at night, her cheeks flushed, and her underwear was notably worn inside out. This raised suspicions in Jiang Tianxing's mind. Could it be that he was unwittingly wearing a green hat? Hence, he inquired about this matter with Chen Yao. Chen Yao, being an astute individual, quickly comprehended Jiang Tianxing's implication. Mr. Jiang, I believe sister-in-law is behaving quite normally. Women are often capricious in nature. Jiang Tianxing was dissatisfied with this response. Even if one were to be capricious, surely one would not wear their pants inside out. His gaze turned suspiciously upon Chen Yao. Chen Yao, in his early 40s and possessing a commendable appearance, frequently visited Jiang's villa. Were he in Jiang Tianxing's position, it would indeed be difficult to dismiss the notion. The more Jiang Tianxing pondered, the more he found cause for concern, leading him to doubt Chen Yao's words. Enough. It's nothing serious. You may leave now. Chen Yao, bewildered, sensed something was amiss with Jiang Tianxing today, noting the peculiar glint in his eyes. He remained completely unaware that he had unwittingly become a scapegoat, a victim of circumstance. Once Chen Yao departed, Jiang Tianxing summoned his personal bodyguard, Ada. Ada, assist me in locating a detective agency. I need to investigate a matter. Jiang Tianxing whispered a few words into Ada's ear, who nodded in understanding. Understood. Mr. Jiang, I shall attend to it immediately. Ada had been a loyal retainer of the Jiang family for over a decade, offering unwavering loyalty to Jiang Tianxing. In stark contrast to Chen Yao, in the bustling streets of Hong Kong, a number of private detectives catered to the wealthy, capable of executing any task short of arson or murder. On Yuan Long's Feng Chung Road, in a crown vehicle parked across from the Dongxing Bar, 3 individuals were intently observing the establishment. Monkey, are you certain that fellow has yet to emerge from this bar? Dejun inquired, furrowing his brow. Rest assured, Brother Dejun, I have been keeping a close watch. Monkey assured, thumping his chest. Dejun, with a serious demeanor, cautioned the duo. This is our first assignment from Songgo. You two must take it seriously and not mess it up. Monkey and Dexiong exchanged glances, astonished. Dexiong, in this outfit, you quite resemble a big boss. I heard this suit costs several $1,000s. Really? Monkey, do I look like a big boss when I wear it? The two engaged in casual banter, oblivious to Dejun's darkening expression. If you botch this, we 3 will have no choice but to return to the countryside and farm. Dexiong and Monkey immediately ceased their playful demeanor. Who would willingly toil in the fields? They would rather die than do so. Songgo has treated us well. We must repay him properly. Indeed, diligent work is the only honorable pursuit. The 3, originally scouts, had been dispatched by Xie Yongsong to monitor the movements of the crows. Inside the bar, 200 meters away, the crow was indeed drinking, accompanied by a smiling tiger offering consolation. Crow, let it go. We cannot provoke that mad dragon. We should refrain from seeking territory in Causeway Bay and instead find other areas to operate. With so many territories belonging to Lianxing, let us seize a few. It is far better than squandering time against the mad dragon in Causeway Bay. While the smiling tiger's reasoning was sound, the crow, blinded by hatred, refused to heed the counsel. In this underworld, face is paramount. I have lost all dignity, and I cannot bear to show my face outside. Who the hell is spreading rumors that I was beaten? Whoever it is, I will make them regret it. The crow swept all the fruit on the table to the ground in a fit of rage, creating a chaotic scene. The long-haired companion watched in trepidation, eyeing the fallen food, unable to resist licking his lips. I'm hungry. Having been with Crow for so long, I've never once had my fill. It's too tragic. Long hair. Send those unsellable goods onto Hongxing's territory in Causeway Bay, and let them taste the bitterness. What? Deliver goods onto the Mad Dragon's territory in Hongxing? The crow's eyes widened, revealing a fierce countenance. Deliver them right onto the Mad Dragon's territory. Do it with force. Didn't the Mad Dragon say his territory was clean? I intend to turn it into a den of vice. Let us see how he handles it. The crow was indeed a wicked character, both domineering and cunning. A true genius of crime. Long hair could only comply, for the crow was a man who could hold his own in a fight. If he didn't leave promptly, he would inevitably face a beating. A sinister smile crept across the crow's face as he plotted. Once my subordinates deliver the goods, I will secretly alert the authorities. Watch how I ruin you. The crow was indeed clever, a maestro at creating trouble for others. Crow, cease your antics. The Mad Dragon is no trivial foe. Do not drag me down with you. The smiling tiger expressed concern. Though clever, he was timid and always preferred to bully the weak. Ahu. You are growing increasingly cowardly. They are nearly trampling you, yet you still cower. If you continue this way, you will find yourself back in Yuan Long, living out your days in retirement. The crow retorted without reservation. Unruly and defiant, he would not swallow his pride. With the crow's sharp retort, the smiling tiger found it difficult to counter. Tomorrow, Boss Camel will return from Taiwan. You can explain it to him yourself. The Boss Camel referred to by the smiling tiger was the leader of Dongxing and a senior figure in the Underworld, known for his traditional and principled approach. That old fellow, why hasn't he met his end in Taiwan yet? He constantly stirs up trouble for us. Smiling Tiger shook his head, perceiving that Crow was becoming increasingly unhinged, yet there was little he could do about it. Within the Eastern Star, Smiling Tiger shared the closest bond with Crow. One was adept with words, the other with might, and together they traversed the world of martial arts, evoking respect and caution from all. Enough of these vexing matters. Let us indulge in some drinks. In Mong Kok's Causeway Bay, the place was aglow with lights, and the streets teemed with traffic. A newly opened nightclub, sprawling over 1,000 square meters, was celebrating its grand inauguration, its entrance lined with luxury vehicles. Unlike other establishments, this venue employed bodyguards in tailored suits rather than diminutive bouncers to maintain order. Moreover, 12 stunning women clad in kipeos greeted guests at the entrance, their figures and beauty of the highest caliber. Brother Ben, welcome. Please, step inside. Xie Yongsong, dressed impeccably, stood at the foot of the steps to receive the guests, while his associate, Uncle C, attended to his own visitors. The entrance was adorned with a plethora of floral arrangements, and both Xie Yongsong and Uncle C enjoyed considerable connections in Hong Kong. Kuan brother, there's no need for such formality. Your presence alone suffices. The dapper Liang Kuan of the Hung Hing gang, accompanied by his boisterous companion, De Chong, approached, a small golden bull in hand that exuded value. Awesome. My brother is inaugurating his bar today. As the elder brother, I must lend my support. Indeed. Today marked the grand opening of the colossal nightclub co-owned by Xie Yongsong and Uncle C, a sprawling venue that encompassed a disco, bar, and KTV, all under one roof. One must understand that in the precious real estate of Causeway Bay, where rent is exorbitantly high, only those with deep connections and substantial financial backing could afford to launch such an expansive nightclub. On opening day, the entire city of Hong Kong was abuzz, with numerous young patrons flocking from Kowloon and the new territories, drawn by the allure of the city's premier nightclub. Named Caesar Palace, it quickly gained notoriety throughout Hong Kong. A long queue formed at the entrance of Caesar Palace, filled with eager young people waiting to enter, all enticed by the reputation of Hong Kong's finest nightclub. Inside, the lavish decor rivaled that of an actual palace, boasting a dance floor capable of accommodating 500 dancers simultaneously, complemented by a renowned Hong Kong singer as the DJ. The bar was outfitted with top-of-the-line imported sound equipment, with a single speaker valued at over 100,000. These elements combined to propel it into instant fame. How long must we wait in line? This bar claims to be the largest, yet it feels more arduous than reaching the heavens. Brother, several thousand have already entered ahead of us. We must be patient. There's no use in hurrying. Do you see those bodyguards in suits over there? They look capable of taking on 10 men each. Just moments ago, someone was reprimanded for cutting in line. Hang in there. Brother, our turn is approaching. Even to visit a bar requires queuing. This life is quite the challenge. In one of Caesar Palace's private VIP rooms, several prominent figures from Hung Hing had gathered. Han Bin, Dinosaur, Baki, Fat Li, and Brother Nyo, all present, including the nearly 7-year-old elder, Xing Shu. Awesome. This bar is indeed thriving. I reckon you could rake in 5 million a month without a doubt. Typically, a standard bar might earn a few 100,000 a month. But Xie Yongsong's establishment not only boasted a large scale, but also high consumption rates. The exact profit remained uncertain. With a smile, Xie Yongsong remained noncommittal. He understood the principle of discretion regarding wealth, merely responding with vague remarks. It's just opened. We shall know the numbers after tonight's settlement. Brother G, would you like me to arrange for a companion for you, too? Not even Fat Lee would be pleased to hear that. Is that so? Last time, I saw you emerge from the hotel in 3 minutes. Even the time it took to undress counts. I must expose you. Laughter erupted. Brother G, you ought to take better care of your health. Just then, Fei Quan pushed the door open. Song-gu, Uncle C requests your presence. There's something significant. Xie Yongsong nodded, bidding farewell to the group as he prepared to depart. Ah-song, go ahead. Don't mind us. You must be quite busy today. Chapter 6. Uncle C's Umbrella of Protection. Upon entering another opulent private room, Xie Yongsong was greeted by the sight of 2 individuals. One was Uncle C, and the other was a stern-looking man in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of authority. He resembled a police officer. Ah-song, you're here. Allow me to introduce you. This is Inspector Li Xiong from the police force, currently the head of the anti-drug unit for the Hong Kong Island region, a position of considerable prestige. Xie Yongsong's heart raced at the revelation. This was no ordinary individual, but a significant figure within the police, ranking even higher than Huang Zhiqing in Hong Kong's police hierarchy. Attaining the rank of inspector granted the privilege of donning a white uniform, and those in such attire were not mere officers, but rather high-ranking officials. Inspector Li commanded the anti-drug unit, undoubtedly a person of great influence. Wait a moment, wasn't Uncle C the shadowy figure behind the loyal and righteous society in the film The Battle for the Leader? Although Uncle C himself was not involved in drug trafficking, he supported the society, acting as a puppet master while wishing to keep his ties to it concealed. Was there a hidden agenda here? Could Inspector Li be Uncle C's protector? As Inspector Li feigned disinterest, he suddenly perked up at the mention of a better tomorrow, his eyes lighting up. Ah, Mr. Xie, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've long admired your reputation. Young and accomplished, you possess a remarkable presence. Inspector Li enthusiastically shook Xie Yongsong's hand, recognizing him as a future powerhouse. The film industry is not a commonplace endeavor. Mere financial success cannot define it. Consider Shaw Brothers. While they were prominent figures in Hong Kong, they were also distinguished gentlemen adorned with accolades. Similarly, Zhou Wenhui is another notable figure, not for their wealth, but for their influence over public sentiment and the media narrative. In Hong Kong, individuals of this caliber are invaluable. Upon learning that Xie Yongsong was involved in filmmaking, Inspector Li's demeanor shifted significantly. Oh, not at all. Inspector Li, achieving the rank of senior inspector at such a young age speaks volumes about your promising future. Xie Yongsong's words were sincere. In the past, Chinese individuals struggled to attain even the rank of inspector, but thanks to negotiations regarding the return of sovereignty with the British, they slowly advanced to the ranks of inspectors and senior inspectors. Currently, the highest position held by a Chinese officer is that of senior inspector, like Inspector Li before him. Haha, let us toast to mutual support. Come, let us raise a glass to celebrate the flourishing of the bar. After a few drinks, Uncle C began to extol Xie Yongsong's virtues. Had it not been for Ah-song's ingenious idea, the bar would not have achieved such success. Let us all raise a glass in his honor. It turns out that this bar had a mysterious shareholder in the form of Inspector Li, whose influence could indeed ensure the establishment's safety. Although he led the anti-drug unit, every officer had connections. Lending a hand was merely a matter of words. Inspector Li, allow me to propose a toast. From now on, we shall be good friends. Xie Yongsong discreetly presented a check, $1 million HSBC check. Inspector Li glanced at it and understood, accepting it with an even brighter smile. Indeed, we shall be good friends and collaborate often. Inspector Li placed particular emphasis on the word collaborate, and Xie Yongsong quickly grasped that such cooperation entailed a symbiotic relationship between the legitimate and the illicit. This is indeed an influential figure, Xie Yongsong mused, finding the situation rather intriguing. As the revelry continued, the hour approached midnight when a beautiful woman entered, a Gold Star madam and manager, a favored associate of Xie Yongsong. Ruby, has the revenue from last night come in yet? Ruby opened the ledger and began to report the results. Last night, we received a total of 2,560 guests, each spending an average of $400, leading to a total revenue exceeding $1 million. After deducting employee salaries, rent, utilities, and various expenses, the net profit was approximately $800,000. What? The 3 shareholders were left dumbfounded. So much money? Xie Yongsong asked Ruby, astonished, as the financial matters were managed by his side. Ruby, are you certain your calculations are accurate? Is there truly that much? Xie Yongsong did not doubt Ruby's abilities, yet the figure was simply staggering. To earn over $1 million in a single day, with a net profit of $800,000. If it were that lucrative, who would dare to venture into other risks? Mr. Xie, I've calculated several times, and I assure you, it's absolutely correct. Primarily, our bar's drink prices are significantly high, and the per capita consumption is elevated, coupled with an exceptionally bustling business. Some patrons are willing to wait in line for 2 hours just to enjoy a drink, Ruby explained patiently. The prices at Caesar Palace are 30% higher than those in small bars outside. After all, this is the grandest and most prestigious place in all of Hong Kong. Many ordinary office workers save for months just to indulge here, seeking that sense of vanity. Excellent. A thriving business is indeed a boon. Ruby, go fetch a bottle of premium champagne to celebrate. The three shareholders took turns examining the ledger. And only then did they believe Ruby's assertion that 800,000 had indeed been earned in one night. Xie Yongsong calculated his share based on a 40% stake, estimating his portion to be around 300,000, amounting to nearly 10 million in net profit over the month. Although not as exaggerated as depicted in films, the steady income from a single establishment earning 10 million monthly was simply unfathomable in 1980s Hong Kong. They drank until 2 in the morning, prompting Xie Yongsong to book a room upstairs to rest. Before sleeping, he opened the system panel to check his status. Name, Xie Yongsong. Position, Master of Causeway Bay, Gang Leader. Wealth, 134 million. Strength, 15 points. Average person 10 points. Maximum 20 points. Agility, 16 points. Average person 10 points. Maximum 20 points. Dexterity, 15 points. Average person 10 points. Maximum 20 points. Combat power, 62 points. Human peak 100 points. Average person 30 points. Currently, an intermediate double flower red stick. Combat skills, Wing Chun Master level. Upgrade requires 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Street Fighting Master level. Upgrade requires 500,000 HKD. Grandmaster Summon requires 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Master Summon requires 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Ordinary Soldier King level requires 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Wow. I currently have 134 million in my little treasury. There aren't many billionaires in Hong Kong now. Future tycoon Li Huanghua will only have around 2 billion in assets. Moreover, without counting film revenues, Xie Yongsong can earn over 20 million monthly from other ventures, with wealth accumulating like a rolling snowball. Let's conduct a master summon. I want an explosion of soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Summon. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a master-level figure. Yu Huatian. Ask me what the East Factory is. I shall tell you now. The matters you dare not manage in the East Factory, we will handle in the West Factory. Those you dare not kill in the East Factory, we will kill in the West Factory. In short, what the East Factory can manage, we will manage. What the East Factory cannot manage, we will manage even more. Execute first, report later, royal privilege. This is the West Factory, understood? West Factory Chief Yu Huatian, the most formidable supervisor of the West Factory from Flying Swords of Dragon Gate, with an impeccable swordsmanship, a prime antagonist, and a commanding presence. Wow. This is a master from a martial arts world. System, you summoned Yu Huatian to Hong Kong. Are you not afraid this world will collapse? The masters from the martial arts realm can leap across rooftops, effortlessly wield sword energy, making dozens of thugs vanish in an instant. Rest assured, host. The system has sealed Yu Huatian's inner strength, retaining only his swordsmanship and physical prowess, equivalent to a top-tier expert in this world. The implication here is that he is comparable to Yi Wan, yet certainly stronger than Su Zhengyang, as their levels differ, and the summoning costs are not the same. Su Zhengyang at level 847 is akin to an enhanced soldier king. Yi Wan is a novice master level, while Yu Huatian is a reinforced master version. As for why Yi Wan is a lower-tier version, perhaps excellent characters cannot be included in the free starter pack provided by the system, just like in gaming. Truly powerful characters require investment to acquire. No matter, I'll sleep now. The next day, Xie Yongsong arrived at Dream City Film Company, where the previously released A Better Tomorrow had earned him nearly 100 million. Filmmaking indeed proved to be the most suitable method for his rapid profit-making, and he needed to keep producing. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. As soon as Xie Yongsong entered the company, greetings echoed everywhere, with employees regarding him with admiration. Our boss is truly a genius. He struck gold with his first film, an extraordinary talent. Perhaps it's just good fortune. After all, he has only made one film. Yet there is undoubtedly talent involved. Since the release of A Better Tomorrow, the morale within the company has surged significantly, with employees feeling optimistic about their development at Dream City. General Manager Zhang Zhitian, hearing of the boss's arrival, hurriedly led the executives to welcome him, ushering Xie Yongsong into the conference room. Well, everyone has had ample rest during this time. Now we must get down to business. Fa Zai, how have you been lately? Zhou Ruifa is currently riding high. The film A Better Tomorrow has made him and Li Jiasin immensely famous, especially Zhou Ruifa's portrayal of the character Mark Gore, which has captivated the entirety of Southeast Asia. Brother Song, I'm in fantastic shape right now. I can hardly wait to shoot a new film. Xie Yongsong nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a script from his collar and handing it to Zhang Zhitian. Zhang Zhitian opened the script. The cover emblazoned with the two characters God of Gamblers. After reading through the entire plot in one breath, he found the script to be concise, approximately 10,000 words. Zhang Zhitian took over 10 minutes to finish the script and deemed it a masterpiece. Initially, Zhang Zhitian thought that his boss, Xie Yongsong, excelled in heroic gunfight films. But unexpectedly, this was yet another groundbreaking work. Moreover, the plot was intricately woven and exceedingly engaging. Boss, are we really going to switch to making a gambling film? This genre hasn't appeared in Hong Kong yet. Will the audience appreciate it? Zhang Zhitian's thoughts were simple. The risk of such an innovative film was too great. It would be wiser to continue riding the coattails of heroic films for quick profits. Perspective, what about your perspective? We filmmakers cannot afford to stagnate. We must dare to challenge ourselves. Many film companies in Hong Kong are following the trend of our A Better Tomorrow, merely to make quick money. But I must tell you, there can only be one A Better Tomorrow. It may be imitated, but it can never be surpassed. Xie Yongsong stood on the stage, passionately delivering his speech, while the employees below listened with fervor, eager to pledge their loyalty on the spot. Indeed, Mr. Xie is absolutely right. We support your decision. Chapter 7. This name sounds rather unfamiliar. We will always support our boss. In truth, Zhang Zhitian's thoughts were not erroneous. As a manager, he certainly wished to minimize risks rather than perpetually gamble with money. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Xie Yongsong was a prodigy, having already gained a divine perspective on which scripts would succeed, simply needing to replicate them. The plots of Hong Kong films had long been etched in his memory, and after traversing through time, his recollection had only improved. Indeed, do remember to have Wang Jing direct this film, that little chubby fellow. Zhang Zhitian was momentarily taken aback. The name sounded rather unfamiliar. After all, Wang Jing has yet to attain fame and may currently be hidden away, filming some low-budget adult films. He is the son of the illustrious director Wang Tianling. Zhang Zhitian felt a pang of numbness. Is it truly so casual to select a director? Just because his father is Wang Tianling does not guarantee that Wang Jing possesses the talent for filmmaking. However, he dared not press further. Whatever the boss decreed was to be accepted without question. Inviting Wang Jing to partake in the film was not particularly challenging. Before he even entered the industry, there were offers for him to direct theatrical releases, which delighted him immensely. The director was settled, and securing the leading roles of Zhou Ruifa, Liu Dehua, Li Jiasin, and Wang Zuxian would pose little difficulty. Zhang Zhitian was tasked with extending invitations to them, and should they decline, arrangements would be made to summon them by means of a special flight. The following day, the crew was fully prepared, and all the principal actors were in attendance. The film shoot commenced smoothly. They began with a ceremonial offering to the deities and even invited the entire crew to enjoy themselves at his bar. Suddenly, a sorrowful man clad in ancient attire appeared, and upon seeing Xie Yongsong, he knelt and bowed deeply. Your Highness, your servant Yu Huatian pays his respects. Zhang Zhitian was astonished. Was this a performance? This was the newly recruited extra, portraying a eunuch from the Ming dynasty. The more he observed, the more he was impressed by the acting skills, promptly giving Yu Huatian a thumbs up before turning to leave. Rise. Just call me elder brother. We are in modern times. There is no need for such kneeling. Xie Yongsong, while changing him into casual attire, also instructed him in contemporary manners. Yu Huatian was exceptionally quick-witted, understanding swiftly, for it was no small feat to rise above the multitude of eunuchs to become the formidable leader of the Western factory. Xie Yongsong took him shopping for clothes, intending to cut his long hair, but Yu Huatian adamantly refused, citing the age-old saying about one's body and hair being gifts from one's parents. Xie Yongsong acquiesced, for long hair was not uncommon on the streets these days. That afternoon, his subordinate Fei Quan rushed in, breathless, to report, Brother Song, we have a problem on our turf. Someone is secretly selling drugs on our territory. With dozens of bars in Xie Yongsong's Causeway Bay domain, it was understandable that he could not oversee everything. Just beat them to death if you catch them. Is this really worth coming to me for? Xie Yongsong had previously instructed that anyone caught selling drugs should have a finger chopped off on the first offense and a hand on the second. Logically, such punishment should have been sufficiently intimidating. Yet Fei Quan insisted, this time is different. We catch one, and another appears. It's endless. Moreover, the police have sealed our venue. Fei Quan cast a curious glance at the newly arrived Yu Huatian, but dared not inquire further. Xie Yongsong understood the gravity of the situation. They hurried back to Causeway Bay. In the basement of Caesar Palace, a dozen of Dongxing's subordinates were bound, their bodies marred with injuries. What happened? What on earth is going on? Yang Tian exclaimed in frustration. These are Crow's lackeys, specifically sent here to sell drugs. Their frenzy began yesterday. Damn it. This Crow intentionally reported us to have our venue sealed, didn't he? Various signs indicated that this was indeed the handiwork of the deranged Crow, and Xie Yongsong sneered. Only someone as insane as Crow would engage in such self-destructive behavior. Bring Dejun and the others to see me. I have instructions. Fei Quan acknowledged, dialing Dejun on his mobile phone. Although those early mobile phones cost a fortune, Xie Yongsong generously provided them to his core subordinates. Yang Tian surveyed the dozen ruffians in the basement and asked Xie Yongsong how to handle them. What should we do with these petty thugs? Let them go? Xie Yongsong revealed a cruel smile and casually remarked, chop off one hand from each and toss them onto the street. Let us see if anyone dares to provoke us again. Upon hearing the decree of amputation, the thugs immediately began to wail, Big brother, spare us. It was Crow who forced us. We didn't want to come. Woe is me. How can we survive without hands? Crow, your ancestors' 18 generations are to blame for this. Most of Crow's henchmen came from impoverished backgrounds. Had they any means, they wouldn't align themselves with such a wretched leader. Enough. Here is your chance. Whoever reveals to me the location of Crow's kitchen shall be guaranteed safety and a monetary reward, and I will ensure your anonymity. The thugs exchanged glances, and finally, one could no longer withstand the pressure and tearfully confessed, I know. I've been to Crow's kitchen. I remember the location clearly. Xie Yongsong nodded and threatened the remaining thugs. Does anyone else know? Those who do not will have their hands chopped off. The remaining thugs could no longer bear the tension, each raising their hands in surrender. I know too. Ultimately, 5 thugs raised their hands, leaving Xie Yongsong stunned. Crow's kitchen should not have been so easily discoverable. Is Crow truly so foolish as to allow others to find it? Separate these 5 and interrogate them. I want results. After exiting the basement, Xie Yongsong met with Dejun and the others in a private lounge. Dejun produced a small notebook, handing it to Xie Yongsong. This records Crow's movements in detail. I've highlighted the suspicious locations. Dejun proved reliable, meticulous in his attention to detail, and Crow's itinerary was thoroughly documented. Before long, Yang Tian also entered with the confessions of the thugs. 3 of them had divulged the same address. This address coincided with one of the marked problematic locations from Dejun's notes. Crow's drug manufacturing kitchen had finally been located. Dejun, keep an eye on this place for the next few days. Yu Huatian, you accompany him. Yes, boss. Now, Yu Huatian, like the others, called Xie Yongsong boss, adapting quickly. Damn it, Crow, today I will surely dismantle your kitchen. I will make you feel the pain. Xie Yongsong had no intention of killing Crow outright. Instead, he aimed to sever his financial lifeline, subjecting him to a fate worse than death, ultimately tormenting him in despair. Xie Yongsong called to arrange a meeting with Inspector Li in a private room at Caesar Palace, with Su Jingyang stationed outside to prevent anyone from approaching. What? You've located the address of Dongxing Crow's kitchen? Inspector Li appeared exhilarated. The Dongxing Crow operation was a primary target for their anti-drug unit. Yet they had long been unclear about the kitchen's whereabouts. Unit 5, 6th floor, Kennedy Road Apartments in Wanchai. Is your information reliable? Xie Yongsong affirmed with a resolute nod. This intelligence has been verified through multiple sources. It is absolutely accurate. There is no problem with the information. However, I have a favor to ask of you. Several of my establishments have been sealed by the anti-Triad unit. I was framed by Crow. Here is the story. Xie Yongsong recounted the entire saga of his enmity with Crow to Inspector Li, who nodded in understanding. These minor issues are nothing. I'll make a call, and you'll be able to resume operations tomorrow. Having connections in the background certainly facilitated matters. It appeared that the short-statured officer also wished to befriend the police. Awesome. In the future, should you encounter any issues in Wanchai or Causeway Bay, feel free to come directly to me. Although I manage the anti-drug unit, with a word from me, the entire Hong Kong Island district will show respect. With crucial evidence in hand, Inspector Li was pleased, patting Ah Song on the shoulder, increasingly finding him agreeable. This was no mere boast. During his tenure as the police academy principal, many young inspectors had shown him a degree of deference. After exchanging a few words, Inspector Li hurriedly returned to the police station to organize a raid on the Crow kitchen. The anti-drug unit at the police headquarters in Hong Kong Island was mobilized. Inspector Li immediately convened an emergency meeting for all members of the A and B teams of the anti-drug unit, confiscating all communication devices beforehand. The targets were the Crow of the East Star and the Smiling Tiger. Everyone was instructed to maintain strict confidentiality. The location of the operation would be disclosed to the team leader just 5 minutes prior to commencement. A convoy of several police vehicles departed from the station, speeding towards the 6th floor of Unit 5 at the Kennedy Road apartment complex in Wanchai, where all officers rushed upstairs. Hands on your head, don't move. Damn it, it's the police, open fire. Bang, bang, bang. 5 henchmen of the East Star brandished their Black Star pistols, hiding behind cover, and courageously exchanged gunfire with the police for several rounds. A fierce gun battle erupted in the residential building. The subpar black stars wielded by the East Star thugs were no match for the well-equipped anti-drug unit. Within minutes, the East Star's den was raided. Among the police force, aside from the Flying Tigers, the anti-drug unit was the best equipped, with nearly everyone donning bulletproof vests. Chief, we seized 200 kilograms of drugs, worth over 10 million Hong Kong dollars. This is quite an achievement, Inspector Zhang excitedly reported, noting that it had been years since their unit had dismantled such a significant case, finally allowing them to hold their heads high in front of the major crimes and organized crime units. Inspector Li was pleased, but did not forget the protocol. Have we apprehended the crow? Upon hearing this, Inspector Zhang was taken aback, having been so focused on searching for the illicit goods that he had overlooked the whereabouts of the crow. Chief, we found nothing. Although the crow was associated with the anti-drug unit, all members were familiar with his appearance. Continue searching. Even a small fry could tip him off. A portion of the team proceeded to conduct interrogations, while another group rushed to Yuan Long to make arrests. Quickly, to catch drug dealers. We must seize both the person and the goods. If we can have one of East Star's men testify against the crow, we can bring him down. However, if the crow managed to escape, it would pose a significant problem. He was well informed and could easily slip away to the windmill country to hide. Thus, Inspector Li did not return to the station, but led a small team straight to Yuan Long. The journey from Hong Kong Island to Yuan Long was not short, and Inspector Li was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Capturing the major leader would yield a different kind of credit. The car sped rapidly, reaching speeds of 120, leaving even the driver in a state of shock. In an apartment somewhere in Yuan Long, the crow was engaged in a card game with 3 henchmen who dared not win their boss's money, their faces etched with worry as they passed the time. At that moment, the crow received a call from an escaping henchman. Boss, our kitchen has been raided by the police. You must run. Chapter 8. So it was you who schemed behind my back. The crow was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The busy signal on the other end of the line ignited his fury. Hello? Speak clearly. Hanging up on me. The crow's face turned ashen, and he dialed other henchmen, but all calls went unanswered. Damn it. Who sold me out? This is 10 million worth of goods. My entire fortune. It's over. The crow felt a searing pain in his heart, as if it were being cut with a knife. He had invested all his wealth into the drug trade, hoping to strike it rich in Causeway Bay. Boss, there's a whole bunch of police downstairs. The crow hurried to the window and saw that indeed. Numerous plainclothes officers were rushing up, just 3 floors below, set to arrive at his door in mere seconds. What to do? Damn it. Open fire and fight back. The crow glared fiercely at Long Mao. If Long Mao dared to defy him, he might find himself with a fractured skull in the next moment. Long Mao looked helpless. Being a henchman for the East Star was tough, unable to even have a decent meal, and now he had to take bullets for his boss. With no other choice, Long Mao picked up the Black Star pistol and charged out with a few henchmen, while the crow retreated all the way to the kitchen, looking down and exclaiming, "Oh my, that is quite a height." Desperation kicked in. The crow shut his eyes, and upon hearing gunfire behind him, he jumped from the 3rd floor. Fate had not abandoned him. A piece of fabric broke his fall, and remarkably, he landed without injury. Haha, I'm fine. Do these damn police think they can catch me? The crow darted into a narrow alley, where the labyrinthine paths of Yuan Long offered countless escape routes. In the alley, the crow ran frantically, escaping far and wide. Haha, I finally got away. Do these fools think they can catch me? Maybe in the next life. The crow was filled with pride, laughing as he took out his large mobile phone. He had run so hurriedly that he was thankful he remembered to bring his communication device. How could one flee without a phone? Smiling Tiger. Our kitchen has been raided by the police. Come pick me up. The crow's voice was slightly breathless as he urged to bring cash and escape to the windmill country tonight to avoid the heat. The crow called Smiling Tiger. As these two misfits planned to flee together, their East Star gang had initially risen to power in the windmill country. Camel had brought the crow, Li Yang, and the other 5 strongmen back to Hong Kong from Heilong, spending 3 years to conquer the remote areas of Yuan Long, Tai Pa, and the North District, finally establishing a foothold in the fragrant harbor. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the alley. Crow, where do you think you're going? Didn't you say you wanted to mix with us in Hongqing? The crow turned around to see 3 figures emerging from the shadows, with Xie Yongsong stepping forward with a smirk. Yu Huatian and Su Zhenyang followed, leaving the crow utterly bewildered. How could this annoying pest be here? The crow pointed angrily at Xie Yongsong, shouting, So it was you scheming behind my back. You've caused me great losses. As he spoke, he began to retreat, only to realize that his Black Star pistol had vanished. Steeling himself, the crow attempted to turn and flee, but he found himself confronted by a dozen burly men brandishing assault rifles, AK-47s aimed directly at him, with the barrel of the gun glaring menacingly. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place. My goodness, do you really need so many guns just for me? Tears nearly brimmed in the crow's eyes. This was truly the end of his road. All his years of effort had come to naught, and now he stood with so many guns pointed at his head. With no escape in sight, the crow dropped to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother Kowloon, please spare me. I was forced into this. All of this was my brother Camel's doing. I'm just a small fry, following orders." Without hesitation, the crow knelt on the ground, betraying his boss and shifting all the blame onto Camel. Xie Yongsong couldn't help but chuckle. This crow truly was despicable, a real talent. Camel of the East Star was known for his prudence, avoiding unnecessary trouble, and was not as wretched as the crow portrayed him to be. The crow slowly approached Xie Yongsong, and just when he was 2 meters away, he suddenly pulled out a sharp knife and lunged forward. This was all part of his plan. At such close range, it was nearly impossible for Xie Yongsong to evade. The knife closed in on Xie Yongsong, halting just 20 centimeters from him. A hand, not particularly strong but incredibly forceful, gripped the crow's arm tightly, rendering him immobile. Yu Huatian's delicate face gradually came into the crow's view. Surprised? Shocked? Finish him off quickly. Xie Yongsong had grown weary of this game. He wanted the crow to see a glimmer of hope, only to snuff it out with his own hands, ultimately watching him perish in despair. Xie Yongsong, accompanied by Su Jingyang, slowly exited the alley, gradually disappearing into the night. Yu Huatian, with his other hand, drew out a slender, exquisite sword, sharp and deadly. In a flash, like a bolt of lightning, the sword glinted, and with a swift motion, the crow's neck erupted with blood. The crow's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yu Huatian, astonished by the swiftness of it all. Yu Huatian cast a bewitching smile at him and, with a low, resonant voice, declared, "To offend our boss is to invite death, and that would be too lenient for you." Thus, the Raven, one of the 5 tigers of the East Star, met his demise in the alley. Yu Huatian produced a small vial from his pocket and sprinkled its contents over the Raven's lifeless body. Moments later, the corpse, along with its garments, dissolved into a pool of crimson liquid. At that instant, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, washing away the bloodstains until the scene appeared untouched by any wrongdoing. Superintendent Li of the anti-drug squad searched tirelessly in Yuanlong for a full day and night, yet found no trace of the Raven, though he did apprehend several of his subordinates. In the interrogation room, after a night of relentless questioning, the Raven's underlings confessed to his illicit activities. Long Maojia, the Raven's confidant, volunteered to become a witness for the prosecution. The moment he burst out of the room, he surrendered without hesitation, for he had no intention of foolishly joining the Raven in death. By becoming a witness, he could serve a few years and then emerge to enjoy a carefree life abroad, courtesy of the East Star's funds. Superintendent Li, all evidence indicates that the Raven and the Smiling Tiger are the masterminds behind this operation. The Smiling Tiger has already fled to Holland, and the Raven's whereabouts remain unknown. He is likely in hiding overseas as well. With a hint of frustration, Superintendent Li slammed his hand on the table and commanded his subordinates, "What a pity. This case is far from perfect. Nevertheless, we have seized over 10 million in goods and unearthed the puppet masters behind it all, thus providing the public with some semblance of accountability." The following day, the Hong Kong police force convened a press conference. Superintendent Li delivered an impassioned speech from the podium, eliciting thunderous applause from the journalists in attendance. Having cracked such a significant case, he basked in the glory before his superiors, his smile beaming with satisfaction. If he could resolve a few more cases, it would not be long before he was rightfully promoted to chief superintendent, an unprecedented achievement within the Chinese community. In a luxurious private suite at Caesar's palace, Superintendent Li gathered his subordinates to celebrate their victory. His superior was greedy and lecherous, and naturally, his subordinates were a motley crew of drinking companions, each leader accompanied by a beautiful woman. "Come, let me introduce you to Xie Yongsong, my longtime friend. Not only is he the owner of a film company, but he is also one of our project's investors. From now on, we are family." After a few drinks, Superintendent Li hurriedly introduced Xie Yongsong to his subordinates, clearly signaling his intent to forge an alliance. Zhang Meng and Wang Hu, his most trusted aides, had been with him for 7 to 8 years and were utterly dependable. "Old Zhang, old Wang, feel free to enjoy yourselves. I've arranged accommodations for you upstairs. Make sure to treat our esteemed guests well. I have other matters to attend to." "Ah Song, wait a moment. I have a personal matter to discuss with you." Superintendent Li intercepted Xie Yongsong just as he was about to leave, pulling him into an adjacent room and instructing his subordinates to stand guard outside, preventing anyone from approaching. He spoke plainly, without pretense. "Ah Song, I have a sum of money that I cannot directly spend. Could you assist me in handling it?" Superintendent Li's words were somewhat veiled, yet Xie Yongsong immediately grasped that he was being asked to help launder money. Such illicit funds were notoriously difficult to manage. If the Independent Commission Against Corruption caught wind of it, he would not only risk losing his position but also face imprisonment in Stanley Penitentiary. Money laundering typically occurred through avenues like film investments and auctions. Recently, the most popular method of laundering money was through film investments, especially as the Hong Kong film industry was thriving, with box office revenues soaring. Superintendently, how much do you wish to launder? I can offer you a favorable split. In truth, Xie Yongsong had never engaged in such activities before, but he certainly did not want to let anyone take advantage of him. In business, one must profit, especially in such high-risk ventures. Who would bother without making at least a 10% gain? Ah Song, to be frank, when I laundered money through Mr. Gao from the Round Table Society, I took a 30% cut. That was hard-earned money. These bloodsuckers just take my hard work with a mere flick of their hands. This time, I intend to launder double. Superintendently held up 2 fingers, unsure of the exact amount, but his reference to hard-earned money nearly made Xie Yongsong laugh. Those so-called hard-earned funds, well, actually the sweat and toil of the common people. However, Xie Yongsong was not the type to indulge in youthful indignation. As long as he could make money, he was satisfied. You wish to launder 200 million? I will only charge you a 20% fee. What do you think? Xie Yongsong appeared quite pleased. 20% of 200 million would yield a profit of 40 million, and he could easily circulate it within his film company, posing no risk whatsoever. Superintendently shook his head, a trace of pride in his demeanor. The sum I need to launder is 2 billion, not merely 200 million. A 20% service fee is acceptable, but it must be completed within a month. TSK. Superintendent Lee was certainly ambitious. 2 billion. How many honest, hard-working individuals would be harmed? Such ill-gotten gains, I must secure a piece of the action. It would be justice, after all. The logic holds, does it not? 20% of 2 billion is 400 million, a surefire profit. No fool would pass up such an opportunity. All right, I guarantee it will be done within a month. Superintendently, expect to hear good news. Under foreign dominion, the winds of corruption blew strongly in Hong Kong. Despite the oversight of the ICAC, power inevitably breeds corruption. A pleasant cooperation. As Superintendent Lee and Xie Yongsong shook hands, their bond deepened, as if they were now passengers on the same ship. Chapter 9. Becoming the unforgivable third party. Should the ship capsize, they both understood they would fall into the water together. Superintendent Lee discreetly slipped away from that location. As a senior officer, frequenting such opulent establishments was indeed unbecoming. Just as Xie Yongsong intended to exit through the front door, a delicate hand suddenly covered his eyes. Guess who I am? A sultry voice whispered from behind, accompanied by a fragrant cloud of femininity. Guess your grandmother. Big sister, enough of this nonsense. Xie Yongsong pulled Fong Ting into the suite, shutting the door behind them. Are you out of your mind? Big sister, we are conducting business here. Could you please be serious? If Jiang Tianxing finds out, I may be fine, but can you bear the consequences? Fong Ting pondered this for a moment and felt a twinge of fear, yet she nestled into Xie Yongsong's embrace, as usual. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. You little vixen, I must teach you a lesson today. The scene of Xie Yongsong pulling Fong Ting into the suite was witnessed by a customer, who discreetly snapped a few photos. 3 hours later, Xiao Long hummed a tune while driving to Jiang Tianxing's private villa. In the study, Jiang Tianxing received Xiao Long, cigar in mouth, his voice low and gravelly. What did you capture? Let me see the photos first. Xiao Long retrieved several high-definition images from his bag, depicting a man and woman entangled in a passionate embrace. The woman, stunningly beautiful, was none other than his girlfriend, Fong Ting. The handsome man was Xie Yongsong, the very one who usually presented himself with such refinement before Jiang Tianxing. Give this guy 300,000. Xiao Long. Remember, keep your mouth shut, Jiang Tianxing warned. Knowing that the fewer people aware of this matter, the better, he was a man of extreme pride and would not tolerate anyone knowing of his indiscretions. Mr. Jiang, I assure you I will forget this completely. I have my professional ethics. Xiao Long promptly pledged, putting Jiang Tianxing at ease, who then instructed Ad to hand him 300,000. In the dead of night, Fong Ting drove the red Ferrari that Jiang Tianxing had bought for her into the villa's underground garage. In the living room, Jiang Tianxing lounged on the sofa, chain-smoking, lifting and lowering his wine glass repeatedly, his frown deepening with each sip. His mind was a tangled mess, and the more he drank, the worse he felt. Why are you still awake? Why drink so much? Fong Ting entered, glancing at Jiang Tianxing, preparing to retreat to her own room for rest. In the past month, she has been sleeping apart from Jiang Tianxing, unable to bear the thought of his heart belonging to another. Wait, Jiang Tianxing's voice was unusually stern, a tone he had never used before, causing Fong Ting to sense that something was amiss. What's wrong? I need to take a shower. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Fong Ting attempted to sidestep him, but Jiang Tianxing stood up, blocking her path, his expression growing increasingly sullen. Where were you last night? Upon hearing this, Fong Ting felt a surge of anxiety and discreetly took out her phone to dial Xie Yongsong. The call was answered after just a few rings. Hello, hello? Xie Yongsong sensed something was off and decided to listen intently. You're lying. You didn't go for a haircut last night. You were with Xie Yongsong. You bastard. What have I done to wrong you? Haven T, I treated you well? Are you betraying me? Jiang Tianxing's last words were nearly a roar. His voice laced with fury. Even through the phone, Xie Yongsong could feel Jiang Tianxing's wrath and despair. A sense of panic washing over him as he wondered if he had been discovered for succumbing to temptation and becoming the unforgivable third party. No, I am innocent. I merely assisted the boss in looking after his wife. Rest assured, I will deal with that kid Xie Yongsong. I will ensure he suffers beyond measure. Jiang Tianxing's voice came through the phone, brimming with palpable hatred. Xie Yongsong realized in that moment that Jiang Tianxing's greatest enmity was not directed at Lan Kwai Fong, but at him. This was nothing short of poetic justice. After all his efforts to care for the boss's wife, he was met with such dire consequences. The situation had escalated dramatically. Jiang Tianxing was now harboring murderous intent towards him. Although Su Zhenyang provided protection, having someone constantly watching one's back was inherently perilous. Jiang Tianxing was a former leader of the Hongxing gang, wealthy and powerful, with assets amounting to billions. It would take little more than a few coins to hire someone to end his life. Damn it, strike first, or suffer the consequences. Xie Yongsong summoned Su Zhenyang and Yu Huatian, and the three of them drove a license-less van towards the luxurious district of Galido Mountain. Such matters were best kept from too many ears, particularly since they were dealing with a former leader of Hongxing. Should word reach the Underworld, the spittle alone could drown Xie Yongsong. Though the Underworld had its share of moral ambiguity, there remained a respect for those who prioritized loyalty, while betrayers were scorned. Su Zhenyang and Yu Huatian were individuals summoned for this task, and loyalty was not an issue for them. Unlike ordinary subordinates who could easily waver when offered a better deal. After all, human nature is often put to the test. It is best not to share hardships with so-called friends. After driving for about an hour, the van halted in an open space outside a villa. The three scaled the wall effortlessly, as the 2-meter-high barrier was as inconsequential to them as air. It was now deep into the night. And given that Xie Yongsong had visited Jiang Tianxing's villa several times, the bodyguards should not pose much trouble. Armed with weapons, Xie Yongsong and Su Zhenyang moved stealthily, while Yu Huatian wielded a slender sword, quietly infiltrating the garden. At the entrance to the living room, 2 guards appeared to be in a state of half-sleep, their years of peace having dulled their vigilance. Ideally, one should have been on watch while the other rested, yet the one on duty had succumbed to slumber. This is truly fortuitous. Yu Huatian approached and swiftly covered one guard's mouth, dispatching both with precise strikes, silent and efficient. Professionalism. Xie Yongsong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The trio continued towards the living room, which seemed eerily quiet. It appeared that the argument between Jiang Tianxing and Fong Ting had concluded, yet what transpired thereafter? Suddenly, the lights in the house began to flicker. Oh no! They've discovered us. Prepare for battle. The security personnel in the monitoring room had detected the intrusion, and the high-end villa was equipped with numerous cameras, some conspicuous, others cleverly concealed. An alarm blared within the premises, awakening all the guards from their slumber, who rushed towards the living room under the command of their captain. 6 guards, each armed, were the most trusted enforcers of the Jiang family. The captain, Ade, encountered them in the corridor, and a fierce gunfight ensued. Bang! Bang! Although these guards were professionally trained, their marksmanship paled in comparison to that of Xie Yongsong and Su Zhenyang, and within a minute, 2 were felled. The remaining 4 took cover, engaging in a fierce standoff with Xie Yongsong and Su Zhenyang. Suddenly, a flash of steel pierced the air with one swift motion. A head soared into the air. The remaining 3 guards, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stood frozen and in their daze. Yu Huatian thrust his sword through one guard's chest, leaving the body to slump lifelessly. Bang! One guard was shot in the forehead, dying instantly, capturing a small leader. What should be done? Ade looked at the 3 cold-hearted figures before him, their eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Who wouldn't want to survive? As a father of 2, Ade knelt down for the sake of his family. Please, spare me. I have elders above and children below. Xie Yongsong smiled at him. But you've already seen our faces. What if you report us? Ade quickly shut his eyes, shaking his head. No. I didn't see anything. I won't report you, I promise. Xie Yongsong grinned slyly. You wish to live? Just follow my instructions. After we succeed, I will give you 2 million Hong Kong dollars, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Ade nodded vigorously. He understood this choice. Betray Jiang Tianxing or secure his life with money. Naturally, he chose the latter. Once again, Jiang Tianxing was betrayed by his own subordinate. Where is Jiang Tianxing? Take us to him. Ade pointed to the 5th room across the way, the door tightly shut. Xie Yongsong gestured for action. Yu Huatian kept his eyes on Ade, while Xie Yongsong and Su Zhenyang approached cautiously. Su Zhenyang kicked the door open. Not sure if it was due to the door's poor quality or his own strength, but it gave way with a single blow. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted from within. Luckily, Su Zhengyang reacted swiftly, ducking into the room and quickly retreating unscathed. Peering inside, he saw a middle-aged man at the door, pulling the trigger. The man's magazine was likely nearly empty. Such firearms typically hold 8 rounds per magazine, and a reload would take several seconds. That was ample time for Su Zhengyang. He dashed forward, throwing a punch that struck Jiang Tianxing squarely in the nose, causing stars to dance before his eyes and leaving him dazed. Following this, Su Zhengyang executed a grappling maneuver, pinning Jiang Tianxing onto the bed and cuffing his hands behind his back. Jiang Tianxing struggled a few times but did not appear alarmed. After all, he was the leader of Hongxing, having braved numerous storms. Gentlemen, I believe you have mistaken your target. I am Jiang Tianxing, the leader of Hongxing. Jiang Tianxing remained calm, unafraid. He couldn't believe anyone would dare to harm him, as the 11 factions of Hongxing would never allow anyone to act against him. Applause erupted, and a particularly handsome young man stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, you truly live up to your reputation as the former leader of Hongxing, remaining so composed even in the face of death. I'm truly impressed. Upon seeing Xie Yongsong, Jiang Tianxing's eyes blazed with fury, wishing to tear him apart. His teeth grinding audibly. You traitor! I was truly blind to have let you become the boss of Causeway Bay, just like Liang Kuan, a wolf that cannot be tamed. Damn you, Xie Yongsong. If you don't let me go today, I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, a former leader of Hongxing dying under mysterious circumstances will not be overlooked. You will find no refuge in Hong Kong. Jiang Tianxing menacingly threatened, intending to leverage the power of Hongxing to suppress Xie Yongsong, ensuring he would think twice before acting recklessly. Chapter 10, The Quintessential Villain. Xie Yongsong scoffed. Release him? Isn't that akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains? I am not that foolish. Villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. Xie Yongsong's current role certainly aligns him with that archetype. Jiang Tianxing had his girlfriend snatched away and was himself targeted for silencing, a true embodiment of a classic villain. I am taking care of your sister-in-law. Do you have any idea how exhausting that is? You ought to be grateful, yet here you are, demanding that I send someone to kill me. Mr. Jiang, do not blame my ruthlessness. It is solely your callousness that has precipitated this. Jiang Tianxing, taken aback, thought. Good heavens, is there anyone with such audacity? Is this even human? Su Zhengyang and Yu Huatian exchanged glances, their faces twitching. This man was far too earnest. So much so that it felt almost righteous. Fortunately, the two were unwaveringly loyal. Otherwise, such words might have triggered an immediate explosion of fury. You shameless bastard. Release me at once, and I shall agree to let this matter be forgotten, never to be mentioned again. Jiang Tianxing began to feel anxious. Xie Yongsong was clearly unhinged and entirely unreasonable. Xie Yongsong pulled Jiang Tianxing's bodyguard over, wiped the fingerprints off the Black Star pistol, and handed it to Ade. Ade, here is a chance for you to save your life. Kill Jiang Tianxing, and you may claim a portion of his wealth, allowing you and your family to live comfortably abroad. Trembling, Ade gazed at his former master. The Jiang family had always treated him well. Yet selfishness is inherent in human nature, and when faced with a dilemma between one's family and life against Jiang Tianxing's life, the choice became stark. Mr. Jiang, I am sorry, but I wish to live. Bang, bang, bang. Ade relentlessly squeezed the trigger, reducing Jiang Tianxing's head to a gruesome pulp, a horrifying spectacle. Ade, well done. Now, retrieve all of Mr. Jiang's savings. Since we have eliminated him, we must also seize his money. Otherwise, it would be a waste for it to go unspent. Xie Yongsong, ever the pragmatist, believed that if one were to kill, one must also take the money. Under Ade's guidance, Xie Yongsong successfully opened Jiang Tianxing's safe, which contained a modest sum of cash, approximately 30 million. Given that Hongxing did not deal in white powder, Jiang Tianxing's funds were relatively clean, with most stored in banks and only a small portion kept at home. Take 3 million. And remember my words. Spread the rumor in the underworld that Jiang Tianxing was brutally murdered by Liang Kuan, then promptly leave Hong Kong with the money. I have recorded the video of you gunning down Jiang Tianxing. Do not even think of playing tricks. Ade nodded immediately, clutching the 3 million Hong Kong dollars and hastily fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Brother, should I eliminate him? Yu Huatian smirked, making a gesture across his throat. No need. We should avoid unnecessary killings if possible. We live in a society governed by law, not the feudal society of your past. Yu Huatian, having a heavy heart for bloodshed, was nonetheless the decisive overseer of the Western factory, where killing was a trivial matter devoid of psychological burden. Go find Fong Ting. After all, a night spent together creates a bond. In an inconspicuous small room, Xie Yongsong discovered Fong Ting bound and gagged, quickly freeing her. "Ah Song, I knew you would come to rescue me," she sobbed as she embraced him. Yet his heart felt as still as a stagnant pond. This must be what people refer to as emotional detachment. Enough crying. We must leave quickly. The police may arrive any moment now. Xie Yongsong, with Fong Ting and another, drove away from the villa without any intention to clean up the scene. After all, the blame had already been placed on Lan Kwai Fong. How long would it take to tidy up? The police would be arriving soon. Instead of returning to Causeway Bay, Xie Yongsong headed to the seaside of Wanchai, where a small boat awaited. Brother Song, the boat to Taiwan is ready. I have relatives there who will take good care of your sister-in-law. At that moment, Fong Ting had yet to comprehend that Xie Yongsong intended to send her away, and she could not accept it. Ah Song, I want to be with you. I do not want to leave Taiwan, she cried, clinging tightly to his waist, utterly needy. However, Xie Yongsong's feelings for her were insincere. It was merely a fleeting infatuation. With Jiang Tianxing dead, his interest in Fong Ting waned, and keeping her around would only complicate matters. He could not bear to kill her outright, so he resolved to send her away to Taiwan. Listen, for your safety. I even killed Jiang Tianxing. You need to hide for a while. If word of this spreads, the people from Hongxing will not spare you. Be obedient and do as I say. Fong Ting, moved to tears, earnestly replied, You must come visit me often. I will patiently await your return. Reluctantly, she boarded the boat, waving farewell to Xie Yongsong. Farewells are always the most heart-wrenching. Ah Ting, wait for me. No one is to lay a finger on you, or I shall be consumed by jealousy. Once the boat had sailed far away, the warmth in Xie Yongsong's expression vanished as he addressed his accomplice. Have the arrangements for Taiwan been finalized? Keep a close watch on Fong Ting. Do not let anyone from Hongxing approach her. Cautious by nature, Xie Yongsong paid close attention to detail, bold yet meticulous, which had allowed him to steadily advance in the underworld. The following day, explosive news rippled through the underworld. The former leader of Hongxing had been murdered in his villa, with all his bodyguards slain. This shocking case sent tremors throughout the entire realm. Many speculated on who could be responsible for Jiang Tianxing's death. Breaking news. It was said that Mr. Jiang had been killed by the current leader of Hongxing, Lan Kwai Fong, in a power struggle. Is it true? Lan Kwai Fong is indeed ruthless, not even sparing someone like Jiang Tianxing, who had shown goodwill. Now the streets buzzed with talk of power struggles. Eliminating Jiang Tianxing seemed quite ordinary. The underworld was in turmoil, and rumors of Lan Kwai Fong's involvement in Jiang Tianxing's murder spread like wildfire, soon reaching the ears of the West Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit. Inspector Huang, holding the autopsy report, furrowed his brow, pondering how to crack the case. The weapon used was a .54 pistol, commonly referred to as the Black Star. Such firearms are ubiquitous, providing no leads whatsoever. One of his subordinates chimed in, Boss, I believe this case must have been orchestrated by Lan Kwai Fong. Who else would dare to touch Jiang Tianxing from Hongxing? Moreover, only Lan Kwai Fong had the motive. We should apprehend him for questioning. He will surely divulge everything. The West Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit frequently employed such tactics, given that their area was the most bustling in Hong Kong, rife with organized crime and a high crime rate. Inspector Huang, intent on solving the case, had not hesitated to employ dubious methods, disregarding his reputation as long as his superiors approved. All right. Let's head to the Quan Quan Film Company in Mong Kok to have a word with Lan Kwai Fong. Within the Quan Quan Film Company, Lan Kwai Fong was venting his fury at his henchman, Sha Chong. Who the hell is behind this? Lan Kwai Fong's anger was so intense that even a woman's ire could not be contained. I found out that it was Jiang Tianxing's bodyguard, Ade, who spread the news. But I have yet to make contact with him, Sha Chong replied, his voice trembling as he cast a fearful glance at Lan Kwai Fong. Lan Kwai Fong stormed over, delivering a slap to Sha Chong's face, leaving him dazed. Quickly go capture Ade. Gather all the brothers. We must find him. Are you out of your mind? Sha Chong has become a scapegoat, the object of Lan Kwai Fong's wrath. Just as Lan Kwai Fong was berating Sha Chong, one of his subordinates rushed in, his voice tinged with urgency. Boss, there are more than a dozen police officers outside looking for you. Should we hide? Lan Kwai Fong, lounging in his chair with a cigarette in his mouth and an up-and-coming starlet in his embrace, wore an arrogant expression. Hide. It's not like I killed Jiang Tianxing. Let them in. The subordinate who had been blocking the police stepped aside, and 5 plainclothes officers from the Serious Crimes Unit entered. Li Qianquan, we suspect you are involved in Jiang Tianxing's death. Please cooperate with our investigation, Inspector Huang declared sternly, brandishing his credentials. It was no surprise. Lan Kwai Fong was a familiar face to the Serious Crimes Unit, often seen coming in and out of the police station. If you have evidence, just arrest me. Don't think you can wrongfully accuse me. Lan Kwai Fong maintained his haughty demeanor, hardly regarding Inspector Huang. Having once been the leader of the Hongxing gang, and now at the helm with legions of followers. Lan Kwai Fong, it seems you've forgotten your time in prison. Do you wish to return for another meal? Inspector Huang, his temper flaring, commanded, arrest Lan Kwai Fong. Anyone who dares to obstruct, take them along too. Huang Zhicheng, having lost face before Inspector Xie Yongsong, was determined to make a mark today. Seeing the inspector furious, Liang Kuan quickly softened, grinning as he replied. Since Inspector Huang is so eager, I shall naturally accompany you. We at Hongxing are law-abiding citizens and should cooperate with the police. His demeanor shifted faster than flipping a page, and in moments, he cheerfully followed Inspector Huang to the Serious Crimes Unit's interrogation room, as if attending a ball. Inside the interrogation room, the tension was palpable. Will you speak? How did you deal with Jiang Tianxin? What was your motive? Not going to say, are you? Let's see how tough your mouth is, one officer sneered, pressing a thin notebook against Liang Kuan's chest, while another brandished a small hammer. With each strike, the officers hurled insults, resembling police yet behaving more like thugs. You bastard? I've already said it hundreds of times. I had nothing to do with this. I'm being framed. Liang Kuan wept in despair, realizing he had been betrayed, and now even jumping into the Yellow River wound to cleanse him of his predicament. Your resolve is quite strong, huh? An old fox like you. Shall we see how you handle our judicial coffee? The Serious Crimes Unit's infamous judicial coffee. Notoriously bitter and unpalatable, mixed with strands of hair, was one of their top 10 tortures. Am I obstinate? It's certainly not as you claim. What you're doing is illegal, and my lawyer is on the way. Liang Kuan was on the brink of collapse. If this continued, he might truly find himself in dire straits. These officers were utterly ruthless, more merciless than the Triads. All right, let us call it a day. Give Kuan-gu a moment to cool off and think things through. Huang Zhicheng mused with a smile, believing that the Hongxing leader was nothing to fear. He could easily handle him. Chapter 11. Touching them with sincerity. As for Xie Yongsong, the instigator of this murder case, he was busy directing at a film company. Although they were in the midst of shooting a gambling-themed movie, Xie Yongsong was dissatisfied with the efficiency. Having received a massive money laundering order worth 200 million Hong Kong dollars, a single film was insufficient to divide the profits. Both box office earnings and laundering income had to be accounted for. Thus, many film companies assisted the Triads in laundering money, with post-release box office performance being inconsequential. As the owners had already profited immensely. Buffet, invite all these directors and actors. If anyone is unwilling to come, use a bit of creativity and sincerity to persuade them. Buffet nodded, somewhat understanding the implication of using unorthodox methods. He glanced at the director list, which included Su Ku, Lu Wei-chong, Du Qifeng, and Chen Long among others. The task was daunting, and he felt a heavy burden. Xie Yongsong had even assigned him an assistant named Zhang Zhitian. Zhang would initially play the good cop, offering substantial sums to entice people, and if that failed, Buffet would step in, ensuring a secure approach. Mr. Zhang, please place an advertisement in the renowned newspapers of Xinjiang, stating that our Dream Island is offering substantial rewards for excellent scripts, with a prize of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Xie Yongsong couldn't possibly write scripts himself. He could only recall the outlines of popular films, laboriously typing every day. It was more efficient to solicit scripts from all over Xinjiang, as he could easily discern which ones would be successful. Films like A Plan and Hong Fei Hong were instantly recognizable as future hits. Viewing the current film industry from a divine perspective, even a fool could become a great director, especially since Xie Yongsong was a man with an edge. In the distance, the plump Wang Jing was busily occupied. The gambling film initially planned to be shot in 15 days was completed in just 10 days through his efforts. With an additional 2 days for post-production, they would be ready to release in a total of 12 days. Boss, a few days ago, Xiao Yifu from Shaw Brothers wanted to discuss something with you. How should I respond? The Dream Island Film Company had skyrocketed to fame, attracting all 3 major film distribution companies for potential collaboration, and ultimately, Xie Yongsong chose to partner with Mr. Zhou from the Golden Harvest Distribution Company. Tell him to scram. When we initially approached them, they disregarded us. Now we'll make sure they can't reach us. In truth, Golden Harvest offered better terms. Mr. Zhou was quite adept at handling affairs, and had proposed a 70-30 revenue split without a minimum guarantee, reflecting genuine sincerity. Mr. Zhou was keen on getting to know the talented young Xie Yongsong, hence the generous offer. On Yamadai Temple Street in Xinjiang, the Chun family gang was indulging in dog meat hot pot, renowned for its tenderness and deliciousness. Brother Long, Mr. Zhou has really agreed to raise our salaries. Lu Huiguang exclaimed excitedly to Chen Long, with the other brothers sharing his anticipation. Indeed, Mr. Zhou did say that. Our brothers are about to prosper. Chen Long chuckled proudly, flaunting his Rolex watch, rare in that era. Yet, each of the 7 brothers of the Chun family gang sported a golden watch, each worth over 100,000. Truly a sight to behold. Haha, we certainly made the right choice coming to Golden Harvest. Mr. Zhou is remarkably generous. Though Zhou Wenhui had left Shaw Brothers to start his own venture, his approach was entirely different. While Xiao Yifu was notoriously stingy with actors, Zhou Wenhui was known for his lavish spending. Come, let us celebrate the Chun family gang's new achievements. Cheers. Since last year when Chen Long was lured to Golden Harvest with a hefty sum, He had shattered Hong Kong's box office records with The Apprentice. Although this year Golden Harvest's performance was overshadowed by Sun Entertainment's brilliance, Chen Long remained their star and the backbone of the company, with Zhou Wenhui placing great emphasis on this gem. Mr. Chen Long, pardon the interruption. I am the vice president of Dream Island Films in Xianjiang. You may call me a Fei. At that moment, a young man in a suit and tie approached the group, exuding a courteous demeanor. I am Chen Long. May I ask what brings you here? Chen Long glanced at a Fei, sensing that despite his polished appearance, there was a certain fierceness in his gaze, reminiscent of someone from the underworld. As the core figure of the Chen family gang, his fellow brothers looked up to him. As both director and action choreographer, he was a true polymath. Oh, I am here to invite Mr. Chen Long to join our Dream Island Film Company. The compensation can be twice that of Golden Harvest. What do you think? A Fei struggled to mask his discomfort, delivering his message in an eloquent manner. Upon seeing the airplane's seemingly refined demeanor, Chen Long felt a tinge of disdain, perceiving them merely as inconsequential underlings. I apologize, but I am quite content at Jiahe and have no intention of changing companies at this time. Chen Long firmly declined the airplane's proposal. What is this Dreamland City film you speak of? It's merely a stroke of luck that you managed to produce a successful film. And you truly believe you have become a titan of the film industry? You should leave promptly. My elder brother has made it clear that he will not sign a contract with a company of your caliber. Spare us the embarrassment. Lu Huiguang, known for his forthright nature and recent string of successes, had become somewhat arrogant. The airplane intended to leave, but upon hearing Lu Huiguang's arrogant remarks, a smirk played upon his lips. It matters not if you lose face, but the reputation of Hongxing must not be tarnished. You would do well to contemplate your position. We at Dreamland City Films extend an invitation to you. Should you choose not to attend, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Chen Long's entourage grew visibly discontent, particularly Huaxing and Lu Huiguang, both skilled fighters who could easily handle ordinary foes. What are you saying? Threatening our Chen family gang? None of you will leave Temple Street today, you little wretches. Lu Huiguang spat furiously, confident that he could take down all 7 suited men within 10 minutes. Having had a few drinks, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage, while his fellow brothers also prepared for a fight. They all hailed from a martial arts background and had some connections to the underworld. Moreover, Lu Huiguang was a Muay Thai champion and had little regard for the 7 men before him. Chen Long, seated and enjoying the spectacle, was still under the age of 22, brimming with youthful vigor. The airplane, feeling helpless, shook his head. He had not intended for matters to escalate. Yet the other party's arrogance was growing intolerable. With a snap of his fingers, his subordinates promptly drew their firearms, aiming them at the Chen family. Just as Lu Huiguang prepared to engage, he was taken aback by the sight. Who were these people? Why were they armed? Chen Long, who had been enjoying a meal of dog meat, nearly choked in shock, cursing inwardly. What is this situation? Just a moment ago, they were so brazen. Why the sudden retreat? Typically reticent, the airplane was also provoked by Lu Huiguang's bravado and began to issue stern warnings. You are to report to Dreamland Island Film Company by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Do you understand? The boss has stated that while a contract is not mandatory, you must clear your schedules to shoot 2 films. Do you comprehend? Lu Huiguang and Huaxing, both rather naive, nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a word. Understood. We hear you loud and clear. However, when the airplane turned to face Chen Long, this self-important individual could not help but reply, I will be there on time tomorrow. The airplane left with a sardonic smile, accompanied by his brothers, brandishing firearms in the bustling city. It would not be long before the police arrived. Even bravado must have its limits, lest it become excessive. Once the airplane departed, the Chen family gang collectively exhaled in relief. These individuals were far too fierce. Huiguang, you nearly got us killed back there, damn it. Hong Kong is not a place for reckless behavior. You need to temper your ways. Indeed, there are powers in Hong Kong that are not to be trifled with. They are members of the Triad, while we are merely filmmakers. We should avoid entanglements with them. Chen Long was equally shaken, his shirt drenched in sweat, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Brother Long, are we going tomorrow? His fellow brothers all looked to Chen Long, as they always relied on him to make decisions. He was sharp-minded and emotionally intelligent. First, let us investigate the background of this Dreamland City Film Company's owner before we decide. Lu Huiguang, Huaxing, Zhou Ruanjian, and others had some connections within the organization. Most were affiliated with the Number Gang, which had the largest membership, though they lacked unity. Huiguang, I'll inquire about this individual for you. Do you know who the owner of Dreamland City is? Yes. Laoli, please find out for me and get back to me quickly. 10 minutes passed, and the expressions of several brothers turned grim. Zhou Ruanjian, with a furrowed brow, lamented, the owner of Dreamland City is quite formidable. He is the leader of Hongxing and Causeway Bay, known in the underworld as Crazy Dragon. No one dares to provoke him. He is a ruthless figure in the criminal world. The group instantly fell dejected. Being targeted by such a person meant they would either face dire consequences or suffer greatly. Don't be too pessimistic. I've heard that Crazy Dragon is merciless towards his enemies but quite amiable towards his subordinates and employees, providing decent treatment. Upon hearing this, Qianlong finally made up his mind. There haven't been many films recently. How about we visit Dreamland City Films tomorrow? I've heard their conditions are quite favorable. Agreed. We'll go check it out tomorrow. Listening to Brother Long is always a good decision. It's better than staying cooped up. In this era, the film industry was rife with the presence of various gangs, including New Records, Union Public Entertainment, and the Number Gang, all of which held significant influence in the film sector. Hongxing's foray into the film industry began with Xie Yongsong. The following day, Xie Yongsong personally welcomed the Chun family gang in his office, particularly Qianlong, a former superstar, well known across the country. Qianlong, it is an honor to finally meet you. Although Qianlong's youthful appearance had changed somewhat, his distinctive nose was unmistakable. As for the other members of the Chun family gang, Xie Yongsong was less familiar with them. He only recalled Lu Huiguang as the Muay Thai champion, while the others were unknown to him. Mr. Xie, what film do you wish for us to produce? Xie Yongsong smiled slightly, pulling out several cigars from a box to share with everyone. Here is the script. Please take a look. I am prepared to offer each of you a remuneration of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. How does that sound? Qianlong gazed at the bespectacled man before him, who appeared cultured and refined, struggling to reconcile this image with the brutish demeanor he had exhibited the previous day. Were it not for the imposing figure of the airplane, his assistant, behind him, he might have thought he had entered the wrong place. Chapter 12. The payment for filming is separate. This young man appears quite refined. Could he truly be a crime lord? The script is titled Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers, telling the story of an earl who, in his quest to recover a lost divine weapon from 8 centuries ago, faces numerous trials before finally discovering a sacred sword. The entire narrative is filled with comedic and adventurous elements. This script was not penned by Xie Yongsong, but was selected from a multitude of submissions. Upon recognizing the name, he could not afford to overlook it. This is one of Qianlong's classic representative works and marks the point at which he discovered his directorial style. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. This script is fantastic. I would be willing to film it even without payment. Qianlong was ecstatic. This was precisely the type of script he excelled at, comedy infused with action and adventure, and of high quality. He had an instinct that this film would surely succeed. Moreover, the remuneration was substantial, 1 million Hong Kong dollars, enough for him and his brothers to enjoy themselves for a considerable time. Mr. Xie, we from the Chun family gang accept the project and can commence production immediately. Great. Prepare yourselves. Filming officially begins tomorrow. Looking forward to a fruitful collaboration. After shaking hands with Qianlong, Xie Yongsong watched as Qianlong wisely exited the office. It is said that Eagle Plan, Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers was reputed to have a budget of 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Yet it actually cost less than 4 million, with the remaining funds earmarked for money laundering. During this period, Dreamland Island Films was exceedingly busy. Director Wang Jing was filming God of Gamblers. Director Su Ku was working on The Man Who Should Stand Strong, like Wang Feihong, while Qianlong directed Eagle Plan, Dragon Brothers, and Tiger Brothers. The film company mobilized all resources, featuring top-notch scripts, first-rate actors, and the most suitable directors. As the office door swung open, director Wang Jing entered, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces, a pair of youthful and attractive individuals. Boss, these are the individuals you wish to meet, Li Liangjie and Guan Jiling. Li Liangjie, appearing no older than 20, bore a youthful visage adorned with a few acne blemishes. Standing there, somewhat flustered and lost in thought. The other figure, a stunning young woman, stood tall at least 1.7 meters, clad in a striking red dress that caught the eye. This was Guan Jiling, a newcomer in the film industry at just 20 years of age. Li Liangjie hailed from the mainland and had previously been a martial arts champion, achieving a brief surge of fame from the film Shaolin Temple. However, upon arriving in Hong Kong, he encountered numerous obstacles, as the local film industry was not particularly welcoming to mainlanders, rendering him nearly immobile in his pursuits. Just as he was growing anxious about the prospect of returning to the mainland due to his inability to find work, Dream City Film Company summoned him for an interview, intensifying his nerves. Are you Li Liangjie, the mainlander, age 20? Li Liangjie nodded vigorously, his forehead beaded with sweat. Upon confirming that this young man was indeed the future kung fu superstar and not a case of mistaken identity, Xie Yongsong promptly signed the employment contract and flashed a smile. Congratulations, Li Liangjie. You are hired by our company with a monthly salary of $3,000. An additional remuneration for film work. Li Liangjie could scarcely believe his ears. Was it truly that simple? Wouldn't there be a need to test his martial arts skills and assess his acting prowess? Moreover, a monthly salary of $3,000. with further compensation for acting. Was this a dream come true? He was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to relay the good news to his cousin, and hastily signed his name. Relieved that Xie Yongsong wouldn't change his mind. Xie Yongsong felt elated. Having secured a future kung fu superstar at such a bargain price, was there a better deal to be had? All right, Jie, report to work tomorrow to play the leading role. Remember to arrive on time. As Li Liangjie exited the door, he stumbled in disbelief, still dazed by the news. Am I truly dreaming? I've just joined the company, and I'm already cast as the lead? Someone douse me with water to wake me up. Li Liangjie stumbled out of the office, leaving behind the delicate beauty of Guan Jiling. Inside the president's office of Dream City Film Company in Mongkok, Xie Yongsong stood face to face with Guan Jiling, who was still in her early 20s and had been in the industry for only 2 years. Born into an acting family, her mother was a star of Shaw Brothers films, while her father abandoned them when she was 18. Hello, Miss Guan. Hello, Mr. Xie. Xie Yongsong took her soft hand in his, which felt pleasant, while Guan Jiling playfully scratched his palm and winked mischievously. Though only in her early 20s, Guan Jiling had matured beautifully, reaching the pinnacle of her physical allure. Compared to Li Jiesin, both possessed a striking beauty, scoring above 98 in looks. Each a goddess in her own right. Guan, you've been in the industry for 2 years. How would you assess your acting skills? Xie Yongsong sat upright, adopting the demeanor of an examiner, while Guan Jiling responded with a cheerful smile. Mr. Xie, would you like to test my acting skills? Perhaps we could schedule a time for a little practice. Guan Jiling had long been intrigued. This new boss was handsome and affluent, embodying the perfect ideal for every girl. Encountering such an exceptional man, she was determined to seize the opportunity. Having grown up in a unique family, Guan Jiling viewed men as unreliable, believing that wealth was the only trustworthy asset. Thus, when seeking a partner, she prioritized assessing their financial standing, and she was well aware of Xie Yongsong's circumstances. His previous film, A Better Tomorrow, had earned him over 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and his savings were at least in the hundreds of millions, an uncommon feat among Hong Kong's millionaires. With such substantial wealth and striking looks, he was a prime catch. And if she didn't make a move, it would be a missed opportunity. How about we not wait for a specific date, and instead seize the moment? Shall we head to a hotel now? Xie Yongsong flashed a mischievous grin, seizing the opportunity presented to him. Guan Jiling was a celebrated beauty in Hong Kong. No man would likely decline the chance to get closer to her. I'm afraid I have prior commitments today. Let us reschedule? Reschedule? Ahem. Xie Yongsong pretended to cough to mask his embarrassment. The game of pursuit is often played to perfection by women. Things that come too easily are seldom cherished. Well, let us leave it at that for today. We can arrange another time. Guan Jiling casually took Xie Yongsong's phone number and sashayed out of the office. Oh my heavens. He is truly exceptional. What a perfect match. If I let this slip away, I would be remiss to my readers. At the headquarters of the Hongxing Association in Wanchai, 11 leaders convened for a meeting called by the Prince of Tsim Shui. Prince, why have you summoned us? The ever-loquacious brother Ji from Central was the first to break the silence. Let us wait for Liang Kuan to arrive before we discuss anything. He is taking his sweet time. 10 minutes past the meeting's scheduled time, Liang Kuan finally sauntered in, appearing rather unsteady on his feet. Brother Kuan, what's wrong? Have you been playing around too much? Brother Ji cracked a joke, which usually would elicit laughter from the group. That bastard. I was just apprehended by the police. I will have my revenge. Liang Kuan cursed vehemently, rendering Brother Ji momentarily speechless. Xie Yongsong, seated in the position of authority in Causeway Bay, stood with Feiji and Yang Tian. Feiji had recently been promoted to the rank of Red Stick. Once Liang Kuan settled in, he rapped the table to signal the commencement of the meeting. Prince, why the sudden gathering? Can't we wait until the monthly summary to discuss matters? Liang Kuan's expression was dark, having just emerged from the police station, both physically and mentally drained. He resented the prince for calling an impromptu meeting, questioning his authority. The prince's expression was equally grim as he slammed the table, shouting at Liang Kuan. Kuan, did you kill Jiang Tianxing? You owe us an explanation. Yes. Word on the street is that there is discord within the Hongxing Association that we're turning against our own. You need to clear this up? Liang Kuan was on the verge of exploding with rage, having been interrogated at the police station the day prior and now facing questioning from his subordinates. He was not one to be trifled with. What the hell? Prince, what evidence do you have to accuse me of killing Jiang Tianxing? I assure you, I did not do it. Liang Kuan's eyes were aflame with anger, but the prince remained unconvinced, implying that Liang Kuan was indeed the culprit. If you didn't do it, why were you arrested by the police instead of us? You are the prime suspect. The prince was unusually aggressive today, typically reserved. He seemed to be fueled with anger. Given the close relationship between the prince and Jiang Tianxing's brother, Jiang Tianyang, it was evident that the prince was acting on behalf of the Jiang family. Prince, the police merely suspect me. It doesn't mean I actually killed Jiang Tianxing. Liang Kuan retorted, engaging in a verbal sparring match with the prince. But no one in the audience came to his defense, signifying his waning support as a leader. As the esteemed leader of Causeway Bay, Xie Yongsong observed the lively scene beside him, whispering to Han Bin. Bin, how has the smuggling business been of late? Although Xie Yongsong held significant shares, he was often preoccupied and delegated the smuggling operations to Han Bin, occasionally sending the financial director to audit the accounts. Quite well, particularly the mainland route. Last month, we profited 20 million. Haha, you received the largest cut. Not bad at all, Bin. I have complete confidence in your management of the business. Upon hearing this, Han Bin's expression darkened, and he retorted, am I not still working for you? You, the idle overseer, seem to enjoy a carefree life. Han Bin felt a sense of injustice, believing he was at a disadvantage. Those capable should bear the burden. You've also made a few million. One should learn to be content. Xie Yongsong passionately urged, attempting to persuade Han Bin to continue his employment. Having collaborated for so long, they were well aware of each other's temperaments. The prince and Liang Kuan, exhausted from their quarrel, failed to reach a resolution and parted on unfavorable terms. Liang Kuan's position faced grave threats, his leadership appearing increasingly precarious. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, our Hongxing must represent at Jiang Tianxing's funeral. All 11 hall masters are required to attend. Jiang Tianxing had once been the head of Hongxing, and even though he had stepped down before his demise, he remained a revered elder within the organization. Chapter 13, Notable Achievements. After all, he held a pivotal role in Hongxing, having served as its leader for 5 to 6 years. Thus it was entirely fitting for Hongxing to arrange a grand funeral for him. When Bai Ji Fan Qinyao announced this matter, no one was particularly surprised. The following morning at 8, the day was auspicious, and the Weichai World Funeral Home was bustling with people. Numerous brothers dressed in black entered and exited the funeral home, while some guards stood at the entrance, preventing ordinary folk from entering freely. Apart from Hongxing's 11 hall masters, many prominent figures from the Underworld also came to pay their respects, including Luo Tuo from Dongxing, the Su family from Xinji, and several dignitaries from the Number Gang. Even He Lianxing, with whom Hongxing had disputes, sent a hall master to participate, creating a very lively atmosphere. Hundreds of younger brothers loitered outside on the street, smoking and chatting, discussing the distinguished guests who had arrived and their notable exploits. Did you see that? The slender middle-aged man is Xu Yong from the Number Gang, a formidable presence in the Underworld. He once single-handedly carved a path from Jiujiang Street to Yao Ma Ti with a blade, one of the 2 major figures in the Number Gang. I used to work with him and even dined at his home. He is quite amiable, without any airs. Oh, I envy him. You two are a big brother. Take me along, haha. After several prominent figures arrived, they entered the funeral home to pay their respects under the organization of Hongxing's Bai Ji Fan. Xie Yongsong arrived in a striking blue Porsche 911, followed by a long line of powerful Mercedes-Benz vehicles, standing out notably among the crowd of big shots. Look, that handsome man is Brother Kowloon from Causeway Bay. A major player in Hongxing, affluent and influential, his standing in Hongxing is unparalleled. The guard turned to his companion, giving a thumbs up, utterly thrilled. He is my idol. It would be amazing to follow him. Xie Yongsong was the first to emerge from the sports car, followed by over 20 subordinates clad in suits and sunglasses. The appearance of this entourage immediately drew attention, becoming the focal point of the gathering. The guards, typically dressed casually, were taken aback by the presence of such dapper big brothers, sparking lively discussions. Wow, so handsome. Who is this big brother? I want to follow him. It's simply too prestigious. You don't even recognize Brother Kowloon from Causeway Bay? Your connections are lacking. Only elites are accepted in Causeway Bay. I doubt you can make the cut, haha. Inside the Weichai World Funeral Home, the ceremony was personally presided over by Chen Yao, with each faction taking turns to pay their respects. The loudspeaker announced, the Qiaoxing faction, Han Bin, has come to offer condolences. 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows. The family expresses gratitude. Jiang Tianxing's family, including his wife and children, returned from abroad to handle the arrangements, tearful and sorrowful. Although Fong Ting was a mistress, she was now kneeling on the ground, having assumed the role of the legitimate wife, having borne Jiang Tianxing a son. Han Bin approached the true Mrs. Jiang for a brief conversation, leaving a named wreath nearby. A visitor has arrived. Xie Yongsong from Causeway Bay has come to pay his respects. 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows. The family expresses gratitude. Xie Yongsong, wearing sunglasses and a suit with a tie, stood out as the most dapper individual present, with his subordinates similarly attired. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. This small token is for you. The grieving Mrs. Jiang gasped in shock upon receiving the check, hastily declining, unable to accept such a lavish gift. No, this monetary gift is far too generous. Xie Yongsong felt a pang of guilt, having taken away her husband and leaving her a widow with 2 children. A truly pitiable situation. However, with wealth, remarrying would not be an arduous task, and offering 1 million in condolence money would ease his conscience somewhat. Nearby, Chen Yao observed this exchange, smiling and nodding at Mrs. Jiang. Sister-in-law, please accept it. This is also Ah Song's goodwill. We are all brothers. Hesitantly, Mrs. Jiang accepted, bowing deeply to Xie Yongsong. Xie Yongsong from Causeway Bay presents a donation of 1 million. The loudspeaker announced each big brother's contribution, and once the amount was revealed, it caused an uproar. Wow, Brother Kowloon is indeed wealthy. 1 million right off the bat? A major figure in Hongxing. Ah Song is truly chivalrous, among all of Hongxing. I hold him in the highest regard, a true friend, and many brothers. Uncle Xing from Kowloon Walled City, and Hu Shu Yong from the Number Gang quietly discussed regarding Xie Yongsong with newfound respect. Although there were many big brothers in the underworld, none had been willing to offer 1 million as condolence money to a former leader. Ah Song is truly chivalrous. The name suits him, a worthy friend to associate with. From that moment, Xie Yongsong's reputation for gallantry began to spread, surprising even him. You praise me for my chivalry? Very well. Xie Yongsong, with a subtle smile, humbly replied to several hall masters of Hongxing. Mr. Jiang treated me very well. This small gesture is only proper. The other hall masters were left speechless, realizing Xie Yongsong truly embodied chivalry. After the farewell ceremony at the Weichai funeral home, Jiang Tianxing's remains were sent to Babaishan for burial. The entire funeral procession grand and imposing. A rough estimate placed the total value of the procession at 50 million. In addition to Hongxing's younger brothers, many from allied factions also attended. If I could have such a grand affair after I die, that would be splendid, haha, Fei Chuan mused. Filled with longing for such a funeral. Fei Chuan, if you happen to be killed tomorrow, I will spend a fortune to give you a grand send-off. Otherwise, shall I send someone to take care of you? Xie Yongsong joked from the side, while Fei Chuan's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of rising to prominence, showing no interest in anything else. Enough of your nonsense, Songgo. When I reach the position of boss, then I will consider death. Fei Chuan replied earnestly. Haha. I'm not joking. Next month, let us promote you to a red stick and see how it goes. Xie Yongsong teased with a smile. Thank you, Songgo. Finally, I can become a big brother. Fei Chuan exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Songgo, when will I be promoted? Offa chimed in eagerly. Go on, go on. You have a long way to go. Your fighting skills are lacking, and your intellect isn't impressive. Why promote you? To this day, the circumstances surrounding Jiang Tianxing's death remained uncertain. Everyone suspected it was the doing of the former leader Liang Kun, yet they were at a loss for evidence. As time passed, the matter gradually faded from discussion. The world of the underbelly remained unchanged, and the Hongxing gang continued to thrive. Everything slowly returning to a semblance of tranquility. The Caesar Palace continued to flourish, with Xie Yongsong leveraging his extensive connections to invite numerous celebrities for performances, reaping substantial profits. Brother, there's a middle-aged woman at the door looking for you. Would you like to meet her? Reported a subordinate. Xie Yongsong glanced over and recognized her as Aunt C. Wasn't she the legitimate wife of Uncle C? Could it be that Uncle C had been caught with a mistress? A wave of confusion washed over Xie Yongsong. Ah Song, something terrible has happened. Uncle C has been taken away, and the kidnappers are threatening not to allow us to call the police, demanding 300 million Hong Kong dollars for his release. Aunt C wept. I can't think of any way out of this. I've heard you have many connections in the underworld. Could you help me find a solution? She pleaded through her tears. Xie Yongsong was momentarily taken aback. Uncle C had been captured? This scenario felt eerily familiar. Images of loyal friends flashed through his mind. Zhong Yixin, Lian Haolong, Su Su, Adong, and AFA. Wasn't this a scene straight out of the film The Heist? Don't worry, I'll think of a way. I'll send someone to gather more information, Xie Yongsong assured her. He summoned Dajuan and relayed a few instructions. After Dajuan nodded, he set off to carry out the task. Aunt C, please remain calm. I'll have my brothers look into this immediately. We will inform you as soon as we have news. Once he had successfully sent Aunt C away, Xie Yongsong couldn't help but smirk. Zhong Yixin? If he wasn't mistaken, there was currently unrest within Zhong Yixin's ranks. Lian Haolong's wife, Su Su, had colluded with the gang leader AFA to embezzle funds from the organization. However, with recent police scrutiny, they were unable to make any money and were planning to pull off one last heist before disappearing. Before long, Dajuan returned with a report detailing the inner workings of Zhong Yixin. It was a significant faction within the Numbers gang, led by Lian Haolong, with dual leaders being Luo Tianhong and Ahong. In the three streets of Wanchai, Zhong Yixin held considerable influence, especially along Queen's Road, where they primarily engaged in legitimate businesses. Uncle C was the financier behind them, providing not only capital but also networking resources. It was rumored that Inspector Li Xiong was covertly supporting them as well. However, trouble had recently arisen. Their goods had been seized, not by the authorities on the island, but by the West Kowloon anti-gang unit. Songgu, AFA has been acting strangely these past few days, always secretive and frequently associating with mainlanders. Dajun noted as he began to piece together the situation with Zhong Yisun. Keep a close watch on them. I want to be updated on their movements at all times. Remember to remain discreet, Xie Yongsong instructed. Dajun and his team, former reconnaissance soldiers adept at tracking and intelligence work, were well suited for this task. In a villa in Wanchai, the high-ranking members of Zhong Yisun were convening an emergency meeting, with Susu, Adong, AFA, Luo Tianhong, and Lian Haolong gathered around the table. What is going on? The two invisible bodyguards next to Uncle C seem to know our every move, Adong remarked. Frowning after watching a video, it was evident that they had been betrayed from within, though the identity of the traitor remained a mystery. Right now, our most pressing concern is to rescue Uncle C. He is our leader, and we cannot afford to let anything happen to him, Lian Haolong said, his expression darkening. Who dares to provoke Zhong Yisun? The kidnappers demanded a ransom of 300 million Hong Kong dollars within 24 hours. Ansi had just called, stating that the bank could not provide such a sum in a short time and asked for their assistance in gathering the funds. Susu, ever the cunning one, feigned innocence, remaining remarkably composed despite the turmoil, proving herself a worthy partner of a leader with nerves of steel. Understood, Brother Long. Who will handle this transaction? Lian Haolong pondered for a moment before deciding to bring along his two most trusted associates. You and Adong will go, and Tianhong should join as well. The more of us there are, the safer it will be. We must ensure Uncle C's safety above all else. Susu and Adong nodded in agreement. The transaction was set for 8 o'clock the next morning at Tunmun's Panshan Road in the New Territories. After the meeting adjourned, each prepared for the task ahead. A cold smile crept across Susu's lips. Once she acquired the 300 million, she could escape to Europe. Her plane ticket was already purchased. Little did she know, greater troubles lay ahead. Chapter 14. Everything proceeded according to her plan. On Panshan Road in Tunmun, a remote and desolate area, vehicles were a rare sight. Adong chewed gum nonchalantly, swaying as he conversed with Sister Susu, their demeanor suggesting a strained relationship. These kidnappers certainly know their business. Even if they were to collapse an entire mountain here, they could slip away before the police arrived. Susu remained unfazed, as if everything was well within her control. Whether it was Lian Haolong or Adong, they were both being manipulated by this seemingly innocent woman. Everyone, focus, the other party is approaching. Adong snapped back to attention, alerting Luo Tianhong to be vigilant as a young man with dyed hair approached, casually chewing on a toothpick, exuding an air of arrogance. Let us not get sidetracked. Our priority is to bring Uncle C back safely. We must not act recklessly. Susu raised her hand to halt the two, asserting her authority as she oversaw the gang's finances, holding a position of significant influence. Adong smirked knowingly but remained silent, complying with Susu's directives. As the opposing vehicle slowly rolled up, two masked men emerged, striding toward Zhong Yisun's 3 cars. One of them calmly inquired, "Where's the money?" 300 million Hong Kong dollars, where's the man? If we don't see Uncle C, we won't hand over a single cent, Adong retorted. Not one to be easily fooled. The kidnappers, however, were prepared, responding nonchalantly. You're in no position to negotiate. Once we receive the money, I will instruct my men to release him. This was all anticipated by Susu. She had already briefed the kidnappers on how to conduct themselves, ensuring everything unfolded according to her plan. Adong, Uncle C's safety is paramount. You know Brother Long cares deeply about this, Susu emphasized, her tone serious. For Lian Haolong genuinely regarded Uncle C as an exemplary leader. Oh, you're the sister-in-law, you call the shots, Tianhong said, directing his subordinates to pass the large suitcase containing the 300 million Hong Kong dollars to the kidnappers. The two men each took one handle and began transferring the bags to the van. The entire process went remarkably smoothly. After securing the ransom, the van sped down the slope, accelerating rapidly. My goodness, that went too well. We hit the jackpot this time. AFA said each of us gets 300,000. With this money, I can return to the mainland and start a small business. The kidnappers were elated, having come from the mainland, where 300,000 was a fortune. Enough for a comfortable life, and even seed capital for a venture. Indeed, my wife back in the mainland just gave birth to a daughter, finally. There as hope on the horizon, the unexpected windfall had these simple mainlanders feeling immensely satisfied, never once considering the possibility of absconding with the money. Little did they know, just a few hundred meters away, 3 mysterious figures were observing the entire scene through binoculars. Hey, boss, those 2 have come down the mountain. They should reach the designated location within 5 minutes. Understood. You're all free to go. The 2 kidnappers hummed a cheerful tune, reveling in their good fortune as they daydreamed about the lavish life awaiting them post-transaction. The winding mountain road was flanked by cliffs, with a mere 2 meters of width. just enough for two vehicles to pass each other. As they approached the foot of the mountain, just a kilometer away, their spirits lifted considerably, believing that within a mere 10 minutes, they would safely reach their destination. Suddenly, the path ahead was obstructed by a stalled truck, seemingly broken down and immobile. What terrible luck! Just as they thought they were almost free, one of the robbers slammed the steering wheel, leaned out of the window, and shouted, "Brother, what's wrong with your vehicle? Can it still move? I have urgent matters to attend to. You must clear the way." A mocking laughter emanated from within the truck. "Not a chance, and you won't be going anywhere either. This mountain will be your burial ground." Xie Yongsong stepped down from the truck, a Desert Eagle in hand, and aimed it at the driving robber, pulling the trigger. The shot from the Desert Eagle was devastating. It obliterated the robber's head, and blood splattered onto the face of his companion in the passenger seat, leaving him momentarily stunned, speechless. My heavens! Xie Yongsong fired another shot, dispatching the remaining robber, and sighed, "Alas, such cowardice. How dare you attempt to be a bandit without any spine? You ought to cultivate your courage in your next life. Aircraft, come over and assist in moving the goods." The aircraft, accompanied by several henchmen, transferred the bags filled with money to their own vehicle and stuffed the van into the truck's trunk. All done. The winding mountain road bore no traces of their passage, now eerily empty. Meanwhile, Su and her companions waiting on the mountain began to sense something amiss. Oh no, these robbers have broken their promise. They said they would release us in an hour, and now it's been 2. The phone lines were unreachable. Damn it, we've been played by these kidnappers. I warned that payment should only be exchanged hand in hand. Adong was furious, blaming Su for her unilateral decisions. Now they had lost the money and couldn't locate the people. Let us hurry back to report to Brother Long. Our loyalty has suffered a significant loss this time. Just days prior, they had lost over 10 million in goods, and now an additional 300 million Hong Kong dollars. It was clear that the financial situation of the Loyalty and Righteousness Society was in dire straits. With her back turned to everyone, Su's lips curled into a slight smirk. This sum of money was enough for her to escape to Europe and live leisurely for the rest of her life. Xie Yongsong instructed the aircraft to drive the truck to an isolated beach in Tuen Mun, igniting a fierce blaze that reduced the vehicle to ashes. This way, even if the police discovered his involvement, they would lack irrefutable evidence. This was the essence of obliterating all traces. Brother Song, you are truly impressive. How did you know that 300 million Hong Kong dollars would pass through this route today? The aircraft had longed to ask this question, but had restrained himself. 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Even a bank's cash transport vehicle shouldn't have only 2 guards, right? Moreover, who would dare to flaunt such a large sum of money in public, especially in such a remote area? Xie Yongsong smiled mysteriously, as the leader. One must maintain an air of enigma. Otherwise, how can one command respect from their subordinates? That's a secret. In truth, I am a celestial being descended to Earth, possessing the ability to foresee events. But do keep this to yourself. If others were to overhear such claims, they would surely dismiss them as nonsense. Yet the aircraft began to ponder seriously. Observing the aircraft's expression, Xie Yongsong covered his face in despair. Oh no. Aircraft, you must use your brain more. The individuals involved in this operation are trustworthy. They would never betray us, and all evidence has been meticulously disposed of, so there is no cause for concern. Aircraft, distribute this money among the brothers, 50,000 each. With 7 brothers sharing, that amounted to 350 million Hong Kong dollars disappearing in an instant. It was necessary to use money to maintain the loyalty of the underlings. Meanwhile, Su anxiously awaited news at home, as per their agreement. Big Cat should have reported back with reassurance. Hello, Big Cat. Did I not tell you? Upon receiving the money, you must call to confirm. Su thought Big Cat had simply forgotten and wanted to verify personally. What? Sister Su, I haven't seen the money yet. After those 2 left at noon, we lost contact. Hello? Sister Su, are you listening? Su was struck silent by this news. The money they had nearly secured had vanished. What do you mean? The 2 individuals carrying the money are missing? Unreachable? The other party was equally anxious. While people could be found, losing the money would render everything futile. Yes. Both the people and the vehicle have disappeared. I have dispatched individuals to search along the mountain road, but there are no leads whatsoever. Even Su, usually composed, felt overwhelmed and collapsed onto the sofa. Something was amiss. Was it possible that AFA intended to pocket the 300 million Hong Kong dollars for himself? Suspicions crept into Su's mind. AFA was in charge of matters on the mainland. If he wished to keep this money to himself, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Her gaze turned icy. She needed to confront AFA and ascertain the truth. She took out her mobile phone, dialing AFA's number, and calmly asked, AFA, where are you? I have something important to discuss in person. All right, I will arrive in 10 minutes. AFA was also distressed upon hearing about the missing money. 10 minutes later, AFA entered the room alone, and Su emerged slowly from behind the door. clutching a compact pistol aimed at his head. "AFA, stop pretending. Where have you hidden the money?" Su Su's eyes were fierce, as though she could devour him whole. Anyone who dared to take her money would meet a swift end. "Sister Su Su, what are you talking about? Are you suspecting that I've hidden the money?" Su Su's skepticism was evident as she confronted him. "AFA, do not be too greedy. This plan was mine. I orchestrated everything. And you've already taken 100 million. Surely that is sufficient. Sister Su Su, we are tied to the same fate now. If Lian Haolong finds out, we are both doomed. Besides, if I had taken the money, would I have returned here to let you point a gun at me?" AFA's reasoning was sound. And Su Su, not being foolish, began to reconsider. She was left bewildered, pondering who could have stolen the 300 million that they had labored so hard to earn. AFA was equally at a loss. After calculating, he found himself empty-handed, wondering who was scheming behind the scenes. Su Su and AFA sat in the room, their expressions grim, slumped on the sofa, pale-faced. What to do? This is disastrous. The money is gone, and we cannot explain ourselves to Lian Haolong. AFA's mind was racing. He had once been a respectable leader, yet now, having betrayed Brother Long alongside Su Su, he felt utterly hopeless. They had failed to secure the money, and escaping was not an option. Perhaps it was best to remain temporarily with the Loyalty and Righteousness Society. With him as the elder brother and her as the leader, Uncle C is still in our hands. Perhaps we can extract some benefits from Lian Haolong. Su Su, indeed ruthless, was still fixated on extracting profit from Lian Haolong. AFA could only nod in resignation, pretending that nothing had transpired, continuing to seek benefits within the Loyalty and Righteousness Society. In the following days, the territory of the Loyalty and Righteousness Society in Wan Chai was tumultuous, as their rivals, led by a handsome figure, launched an assault. "Kill them." A group of 30 to 40 thugs stormed into a bar, wrecking it and bringing down all of Loyalty and Righteousness Society's underlings. The night in Wan Chai was particularly chaotic, with the handsome leader and his men engaged in fierce combat with the Loyalty and Righteousness Society, throwing the entire area into disarray. In contrast, the Caesar Palace in Causeway Bay remained a scene of revelry. De Jun, De Xiong, and Monkey, all of this is for you. You have worked hard during this time. Xie Yongsong pulled out 3 HSBC bank checks from his pocket, swiftly writing 50,000 on each, a total of 15 checks each. Chapter 15, specializing in private security services. Brother Song, this amount of money seems excessive, does it not? We haven't done much. De Jun gazed at the checks before him, somewhat hesitant to accept, surprised at how effortless it was to earn money in Hong Kong. During this period, he merely engaged in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, which was not particularly perilous. The money Xie Yongsong, spent was never meant to be reclaimed. I believe you are worthy of this sum. You truly deserve it. So take it with peace of mind. There will be many more matters requiring your assistance in the future. Dajuan, Hosey, and Daxiong felt as if they were in a dream. This was $500,000 Hong Kong dollars, a genuine windfall. Having followed Xie Yongsong for merely 6 months, they had already earned more than most could hope to accumulate in a lifetime. Brother Xiong, Brother Ho, I plan to send both of you to TSC Wanshan to serve as combat instructors, imparting the martial skills from our ranks to our comrades. The training base in TSC Wanshan already boasts over 50 individuals, each consuming considerable resources. Although their marksmanship has improved significantly, they have always lagged in close-quarters combat. Furthermore, while Ah Chong is adept with firearms, he lacks the expertise to transform a disorganized mob into a disciplined cadre of professional mercenaries. I intend to establish a security company that specializes in private security services. Xie Yongsong has long harbored this ambition. Registering a security firm in Hong Kong is no simple feat. It demands a network of connections. Security companies are permitted to bear arms. Yet obtaining a firearm license in Hong Kong is a formidable challenge, let alone founding a security company. However, Xie Yongsong could engage Inspector Li to explore the possibilities. If he can utilize his connections and invest a bit of money, this endeavor should not be insurmountable. Just then, Fei Chuan rushed in, flustered. Brother Song, a serious incident has occurred in Wan Chai. The territory of Chung Yisin is under fierce assault from numerous gangs, with the Hao gang deploying the most personnel. Chung Yisin is also a significant gang in Wan Chai, dominating 3 of the busiest streets. For reasons unknown, these gangs have caught wind of Chung Yisin's financial troubles and ensuing difficulties. The handsome fellows of the Hao gang, who have always had a contentious relationship with Lian Haolong, hastened to seize the opportunity and rushed in to claim territory, resulting in a fierce battle in Wan Chai. With such excitement, it would be a pity if we, Hongxing, did not involve ourselves. Xie Yongsong remarked nonchalantly while smoking. Chung Yisin is destined to meet its demise sooner or later. It would be prudent to exploit this moment to secure a foothold in Wan Chai. With the multitude of gangs in Wan Chai, Hongxing has long sought an opportunity to plant its flag. This internal strife within Chung Yi-sin presents a golden chance. If we fail to seize it, future opportunities will be scarce. Indeed. Let me take the lead alongside Fei Chuan to ensure we capture Queen's Road. Fei Chuan exclaimed eagerly. Having joined Hongxing not long ago, his thoughts were consumed with climbing the ranks and advancing within the organization. Hongxing's double-flying nickname, bestowed by other gangs upon Fei Chuan and Fei Ji, reflects their prowess as top-tier Red Stick members. Xie Yongsong shook his head, believing that while they could handle ordinary gangs, they were ill-equipped to confront a formidable establishment like Chung Yi-sin. With formidable characters like the eight-sided sword Luo Tianhong and the twin sabers Ahong, Hongxing's double-flying duo would indeed fall short. I will have Yu Huatian accompany you. Let Xiao Yu handle Luo Tianhong, while you deal with the lesser minions. Do not overestimate your abilities. Yu Huatian nodded lightly. In this realm, he had no rivals. True masters often find themselves isolated. Although Fei Chuan felt somewhat indignant, he complied, following his leader's instructions without question. Outside the Caesar Palace, over 50 vans were parked, with 300 henchmen gathered at the entrance, all clad in matching black trench coats, standing motionless on the street with serious expressions and weapons in hand. As they prepared to stake their claim on Queen's Road in Wanchai, Hongxing exuded a formidable presence. Brothers, real men, charge with me. Kill! Fei Chuan shouted from a vantage point, igniting fervor among the ranks below, who roared in unison, kill, kill, kill. All of Hongxing's underlings piled into the vans, a grand procession of over 50 vehicles making their way toward Queen's Road in Wanchai. Meanwhile, the leaders of Chung Yi-sin were convening in a secret meeting at Lian Haolong's villa. The room shrouded in smoke and an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. Our gang has faced numerous issues lately, and I can't shake the feeling that someone is conspiring against us. What do you all think? Lian Haolong, his head pounding, lamented the gang's financial and supply shortages amidst the ongoing turmoil in Wanchai. With the traitor still at large, everything appeared to be going awry, driving him to the brink of frustration. Boss, those fellows from the Hao gang have been opposing us lately, vandalizing numerous bars, truly ruthless, Luo Tianhong remarked, tossing his blue hair, his tone dripping with disdain, as if these troubles were hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, the crazy dragon from Causeway Bay also meddled, causing a ruckus in our territory on Queen's Road. If we don't act soon, others will think our Chung Yi-sin's reputation is in tatters. Lian Haolong's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing, a fierce glint flashing within. He murmured through clenched teeth, damn it. Whoever is brazen enough to challenge us shall face our wrath. What is Crazy Dragon in comparison? I'll make him bow down. Luo Tianhong, this task falls to you. Do not disgrace our Chung Yi-sin. A cold smirk crossed Luo Tianhong's face as he replied nonchalantly, boss, rest assured. In all of Hong Kong, apart from you, no one is my equal, not even Ahong. Twin sabers Ahong had been incarcerated in Stanley Prison, facing at least 3 to 5 years before his release. Lian Haolong considered himself the boss, with Luo Tianhong being a close second. The meeting concluded with the decision to first deal with external threats before addressing internal issues, a plan outlined by Lian Haolong. Susu and Afa breathed a sigh of relief, feeling temporarily safe, having narrowly escaped calamity. Susu silently vowed to unearth the shadowy figure orchestrating these troubles, ensuring they would suffer a fate worse than death. In recent days, she had dispatched numerous personnel to scour Tuen Mun's Panchon Road, yet not a single clue emerged. Who could it be? Queen's Road in Wanchai, a major thoroughfare, had originally belonged to Chung Yi-sin. Yet, following a night of fierce conflict, most of Queen's Road had fallen into the hands of Hongxing, with only a few minor areas still resisting. Brother Song, the opponents are hardly impressive. That Luo Tianhong is nothing but a coward. Upon hearing our double-flying moniker, he dares not show his face, huh? Fei Chuan boasted. Xie Yongsong merely smiled faintly. Those who navigate such worlds often possess their quirks, and boasting is not a significant fault. You scoundrel, are you speaking ill of me behind my back? If you have the guts, step forward. A group of individuals strolled in leisurely, led by Luo Tianhong, his trademark blue bangs standing out conspicuously. With a toothpick in his mouth and a disdainful expression on his face, he brandished a Han Bafeng sword, its tip dancing in the air, casting a flurry of shadows. Just as Fei Chuan was about to charge out, he was halted by Xie Yongsong. Luo Tianhong was far too formidable. At least a master of the double flower red stick level, rushing out would be tantamount to courting death and would severely dampen morale. Yu Huatian, engage him in a duel to test whose swordsmanship reigns supreme, the true first sword. Yu Huatian, sporting a bun hairstyle, stepped forward, exuding a sharp aura. Luo Tianhong spat out the toothpick and approached, positioning himself to block his followers. Just watch. I'll resolve this battle in a minute, haha. This is intriguing. Luo Tianhong dismissed the seemingly unconventional Yu Huatian, thinking to himself, daring to challenge me in swordplay? Soon, you'll witness what true prowess entails. Yu Huatian, too, wore a contemptuous expression, the slender sword pointed at Luo Tianhong. You are far from worthy to engage me. Both Luo Tianhong and Yu Huatian exuded arrogance. Embodying kings of the pretense realm, Luo Tianhong's face twitched slightly, his anger flaring. His dignity had been insulted, and he must retaliate. Luo Tianhong suddenly accelerated, his speed rivaling that of Su Bingtian, as he charged toward Yu Huatian in an instant. His first strike was a lethal blow, slicing toward Yu Huatian's neck like a bolt of lightning, aiming for a swift kill. Yu Huatian let out a cold chuckle, perceiving this man as a mere novice. He bent slightly to evade the attack, and then thrust his sword straight at Luo Tianhong. Luo Tianhong was taken aback, barely dodging the blade. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he might have already lost his head, no longer daring to be careless. Luo Tianhong fought with all his might against Yu Huatian. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the atmosphere charged with intensity. As they fought on, Luo Tianhong grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that the prowess of this bun-headed opponent was unfathomable, and his swordsmanship was as unpredictable as it was deadly. Initially, Luo Tianhong had been relentless in his assault, but after a flurry of exchanges, he found himself on the defensive. Good heavens! The once invincible Luo Tianhong was now drenched in cold sweat. This bun-headed fighter was formidable, even more challenging than his elder brother, Lian Haolong. He exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet he could only barely fend off the attacks, unable to find an opportunity to counter. Their swords are moving too swiftly for me to perceive. I never anticipated Xiao Tian to be so formidable. No, I must refer to him as Tian Gu from now on. Fei Quan clutched his chest, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He was relieved he hadn't acted rashly earlier, for not only would he have faced humiliation, but his life could have been at stake. Wow, it's astonishingly fast. My eyes are practically spinning. This bun-headed fighter truly is impressive, managing to contend equally with Tianhong Gu. Where did he emerge from? When did Hongxing produce such a character? Everyone was left in awe of the two combatants' abilities. Although the specifics of their prowess eluded them, they understood that they were utterly outmatched. After 2 minutes of combat, Yu Huatian effortlessly disarmed Luo Tianhong, knocking his sword from his grasp. Luo Tianhong was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. When he felt a chill at his neck, a sword had already been placed there. What? This turn of events is far too abrupt. Luo Tianhong was completely dumbfounded. His followers equally petrified. The invincible Luo Tianhong had not only lost, but had done so in such a definitive manner that he had dropped his own sword. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All were shocked. You have lost. A warrior's sword is his life, and now that you have lost yours, your life is forfeit. Yu Huatian's handsome face bore a disdainful smile as he regarded Luo Tianhong. Applause erupted from Xie Yongsong. Bravo! This duel has been nothing short of spectacular. Yu Huatian truly deserves to be the emperor's appointed leader of the West Factory. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, rendering even the so-called second best, Luo Tianhong, incapable of matching him. Chapter 16. You could never possibly defeat me. Luo Tianhong, your future lies not in the loyalty of Zhang Yixin. Join Hongxing, and we can spar together. Xie Yongsong harbored a certain admiration for this flamboyant character. It would be a great loss for such talent to perish within Zhang Yixin. Luo Tianhong glanced down at the sword poised against his neck. He had dedicated his life to martial arts, and the swordsmanship of this bun-headed fighter was evidently on a far superior level. If only he could seek his guidance, it would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. A flicker of desire crossed Luo Tianhong's eyes, yet he stubbornly declared, "Very well, I will join Hongxing, but I will leave only once I have defeated him." Yu Huatian scoffed, "Then you shall remain with Hongxing for eternity. You could never possibly win against me, not now, nor ever." Luo Tianhong's anger flared, cursing inwardly. "I was merely speaking casually. Could you not give me a way out? Forget it. If I cannot defeat you, do as you will." Luo Tianhong surrendered outright, leaving his followers in shock. Even the great general had defected. What was left to fight for? The remaining Zhang Yixin members exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for what to do. "If you hold any respect for me, Luo Tianhong, then stand with me. Otherwise, our brotherhood ends here, and we shall meet as enemies henceforth." Luo Tianhong's loyalty was commendable. Having spent years with his brothers, he felt a deep bond, and he intended to bring them along when he defected to Hongxing. "Upon joining Hongxing, we shall be brothers. Each will receive a transfer fee of $10,000. It is for you to decide whether we remain enemies or brothers." Xie Yongsong chimed in, adding, "A transfer fee of $10,000 is not something just any gang can afford. Only someone as generous as I could offer such a sum. I will join. I will too. Wherever Tianhong Gu goes, I shall follow. I will join Hongxing." The ranks of the opposing gang dwindled as one by one, they flocked behind Luo Tianhong. In the end, all those who accompanied Luo Tianhong joined Hongxing, and Xie Yongsong effortlessly incorporated over 100 seasoned fighters into his ranks. Alright, from now on, let us earn money together and amass great wealth. The subordinates who had fought alongside Luo Tianhong were all suited to Hongxing's recruitment standards, easily handling 2 or 3 ordinary foes. Tianhong, will you lead your former subordinates to establish our banner on Lockhart Road in Wanchai? Lockhart Road was the most bustling street in Wanchai, boasting more entertainment venues than Queen's Road, with lucrative prospects that were utterly tempting. However, this endeavor to establish a banner served as a declaration of loyalty to the gang from new members. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Tianhong resolutely replied to Xie Yongsong. Very well, brother. I shall help you take control of the entire Lockhart Road. Await my good news. Luo Tianhong was fiercely proud. If he were to plant the banner, it would cover the entire street, regardless of which gang it was. He would drive them all out. All right, Fei Quan. You and Fly will lead 200 men to support Tianhong. This battle must showcase the might of our Causeway Bay faction. Xie Yongsong appointed Luo Tianhong as the main force, while also dispatching Shuangfei to lead 200 elite fighters to assist him, ensuring mutual support. Luo Tianhong gazed gratefully at his new boss. After all, relying solely on his 100 subordinates to seize Lockhart Road would undoubtedly result in heavy losses. However, with an additional 200 fighters from Hongxing, the situation would improve significantly. As the fighters dispatched by Hongxing were renowned on the streets, 300 robust troops, under Luo Tianhong's command, surged toward Lockhart Road. And this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Xie Yongsong had previously informed Inspector Li, who assured him that on that night, not a single police officer would appear, granting them free rein to unleash chaos. As Luo Tianhong stormed onto Lockhart Road, he faced off against 3 gangs. Against these minor players, Luo Tianhong dispatched them with ease, as if striking down children with each swing of his sword. Hey, Hong Luo, do you still recognize me? I am now Fei Quan of Hongxing. Do you believe I could eliminate you? Fei Quan led his men to invade Hong Li's territory, seizing hold of a Hong Lu Hall leader's collar and humiliating him thoroughly, venting his frustrations. Damn it, Hong Lu, you don't acknowledge me, but today I, Fei Quan, will still make you all tremble in fear. Fei Quan relished the moment, thoroughly avenging his grievances against those who had once bullied him in Hong Lu, and promptly expelled them from Lockhart Road. Hongxing achieved a resounding victory in Wanchai. 1 gang against 3, they successfully took Lockhart Road, forcing Zhang Yixin, Hong Lu, and Jing Yi into retreat. In Lian Haolong's private villa in Wanchai, a FA raged, disparaging Luo Tianhong. Damn it, that bastard Luo Tianhong. I knew he was a turncoat. Only my elder brother still trusts him. Not only did Tianhong take away 100 fighters to defect, but he also turned his subordinates against us and attacked Lockhart Road. My right-hand man, Sang Hua, was slain in the street. Boss, you must do something. Do not let this traitor Luo Tianhong escape justice. AFA incessantly grumbled during the gang meeting, having long held a grudge against Luo Tianhong. Because Luo Tianhong, during his time with Zhang Yixin, relied on his exceptional skills and looked down upon everyone, especially the cunning Alpha, the two of them would exchange no greetings when they met, creating an atmosphere of palpable hostility. I suspect that the traitor within our ranks is Luo Tianhong. It is no wonder that our recent endeavors have been fraught with misfortune. It appears that we have a mole in our midst. Alpha exaggeratedly cast all blame upon Luo Tianhong. Even Lian Haolong, in a fit of rage, expressed his anger, lamenting the streak of bad luck this month, with his uncle being arrested, 300 million in ransom going missing, and now Luo Tianhong betraying him. The Underworld is mocking us. If we do not retaliate swiftly, we will certainly be bullied by other gangs. Adong, prepare yourself. Retrieve those items we've hidden away during the first half of the year, and let us first subdue this rabid dog from Hongxing. Lian Haolong harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Xie Yongsong, whom he had never met. Zhang Yixin once controlled 3.5 streets in Wanchai, but now Hongxing has seized an entire 1.5 streets. The humiliation is unbearable. Lian Haolong, a man who values his reputation greatly, could not simply let such a grave insult go unpunished. He followed Adong to a nearby abandoned factory, a desolate area with no one within a kilometer, where even firing a gun at the entrance would go unnoticed. Brother, I have a nagging feeling that Susu is up to something. Do you remember what happened last time? Adong's words were cut short by Lian Haolong's stern rebuke. Adong, do not recklessly suspect our own people. We must present a united front against external threats. We are still uncertain about who the traitor is. Inside the forsaken warehouse, Lian Haolong interrupted his brother's speculations. Faced with internal and external challenges, he resolved to first intimidate the rival gang outside. The significance of Lock Road in Wanchai was paramount for Zhang Yixin. Hong Kong's 3 major commercial districts are Mong Kok's Portland Street, Sham Shui Po's Fuhua Street, and Wanchai's Lock Road. Lock Road is not only a renowned commercial street alongside Portland Street, but also a hub of bars, rivaling Lan Kwai Fong as a favored nightlife destination for white-collar workers and foreigners. For Lian Haolong's flower business, Lock Road is one of the most crucial elements, as Zhang Yixin relies on the bars on Lock Road to help distribute their goods. Now that Lock Road has been lost, future business prospects appear bleak. How could Lian Haolong not be anxious? Adong's subordinates emerged from the shadows, carrying several boxes of weapons. Adong opened one of the boxes, revealing an array of AK-47s and Black Star pistols. He extracted an AK-47, loaded the magazine, chambered a round, and aimed at a red star on a target 20 meters away. Rat-a-tat-tat. Adong emptied a clip before tossing the rifle to Lian Haolong. Brother, this is genuine Russian merchandise. It's exhilarating to use, more than sufficient to deal with those mad dogs from Hongqing. Lian Haolong shook his head and retrieved an old-fashioned rifle from his car's trunk, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the red dot on the opposite target. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot struck true, his marksmanship seemingly miraculous. Lian Haolong glanced at his results, a faint smile gracing his lips. This rifle felt much more suited to his touch. Brother, you haven't regressed at all. Only someone of your caliber could achieve such precision. Lian Haolong merely chuckled softly, satisfied with his performance. At that moment, Lian Haolong's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, the voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. Brother Long, I've uncovered the truth. On the day Uncle was taken, Offa's men were present at the scene, and Susu has frequently met with Offa lately, seemingly discussing something secretive. Additionally, I discovered that our goods were simultaneously confiscated that day. One batch at Dawangzai and another at the end of Western District. Lian Haolong's expression turned puzzled. The goods had clearly arrived at Dawangzai. How had they ended up at Western District? Furthermore, only one order had been placed during this time. As Susu had mentioned rising prices, and the company's funds were only sufficient for one purchase. Lian Haolong was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have managed the gang so successfully. Are you certain? Was it really Susu and Offa? Lian Haolong inquired calmly, although turmoil raged within him. Could it be that the woman he had always trusted betrayed him? And Offa, his loyal comrade of over a decade? Lian Haolong felt a chill in his heart, unable to comprehend why those he had treated so well would turn against him. Brother Long, we wouldn't dare make such allegations. I only became confident after thorough verification. Lian Haolong's expression darkened as he hung up the phone, calmly stating, let us not concern ourselves with Hongqing for now. We must first address the traitor. To confront external threats, we must first secure our own. Adong was left bewildered. Was it not Luo Tianhong who was the traitor? After Uncle's arrest, the goods had been seized by the police, and it had always been Susu and Offa orchestrating the scheme. They had been stealing from within, fabricating the entire incident involving Uncle. The 300 million Hong Kong dollars had also ended up in their pockets. Damn it, these two individuals had played him for a fool. Lian Haolong could no longer afford to be preoccupied with Hongqing. The betrayal from those close to him cut even deeper. Adong, go inform Susu and Offa of an urgent meeting. Adong feigned surprise while secretly reveling in joy, as he had long held a grudge against the two. Susu, emboldened by Brother Long's affection, had been domineering within the gang, often chastising him for his gambling habits while managing the finances. Adong discreetly used his phone to notify Susu and Offa of the meeting location, then hung up, casting a puzzled glance at Brother Long. Chapter 17, Brother would never believe it. Susu had been secretly using the gang's funds to buy and sell goods, pocketing the profits. Last month, her own shipment had been confiscated by the police, prompting her to frantically approach Uncle and even steal 300 million Hong Kong dollars from the company. Lian Haolong was heartbroken. After living together for over a decade, how had they come to this? Brother, could there be a mistake? Adong asked with a forced smile. Having previously suspected the motives of the two, but lacking evidence, Brother Long would never believe it. Could there be a mistake? We shall find out shortly. To summarize the subsequent events, a violent internal conflict erupted between Zhang Yixin and Xian, escalating to a fierce battle akin to a life-and-death duel. Offa received a harsh lesson at the hands of Adong. Lian Haolong chased Susu to a remote factory, where they engaged in a heated argument, ultimately leading to their capture by the police. The once mighty Lian Haolong had reached his limit with these troubles and engaged in a fierce battle with the police, but was outnumbered and apprehended on the spot. Meanwhile, Susu, clad in white and wearing sunglasses, was apprehended by the police with an air of elegance, prompting Officer Li to smile broadly. Lian Haolong's criminal organization had long been under the watchful eye of the anti-drug unit, but lacked sufficient evidence. Thanks to Xie Yongsong providing crucial evidence to Officer Li, this significant operation was credited to him. Despite Susu's frantic efforts, she ended up with nothing, and now in prison. She remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the 300 million Hong Kong dollars. On the other side, in Kuntong District's Chaguoling, a large impoverished area inhabited primarily by immigrants, including South Asians and Vietnamese, cohabiting in a complex demographic with a high crime rate. Honest individuals could hardly survive in such a place. In a small shed on the outskirts, a few men with mainland accents were drinking, and as they imbibed, they began to chat. Hey, how long until we get the money? Hangu, please give us a definitive answer. How would I know? The woman instructed us to keep our eyes on the old man, assuring us that we would receive our payment within a fortnight. So we shall wait. What? Another 2 weeks? Remaining in this wretched place for so long is unbearable. One might as well grow mold here. Truly a stroke of misfortune. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting Hangu to signal for silence. Stay quiet. Something's amiss. This band of robbers exhibited considerable vigilance. Abruptly, a resounding crash erupted from outside. Boom. The wooden door was blown apart, and 6 armed men stormed in, wasting no time as they raised their weapons and opened fire. Bang bang bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Although Han Ji's subordinates were forewarned, they barely had time to draw their guns before being mowed down by a barrage of gunfire. These individuals were remarkably skilled. Once their adversaries lay defeated, they took precautions against any feigned deaths. Thus, they delivered a finishing shot to each kidnapper's forehead. Such a shot guarantees a fatal outcome, with a higher fatality rate than targeting the heart. Songgu, all taken care of, exclaimed the man known as Songgu, removing his mask and addressing his subordinates with ire. How many times must I remind you to call me boss during operations and maintain discretion? Yes, boss. Xie Yongsong entered the inner room, only to find his Uncle C locked in a cage, huddled naked in the corner. Please don't kill me. My family will pay you. I have plenty of money. Xie Yongsong gently unlocked the cage door with the key he had found. Uncle C, it's me. I am Xie Yongsong, here to rescue you. Ah Song, is it really you? How wonderful, how wonderful. Uncle C embraced Xie Yongsong tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. He was finally saved. Xie Yongsong removed Uncle C's blindfold and handed him a set of clothes to wear, as the odor emanating from him was unbearable. Uncle C, how long has it been since you bathed? It's absolutely foul. Uncle C's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retorted, Come on, I was nearly at death's door. And you still mock me? You're quite the character. Haha, but isn't it better now? After changing, Uncle C urged Xie Yongsong to leave quickly. Let us move. I can't bear to stay here another moment. As Uncle C stepped outside, he was met with the sight of 5 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Instantly realizing they were the robbers, he refrained from elaborating, for as the leader of the loyal and righteous society, he had witnessed too many such violent encounters in his youth. Ah Song, I owe you a debt of gratitude. The favor owed by Uncle C was no small matter. It was a matter of life and death, a debt that could never be repaid in a lifetime. Enough with the chatter, let us leave first. Tonight, I'll book a private room for you at Caesar Palace to unwind. Xie Yongsong instructed Yu Huatian to handle the corpses while he and Uncle C made their exit. Yu Huatian produced a vial of corpse-dissolving liquid from his pocket, dropping a few droplets onto the 6 bodies. In an instant, they transformed into pools of blood, and once cleared away, the room was left empty. The 6 men seemed to have vanished into thin air, restoring tranquility. As Yu Huatian departed, he mused, if Songgu hadn't damaged the door, it could have been even more perfect. Aside from this door, no other flaws were found. Truly, the elite of the Western Bureau excel at silencing and disposing of bodies. At Caesar Palace, Uncle C, Inspector Li, and Xie Yongsong each had a beautiful woman by their side, all stunningly attractive, with looks rated at least 80 points, and possessing a good tolerance for alcohol, enlivening the atmosphere at the banquet. Ah Song, I truly must thank you for this, had it not been for. Before Uncle C could finish, he was interrupted by Xie Yongsong. All right. You've said that dozens of times since this afternoon. If you're not tired of it, I certainly am. Xie Yongsong thought to himself. What use is mere gratitude? One should express gratitude through tangible actions. You all may leave now. We have some private matters to discuss, he instructed the girls with a wave of his hand. And they promptly stood up to take their leave, as it was rare for them to encounter such influential figures in this domain. Once the girls exited the private room, Su Jingyang emerged to close the door, with a few subordinates stationed outside, ensuring no one intruded and providing maximum privacy. This room was equipped with counter-surveillance technology, which Xie Yongsong had acquired at great expense through special channels. It was the latest technology developed by the Eagle Country. Uncle C, that Susu of yours has been apprehended by Inspector Li, and AFA has also encountered trouble. You can rest assured now. Uncle C sighed deeply, filled with mixed emotions. He never anticipated the loyal and righteous society would collapse so swiftly. Along was also dead, such is fate. The loyal and righteous society was a faction Uncle C had nurtured himself. Who could have foreseen that such a substantial organization would crumble within a month? Uncle C retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Xie Yongsong, speaking slowly. Ah Song, this is a 40 stake in Caesar Palace. Henceforth, this enterprise is in your hands. Xie Yongsong's heart soared with joy, though he pretended to decline. unable to withstand Uncle C's insistence, ultimately transferring the 40 stake to his name. This development made him the principal owner of Caesar Palace, holding over 80 of the shares, with the mysterious stakeholder Inspector Lee, who would receive several million monthly. Inspector Lee, the 200 million Hong Kong dollars you asked me to hold has been transferred to your overseas account. And I've secured the commission of 40 million, Xie Yongsong declared, holding a cigar and raising a glass of champagne to toast with Inspector Lee. Song, you are truly my lucky star. I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Inspector Lee exclaimed, exhilarated. Only by laundering the money could it be transferred abroad, ensuring a better life for his wife and children. Inspector Lee, I plan to establish a security company named Strong Shield Security, primarily focusing on personal bodyguards and bank escorts. However, obtaining a gun permit is quite challenging. Do you think you could assist us in acquiring one? I would be immensely grateful. Xie Yongsong raised his glass, downing the red wine in one gulp. His gaze fixed intently on Inspector Lee. Inspector Lee pondered for a moment. The gun permits were issued by the Security Bureau, which was the superior department of the police force. He indeed knew a few reliable foreigners within the bureau, but dealing with them could be tricky and would require substantial financial incentives, which he certainly couldn't pay out of his own pocket. Here are 2 million Hong Kong dollars. You can use it for bribes, and the remainder is my gift to you. Xie Yongsong winked at Inspector Lee, adeptly reading the situation. Inspector Lee accepted the check without hesitation and replied, I'll do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee success. Please provide me with the details of the security company, and I'll see what I can do. Bureaucrats rarely offer absolute assurances, often speaking in terms of trying and doing their best. Such phrasing indicated a solid probability of success. Thank you, Inspector Lee. Let us have another drink. And please allow those girls at the door to join us for a few rounds. Soon, more than a dozen women entered the room, instantly enlivening the atmosphere at the banquet. On Queen S Road in Wan Chai, Xie Yongsong purchased the entire ownership of the Fuyang building, which comprised 28 floors, each spanning 1,000 square meters, totaling 28,000 square meters. Xie Yongsong, accompanied by attorney Sandy, strode confidently into the building's first floor, where the property manager had been waiting to greet him. The manager, Lu Dabing, a man in his 40s with a shiny bald head, greeted Xie Yongsong with a broad smile, bowing respectfully. Mr. Xie, you've arrived. The owner, Mr. James, is still inside waiting for you. Lu Dabing hurriedly led Xie Yongsong inside, not forgetting to nod and bow to Mr. James behind him. Xie Yongsong cast a fleeting glance at the bald manager, sighing inwardly. This building, valued at 150 million, was utterly unattainable for the average person in Hong Kong. Mr. James extended his hand for a brief handshake with Xie Yongsong. They exchanged glances, both sensing a youthful vigor in one another. The contractual matters were swiftly resolved, and after Lawyer Liang meticulously reviewed the terms, he gave Xie Yongsong a thumbs up. Ultimately, Xie Yongsong affixed his signature, and the grand edifice situated on Queen's Road in Wan Chai became his possession. It was akin to a stroke of fortune falling from the heavens. 20 years hence, such a property would be worth at least 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Presently, however, it was an opportune moment to acquire, as the property market in Hong Kong had plummeted due to a myriad of adverse news. Chapter 18. Can we leave some opportunities for the brothers? With ample funds at his disposal, Xie Yongsong purchased the entire building outright, relocating his film and security companies into this bustling area, earning over 30 million simply from rental income in a year. The building necessitated the management of a professional property company to handle its daily operations. The revenue from rent alone surpassed that of most prominent figures in the Hongxing organization, and Xie Yongsong swiftly emerged as the wealthiest individual within its ranks. As Lawyer Liang departed with a smile and a wave, mentioning that her boyfriend had come to pick her up, a handsome young man leaned out from a Santana, while his friend, Luo Tianhong, teased, Brother Song, take it easy. Will you? Leave a chance for the rest of us. Xie Yongsong hummed a cheerful tune as he slipped into a Porsche 911 parked at the roadside. After acquiring the building, his spirits soared. Even if he were to do nothing henceforth, relying solely on rental income would elevate him to prominence in Hong Kong. Luo Tianhong stood there, utterly bewildered. The big shots truly excelled in the realm of romance, far surpassing him. Alas, he could not afford to fall behind. Shaking his blue bangs, he felt exceptionally dapper, striking a pose before heading to a bar in search of female companionship. Meanwhile, Guan Jieling had been restless these past few days. After meeting her boss, Xie Yongsong, she had anticipated a personal invitation. Yet, as days passed, not a single word had reached her. Even though Xie Yongsong was the head of the film company, the crew was currently filming at the studios. A month had flown by, and she had not caught even a glimpse of her boss. A young man approached Guan Jieling, offering her an ice cream. This sundae is for you. Want to give it a try? He inquired, aware that the nearest shop was a kilometer away. This man was Wang Peng, a model and a minor actor within the film company, quite handsome in appearance. He and Guan Zhiling were somewhat of a couple, their relationship faring well. I'm not thirsty. You can have it, Guan Zhiling replied coldly. She had once found Wang Peng rather gentle and attentive. However, after encountering Xie Yongsong, she realized Wang Peng was utterly lacking. No money, no car, just an ordinary fellow. What good was good looks? Could they be consumed as sustenance? In contrast, Xie Yongsong was not only affluent, but also possessed an allure that left one envious. Linlin, do you fancy someone else? Why have you been so distant lately? Wang Peng asked, his expression wounded. Guan Zhiling scoffed. We're merely ordinary friends. Wang Peng was utterly bewildered. In his heart, he had already considered Guan Zhiling his girlfriend, unaware that she had viewed him merely as a backup. All right, I can manage getting home by myself after work. No need for you to see me off, she stated. As she joined director Su Ku's crew to film The Man Must Be Strong, where she starred alongside Li Liangjie. Filming at Shaw Brothers Studio was costly, with substantial venue fees incurred daily. Guan Zhiling concluded her work at 6:30 and intended to take the bus home. A striking blue Porsche 911 was parked quietly at the roadside, with a man inside wearing sunglasses, leaning out. This was a new model convertible, guaranteed to turn heads in 1980s Hong Kong. Guan Zhiling was instantly captivated by the stunning vehicle. Hey, beautiful, would you care to join me for a drive? The man greeted enthusiastically. Covering her mouth in surprise, she felt a surge of joy, thinking that such a magnificent luxury car was befitting of her beauty, sure to incite envy and admiration in others. Sure, where are you taking me? Guan Zhiling adjusted her dress and climbed into Xie Yongsong's sports car without hesitation. The blue sports car roared to life, speeding away like an arrow released from a bow. Wang Peng emerged from behind, choked by the exhaust fumes, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn you, you scoundrel. You've truly changed your heart. Wang Peng's anger intensified as he reflected on the years he had pursued Guan Zhiling. Always attentive, yet they had never even held hands. Meanwhile, that wealthy scion drove a supercar, and Guan Zhiling hopped in without a second thought. He felt a compelling urge for revenge. Despite his softer demeanor, he was capable of wrath. Knowing Guan Zhiling resided in a mid to high-end community in Admiralty, he was determined to confront her. On the other hand, after a leisurely drive along the seaside, Xie Yongsong and Guan Zhiling marveled at the breathtaking sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow melded with the ocean, while a few seagulls took flight toward the distance. How beautiful it would be if time could stand still, Guan Zhiling mused, leaning against Xie Yongsong's shoulder, both of them resting against the door of the blue Porsche, enveloped in a warm and romantic atmosphere. Today, Guan Zhiling wore a pink dress, exuding youthfulness and femininity. Xie Yongsong, seizing the moment, leaned closer as the ambience became increasingly charged. Guan Zhiling closed her eyes nervously, a shy smile gracing her face, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Xie Yongsong grasped her shoulders and kissed her passionately. I can't write any further. If I do, I might face a ban. At 8 in the evening, Xie Yongsong took Guan Zhiling to a high-end French restaurant in Causeway Bay, where they enjoyed a sumptuous candlelit dinner. Afterward, he drove her back to her residence in Admiralty, a luxurious complex that, given Guan Zhiling's family background, was likely a rental. Goodbye. I had a wonderful time with you today, Guan Zhiling said, adjusting her dress as she planted a kiss on Xie Yongsong's cheek. He touched his damp cheek, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hee, after a few more meetings, I should have her wrapped around my finger. As Guan Zhiling ascended the stairs, she frequently glanced back, reluctant to part, completely engulfed in the sweetness of love. Little did she know that a pair of eyes filled with animosity lurked above, watching her intently like a ravenous wolf. Humming a tune, Guan Zhiling entered the elevator, only to be intercepted by Wang Peng as soon as the doors opened. His face twisted with rage as he glared at her. Where the hell have you been? Wang Peng's expression contorted as he reached for Guan Zhiling's hand, but she easily evaded him. Wang Peng, what do you want? Keep your distance. I've told you countless times, we're merely friends. Besides, my boyfriend is quite formidable. Don't let your imagination run wild. However, upon hearing this, Wang Peng's eyes reddened, his emotions unraveling in an instant. I've pursued you for so long, and we haven't even held hands. You're a filthy wench. And you've already kissed him after knowing him for just a few days. Guan Zhiling was terrified, as Wang Peng had transformed into a stranger, someone frightening. She swiftly fished out her keys, unlocked the door, and slammed it shut with astonishing speed, leaving him in disbelief. Filthy wench, open the door. Hurry up. Wang Peng raged outside, pounding on the door with wild abandon, even using his shoulder to thrust against it, while Guan Zhiling was consumed by sheer terror. Instead of dialing the police immediately, she opted to call Xie Yongsong, whom she had only recently met. Woo-woo, awesome, please come and save me. Xie Yongsong, not having driven far, heard her cries for help and quickly turned back, a Mercedes closely following behind him. As time ticked away, Guan Zhiling huddled in a corner of the room, her heart brimming with dread. Wang Peng, You should leave now. I've already called my boyfriend over. But Wang Peng, lost in a haze of fury and desire, did not relent. Instead, he crashed into the door with even greater ferocity. The wooden door, weakened by the years since the 1980s, began to yield under the relentless assault, and after several violent impacts, the doorknob finally broke free, allowing Wang Peng to enter with a sinister grin. He found Guan Jilin trembling on the sofa, and as his predatory instincts surged, he prepared to take advantage of her. Suddenly, a powerful hand seized his arm, leaving Wang Peng momentarily stunned. He turned to see 4 men in the room, one of whom was impeccably dressed and strikingly handsome, while the other 3 were clearly his subordinates. Attempting to break free, Wang Peng exerted all his strength, only to find his efforts futile against the immovable grip of his captor. Xie Yongsong regarded him with a sardonic smile. What kind of skill is it to bully women? If you have the guts, come after me. Gradually, Wang Peng regained his composure and assessed the situation, with 4 opponents, including 2 with distinctly unruly hairstyles. He realized he stood no chance. Big brother, I really had too much to drink. I'll leave now and won't disturb you again. Sensing the shifting tide, Wang Peng quickly capitulated, hoping to escape. Xie Yongsong stifled a laugh. This fool was still oblivious to his predicament. With a grin, he picked up an ashtray from the table and smashed it down hard onto Wang Peng's head. That hurts like hell, Wang Peng cried out, clutching his bleeding forehead as he writhed on the ground, his screams piercingly anguished. Humph, weren't you quite arrogant just now? A hero for bullying women. And now you've turned into a coward? Xie Yongsong coldly observed the man writhing at his feet. This pathetic creature was intolerable. Yet he would make him pay for daring to harm his girlfriend. Guan Jilin, who had been cowering behind Xie Yongsong, stole a glance at Wang Peng's plight. Though fear lingered in her heart, a sense of vindication surged within her. Concerned that the situation might escalate, she tugged at Xie Yongsong's sleeve, saying, Awesome. Perhaps we should let this go? Wang Peng has learned his lesson. He won't dare to come back. She clutched at his clothing, a hint of trepidation in her voice. If we show mercy now, he won't return to hurt you again, will he? Only by thoroughly teaching him a lesson can he truly understand. Give him a good beating. Start with 3 minutes, Luo Tianhong declared, delivering punch after punch to Wang Peng. While Yu Huatian targeted his joints with forceful kicks, the pain crashing over Wang Peng in relentless waves. He screamed in agony, rolling on the floor with tears streaming down his face. Big brother, I was wrong. I swear I'll never do it again. Please, tell them to stop, or someone might die. With a snap of his fingers, Xie Yongsong ordered Luo Tianhong and Yu Huatian to halt their assault. Wang Peng, believing he had finally weathered the storm and could find relief, hastily knelt on the ground, pleading, Thank you, big brother. I truly won't dare again. I'm leaving now. Just as he struggled to rise, Luo Tianhong blocked his path, casually flicking the toothpick in his mouth as he coldly remarked, My big brother hasn't spoken. Who said you could leave? Wang Peng was dumbfounded. Despite his battered state, they showed no signs of letting him go. Who were these thugs? What trouble had he stirred? Tears of regret filled his eyes as he lamented his fate. Old Tian, can you perform a little procedure? Xie Yongsong chuckled lewdly, knowing that eliminating his rival was the safest course of action. Yu Huatian smirked, revealing a devilish grin. A trivial matter, my specialty, guaranteed to be painless. Completely bewildered, Wang Peng struggled in vain, but it was futile as Luo Tianhong and Yu Huatian dragged him out of the room. After Wang Peng's anguished cries faded into the distance, Su Jingyang dutifully tidied the disheveled room before departing, casually closing the door behind him. All done, I assure you. This scoundrel will never harass you again, Xie Yongsong said, patting Guan Jilin's shoulder and comforting her until her tears finally ceased. She had genuinely been frightened, had it not been for Xie Yongsong's timely arrival. The consequences would have been dire. Song, I'm scared. Please don't leave tonight. Stay with me. Xie Yongsong's eyes lit up. You said it yourself. So I'll shamelessly stay the night. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare lay a finger on you. In 1980s Hong Kong, the streets were rife with crime, with gang members lurking in every corner. Even setting up a small stall required paying protection fees. The film industry was no different. Rife with gangsters, and newcomers like Guan Jilin would be vulnerable without proper protection. Xie Yongsong, handsome and wealthy, was well known in these circles. Missing this opportunity would certainly lead to regret. Having come to this realization, Guan Jilin took a refreshing shower and entered her bedroom clad in a bathrobe. Xie Yongsong lay on her bed, feeling a surge of triumph as he beheld her post-bath appearance. He quietly stepped out of the bedroom and called director Su Ku from the film company to request a day off for the still sleeping Guan Jilin. After all, she had endured a tough night and deserved at least a day's rest. Initially fuming at the thought of dismissing such a rule-breaking lead, Director Su was soon placated upon receiving a call from the company owner. Mr. Xie, let Miss Guan rest well. The rest of the crew can continue filming. Please ensure she isn't overworked. She can report back when she is able. After hanging up, Director Su felt a shiver of fear. He had nearly dismissed the leading lady. Once Xie Yongsong finished his call, he left his residence, driving a black Mercedes S600 towards the Flying Building in Wanchai, where the first floor housed the Dream City Film Company's office, and the second floor was dedicated to the burgeoning Changduan Security Company. The other floors were rented out, but he could terminate contracts at any time. In his office, he reviewed his assets. Legitimate ventures included the film company, nightclubs, and the Flying Building. His gray market dealings involved smuggling and money laundering. The most lucrative were the Caesar Palace nightclub and the film company, both in the entertainment sector, which, while profitable, had their limitations. For example, in the 10 most prosperous years of Hong Kong cinema, only a handful of box office hits had emerged, and with the current cutthroat competition, it was unrealistic for him to invest in the film industry with his limited funds. Sectors like fashion, catering, and supermarkets required specialized talent, and Xie Yongsong was unfamiliar with experts in those fields. Wait, he recalled a business prodigy named Zhang Mi, who had risen from a street vendor to a wealthy tycoon with Hyson. Zhengyang, prepare the car. I need to go to Yao Ma Ti. He chose not to drive a sports car, but instead opted for the more discreet black Mercedes S600, accompanied by a convoy of 6 vehicles heading towards Yao Ma Ti. In Yao Ma Ti, the local gang was led by the notorious Guanzai senator. Under his leadership, the area had been declining. And without the relentless efforts of his subordinate Zhang Mi, they would have lost their territory long ago. Although Yao Ma Ti may not be as bustling as Tsim Sha Tsui and Mong Kok, it is nonetheless a rather lucrative locale in Hong Kong, primarily due to the presence of the renowned Temple Street, which attracts a fair number of small-time gangsters. The Ho Ki Ice Room serves as the stronghold for the Lien Sheng gang, conveniently located at the exit of Temple Street, and is often frequented by the locals who are eager to show their support. Boss, you really ought to stop indulging in those activities. If you continue down this path, your health will be irrevocably compromised, admonished Chan Mei earnestly, attempting to reason with Quan Jai-sum, who merely shook his head dismissively. Sporting sunglasses in broad daylight, Quan Jai-sum presented an eccentric sight. I'm fine. Boss, I know what I'm doing. Chan Mei, how much money do you have left? Chan Mei offered a wry smile, reflecting on his strenuous efforts to peddle pirated videotapes by day and counterfeit goods by night. After toiling to amass a modest sum, all his earnings had been squandered by his boss. Boss, there's only this little left. I need to restock tomorrow. Just as Chan Mei retrieved a thick bundle of Hong Kong dollars, approximately 100,000, from his pocket, it was snatched away by Brother Sum from across the table, who muttered under his breath. Once Quan Jai-sum acquired the goods, he was poised to make a swift exit. This Quan Jai-sum was not only a drug addict, but also a gambler, with a particular fondness for horse racing at the tracks. In Hong Kong, most forms of gambling are illegal, with 2 notable exceptions: the internationally popular horse racing, regulated by foreigners and deemed lawful, and the mahjong parlors on Temple Street, commonly referred to as commoners' entertainment, which operate on a smaller scale. Should a mahjong parlor manage to establish connections, it could potentially secure a license. All other forms of gambling are illicit. Quan Jai-sum, engrossed in horse racing, squandered his monthly dividends and, to make matters worse, frequently borrowed money from his subordinates without ever repaying. Chan Mei found himself at a loss with such a boss. Before Quan Jai-sum could exit the Ho Ki Ice Room, a figure clad in black obstructed his path, inciting a furious outburst from him. What the hell? Are you looking for trouble? Do you know who I am? I am the representative of Ho Ki Yao Ma Ti. Quan Jai-sum flashed his identity, attempting to intimidate the small-time thugs. If they were mere low-ranking members, they might have been frightened. Quan Jai-sum, the representative of Yao Ma Ti, you certainly are impressive, mocked Xie Yongsong with a grin. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Quan Jai-sum turned around, nearly rendered speechless. Heavens! What is that infamous troublemaker from Wanchai doing in Yao Ma Ti? The last time Xie Yongsong left Mong Kok for Wanchai, he had been secretly igniting firecrackers at home. Brother Song, is there something you need? If not, I shall take my leave. Quan Jai-sum, anxious to escape, felt overwhelmed by the pressure of being in the presence of this notorious figure. Who could predict whether this mad dragon might suddenly lash out, hurling an ashtray or a soda bottle? Last time, he had ended up in the hospital for an entire week, suffering immensely while being ridiculed by his fellow gangsters. I need to discuss something with you. Rest assured, it is not anything malicious. In fact, I intend to give you money, Xie Yongsong assured him. I find that hard to believe. Quan Jai-sum trembled as he took a seat, already harboring trepidation regarding Xie Yongsong. You would be so kind as to give me money? Surely, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Chan Mei, come, sit down and talk. Xie Yongsong beckoned. Chan Mei had initially planned to discreetly slip away the moment the situation appeared unfavorable, seeking allies to return and rescue his boss. However, now he was drenched in cold sweat, having heard too many ominous rumors about this mad dragon and witnessed more than enough firsthand. Although Big D from Ho Ki Tsuan 1 was brash, he resembled a meek lamb before Xie Yongsong, merely bleeding. Brother Long, what brings you to Yao Ma Ti for a meal today? Chan Mei remarked, his dark skin and handsome demeanor fading in comparison to Xie Yongsong's striking appearance. Don't be anxious, sit and chat. Xie Yongsong snapped his fingers, prompting Luo Tianhong, who stood behind him, to place a suitcase on the table and unzip it. Wow! The suitcase was brimming with glistening stacks of cash, all in thick denominations of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, their brilliance nearly blinding. Quan Jai Sum's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with longing for such a fortune he had never encountered in his life. Sum, if you relinquish Chan Mei to me, how does 2 million as a transfer fee sound? Chan Mei had already become a member of Ho Ki, and Xie Yongsong knew he had to secure Quan Jai Sum's consent before enticing Chan Mei to his side. Upon hearing those words, both Chan Mei and Quan Jai Sum were taken aback. 2 million as a transfer fee was exceedingly generous. After pondering for a moment, Quan Jai Sum realized there was little to deliberate. What kind of gambling addict would refuse such a sum? Very well, Chan Mei, since Brother Song values you so highly, you shall follow him from now on. It would be a shame to keep you with me. Go to Wan Chai and do well. I believe Brother Song will not mistreat you. Quan Jai Sum spoke eloquently, his words resounding with gravitas, yet his hand had already gravitated toward the suitcase handle. Clearly more interested in the money, Chan Mei was left dumbfounded. Had he just been sold by his boss? Previously, they were opponents to the death, and now he had become an ally. Moreover, he had sold himself for a good price, 2 million Hong Kong dollars, which was certainly not a common transfer fee among gang leaders. Chan Mei found himself at a loss, torn between joy and sorrow. On the return journey, Chan Mei and Xie Yongsong sat in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz, with Xie Yongsong patting Chan Mei on the shoulder. Chan Mei, don't be anxious. I'm quite approachable. After all, harmony breeds prosperity. Chan Mei internally questioned who could possibly believe such a statement. The notorious Long Dragon of Causeway Bay is approachable? Haha. You'll understand once you spend some time with me. From now on, you will solely manage business matters. You need not concern yourself with the gang's internal conflicts. Xie Yongsong's words illuminated Chan Mei's perspective. He had joined the gang purely to avoid being bullied. If he could sidestep the gang's feuds and focus on business, he would be overjoyed. Really? I never speak falsehoods to my brothers. My words are as binding as a 4-horse carriage. Once spoken, they cannot be retracted. Upon hearing Xie Yongsong's affirmative response, Chan Mei finally felt a sense of relief. If things were indeed as he claimed, working under Xie Yongsong could be a fortuitous opportunity. Chan Mei, I need you to conduct a thorough market research study. I'm looking to venture into the physical industry. Where should I begin? Having primarily operated in the service sector, transitioning to the physical industry posed a significant challenge. However, with the assistance of a business prodigy like Chan Mei, the task would become considerably more manageable. Absolutely. Boss, grant me a week, and I shall deliver a comprehensive report. With that, Chan Mei nodded and got to work. To facilitate Chan Mei's tasks, Xie Yongsong even provided him with a Tiger Head Mercedes-Benz, as he was indeed an important figure in the organization and required a bit of face when out and about. Once the urgent matters were concluded, Xie Yongsong drove his blue Porsche to the film company to pick up the freshly finished Li Jiesin. The two had been apart for nearly 140 days, and Xie Yongsong particularly missed Li Jiesin's long legs. Song, my best friend Zhou Huiming invited me to the Caesar Palace for some fun. Can we go there for drinks tonight? Li Jiesin inquired. Xie Yongsong paused momentarily, as he had initially planned for a lavish dinner at a high-end hotel followed by a night of card games at their hotel. Little did he know, Li Jiesin wished to flaunt her boyfriend, the owner of Caesar Palace, in front of her friends. It is well known how challenging it is to secure a good table. The reservations must be made days in advance. Li Jiesin had been boasting to her friends that at Caesar Palace, there was nothing she couldn't accomplish. Darling, I'm begging you. Let me make an appearance in front of my friends. I want them to see just how impressive my boyfriend is. She clung to Xie Yongsong's arm, playfully pleading with him, and he smiled in response. A trifling matter, is it not? In our own territory, securing a booth should be a simple task. Xie Yongsong has always maintained a card holder at Caesar Palace, specifically for entertaining friends. Around 9 in the evening, the nightlife has just begun. Fashionable urban professionals don their stylish attire, while the elite are clad in tailored suits. These young middle-class individuals set aside their daily grind to indulge in drinks and dancing at the nightclub, seeking relaxation. Xie Yongsong, hand in hand with Li Jiesin, approaches his reserved booth, only to discover several young women awaiting their arrival. Jiesin, over here. Xie Yongsong calls out, leading Li Jiesin to meet 3 girls. Among them, a short-haired girl boldly exclaims, Jiesin, aren't you going to introduce us to your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. The plain-looking Zhang Meng is promptly disregarded by Xie Yongsong, while another girl, with flowing locks and a gentle demeanor, catches his attention. She is Chen Qian, a pleasant sight indeed. These two girls are acquaintances of Li Jiasin from TVB, with Zhang Ming working as a makeup artist and Chen Qian as a supporting actress. As Xie Yongsong scans the group, he notices the last girl appears particularly youthful, seemingly just of age, dressed simply in a plain t-shirt and faded jeans. She exudes an air of modesty, suggesting a less privileged background as a TVB actress. Zhou Huimin, Li Jiasin, wrapping her arm around Xie Yongsong, leans against him with a radiant smile, declaring, "This is my boyfriend, Xie Yongsong, the owner of Dream City Film Company and also the proprietor here." Her words carry a hint of pride, clearly aimed at eliciting envy from her friends regarding her exceptional partner. "Jiasin, you are truly fortunate. I envy you for having such a handsome boyfriend. If I had someone like him, I would be too happy to sleep." Li Jiasin clings tighter, as if fearing someone might steal him away. The short-haired girl is Zhang Ming, while the long-haired, playful one is Chen Qian. The most beautiful among them is undoubtedly Zhou Huimin. Indeed, seated quietly in the corner is the iconic beauty Zhou Huimin, a pure star who rose to fame in Hong Kong during the early 1980s. Xie Yongsong finds little interest in the two less attractive girls. His gaze fixated on Zhou Huimin, who is truly a stunning beauty, each possessing their unique charms compared to Li Jiasin. "Ruby, bring me the Supreme package. Charge it to my private account. After all, it is prudent to keep the accounts clear, considering that Officer Li is also a minor shareholder here." The Supreme package includes 2 bottles of foreign wine, a case of top-quality dark beer, and an assortment of fruits and hearty dishes, totaling 8,888 yuan. "Brother Song. It seems Ruby has encountered some trouble. The Prince of Hong Tai has called her into the private room." Another manager leans in to whisper to Xie Yongsong, causing his brow to furrow. "The Hong Tai Prince?" Many in the streets of Hong Kong claim to be princes, such as the prince of the Tsim Sha Sui faction. But the Hong Tai Prince is the son of the head, Chun Mei, lacking in capability yet emboldened by his family's name to act recklessly. Meanwhile, inside the opulent private room at Caesar Palace, the Hong Tai Prince is making unwelcome advances toward Ruby, embracing the manager while spewing vulgarities. "Ruby, there's not a pretty face in sight here. None can compare to you. Why not accompany me tonight? You'll reap the benefits." Ruby's eyes reflect disdain. Yet as a manager, she is reluctant to offend the powerful Hong Tai Prince, fearing potential repercussions. "No, I'm a stone woman. Let Hua Hua accompany you. She has a unique skill. Would you like to give it a try, Prince?" Ruby has already set her sights on Wei Jixiang, leaving no room for others. Beside her, the awkwardly blonde Wei Jixiang chuckles nervously. "Prince, I think Hua Hua is splendid. Just look at her skin, so fresh and suitable for you." A flash of malice crosses the prince's eyes as he suddenly shoves Wei Jixiang aside, barking, "Wei Jixiang, don't be a nuisance. Tonight, I will have Ruby. No one can stop me." The Hong Tai Prince forcefully pushes Ruby onto the sofa, akin to a ravenous wolf preparing to exert his dominance in the room. Wei Jixiang, a coward at heart, witnesses his beloved Ruby being mistreated yet dares not intervene. Suddenly, the door to the private room is kicked open, and a group of burly men storms in, triggering a cacophony of screams. A dashing young man strides in, flanked by 2 stylized companions, exuding a formidable aura. Disturbed in the midst of his wrongdoing, the Hong Tai Prince's irritation grows, and he reluctantly releases Ruby. "Who the hell are you? Don't you know it's rude to barge into someone else's private room?" The Hong Tai Prince regards him with contempt, confident that being so close to his domain means a mere phone call could summon hundreds of subordinates. Xie Yongsong ignores him, helping the disheveled Ruby to her feet, quietly asking, "Ruby, are you alright?" "Boss, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm fine." Ruby feels a wave of warmth, her disappointment in Wei Jixiang deepening as she realizes how much concern her boss shows her while he remains indifferent. The prince, completely ignored, finds himself humiliated and infuriated. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Who the hell are you?" The stylish Luo Tianhong cannot bear to watch any longer. He swiftly delivers a slap that sends the prince flying, showcasing immense strength. Covering his face, the prince stares in disbelief at Luo Tianhong, thinking, "What? How dare you hit me? Do you not know who I am?" Before the prince can fully assert his identity, Xie Yongsong lands a punch squarely on his face, instantly knocking out several teeth. "I don't care who you are. Dare to cause trouble on my turf? Are you tired of living?" Xie Yongsong looks down at the Hong Tai Prince, sneering. "A coward like you dares to call himself a prince?" Dazed, the prince realizes the ferocity of these men, who show no regard for the Hong Tai name. On the verge of tears, he finds this far more terrifying than any loss. "I'm the Prince of Hong Tai. Your territory is within Hong Tai's circle. You must let me go." The prince clings to his pride, a stubborn defiance evident. His entourage is swiftly removed by security, rendered powerless to retaliate. Wei Jixiang stands there, also affiliated with Hong Tai, yet can only watch helplessly as his prince is beaten, too afraid to act. "Hey, Wei Jixiang, you're merely standing there watching. Aren't you the so-called god of war for Hong Tai? Go show them what you're made of." The prince roars in frustration, unable to comprehend why Wei Jixiang does nothing as he suffers. Just as Wei Jixiang contemplates action, he finds himself at the mercy of Luo Tianhong, who has a toothpick poised at his throat, rendering him immobile. Wei Jixiang, are you truly a coward? The prince bullies your girlfriend and even strikes your son, and you feel no anger? Xie Yongsong holds Wei Jixiang in contempt, viewing him as a coward who knows he is nothing but a dog before the prince, yet dares not resist. Wei Jixiang wishes to explain, but finds himself too embarrassed to speak, lowering his head in shame. Xiang, here's your chance. Take this knife and stab the prince. Unleash your pent-up frustration. Xie Yongsong hands a knife to the dazed Wei Jixiang. Ruby, wishing to intercede, is silenced by a mere glance from Xie Yongsong. Wei Jixiang stands panicked, while the Hongtai prince writhes in fear, his body trembling in terror. Xiang, don't listen to them. Think of the consequences. Wei Jixiang grapples internally, feeling as if Xie Yongsong is a devil urging him on. Wei Jixiang, you have stabbed the crown prince, and concerning the matter of Sangbo, I can assist you in safeguarding your son, Dahong. Xie Yongsong gazed at the two of them with a smile, particularly relishing this spectacle of a younger brother confronting the elder brother, which had caused the crown prince Hongtai's face to turn an unhealthy shade of green. Wei Jixiang reflected on the years he had risked his life for Hongtai, only to be treated like a dog, utterly devoid of respect. Rather than continue to live in such a cowardly manner, he resolved to seize this moment and cleanse the shame of his past. His eyes glinted with resolve as he shouted, Crown Prince, you scoundrel! I am not a dog, I am not. With that, Wei Jixiang plunged the knife into the Crown Prince Hongtai's abdomen repeatedly, even managing to extract his intestines, a gruesome sight indeed. Fortunately, the accompanying women had vacated the premises, leaving only Ruby, who was utterly horrified. The Crown Prince stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend that he, the Crown Prince of Hongtai, could be so brazenly attacked, let alone murdered, by Wei Jixiang. It was only then that Wei Jixiang realized the gravity of his actions as he beheld the Crown Prince lying in a pool of blood, still clutching the knife. This was the only son of Chun Mei, the leader of Hongtai. Having killed the Crown Prince, he had now sealed his own fate. Regret washed over Wei Jixiang. How could he have acted so impulsively? Xie Yongsong, Luo Tianhong, and the younger brothers of Hongxing merely crossed their arms, enjoying the spectacle of infighting among the Hongtai faction. Was it not all the more entertaining? Song Go boss, please help. If you do not intervene, Xiang is surely doomed. Ruby, deeply infatuated with Wei Jixiang, fell to her knees, pleading with Xie Yongsong. Ruby, I only promised to protect his son, Dahong. He is a man of Hongtai. Why should I concern myself with him? Wei Jixiang is not my son, and he has harmed the Crown Prince. I bear no responsibility to shield him. Xie Yongsong sneered. At your age, you must bear the consequences of your actions. Xiang, quickly kneel and implore Mr. Xie to save you. Only if Mr. Xie agrees to take you in can the matter of Hongtai and Sangbo be resolved. Ruby was indeed a kind-hearted girl, fretting over Wei Jixiang as if he were her own son. Chapter 21. The path you choose is your own. Wei Jixiang's expression fluctuated. He simply could not die like this. However, with Sangbo now targeting him, the situation had worsened considerably. Having killed the Crown Prince, he knew Sangbo would not let him off easily. The eldest son of Hongtai had set his sights on Wei Jixiang's son. This was a perilous predicament for anyone. It was reminiscent of that old film The Dragon in the Jianghu, where the eldest son of Hongtai met his demise at the hands of Chun Mei's subordinates, leaving his blind son, Hong, to suffer alone, abandoned and destitute. The thought of his own son sent Wei Jixiang crashing to the ground, bowing 3 times in reverence. Mr. Xie, I beseech you to take me in. I am truly at my wit's end. If you do not assist me, I shall remain here on my knees. Even Ruby, the manager of the company, knelt beside him, desperately pleading, moving all who witnessed to tears. Boss, please help Xiang. Xie Yongsong sat back on the sofa, lighting a cigar, lost in contemplation for a few minutes. Though Wei Jixiang appeared spineless in the film, he later demonstrated remarkable strength. He had orchestrated a trap that resulted in the Crown Prince's death, subsequently sending Mei into Chizhou prison to suffer, alas, lacking connections. He ultimately fell victim to Hongtai's men in the streets. Very well, for Ruby's sake, Xiang, I shall grant you an opportunity. Eliminate Uncle Mei directly. Do you dare? The path you choose is your own. Xie Yongsong regarded Wei Jixiang with a hint of a smile. Hongxing had no room for the weak. Yet if he truly had the courage to act, Xie Yongsong was willing to invest some effort in his support. Thank you, Song Go, for this opportunity. Xie Yongsong snapped his fingers and instructed Yu Huatian. Dispose of the Crown Prince's body at Chun Mei's villa, letting everyone on the streets know the consequences of causing trouble in our territory. Xie Yongsong calmly exited the private room. While the dance hall outside continued to pulsate with deafening music, couples gyrating on the dance floor. No one was aware that just moments ago, A shocking murder had unfolded in their midst, within that very VIP room, sending ripples throughout the underworld. Xie Yongsong nonchalantly approached Li Jiesin and sat beside her. Apologies. I had to step out for a moment. Please continue to enjoy yourselves. I shall cover tonight's bill. Haha, splendid. We are here to spend the rich man's money. So prepare to be impoverished. Laughter erupted among the girls, the atmosphere lively, oblivious to the dark deeds Xie Yongsong had just orchestrated. In the deep of night, at Chun Mei's villa in Sham Shui Pa, nearly 60 years of age, he typically retired early. At 1 o'clock in the morning, already tucked in bed with a woman 30 years his junior, a sudden scream pierced the night. Ah Tai, what has happened? Heaven forbid. The elderly often find it hard to sleep, and the commotion downstairs jolted Chun Mei awake. What is going on? So loud. Do you not know that the elderly retire early? Outside, urgent knocking echoed, the voice of a servant sounding frantic. Sir, there has been an incident, the young master. You'd best go see for yourself. Be prepared for the worst. The moment Chun Mei heard this, a chill ran down his spine, and he hastily donned his nightclothes. What has happened to Tai? Speak clearly. You are driving me to despair. Chun Tai rushed down the stairs in a flurry, only to find his wife collapsed on the floor, wailing uncontrollably. Having traversed the underworld for decades, Chun Mei had weathered many storms. Yet witnessing the death of his only son before his very eyes shattered him. Uncle Mei, it appears this was the doing of Wei Jixiang and Hongxing. Tonight, the crown prince went to Caesar Palace and clashed with Wei Jixiang and Kowloon. After one of Hong Tai's lackeys was beaten black and blue by security and thrown out. It's not hard to deduce that this incident is tied to Kowloon and Wei Jixiang. The weight of this catastrophic news crushed Chun Mei, leaving him slumped on the sofa, cradling his head, unable to comprehend the situation for a long while. There is no greater agony than sending off a son while one still has their own hair dark with youth. The men from Hongxing delivered the body to Chun Mei's villa. This was a slap in the face to Hong Tai, and Chun Mei's fury ignited like wildfire, his anger uncontainable. Gather a bow and fat uncle for a meeting. Issue a decree to the entire Hong Tai faction. Whoever can eliminate Wei Jixiang and Kowloon will be promoted to the position of elder brother, with an additional reward of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. As Uncle Mei's words fell, a deafening uproar erupted outside. Ah Xiang, what are you doing? Do you wish to create a major incident? My heavens, has Wei Jixiang lost his mind? At the entrance, Wei Jixiang swiftly dealt with the guards stationed at the villa, charging in with Scarface Quan and Xinsha. Chun Mei and the crown prince's wife, still reeling from their earlier shock, were now utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Ah Xiang, let us speak rationally. Do not make this situation irrevocable. Though Chun Mei was incensed, being a seasoned veteran of the underworld, he resolved to first stabilize Wei Jixiang. What grievances do you have? Speak to Uncle Mei. Just put down the knife, and I shall advocate for you. Chun Mei hoped to buy time. If reinforcements arrived, he would eliminate this traitor immediately. Unfortunately, Wei Jixiang merely sneered and swiftly ended Chun Mei's life with a single stroke. Sister-in-law, Wei Jixiang cautioned the crown prince's wife, do not leave any future troubles. After all, I still harbor some goodwill. If one does not join Hongxing, there is no way to survive after slaying the crown prince and the leader. Quickly flee. Scarface Quan, Xinsha, you two should lay low for the next few days. This time, it is the elder brother who has implicated you. Wei Jixiang felt a wave of unease wash over him, uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. With little time to ponder further, having chosen to trust Hongxing, he resolved to follow this path to the bitter end. Eliminating Chun Mei would serve as his declaration of allegiance. He dared not linger, swiftly departing the villa. The fleeing servant alerted the authorities. And in light of such a grave incident, the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit dispatched a team to investigate. Inspector Huang Jiqing arrived at Chun Mei's villa, where the prince's wife wailed in distress. No matter how the police inquired, she insisted that she had been too anxious to clearly see who was responsible. When asked if she recognized those involved, she replied that she truly did not, being petrified at the moment and hiding motionless behind the sofa. Do you believe my words are truthful? I assure you they are. The Hong Tai gang in Wan Chai had encountered turmoil, and news spread through the underworld faster than wildfire. Overnight, every gang in Hong Kong, great and small, became aware of the event. Wei Jixiang, the double flower red stick, had betrayed Hong Tai, killing their leader, Prince Go, and the head, Chun Mei. This incident sent shockwaves through the underworld. Hong Tai was a venerable organization with a long history, and Chun Mei was a cunning fox who had navigated the scene for decades. How could he have been slain by Wei Jixiang? This infuriated many. In Hong Kong's gang culture, it was rare for a younger brother to kill an elder brother outright. Although the principles of the underworld were often spoken of in jest, anyone daring to blatantly disrupt the established order could scarcely survive in Hong Kong. Simultaneously, another piece of news reverberated through the underworld. Luo Tianhong and Fei Quan of Hongxing, each accompanied by 200 followers, launched a sudden assault on the former territory of Hongtai, swiftly seizing 6 streets in Wanchai and Causeway Bay. Other gangs seized the opportunity to join forces with Hongxing in attacking the remaining 4 streets, as various heroes vied for dominance. Given Hongtai's already weakened state, they could hardly withstand the onslaught. The leader of Hongtai and Causeway Bay, Brother Bao, was brutally slain in the street, and upon realizing the dire situation, Fat Brother discreetly fled to Malaysia that very night. Hongtai's mightiest, Jixiang, had defected, while another Red Stick, the Little Tyrant, brought 300 men to ally with Dongxing, becoming one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, taking over the position previously held by Crow. The remaining underlings stood no chance against Hongxing, especially with warriors like Luo Tianhong and Fei Quan leading the charge, seemingly invincible. In Caesar Palace, Xie Yongsong reclined comfortably, a glass of red wine in hand. Luo Tianhong and Fei Quan each embraced a beautiful companion, their spirits high. However, Luo Tianhong voiced his displeasure. Brother Song, Hongtai's territory encompasses 10 streets. Yet we only managed to seize 6, leaving the remaining 4 to other gangs. Of those 4 streets, 2 were taken by the new Ji Wanshai Tiger, Chen Yaoxing, and the other 2 by Wang Bao of the EZDUI. Nonetheless, the greatest advantage fell into Xie Yongsong's hands, as he rapidly expanded his influence in Wanchai and Causeway Bay. When Big Boss B was in Causeway Bay, Hongxing could only control 3 streets, with 500 underlings. Since Xie Yongsong's arrival in Causeway Bay, reclaiming Hennessy Road from Dongxing, Hongxing now controlled 4 streets. Seizing the opportunity amidst internal strife within Lianxing, Hongxing managed to capture 4 more streets, including Luo Keita Road, Queen's Road in Wanchai, and Du Laoji Road, thereby extending their power into Wanchai. Having now taken 6 streets from Hongtai, they emerged as the preeminent force in the Wanchai area, commanding a total of 14 bustling streets. This was the vibrant Wanchai and Causeway Bay. Here, gangs were plentiful, with over 30 factions vying for survival in the small area of Wanchai and Causeway Bay. With control over 14 streets, Hongxing undoubtedly stood as the foremost power in Wanchai. Tianhong, having swallowed 6 streets in one go, we surely have a bit of indigestion. We feast on the meat while letting them savor the broth. It's no trouble at all, he quipped. In the Underworld, monopolizing benefits was strictly taboo. Wealth should be shared among all. After all, Hongxing received the lion's share. Ruby, uncork a bottle of top-notch romantic emperor champagne. Let us raise a toast with the brothers. Yongsong personally poured red wine for Tianhong, Fei Quan, and others, standing to lift his glass. Cheers to our firm establishment in Wanchai. Haha. Wanchai belongs entirely to Hongxing. Come, allow me to sing a song dedicated to our leader, Brother Song. Fei Quan, with an attractive companion in tow, requested a Cantonese rendition of Blade Light and Sword Shadow. Wanchai is entirely under my control. Hongxing reigns supreme. The casinos, brothels, and large markets are all in my grasp. To conquer mountains is the ultimate thrill. In terms of background, none can rival me, and in Brotherhood, I never concede. Let the Blade Light and Sword Shadow attest to my might. Fei Quan swayed his hips, microphone in hand, singing passionately on the screen, with his underlings, Ostrich and Jun Xiao, enthusiastically applauding. Although his singing was less than melodious, his confidence was undeniable. This amused Tianhong and Fei Quan, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. Yongsong, smoking a cigar, watched the antics of his underlings with a sense of joy. Fei Quan, keep it going. A key traced an arc through the air, and Fei Quan caught it deftly. Chapter 22. They must not be shortchanged. Damn, Fei Quan exclaimed upon seeing the key, which bore the image of a horse. What is this about? Fei Quan, since you love sports cars, this new Ferrari is a gift for you. Fei Quan was momentarily taken aback, then filled with ecstatic delight, kissing the key several times. The Ferrari was worth at least 400,000 to 500,000, more expensive than many houses in Hong Kong. Thank you, Brother Song. You are truly generous. Yongsong was equally pleased. He was not a miser. These brothers had fought alongside him through thick and thin, and he would not shortchange them. Tianhong, Fei Quan, you are also included. I treat every brother the same. He tossed out 2 more sets of keys, presenting Tianhong with a purple Lamborghini and Fei Quan with a Mercedes SUV. Each was chosen according to the brothers' preferences. Tianhong loved to show off and adored flashy cars, while Fei Quan, being more grounded and fond of outdoor activities, found the SUV quite fitting. Thank you, big brother. Brother Song is truly magnificent, dominating the underworld. Thank you, Brother Song. I've long wanted to buy this car, but couldn't bear to. Watching his underlings beam with joy and flaunt their gifts before their companions, Yongsong felt a swell of pride and satisfaction. Oh dear, driving luxury cars and living in lavish homes is nothing. The capable subordinates beneath me, each driving luxury cars and residing in villas, that's the real thrill. Newer brothers like Luo Tianhong and Fei Quan, who had recently joined, were utterly loyal to Xie Yongsong. Such a brotherly bond, coupled with a willingness to spend, was rare to find. Officer, please don't make things difficult for me. This is a private club, you cannot enter. Inspector Huang of the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit wore a grim expression, as though owed a substantial sum. Damn, are they here to stir up trouble again? Huang had come to Causeway Bay for a reason. Xie Yongsong lounged with a dismissive air. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded the intruders. Luo Tianhong, Fei Quan, and the ever-casual Fei Quan, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and hands in pockets, exuded an aura that suggested he had little regard for the police. The young Inspector Zhang, unable to contain himself any longer, brimming with youthful fervor, had long harbored a simmering anger, having never encountered such brazen individuals. Who permitted you to smoke? Put it out. Inspector Zhang sought to assert his authority over Fei Quan, while simultaneously warning the Hongxing gang to temper their arrogance. Fei Quan smiled slightly, thinking, perfect, and tossed the cigarette butt to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Inspector Zhang wore a smug smile, thinking to himself, let us see if you dare to act so arrogantly again. All the police officers were elated. This fellow had finally relented, preserving the dignity of the law enforcement. However, Fei Quan, having just extinguished a cigarette, immediately retrieved another from his collar, placing it between his lips as his subordinate hurriedly lit it. He took a few steps forward, nearly face to face with Inspector Zhang, and exhaled a smoke ring directly onto Zhang's face. This was a blatant provocation. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Inspector Zhang was taken aback, as was Superintendent Huang, while the other colleagues stood in stunned silence. As for the gang members from Hongxing, they gazed at Fei Quan in admiration, awestruck by his audacity to confront the police. Regaining his composure, Inspector Zhang's face flushed crimson with uncontrollable rage, and he shoved Fei Quan forcefully. Damn you! How dare you! He charged at Fei Quan, but alas, Fei Quan's subordinates were equally formidable, and a brawl ensued. What? Are the police so impressive? The scene descended into chaos in an instant. The serious crime unit, outnumbered, stood no chance against Hongxing's gang. Huang Long, do you really want to escalate this? As the situation spiraled out of control, Superintendent Huang grew anxious. If the West Kowloon Serious Crime Unit was beaten here, his career would be over, and the entire police force would lose face. He hastily called for Xie Yongsong to intervene. Xie Yongsong, ever erratic, had an unmanageable crew. Enough. Fei Quan, this is still British territory, and they have foreigners backing them. You should take a step back. Finally, Xie Yongsong spoke, having had his fill of the police's hardline stance. It was clear that if this continued, it would lead to endless conflict. Upon hearing their leader speak, the Hongxing members immediately released their grip on Inspector Zhang's collar, and everyone stepped back, clearing a path for the police. In the lavish private room of Caesar Palace, the members of the West Kowloon Serious Crime Unit were sweating profusely with anxiety. The surrounding Hongxing brothers were watching them like hawks, numbering at least 30 to 40, each one robust and intimidating. Huang Ziqing's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Every time he sought out Xie Yongsong, trouble was sure to follow. This Huang Long showed no respect for the police. His arrogance was infuriating. Huang Long, you're still the same. What? Do we have a grudge against you? Sending so many to greet me? Damn, you're really annoying. Xie Yongsong merely smiled and gestured for Huang Ziqing to take a seat. Officer Huang, I am not targeting you. You've been fixated on me for far too long. Since we cannot be friends, let us regard each other as foes. Huang Ziqing calmly sat across from Xie Yongsong, his colleagues from the Serious Crime Unit standing behind him, facing off against Hongxing. After hearing Xie Yongsong's words, Huang Ziqing's expression darkened. Have you ever seen police officers befriending criminals? The line between good and evil is clear, ever since justice and wickedness have been irreconcilable. Huang Ziqing appeared to harbor a profound disdain for Xie Yongsong. Indeed, he was not motivated by greed, but by a thirst for power. Huang Ziqing aimed to apprehend Xie Yongsong, seeking to close his career on a triumphant note. Then there's nothing left to discuss. What brings you here today? I am quite busy and have no time for you Royal Hong Kong Police. Xie Yongsong shrugged, making a dismissive gesture. Although Huang Ziqing was incensed, he refrained from exploding in anger, instead stating solemnly, I suspect that Chun Mei from Hong Tai and the prince were both killed by Wei Jixiang. Have you hidden him away? I suggest you encourage him to surrender. Xie Yongsong frowned. While he could comprehend the suspicion that Chun Mei was killed by Wei Jixiang, the implication that the prince was also a victim shocked him. Could there be a traitor among his ranks? Impossible. These individuals were trusted confidants who had followed him from Mong Kok. If anyone had been bribed by the police, he would have noticed long ago. You really crack me up. Officer Huang, I don't even know Wei Jixiang. Where could he be? Perhaps you should ask his girlfriend. Bring Ruby in. Say that a serious crime unit wishes to see her for assistance in an investigation. Moments later, Ruby, clad in professional attire, entered, greeting Xie Yongsong before casting a puzzled glance at the unfamiliar faces before her. This is Superintendent Huang Jiqing from the Kowloon Serious Crime Unit. He wants to know where your boyfriend Wei Jixiang is. Ruby, if you know anything, please be honest with Superintendent Huang. We are all law-abiding citizens and have a duty to cooperate with the police. Huang Jiqing's face twitched as he thought to himself, huh? You claim to be a law-abiding citizen? Officer Huang, I haven't seen Xiang for several days. Has something happened to him? Ruby's face wore an expression of exaggerated confusion, her performance so convincing that Xie Yongsong couldn't help but admire her. It seemed that if Ruby were not a madam, she could easily find success in acting. Your boyfriend is in trouble. If you see him, you must inform us. He is in grave danger, which could jeopardize your life. Huang Jiqing said solemnly. Xie Yongsong, don't get too smug. Next time, you might not be so fortunate. Huang Jiqing left with a parting threat, yet without any evidence. He was powerless against him. Officer Huang, next time you come, I'll arrange for the most beautiful girl for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Xie Yongsong replied with a smile. Let us go. Huang Jiqing stormed in, only to leave dejected and disheartened. Particularly, Inspector Zhang wore a face of embarrassment. Young people often struggle to control their emotions, their feelings of joy or anger clearly displayed. Xie Yongsong's expression was equally grim as he beckoned Yu Huatian over. Investigate how Huang Jiqing discovered that the prince and Chen Tai were killed by Wei Jixiang. We need to determine whether there are issues within our Hung Hing. Is there a mole? Xie Yongsong's concerns were not unfounded. If the core members of Hung Hing were infiltrated by the police, then every move he made would be under Huang Jiqing's scrutiny. Huang Jiqing was a man who held grudges. Should he acquire incriminating evidence against Xie Yongsong, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to imprison him for life. Understood, Brother Song. Yu Huatian's eyes flickered as he grasped Xie Yongsong's intent. Previously, he had been a chief inspector in the West Factory, adept at investigations and espionage, possessing considerable talent. Xie Yongsong had entrusted him with a group of clever, fresh faces to form a clandestine organization called Nightingale. Nightingale operated behind the scenes of the Tong Lao in Causeway Bay, specializing in intelligence gathering and surveillance. With Yu Huatian as its leader, a brilliant spy, Yu Huatian had managed to get Nightingale functioning within a week. Its members held various occupations: office workers, doctors, teachers, and even minor officers in the police department, all potentially part of Nightingale. However, it was still in its infancy, and the network was not yet fully developed. Lacking the extensive reach of the West Factory during the Ming Dynasty, the gangs in Hong Kong were not as complex as the imperial court. Xie Yongsong had only needed 3 hours to uncover the police informant. Yu Huatian arrived in haste, and Xie Yongsong dismissed everyone from the private room, leaving just the two of them. Brother Song, I've got the details. Yu Huatian whispered, ensuring only Xie Yongsong could hear. In this line of work, one must be exceedingly cautious. Our core brothers in Hung Hing are all clean. The issue lies with a subordinate. This fellow is named David, an informant sent by Huang Jiqing to infiltrate Hongtai society. David gained Wei Jixiang's trust and disclosed to Huang Jiqing the criminal acts of Wei Jixiang regarding the deaths of the prince and Chen Mei. Additionally, Scarface has already been apprehended by the police. He probably won't last much longer. After hearing Yu Huatian's report, Xie Yongsong let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the core brothers of Hung Hing were safe, that was what mattered. However, if David dared to identify Wei Jixiang in court, then Wei Jixiang would surely face imprisonment. At that time, Xie Yongsong had assured Wei Jixiang that if he dealt with the leader of Hongtai, Chen Mei, he would ensure his safety. If Wei Jixiang were truly apprehended, it would undoubtedly tarnish Xie Yongsong's reputation. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable to him. On the road, within a speeding vehicle, Inspector Huang Jiqing and Inspector Zhang were engaged in conversation, both wearing grim expressions. Having faced a cold shoulder from Xie Yongsong, it was hardly surprising that their mood was less than favorable. Xiao Zhang, swiftly reinstate our undercover agent David from Hongtai. Now that we have captured Scarface Quan, if David returns to identify Wei Jixiang, coupled with Scarface Quan's testimony, Wei Jixiang will undoubtedly face dire consequences next time. Chapter 23. Under immense pressure from above. A sinister smile crept upon Huang Jiqing's lips. Once we seize Wei Jixiang, we will be able to trace the mastermind behind it all, Kowloon, and keep him in our sights. Huang Jiqing had always harbored a gut feeling that Wei Jixiang, in killing the crown prince and Chen Mei, had acted under the direction of Xie Yongsong, merely serving as a scapegoat. Over the past year, several bloody incidents in West Kowloon had been inextricably linked to Xie Yongsong. The earlier cases, such as the lascivious affair, the Deng Bo case, and the B-level extermination case, had their files piled high in the archives of West Kowloon. All these cases remained unsolved, placing immense pressure on Huang Jiqing. All right, I will arrange for David to report to the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit first thing tomorrow. For an undercover agent to return to the police force and no longer live a life caught between two worlds is a dream cherished by every undercover operative. In a rental apartment on Nidong Road in Wan Chai, upon receiving news from his superiors, David felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Wow, this is fantastic, David exclaimed, nearly leaping from his bed, glancing at his disheveled appearance, complete with dyed yellow hair, which he had become accustomed to. Suddenly, he remembered that once he rejoined the police force, he must refrain from dyeing his hair and should restore it to its natural black color. Yes, I will commence my new life in the best condition possible. I have had enough of this half-human, half-ghost existence as an undercover agent. Humming a tune, David closed the door and strolled to the barbershop just 5 minutes away on the next street. As he traversed the narrow alley between buildings, his steps were light and buoyant, filled with the anticipation of returning to the police force and the hope of rekindling his relationship with his ex-girlfriend. Finally able to reveal the truth about his undercover life, the thought brought a radiant smile to his face. Unbeknownst to him, 2 men wearing caps approached. Under normal circumstances, David would have been on high alert. However, today he was blissfully oblivious, overwhelmed by his good fortune. David, one of the cap-wearing men suddenly called out as they crossed paths. David halted instinctively, turning to see who had called him. What awaited him was a knife plunging straight into his abdomen, the hilt embedding deeply. "Who are you?" David screamed, desperately clutching the assailant's hand, his eyes filled with confusion. But he had forgotten there was another person lurking behind. The second assailant launched a surprise attack, stabbing him in the back, the blade emerging from his chest. David's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? I was about to regain my police identity tomorrow. How did they find out? Alas, David would never uncover the answers. As he lay motionless in the alley, the 2 assailants nonchalantly exited the scene, disappearing into the bustling streets of Wan Chai. The nightingale struck, executing the act cleanly. Near Nidong Road in Wan Chai, a piercing scream shattered the night, soon prompting nearby police to arrive and cordon off the alley with caution tape. The Major Crimes Unit from Wan Chai was the first on the scene, but after a thorough investigation, they found no clues. In the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit office, Huang Ziqing entered, looking bewildered, and once again inquired of the young Inspector Zhang. "What did you say? Who has died?" Inspector Zhang, equally distraught, stuttered as he relayed the grim news just received from the Hong Kong Island District. The Hong Kong Island Major Crimes Unit reported a murder that occurred in Wan Chai today at noon. The victim was stabbed 5 times by 2 assailants and died on the spot. Upon verification by the Hong Kong Island Major Crimes Unit, it was confirmed that the deceased, David, was our undercover officer 02235, who had been infiltrating the Hong Tai gang for over a year and was scheduled to return to duty tomorrow. Huang Ziqing's frustration mounted. He felt as though he had fallen behind once again. This gang was brazenly defying the police, and the pressure was overwhelming. He swept a pile of documents off his desk in exasperation. Damn it, these bastards are too audacious. They even dare to kill an undercover officer. Feeling utterly powerless, he crouched on the floor as his colleagues looked on, hesitant to offer comfort, fearful of inviting trouble. The Major Crimes Unit understood the immense strain their superior was under, with so many unresolved cases in West Kowloon, leading to dissatisfaction from the Assistant Commissioner of Police. What does the Hong Kong Island Major Crimes Unit say? Are there any leads on the assailants? There are no leads. The scene was cleaned up impeccably, leaving no trace behind. Huang Ziqing felt completely defeated. He realized it was his carelessness that had exposed the undercover agent. The culprits were undoubtedly sent by Xie Yongsong. Yet as Inspector Huang Ziqing, he lacked the evidence to prove it. In Hong Kong, the rule of law prevailed. Police must possess solid evidence to apply for arrest warrants. Although Huang Ziqing often bent the rules to tackle petty criminals, he knew he would face consequences when dealing with someone as formidable as Xie Yongsong. "Boss, what should we do? Shall we just watch Kowloon roam free?" Inspector Zhang was equally incensed. Having been humiliated by a petty thug earlier that day, he now felt slapped in the face again. How has the police force become so ineffectual? These societal scum need to be dealt with properly. Has Scarface Quan confessed? Scarface Quan had been in custody since noon yesterday, and time was running out. Without evidence, the police would have to release him. "No, boss. This guy has a particularly tough mouth. His lawyer is outside clamoring for bail. What should we do?" Scarface Quan was no novice. He was well aware of the Major Crimes Unit's tactics and stubbornly maintained that he knew nothing. Release him. Keeping him locked up serves no purpose. This is infuriating. Huang Ziqing slammed his fist on the table, feeling utterly defeated. He knew who was behind it all, yet he felt powerless to act. "Boss, how about we do this?" Inspector Zhang leaned in and whispered to Huang Ziqing, his face dark with intent. After listening, Huang Ziqing studied Zhang for a moment, then slowly replied, "Let's proceed as you suggest. I entrust this matter to you. There must be no mistakes this time." Huang Ziqing squinted, a malevolent glint in his gaze. Scarface Quan walked out of the police station unscathed and said to his barrister, "Sandy, Lawyer Liang, please extend my gratitude to Mr. Xie. I said nothing while I was inside." Lawyer Liang beamed like a flower, replying to Scarface Quan, Mr. Xie has instructed you to find him at the Caesar Palace in Causeway Bay after your release. You can express your thanks in person. After delivering this message, Lawyer Liang drove away from the police station. When Xie Yongsong was not preoccupied, he either worked in the office at Caesar Palace or at the Fuyang building. Jean-Mi, how has your investigation progressed this week? Bring me the report for review. Jean-Mi presented a comprehensive survey report, which Xie Yongsong examined, noting its meticulous documentation of the development of various physical industries in Hong Kong, among sectors such as apparel, luggage, accessories, food, catering, printing, and logistics. It was evident that the highest profits were generated by the clothing and catering industries, along with logistics. Boss, I have conducted considerable market research and believe the clothing industry, alongside logistics and food sectors, would be most advantageous for us, Jean-Mi stated. Xie Yongsong nodded in agreement, gesturing for Jean-Mi to continue. I am particularly optimistic about women's apparel trade. Through my questionnaire survey, I discovered that housewives from ordinary middle-class families in Hong Kong allocate substantial monthly budgets to clothing. Furthermore, with the opening of the mainland economy, the demand for apparel has surged, indicating a significant potential for growth in the women's clothing market. Jean-Mi elaborated passionately, while Xie Yongsong, seated in his executive chair, listened intently, nodding in affirmation. As someone who had traversed through time, Xie Yongsong was particularly well-versed in the lucrative prospects of the women's apparel industry. Since the early 21st century, the mainland's women's clothing market had surpassed 1 trillion RMB. Not only was the market size tenfold greater than that of men's apparel, but each garment also yielded profits exceeding several hundred yuan. The profitability of the women's clothing sector rivaled that of other niche businesses. The production cost of a garment was approximately 20 yuan. However, after enduring the layers of exploitation from intermediaries, it reached consumers at a minimum of 300 yuan. Although the mainland market had yet to fully mature, failing to seize market opportunities now would result in lost chances in the future. Moreover, the women's apparel markets in Sakura and the Cold Country were gradually maturing. Excellent. Jean-Mi, please elaborate on how you intend to embark on the clothing business, Xie Yongsong prompted. Encouraged by the new boss's confidence in him, Jean-Mi spoke with renewed vigor. Previously, while mingling in social circles, he had often appeared lackluster, but upon discussing legitimate business, he became animated and eloquent. I ventured into the Kuntong industrial area and located a clothing factory owned by a British gentleman who specialized in women's apparel but had seen lackluster business performance. The factory employs 200 workers, including over 20 skilled technicians and 3 designers, equipped with 205 machines, considered a medium-sized garment factory in Hong Kong. I have already negotiated with the foreign owner, who stated that he would transfer ownership for a minimum of 3 million HKD. The machinery itself is not particularly valuable. The primary worth lies in the land and the 1,000 square meters of factory space. Upon hearing this, Xie Yongsong was astonished that one could acquire land and 1,000 square meters of factory space for just 3 million HKD, an extraordinary bargain. Furthermore, the land and factory would appreciate over time. Given that the real estate sector was currently at its nadir, investing now would undoubtedly yield significant returns in the future. Jean-Mi, I am appointing you as the general manager of the Sun Group, with full authority to oversee the acquisition of that British gentleman's clothing company. Additionally, I will allocate an extra 20 million HKD for acquiring surrounding land and factory space, purchasing equipment, and hiring workers to expand production capacity. Let us initially recruit 2,000 to 3,000 workers. To succeed in business, one must aim to grow robustly, as I do not favor petty enterprises. The first project of the Sun Group would be the women's clothing industry, a cornerstone of Xie Yongsong's inaugural foray into tangible industries. Previously engaged in film entertainment or dubious enterprises, he understood that such ventures could never yield monumental success. The wealthiest individual in Hong Kong, Li Zikai, built his fortune on plastic flowers, while the so-called stock market mogul, Lu Wanxiong, accumulated his initial capital through fan production. Chapter 24. Only by engaging in tangible enterprises can one gain societal recognition. Xie Yongsong intended to start with the women's clothing sector, establishing his own commercial empire, as only tangible business ventures could secure societal acknowledgement. Jean-Mi accepted the 2 million HKD check handed to him by Xie Yongsong, feeling an immense sense of trust. This amounted to over 24 million HKD. Did Xie Yongsong truly place such faith in him? Was he not concerned that Jean-Mi might abscond with the funds? It is worth noting that 2 million HKD in 1980s Hong Kong could purchase numerous luxurious residences exceeding 1,000 square feet, an exceedingly valuable sum. Jean-Mi was overwhelmed with excitement, knowing that a true ally would go to great lengths for him. All right, boss, I shall now proceed with my tasks. The headquarters of the Sun Group was situated on the 3rd floor of the Fuyang building in Wan Chai, while the factory was located in the Kuntong industrial area. Zhang Mi hurriedly dashed out to negotiate with the foreigners and secure deals. He also needed to travel to the mainland to procure machinery. The industrial landscape there had gradually evolved, making clothing manufacturing equipment considerably more affordable than before. However, certain essential machinery, such as printing machines, still necessitated a trip to Germany and Europe for procurement. As soon as Zhang Mi exited the office, Fei Quan pushed the door open and entered, reporting, "Brother, Wei Jixiang, along with Scar Quan and Xin Sha, has arrived and wishes to see you. Let them in." David, who had initially intended to expose Wei Jixiang's true identity as an undercover police officer, had been eliminated by Nightingale. Now, Wei Jixiang had no reservations and could freely venture outside. Wei Jixiang, Scar Quan, and Xin Sha entered, bowing respectfully to Xie Yongsong. "Mr. Xie, we are grateful for your assistance and willingness to accept us three brothers. From now on, we shall follow you." Xie Yongsong raised his head and scrutinized the trio. Wei Jixiang, of average height and quite handsome, was no wonder he had captivated Ruby. Scar Quan. Xie Yongsong noted the striking resemblance to the notorious Big Brother B. With a stocky physique and impressive fighting abilities, making it impossible for any small-time thugs to approach him. Xin Sha, tall and lean, worked as a mechanic in a car repair shop, and was also Wei Jixiang's subordinate. He was known for his loyalty and prowess in combat, making him a formidable ally. The three brothers, having sought refuge with Xie Yongsong, found themselves with no other options. Rumors had circulated that Wei Jixiang, a senior figure in the Hong Tai gang, had defied his superiors, eliminating the gang's leader, Chun Mei. This act was, in fact, orchestrated by Xie Yongsong as coercion, unbeknownst to the other gangs. Who would dare harbor a traitor who had betrayed their own? However, Xie Yongsong understood that Wei Jixiang was fundamentally loyal and had been compelled into his current predicament due to pressure from the prince and Chun Mei. "Xiang, Scar Quan. Xin Sha, today you officially join us, starting as junior members of our gang. Do you have any objections?" Although Wei Jixiang had been a prominent figure in Hong Tai, joining Hong Xing would require him to work his way up from the ranks of a junior member. However, if he could gain the acknowledgement of his superiors and be given opportunities to prove himself, he could quickly ascend to a leadership position. Recruitment at the Tongko did not require reporting to the entire gang. The approval of the Tongko's leader sufficed. Currently, the leader of the Causeway Bay Tongko was Fei Quan, while Luo Tianhong held the title of Red Stick in the same territory. In the conference room of the Caesar Palace, an imposing 2-meter statue of Guan Gong adorned the inner hall, inscribed with the phrase loyalty and righteousness. Xie Yongsong sat at the head of the table, with Bai Ji Fan sitting beside him. Other gang leaders were present to witness the ceremony. Although these three were merely low-ranking junior members for the time being, if they could win the favor of the Tongko leader, their futures would be exceedingly bright. After Wei Jixiang, Scar Quan, and Xin Sha paid their respects to Guan Eryi, they followed protocol to present tea to the leader, Xie Yongsong, along with a red envelope containing a bonus of 888. Xie Yongsong accepted the envelope, patting the shoulders of the three, offering words of encouragement. His message was simple. Once they joined, they must uphold loyalty and camaraderie, remaining faithful to their superiors while uniting against external challenges. Here is a check for 1 million HKD. Upon your return, recruit capable individuals to form a formidable team, Xie Yongsong said, handing over the check. "I will provide you with a street in Wanchai, and from now on, you will be the boss. Do not bring disgrace to Hong Xing." Regarding the matter of the Lost Wave, Xie Yongsong stated that he would send someone to protect Wei Jixiang's son, Dahong, and the rest would be left to him to handle. Wei Jixiang stared at the check in his hand, his eyes nearly popping out. With this sum of money, coupled with the territory of a street in Wanchai, he believed he could assemble a gang of 200 men. With such a multitude of followers, what did he have to fear from the Lost Wave? Having worked in Hong Tai for over a decade, the prince only granted him a meager allowance each month, barely enough to support even a single subordinate. Naturally, without funds, he had no manpower, and only Scarface Quan and Shun Sha had consistently followed him, leading a rather arduous existence. Being so highly regarded shortly after joining Hongxing was like a dream come true. Wei Jixiang exchanged a smile with Scarface Quan and Xin Sha. Feeling optimistic about the future, they were determined to carve out a significant career within Hongxing. At the Kuntong Film Company, Liang Kuan swaggered in, one arm around a third-tier starlet, a cigarette dangling from his lips. This was his signature move. "Sha Chong, have there been any new actresses lately? Let me audition." Liang Kuan was riding high on his success as the leader of Hongxing. His white powder business was flourishing, and the entire Kowloon was his domain. With wealth and power at his disposal, Liang Kuan had become arrogant, changing partners daily, with money being no object. "Boss, theatrical films are on the rise now. Many actresses have flocked there. We receive fewer applicants for leading roles, as everyone perceives our Kuntong Film Company as unreliable." Sha Chong spoke with his head down, stammering, knowing Liang Kuan's volatile temper would likely lead to him receiving a beating. Indeed, the next moment, Liang Kuan delivered a heavy blow, though Sha Chong was already prepared. Damn it, are you brainless? Why not lure some naive girls over? Just tell them it's a legitimate film with a chance to become a star. They would surely bite. Liang Kuan was rotten to the core, a nightmare for ordinary girls. Oh, understood, Brother Kuan. Liang Kuan suddenly recalled a nominal confidant in Causeway Bay and inquired. How is Ah Song faring over in Causeway Bay? Can he manage? Over the past few months, Liang Kuan had been wholly focused on his white powder business, thriving in Kowloon, with little time to attend to the specifics of the island's situation. Brother Kuan, Ah Song is doing remarkably well in Causeway Bay and Wan Chai. He took down Hong Tai and has also swallowed the territory of Zhongyi Xian. Now our Hongxing's presence in Causeway Bay dominates, controlling over a dozen streets. The word on the street is that Ah Song is the boss of Wan Chai. Liang Kuan was taken aback, pondering how quickly he ascended to become the boss of Wan Chai. To dominate over a dozen streets in such a precious area, his growth is astonishing. And that's not all. Ah Song's new film God of Gamblers has grossed over 60 million at the Hong Kong box office, and he has made a considerable profit from selling the rights. Sha Chong continued to extol Ah Song's remarkable achievements, filled with admiration and reverence for him. Typically, if someone surpassed you slightly, jealousy might arise, prompting thoughts of sabotage. However, when someone vastly outshines you, all that remains is admiration. Liang Kuan's expression darkened. Ah Song had made such a fortune? Initially, he felt proud of the over 1 billion he had earned from drug dealing in recent months. Yet, knowing that Ah Song, through legitimate business and filmmaking, was earning even more, he suddenly felt that his billion was not as significant. His pride took a severe blow as the leader of Hongxing. To find himself outclassed by a subordinate was a painful realization that soured his mood. Ah Song, now ascending with the Causeway Bay faction, had become one of Hongxing's strongest branches. Liang Kuan suddenly conceived an idea. If he could sell drugs on his turf, he would seize control of the Wan Chai market. This thought uplifted his spirits. Ah Song was his man and would surely assist. After all, the annual summary meeting for Hongxing was approaching next year, providing an excellent opportunity to discuss matters with Ah Song. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the end of the year. The people of Xiangjiang celebrated the Lunar New Year, with festivities commencing on the 15th day of the 12th month. Homes adorned with couplets filled the air with the spirit of the season, and many factories began to close for the holidays. While the people of Xiangjiang valued both New Year's Day and the Spring Festival, the latter was celebrated with greater pomp. Places like Temple Street and Wang Tai Sin Temple had already commenced their dragon and lion dances. Xie Yongsong emerged from his villa in Repulse Bay, and a bodyguard hurriedly opened the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom for him. A sleek, pure black, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, Xie Yongsong, Su Zhengyang, and Luo Tianhong settled into the back seat. The spacious rear of the Rolls-Royce accommodated the three comfortably. How extravagant. Brother Song, we can even drink in the car. This is simply delightful. Luo Tianhong exclaimed as he felt the luxurious leather seats, far more comfortable than his own sports car. The privileges of a big boss were evidently superior to those of ordinary folk. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was a limited edition, costing 6.8 million. While it may not seem extraordinary in later years, in the 1980s, few tycoons could afford it. Xie Yongsong opened a bottle of this year's Lawfight in the car. In just a few days, it would be 1983, and the price of the 1982 Lawfight would surely rise. This year, I purchased 10,000 cases of Lawfight, all stored in the villa's cellar for leisurely enjoyment. If you wish to drink, just take a case. The price of the 1982 Lawfight would eventually soar, going from a couple of $100 a bottle to tens of thousands, primarily due to the exceptional rainfall in European vineyards that year. Boss, so much red wine. Are you planning to enter the wine business? If it's just for personal consumption, you'll never finish it in 10 lifetimes. Even the wine-loving Luo Tianhong was astounded by Xie Yongsong's lavishness. 10,000 cases equated to a staggering 100,000 bottles. Xie Yongsong's face beamed with pride. Having acquired these wines at a bargain price, which would be worth at least 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in the future. Damn, I am indeed an investment genius. He mused inwardly. When funds are low, I can just sell some wine. How delightful. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly, and sitting in the back felt entirely devoid of bumps. Drinking red wine in the car was an unparalleled indulgence. Chapter 25. Earning steadily and safely is the true business. On the way, a few friends enjoyed red wine while smoking cigars, arriving at the Hongxing restaurant after 20 minutes. Xie Yongsong stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, draped in a mink coat. A cigar clenched between his lips, exuding the aura of a big boss. Following him were two youths sporting a chamois style, Luo Tianhong and Yuhua Tian, striding confidently into the establishment. Brother Song, welcome. Please come in. The junior members at the entrance greeted him with utmost respect, their demeanor markedly improved from before. Upon entering the conference room, Fatty Lee and Brother Nyo were already inside, discussing matters concerning Xie Yongsong. Brother Song, speak of the devil, and he appears. We were just talking about you. A fellow from Central, Ba Ji, wore a flattering grin. At his age, still addressing him as Brother Song? Haha, Ji Gu. What are you up to? Just call me Ah Song. As soon as Xie Yongsong entered the conference room, he became the center of attention. The most dapper figure in all of Hongxing. No, he was the most distinguished elder in all of Hongxing. No one dared to call him a junior anymore. They at least addressed him as Brother Song. Brother Song, don't be modest. You are now the wealthiest in all of Hongxing, with the largest territory and the most formidable subordinates. If this isn't Brother Song, who else could it be? Isn't that right, everyone? Baki's incessant reference to Brother Song can easily lead one to feel elated. Yet Xie Yongsong is no ordinary individual. Within the gang, one must maintain a low profile in personal conduct while pursuing wealth with ostentation. I am but a junior. Modesty is key. I prefer to operate discreetly. Xie Yongsong remarked quietly, eliciting hearty laughter from the other leaders. Brother Song, your renown in the underworld is unmatched. Even the Hongtai faction has fallen to your might. Han Bin, who shares a cordial rapport with Xie Yongsong, jested, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. The ability to extinguish a gang with a mere wave of the hand is a feat Han Bin knows he could never accomplish. Haha, Brother Bin, I could never compare to you. You are the foremost powerhouse of our Hongxing. What are you playing at? Enough with the pretenses. Come, let us mutually inflict harm. Han Bin replied, exasperated, genuinely believing that Xie Yongsong's prowess within Hongxing is unparalleled, far surpassing that of the Prince of Tsimsha Sui. Although Hongtai is merely a second or third-rate faction with only 4 or 5 halls, it boasts several thousand members in the Hong Kong Island area. The Causeway Bay faction, initially comprising only a few hundred members, has reportedly expanded significantly after taking down a faction led by Brother Song. There's no need for modesty. The title of War God of Hongxing rightfully belongs to you now. I can hardly show my face in this arena any longer. The Prince of Tsimsha Sui, who once referred to Brother Song with familiarity, is now widely acknowledged as the undisputed leader of Hongxing, a notable figure within the organization. Yet he is overshadowed by the likes of the axe-wielding Jun from the new establishment in Tsimsha Sui. Brother Prince, enough of the antics. Keep a low profile. Fame can be a double-edged sword. I merely wish to remain inconspicuous within the organization, focusing on secure and legitimate profits. Xie Yongsong's greatest fear is attracting attention. Yet his strength forbids such a preference. Alas, Quan Ge has arrived. Following his ascendance to the helm of Hongxing, Liang Quan has taken to arriving last at meetings, mirroring Mr. Zhang's previous habits. My apologies for the delay. Traffic was congested, and I appreciate your patience. Liang Quan's distinct, raspy voice resonated, prompting all hall leaders to rise in respect, addressing him as Mr. Li. Please, take your seats. I appreciate your hard work. Let us commence with the year-end summary and review last month's performance. Liang Quan, with a cheerful demeanor, turned to his deputy, Bai Jishan Chunyao, and said, Yao, why don't you start us off? Bai Jishan Chunyao opened the organization's ledger, glanced at the records, and leisurely stated, last month. There were minimal changes in territorial control across the major halls, except that the Causeway Bay faction has successfully claimed an additional 6 streets. The moment he spoke, a wave of astonishment rippled through the room. Wow, the rumors are true. Brother Song has once again secured 6 streets for the organization. Impressive indeed. The Causeway Bay Dragon lives up to its name. Even Hongtai and the Loyalist faction have been subdued. Truly formidable. Niu Gu and Xing Shu whispered to one another. Both seasoned members of Hongxing, visibly pleased to see newcomers thriving. Kuntong faction, remitted 120,000. Sim Sha Sui faction, remitted 550,000. North Point faction, remitted 140,000. Bai Jishan Chunyao reported the amounts from each faction, indicating that all under Hongxing's control must contribute 40 of their earnings as protection fees to the organization, while retaining the remaining 60. These factions were previously managed by Jiang Tiansheng, but with his demise, Liang Quan now firmly holds the reins of financial authority. Observing no dissent from the 3 faction leaders, Chunyao proceeded to announce the contributions from other organizations. Central District faction, remitted 200,000. Huaixing faction, remitted 350,000. Tunmun faction, remitted 300,000. Sham Shui Pa faction, remitted 230,000. As Chunyao reached this point, he too was taken aback by the figures. Finding them rather exaggerated, he paused for a few seconds, and the faction leaders grew tense, eager to learn the amount remitted by the Causeway Bay faction. Yao Gu, please don't keep us in suspense. How much did Causeway Bay contribute? Yes, we all wish to know. Do share. Chunyao smiled and revealed an astonishing figure. The Causeway Bay faction remitted 1.52 million. Heavens! All the faction leaders were left speechless, unable to utter a single word. 1.52 million? This is utterly preposterous, nearly equal to the combined total income of 3 or 4 factions. I was utterly astounded. The Causeway Bay's remittance indicates that Xie Yongsong must be earning at least 2 million a month, just from protection fees. That amounts to several tens of millions. This is simply outrageous. How does Brother Song possess such immense power? His territories are all in Mong Kok, Wan Chai, and Causeway Bay, all prime real estate. Unlike our secluded hideaway in the new territories. How long has it been since his establishment? In just a few months, he has transformed into a super faction, truly remarkable. These seasoned veterans were left in awe. Liang Quan's strength is indeed extraordinary, having expanded his territory in just 5 months to become Hongxing's super faction. Liang Quan, upon hearing the discussions among his subordinates, felt a swell of pride. After all, Xie Yongsong was nurtured under his guidance, and now that he is thriving, Liang Quan too shares in the glory. Subsequently, the faction leaders began reporting on this year's developments. Aside from the expansion of Causeway Bay, there were no significant changes in the other factions. After the year-end meeting concluded, Liang Quan called out to Xie Yongsong, who was about to leave, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Song, wait. I have a matter to discuss with you." Liang Quan, having initiated the conversation, knew that Xie Yongsong could not refuse and thus braced himself for the discussion. "Quan Gu, what can I do for you? Please instruct me." Xie Yongsong replied with a cheeky grin, while Liang Quan was cautious not to offend him. As Xie Yongsong commanded a formidable following that left many in a daze. Even Liang Quan himself could only control half of the Mongkok faction, with the other half led by Tu Quan and Shursan Mei wholly aligned with Xie Yongsong, leaving Liang Quan with little authority. Liang Quan politely invited Xie Yongsong to sit down and lit a fine cigar for himself, displaying an air of cordiality. "Quan Gu, please speak plainly. Your excessive courtesy is making me uneasy." Liang Quan awkwardly chuckled, ensuring no one was in earshot before speaking earnestly. "Song, this is indeed a fortunate opportunity. I wish to hold a meeting with you." Before Xie Yongsong could respond, Liang Quan continued, draping an arm over his shoulder in a gesture of familiarity. "Rest assured, the boss will not shortchange you. The terms here far surpass those of any other collaboration, wouldn't you agree?" Liang Quan spoke in his characteristic raspy tone, leisurely conveying the notion that Xie Yongsong would be gaining a significant advantage. "I thank you and your ancestors for the generosity, Liang Quan. You should know that I earned far more through legitimate means than this." Xie Yongsong thought to himself, fuming internally, yet maintaining his composure outwardly. "Quan Gu, our Hongxing has long since distanced itself from such dealings. I have no desire to become entangled in them." Xie Yongsong's refusal was relatively polite, not overly harsh. To his surprise, Liang Quan persisted, pressing him further. "Song, the Jiang family's ways are outdated. In today's underworld, which faction does not engage in such enterprises? To abstain from this line of income is sheer folly. Just last month, Fat Lee from North Point partnered with me, netting over 100,000 in mere weeks." Liang Quan grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Xie Yongsong chuckled. "You think this is a test for me? I make several million each month without breaking a sweat. I hardly need your meager contributions." With that, he swiftly changed the subject. "Quan Gu, I have a plethora of matters to attend to in Causeway Bay. I must take my leave. We shall converse another time." Without waiting for Liang Quan to finish his remarks, Xie Yongsong turned and exited the conference room, leaving Liang Quan standing there in a stupor. Once Xie Yongsong departed from the Hongxing restaurant, Liang Quan regained his composure, kicking over a chair in frustration. Cursing, "What a lunatic. To forego such a lucrative opportunity. He clearly does not regard me as his superior." Liang Kuan was seething with rage. Although Song had always been somewhat carefree, he had never disrespected him to this extent. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, indicating that Xie Yongsong believed he had grown strong enough to no longer share the same allegiance. "Brother Kuan, has Song indeed agreed to collaborate?" Shaqiang, who was on lookout outside, rushed in, completely oblivious to the earlier negotiations. Liang Kuan shot him a glare, agreed. "Shaqiang, have you lost your mind? Can't you see I'm furious?" Shaqiang felt wronged, thinking, "What have I done to deserve this reprimand?" In Wanchai Sun Building, the former Fuyang Building had been renamed by Xie Yongsong, who had just established the Sun Group, primarily engaged in entertainment, film, fashion, and real estate. This morning, Zhang Mitzi and Liang Zai had completed the registration at the commercial registry, with a registered capital of 25 million Hong Kong dollars. The Sun Group was entirely controlled by Xie Yongsong, holding a 100% share. The headquarters was located on the 3rd floor of the Sun Building, while the clothing factory was situated in the Kwun Tong industrial area. The Wanchai office housed only departments such as the design, human resources, finance, and the general manager's office. Zhang Mitzi served as the general manager, while Xie Yongsong held the dual roles of chairman and major shareholder. Zhang Meiran acted as the chairman's secretary, which also ranked her among the executives. Brother Song, which holds more power, the chairman's secretary or the general manager? Zhang Meiran cheerfully inquired, her spirits lifted by her promotion to an executive position, asking Xie Yongsong curious and whimsical questions. Ahem, regardless, both of you must heed my commands. Aren't you bored? Go fetch me a cup of coffee. Humph, will you do it or not? Otherwise, don't expect me to get you coffee. Chapter 26. This approach can effectively ignite the designer's inspiration. Zhang Meiran began to display a childish temper, prompting Xie Yongsong to lose his cool. Are you going or not? Do you believe I would send you to clean toilets as a janitor? Has your temper flared? Zhang Meiran quickly softened, reasoning that being an office clerk would allow her to stay close to her boyfriend and keep other women at bay. As the New Year holiday approached, Zhang Mitzi was so busy he hardly had a moment to rest, as the recruitment for the clothing factory was in full swing. Xie Yongsong offered salaries slightly above the norm, with ordinary workshop workers earning $3,500 a month and enjoying 4 days off each month. Thanks to these favorable conditions, recruitment was proceeding smoothly, having already secured over 1,000 ordinary workers who were set to begin work after the Spring Festival. Xie Yongsong placed great emphasis on the design department, in addition to offering high salaries to attract talent from overseas clothing companies. He also recruited several outstanding fresh graduates from the fashion design program at Hong Kong University. A proficient designer is invaluable to a clothing factory, particularly for a company focused on self-branded products, where design is of utmost importance. Xie Yongsong did not venture into the clothing business merely to engage in low-end processing, as such ventures yield scant profit. Instead, he aspired to create a brand clothing group that integrated design, production, and sales, embodying brand value. Xie Yongsong had long shared his vision with Zhang Mitzi, encouraging him to recruit numerous designers at competitive salaries. Implementing a merit-based system with performance evaluations linked to the sales success of designed garments, thereby effectively stimulating the designer's creativity. This management approach, though commonplace in later years, was a pioneering concept in the 1980s, setting him apart from other clothing companies. Sandy, are you free after work? I need to discuss a few matters with you. Sandy Leong was busily engaged in her office when she heard her boss's voice. She tousled her neat short hair, looked up with a smile, and replied, "Sure. I'm actually getting hungry. Why not treat me to a lavish meal while we chat?" Dressed in professional attire, Sandy Liang's tall figure radiated a powerful presence, embodying the ideal image of a successful woman. Standing at 1.75 meters and wearing high heels, she towered over most men, only slightly shorter than Xie Yongsong, who stood at a standard male height of 1.85 meters. His regular workouts kept his physique well proportioned, weighing a healthy 140 pounds. After several months of sharing a workplace, Liang gradually discovered that her boss was not as intimidating as she had initially perceived. On the contrary, he was quite amiable towards his colleagues. Liang Anqi found herself increasingly intrigued by this handsome boss, captivated by the air of mystery surrounding him. That's wonderful. Dining with such a beautiful woman is indeed a stroke of luck for me. I'll see you after work. At 5:30 in the evening, Xie Yongsong arrived in a blue Porsche to pick up Liang Anqi. What girl wouldn't adore a sports car? Liang Anqi, hop in. Let's take a joyride. Liang Anqi's cheeks flushed slightly, and feeling shy, she nodded and gracefully slid into the passenger seat of the sports car. This scene was witnessed by Officer Mike, who had come to the Sun building to surprise his girlfriend. He had intended to keep his arrival a secret, but was taken aback to see his girlfriend stepping into a luxury sports car, leaving without a word. Left standing in the cold wind, Mike was dumbfounded. My heavens, my girlfriend just got into someone else's car. What on earth is happening? Though he didn't catch a glimpse of the occupants, he memorized the license plate number and car model, planning to inquire at the transportation department later. It was infuriating. Furthermore, Mike couldn't reach Liang Anqi, as that extravagant mobile phone was beyond what a humble police officer could afford. As Xie Yongsong sped along the coastal road, Wanchai featured a seaside avenue that offered stunning views of the Cerulean Sea. Occasionally, seagulls soared overhead, and the salty sea breeze carried a unique fragrance. Wow, this is exhilarating. No wonder the wealthy adore sports cars. Liang Anqi's hair danced in the wind, wisps brushing against Xie Yongsong's nose, tickling him with a faint scent of youthful innocence. Liang Anqi was a barrister, yet she retained a youthful spirit. To her surprise, the serious Liang Anqi at work was a lively and charming girl in her personal life. Mr. Xie, why did you join the society? Although Liang Anqi had represented numerous individuals from Hong Kong's underbelly in court, she found it perplexing why these people engaged in constant brawls. Coming from a wealthy background, she was utterly unaware of the struggles faced by the underprivileged in Hong Kong and could not comprehend the prevalence of such societies. Xie Yongsong sighed, gazing skyward as a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Anqi, joining the society was merely a matter of survival. I grew up relying on the kindness of strangers. My father was murdered on the streets when I was 3, and my mother passed away 7 years later due to illness. I barely completed elementary school before becoming an orphan. At that moment, Xie Yongsong's performance was poignant, his expression sorrowful and his demeanor heart-wrenching. He recounted his childhood experiences with a blend of truth and embellishment, evoking deep empathy, especially from Liang Anqi, a kind-hearted heiress who was soon in tears. However, when Xie Yongsong turned to glance at her, he found her sobbing uncontrollably. Goodness, this is rather exaggerated. I merely mentioned it casually. Mr. Xie, I apologize. I had no idea your life was so tumultuous. I even misjudged you. Liang Anqi, with her benevolent nature and sense of justice, felt immense sympathy for Xie Yongsong's past and guilt for her earlier misconceptions. It became clear to her that he was an exceptional individual, having risen from humble beginnings through sheer perseverance and hard work, ultimately achieving great success. Angel, there's no need for such formality. Simply call me Asong, for we are friends. Xie Yongsong naturally leaned his head against Liang Anqi's shoulder, though she furrowed her brow. Contemplating a refusal, she felt a strange softness in her heart upon recalling the hardships Xie Yongsong had endured over the years. Nestled against Liang Anqi, he inhaled her captivating fragrance, revealing a mischievous smile. Liang Anqi experienced a peculiar flutter of emotions, recognizing that Xie Yongsong was not only handsome and charming, but also quite affluent. From a penniless youth to a wealthy magnate in Hong Kong, she harbored a deep admiration for him. I mustn't dwell on this. I am already taken and set to be engaged next month. Liang Anqi's heart raced. She could not allow herself to fall for him. Stealing a glance at Xie Yongsong, she thought, so extraordinarily handsome. His chiseled features exude a rugged masculinity, the very type she adored. Although her boyfriend is also fairly handsome, he pales in comparison to Xie Yongsong, akin to a firefly next to the moon. All right, let's go. To that restaurant in Causeway Bay. I know their food is exceptional. Xie Yongsong escorted Liang Anqi to a restaurant in Causeway Bay, where they dined and conversed in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. After their meal, Xie Yongsong returned Liang Anqi to her apartment in Causeway Bay. As fate would have it, her boyfriend, Mike, awaited her downstairs. Upon seeing Xie Yongsong pull up in his sports car, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Sandy, who is this? Mike nonchalantly approached, but instantly recognized the rising star in the underworld. This is my boyfriend, Officer Mike, and this is my boss, Mr. Xie Yongsong, a film industry mogul. Xie Yongsong graciously extended his right hand, initiating a handshake with Mike, who hesitated before reciprocating. The air thickened with tension, particularly as Mike's gaze blazed, fixating on Xie Yongsong. Mike appeared to be in his 20s, nearing 30, a local Hong Konger with a decent countenance, reminiscent of the melancholic star Fong Zhongxin. Mr. Xie, I've heard your film endeavors are merely a side venture. Your main occupation must be in organized crime, am I correct? Mike's eyes sparkled with intensity, his words outwardly polite but laced with menace. Unhurriedly, he produced a business card from his jacket pocket and offered it to Xie Yongsong. I am Inspector Mike from the Wanchai Major Crime Unit. You are the leader of the Hong Hing organization in Causeway Bay, are you not? I am quite familiar with your dossier, which has accumulated considerably in our precinct. Xie Yongsong, unperturbed, replied with a smile. Officer, I fail to comprehend your insinuations. Is it illegal to escort a female colleague home? I am merely conducting legitimate business in Wanchai. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Liang Anqi is my defense attorney. Liang Anqi, overhearing, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing Mike was likely envious. All right, Mike, Mr. Xie is a good person. We shall see each other again tomorrow. After exchanging farewells with Liang Anqi, Xie Yongsong drove away in his sports car, leaving Mike feeling profoundly threatened. Anqi, keep your distance from Xie Yongsong. He is a gang leader, notorious for his misdeeds. Once Xie Yongsong departed, Mike immediately began to undermine him, seeking to diminish his stature at every turn. Enough, Mike. You do not understand, Mr. Xie. Cease your disparaging remarks behind his back. Liang Anqi dismissed Mike's words, having already decided that Xie Yongsong was a diligent and good-hearted individual. In fact, she felt a tinge of disdain towards Mike's attitude, as she loathed those who casually belittled others, resembling a gossip monger. I shall head upstairs now. You need not pick me up for a while. I can manage on my own. That's that. Without a backward glance, Liang Anqi ascended the stairs, clearly irked with Mike. Who is truly your boyfriend? You trust a short man's word over that of a police officer? Inspector Mike seethed internally, his teeth clenched in frustration as he begrudged Xie Yongsong, thinking, how dare that short fellow steal my girlfriend, if I get the chance. Meanwhile, the entire team from the West Kowloon Major Crime Unit was deployed, led by the young Inspector Zhang, splitting up to head towards Dundas Street. It was nearing 10 o'clock at night, prime time for Hong Kong's youth to embark on their nightlife. The Grand Paradise remained bustling, frequented by numerous professionals and expatriates conducting business. A few short men were present, but they were all capable individuals, as the establishment's costs were not negligible. Lights on. Show your IDs. Everyone remain in your seats, and do not move. A group of plainclothes officers burst in, revealing their identities to the doorman before issuing loud commands. We are the West Kowloon Major Crime Unit. Produce your identification for inspection. Inspector Zhang seized a seemingly carefree short man, yanking him by the collar and demanding, "What is your business here?" The staff promptly switched on the lights, and many patrons sighed in dismay, lamenting their misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter police while out having fun. The owner must have crossed someone. We can't return here. The backing isn't strong enough. And the enjoyment is utterly diminished. Upon hearing the news, Dado Quan hurriedly arrived, flanked by a group of security personnel. "Sir, our establishment operates legitimately, paying taxes as required each month. What wrong have we committed?" Dado Quan's face turned green with rage. The boss entrusted him with the management of the Grand Paradise. A sign of trust. Now, with the police investigating, who would dare to come again? Inspector Zhang stood triumphantly, pointing at the Hong Hing brothers, declaring, "These fellows are doomed." And Xie Yongsong's subordinates are even more so. Whether they operated legitimately or not would soon be uncovered. "We received reports of your involvement in drug trafficking. Hence our need to investigate." Zhang's words hinted at ulterior motives, clearly intended to provoke. "Our leader, Dragon, has never dabbled in such matters. Who on the street doesn't know this? You are deliberately causing trouble." Inspector Zhang smirked, avoiding a direct response. "Boss, we found it." A plainclothes officer retrieved a packet of white powder from beneath the sofa, evidently just hidden there. Inspector Zhang accepted it with a grin, ordering his subordinates to take everyone in for questioning. "Dado Quan, let us see how you explain this. Can your brother Dragon save you now? Stop pretending. We at Hong Hing are absolutely innocent. Release me." Inspector Zhang rounded up everyone from the Grand Paradise and took them back to the precinct, sealing the casino. Dado Quan was in a frenzy, his mind racing. Managing one place was already a challenge for him. The casino's bodyguards, sensing the tide turning, made a discreet escape. The plainclothes officers struggled to contain so many individuals, bound to let some slip through the cracks. The fleeing bodyguards found a phone booth and called Yu Huatian, who handled intelligence work. "Brother Tian, there's trouble in Mong Kok. The police have sealed our venue, and Dado Quan has been arrested." Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian rushed to report to Xie Yongsong. This year, during the New Year festivities, the Sun Group's business had essentially halted, with everyone returning home to celebrate. However, the Grand Paradise's business thrived, bursting at the seams as soon as the holidays arrived. Xie Yongsong held court at the Caesar Palace, bolstered by Police Superintendent Li Xiang, and his business flourished. With both the lawful and unlawful realms in check, no one dared to cause trouble. Each month, Xie Yongsong reaped substantial profits. The casino's margins were highest, and high-end venues like Caesar Palace were particularly lucrative. Bursting into Xie Yongsong's office, Yu Huatian wasted no time. "Brother Song, we have a serious issue. The police have raided the Grand Paradise in Mong Kok, claiming they found drugs inside." Xie Yongsong was momentarily taken aback. "What? I usually maintain a stringent oversight over my brothers. The two Kuan would not be this foolish." In Wan Chai's Peak Paradise, which is essentially Xie Yongsong's private estate, he earns a staggering 50 to 60,000 every month, a veritable golden goose. Suddenly, news arrived that Inspector Zhang from the West Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit had come knocking. Previously, he had visited Caesar Palace, only to leave in disgrace. Xie Yongsong's expression darkened as he began to piece together the situation. It was evident that the West Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit was deliberately targeting him. "Old Tian, investigate this matter. Are the police indeed trying to make things difficult for us? This time, I will not let Huang Ziqing and that Inspector Zhang off the hook. Damn it, how dare they plot against me? If I do not retaliate, they will assume I am easy to bully." Xie Yongsong seethed, astonished by the police's lack of ethics. Having lost, they sought to retaliate against him. If Xie Yongsong refrained from striking back, baseless accusations would inevitably fall upon him. Simultaneously, he hastily summoned the esteemed lawyer Liang Anqi to the West Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit to prevent the police from coercing a confession through torture in the detention room. The office of the West Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit was packed with members of the Hong Hing gang, the atmosphere akin to a bustling marketplace. The plainclothes officer inquired, "Name, age, gender, occupation?" The suspect replied, "Zhang Xiaofei, 20 years old. You can determine my gender yourself, and I work as a security guard." The plainclothes officer retorted, "You think playing dumb will save you? Don't think that just because you are a legitimate security guard, you're not one of Hong Hing's lackeys." The suspect shot back, "Boss, I earn over 3,000 a month as a security guard. How could I afford to support a gang member?" The plainclothes officer was left speechless. Is the salary of a security guard really that high? Most workers outside barely earn over 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. Be honest. And if you confess to the crime, I can plead for leniency before the judge. Security guard Zhang Xiaofei scoffed, looking at the officer with arrogance. Boss, betray Song Gu? Not a chance. Song Gu treats us brothers well, ensuring we want for nothing. How could I turn my back on him? I truly know nothing. In the interrogation room of the Serious Crimes Unit, the apprehended gang members refused to answer any questions, infuriating Inspector Zhang. How is De Tu Kuan holding up? Other gang members are irrelevant. As long as De Tu Kuan speaks, we have won. Inspector Zhang felt immense pressure. Although evidence had been seized at Peak Paradise, it was a trap set by the police. Without eyewitness testimony, these so-called pieces of evidence held no ground. The court would not accept them. Hong Kong's legal system emphasizes the chain of evidence. If any link fails, the entire chain collapses, making conviction impossible. In the interrogation room of the West Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit, De Tu Kuan sat face-to-face with two plainclothes officers, the blinding lights preventing him from opening his eyes. The head of the unit, Huang Zhicheng, was also present, wearing a sinister smile as he regarded De Tu Kuan. Xie Yongsong, alias De Tu Kuan, 23 years old. Raised in the 13 buildings of Qi Yun Mountain. At 16, you followed your brother Xie Yongsong into Hung Hing, apprenticed under the charismatic Kuan of Hung Hing. We have a thorough understanding of your situation. What misdeeds have you and your brother Kwang Long committed? Be forthright. If you confess voluntarily, we will treat it as a surrender. You might only need to spend a few years in Stanley Prison before your release. Huang Zhicheng rambled on about leniency. Otherwise, a life sentence awaited him. Do not waste your breath. I will not say a word until my lawyer arrives. De Tu Kuan coldly regarded the officers, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Damn it, one does not shed tears until seeing the coffin? Let them experience the Serious Crimes Unit's 3 prize tactics. One of Huang Zhicheng's men stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to act. He pressed a notepad against De Tu Kuan's chest and brandished a hammer. Suddenly, someone burst in, announcing, Xie Yongsong's lawyer has arrived. She demands immediate bail for him and has brought numerous reporters. Huang Zhicheng quickly ordered his men to cease their actions. Shocked by the rapid response of the opposing side, which included several media outlets from Hong Kong. In the city, lawyers and journalists are the two most troublesome professions for the police. When these two forces unite, Huang Zhicheng had no choice but to concede. Exiting the interrogation room, a capable female lawyer approached promptly. Inspector Huang, I wish to bail my client, Xie Yongsong. Kindly facilitate this. Huang Zhicheng cast a disdainful glance at lawyer Liang Anqi. Responding lazily, I'm afraid, but Xie Yongsong is involved in a drug case, and we are entitled to detain him for 24 hours. Liang Anqi smiled, countering sharply. Very well, 24 hours it is. I can wait. I will remain in your office, and we shall see who can outlast whom. My employer, Xie Yongsong, pays me 200 Hong Kong dollars per hour. Let us compare our patience. I demand immediate access to my client. This is our right. The police have no authority to impede lawyers from meeting with suspects. Inspector Huang realized that prolonging the standoff would yield no benefits. Ajun, process their bail. Each of the subordinates will be 10,000, and De Tu Kuan will be 200,000. Huang Zhicheng resorted to minor tricks during the final bail proceedings to create some hassle for Xie Yongsong. Liang Anqi handled the paperwork, the bail amount soaring to 680,000. Yet she did not bat an eyelid, for this sum was trivial to Xie Yongsong. Lawyer Liang, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. De Tu Kuan, having narrowly escaped disaster, emerged from the Serious Crimes Unit, grateful for Liang Anqi's timely intervention. Do not thank me. Your brother hired me at a handsome sum to secure your bail. By the way, Song Gu is waiting for you outside. De Tu Kuan's spirits lifted at this news as he strode out of the district headquarters and encountered Luo Tianhong. Your brother is waiting for you in the car. Hurry up. A Rolls-Royce was parked by the roadside. 6 bodyguards clad in black stood vigil by the vehicle, ready to deter any approach. Once inside, Song Gu enveloped him in a firm embrace. You've had a hard time, De Tu Kuan. The concerned expression on Xiao Fei's face mirrored the bond they shared. Having struggled together from Qi Yun Mountain to Mong Kok, Song Gu was unperturbed by the prospect of De Tu Kuan getting into trouble again. After all, they had been friends for many years and understood each other well. Rest assured, this matter is far from over. I will help you settle it. De Tu Kuan felt a surge of panic at these words. The police were not to be trifled with. Song Gu, let it go. We have not incurred any significant losses. To the average person, the police held an elevated status, sacred and untouchable. The thought of confronting them was nearly unfathomable. Who says we have not suffered losses? Peak Paradise has been out of business for several days, and with the bail money, I have lost over $1 million in total. Moreover, that Huang Zhicheng is causing trouble, leading to a loss of numerous clients. Huang Zhicheng is nothing more than a puppet for the British, frequently violating laws, treating lives as if they were nothing. He should have perished long ago, Song Gu said, narrowing his eyes with a fierce expression. Huang Zhicheng's continuous provocations had entangled him in considerable trouble. Old Tian, you handle this matter. Be swift and decisive. Yu Huatian nodded and set off to handle the task. Truly, having served the emperor, He was perceptive to the point of evoking sympathy. On Rainbow Street in Kowloon's Wong Tai Sin district, a well-known public housing estate in Hong Kong stood out due to its exterior resembling a rainbow after the rain. On the rooftop, two men were engaged in a heated argument. What? You want me to go undercover in Wan Chai, infiltrating Xie Yongsong's side? Chapter 28. Every day is a matter of life and death. A remarkably handsome young thug stared incredulously at Huang Ziqing, his face etched with astonishment. Do you have any idea how much effort it took for me to gain entry into the NI family? After finally earning NI Yongxiao's trust, now you want me to get close to Xie Yongsong? Chun Yongren had grown weary of such a life, living each day in trepidation, fearing the exposure of his undercover identity. Huang Ziqing patted him on the shoulder, feigning concern. Yongren, think carefully. You've hesitated to take action against the NI family. Why not consider changing your boss? Brother Kwong from Causeway Bay has committed at least 4 or 5 murders and is involved in smuggling, money laundering, and other illicit activities. If you crack this case, you could at least rise to the rank of inspector upon your return to the police force. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Chun Yongren was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have been deceived by the grandiose promises of Huang Ziqing time and again for 3 long years, now approaching 10. He had come to realize that Huang Ziqing merely viewed him as a tool, completely indifferent to his well-being. Damn it, I quit. Tomorrow, I'm going back to the police force. Get me reinstated immediately. Upon hearing that the undercover agent was threatening to walk away, Huang Ziqing grew anxious. For years, his rise to power had relied on the intelligence provided by the undercover agents. All right, just keep an eye on the NI family and stay safe. I'll send in another undercover agent to infiltrate Hongxing. There are plenty of candidates for that role. Just need to pick a few naive youngsters from the police academy who can be easily swayed with some lofty rhetoric, and I'll have volunteers in no time. As Chun Yongren descended the stairs, he waved his hand without looking back. He took his time to leave in order to protect his undercover identity. Just as Huang Ziqing was about to follow him down, 6 masked men suddenly charged up the stairs, each wielding a Black Star pistol, sending him into a panic. Fumbling in a frantic attempt to draw his .38 caliber, he barely managed to raise it when, with a loud bang, one of the assailants shot him in the arm, the excruciating pain causing him to instinctively drop his weapon. The hulking men descended upon him, pinning him down as he struggled desperately. What do you want? I am Inspector Huang Ziqing of the Royal Hong Kong Police. Playing with fire has dire consequences. He attempted to leverage his identity as a threat, but the assailants remained unresponsive. Let me go? Attacking an inspector has serious repercussions. If you lay down your weapons now, I might be lenient. Panic gripped Huang Ziqing as he realized these men were far from ordinary. They resembled professional killers. Inspector Huang, Mr. Xie sends his regards. The lead masked man coldly intoned, his voice chilling to the bone. Throw him off the rooftop. Just ensure no one gets hurt. We abide by rules. The mere utterance of those words made Huang Ziqing break out in a cold sweat. Brothers, let's talk this over. I need to see Xie Yongsong. Don't be impulsive. Huang Ziqing had fought hard to reach his current position. The more power one held, the greater the fear of death. Dying now would be utterly unjust. Please, I still have value. I can assist you. He thought they were serious and begged desperately, even offering to work for Xie Yongsong. Unfortunately, it was far too late. Our boss offered you a chance, but regrettably, you proved to be a disappointment. 2 of the men seized him and hurled him off the rooftop, 20 stories high. Even if Chun Long were present, he could not save him. Huang Ziqing screamed as he plummeted from the rooftop, crashing heavily onto the roof of a car below. With a deafening thud, his head exploded with a sickening crunch, rendering him irretrievably dead. Just as Chun Yongren reached the ground floor, a gunshot echoed from above, sending a shiver down his spine. Huang Ziqing, the only person aware of his undercover status, was up there. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to investigate, a tremendous crash erupted just 3 meters in front of him. Boom. It was the sound of something falling from a great height. Curiosity piqued. Chun Yongren glanced over to see a bloodied mass that had crashed onto the car's roof. Approaching cautiously, he discerned the figure. Was that Inspector Huang Ziqing? A wave of dread washed over Chun Yongren as he realized the gravity of the situation. Huang Ziqing was the only one in the police force who knew of his undercover identity, and all undercover operations were conducted with utmost secrecy. With Huang Ziqing's demise, no one would ever know he was a policeman again. Then, a chilling thought struck him. Who had killed Huang Ziqing? Was it Ai Yongxiao or someone else? Regardless of the perpetrator, he must not reveal his presence at the scene. If the gang discovered his undercover identity, it would spell disaster. Casting one last glance at Huang Ziqing, who lay mangled beyond recognition, Chun Yongren noted the wide-eyed stare, as if he harbored some unshakable regret. Residents of Rainbow Post immediately alerted the police, and several circles formed around the scene. The crowd, drawn by curiosity, flocked to witness the unfolding drama. Please, everyone, step back and do not disturb the scene. Cooperate with our investigation, Inspector Zhang from the West Kowloon Serious Crime Unit instructed as he arrived on the scene. He had been trying to reach Huang Ziqing for days, but to no avail. A newcomer in the Serious Crime Unit accompanied the veteran inspector to assess the situation up close. Upon seeing the deceased, the police chief was instantly alarmed. Good heavens! This is Inspector Huang Ziqing, who meets with us regularly. In Hong Kong, the death of a police inspector was a monumental event that would attract citywide attention. The chief dared not delay and hurried to report to higher-ups, with Inspector Zhang Biao designated as the operation leader. Initially, this was merely an ordinary falling incident, requiring only a small team to address it. However, upon hearing the chief's report, Zhang Biao became anxious. Sir, we have a serious situation. The deceased is our Huang, sir. Zhang Biao's heart sank. Something felt amiss, prompting him to inquire urgently, which Huang, sir? There are many Huangs in West Kowloon. It's Inspector Huang Ziqing, our head in the Serious Crime Unit. Zhang Biao was taken aback. As an inspector, he understood the gravity of an incident involving an inspector. This was a significant event for the entire police force. Secure the scene and do not move anything. I need to report to my superiors and request additional support. 20 minutes later, given that Inspector Huang Ziqing was the victim in this falling incident, Assistant Commissioner Peter was assigned to oversee the case. Preliminary police investigations ruled out suicide, categorizing the case as murder, yet there were no leads as to the identity of the perpetrator. Reporters swarmed the scene, eager to cover the news. A female reporter in a short skirt brandished a microphone, speculating wildly. Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaolan from Asia Television. Just 5 minutes ago, an incident of falling occurred right behind me. Clearing her throat, she continued to elaborate. We know the deceased is not an ordinary individual. He is Inspector Huang Ziqing from the West Kowloon Serious Crime Unit, and the police are not ruling out the possibility of homicide. Excuse me, officer. Could you disclose any details regarding the case? Zhang Xiaolan attempted to extract information from an undercover policeman, but the officers, avoiding her like a plague, waved her off, stating, no comment. Wait for our official statement. Left with no recourse, Zhang Xiaolan persisted with her microphone. Please continue to follow Asia Television for updates on this developing story. The death of Inspector Huang Ziqing sent shockwaves through the entire Hong Kong media landscape, inciting great anger among police leadership, who sternly condemned the criminal act against law enforcement during televised addresses. Old Tian, well done. For safety's sake, instruct everyone to remain indoors. Let them stay at our base in TSC Wanshan. Xie Yongsong watched the televised address, although the police representatives spoke with righteous indignation. No leads had emerged in the investigation, as long as those responsible remained hidden in the TSC Wanshan base. Even 100 police officers would be utterly powerless to apprehend them. Employing a person like Old Tian for such tasks certainly provided peace of mind. Previously, when Old Tian worked for the Shichong, he executed dozens of individuals daily, honing his methods to perfection and leaving no trace in the aftermath. Zhang Biao has recently been in a state of restless anxiety, his mind swirling with unease, haunted by the death of Superintendent Huang Ziqing. He suspects that this incident may be an act of revenge orchestrated by Xie Yongsong, yet he possesses no evidence to substantiate his conjecture. If his suspicions prove accurate, he could very well become a target himself, leaving him in a constant state of trepidation over the past few days. He has taken to residing at the police station, minimizing his outings. However, today he must return home to retrieve some clothing, having spent several days without a change of attire, leaving him in a rather unpleasant state. As he walks past a few colleagues, they quickly cover their noses and hastily move away. This is utterly intolerable for the young Inspector Zhang. He must return home today. Alone, he drives down in a Toyota sedan, exiting through the main gate of the West Kowloon Police District. He's out. Follow him closely, but be cautious. The police have counter-surveillance capabilities. A van stealthily trails behind Zhang Biao's Toyota. Its presence discreet enough that he fails to notice anything amiss despite glancing several times in the rearview mirror. Perhaps I am merely overthinking this. If I continue down this path, I shall surely go mad. Zhang Biao lives alone in a modest apartment in Shamshui-Pu, where the rent is affordable. He has few demands and finds comfort in solitude. As he hums a tune while retrieving his clothes from the apartment, he is suddenly confronted by the cold, unyielding barrel of a gun pressed against his waist, accompanied by a chilling voice from behind. Don't move. Don't turn around. Although Zhang Biao is a police officer, fear grips him. At just over 20, he has yet to marry or even find a partner. Brother, let's talk this through. No need for rash actions. But the assailant covers Zhang Biao's face with a handkerchief, and despite his desperate struggles, he succumbs to unconsciousness within moments. Take him away. Just ensure he remains alive. He could still be of use. Xie Yongsong would not send his men to kill 2 police officers. That would invite too much trouble, provoking the wrath of the chief. Xie simply wishes to conduct his business without disturbance. This is truly not his intention. For hours later, in a high-end hotel in Wan Chai. A group of plainclothes officers bursts into a room. The groggy Zhang Biao awakens in confusion, finding himself next to a weeping girl. Hands on your head. Don't move. The officers promptly reveal their identities and produce their badges. We are from the Wan Chai Police's Major Crimes Unit. We have received a report alleging that you have assaulted a Hong Kong female. You must come with us to assist in the investigation. Zhang Biao is left dumbfounded. What? Have I committed a crime? Wait, there's been a misunderstanding. I am also a member of the Hong Kong Royal Police. The lead officer smirks coldly, stating, that only complicates matters further. Knowing the law and breaking it adds to your culpability. Come with us. Zhang Biao is stunned, stammering, Officer, I am only 19 years old. This is an outrageous accusation. The young woman, wrapped in a towel, sobs as she condemns Zhang Biao's alleged misdeeds. Chapter 29. Unable to conceive a solution. Zhang Biao, handcuffed, is escorted by plainclothes officers to the Wan Chai police station. In reality, the girl is merely a prostitute from Borrington Road, chosen by Shisan Mai for her decent looks and given rudimentary acting lessons. It hardly matters whether the officers apprehending Zhang Biao are competent. The key lies in having evidence. Zhang Biao sits quietly in the police car, reflecting on the series of events. He is not foolish. He can clearly see the blatant frame-up. Yet he cannot devise a means of escape. Panic sets in. Without interrogation or anyone to speak with, he is unceremoniously tossed into a holding cell, gripping the iron bars. He shakes them violently and shouts, "What is there to discuss? Please, can I make a phone call and get out of here? Hello? Is anyone listening?" Zhang Biao's voice grows hoarse from shouting, yet no one pays him any heed. An elderly gentleman at the door glances at him, smirks disdainfully, and returns to his newspaper. Zhang Biao is utterly despondent. He had simply wished to serve as a law-abiding police officer, yet he finds himself inexplicably embroiled in such a criminal case. If this escalates, his future will undoubtedly be ruined. One can only imagine the despair of a police officer languishing in Stanley Prison. In the Caesar Palace of Causeway Bay, Superintendent Li reclines on a sofa, leisurely smoking a cigar, with a voluptuous beauty nestled beside him. Ah Song, this incident involving Superintendent Huang has nothing to do with you. Correct? Xie Yongsong, also with a cigar in hand, opens a bottle of champagne, swirling it into a flute. How could it possibly concern me? I am merely a businessman. Eliminating him offers me no advantage. Xie feigns innocence, resolutely refusing to admit any involvement, knowing that a whistleblower could spell disaster for him. That's good to hear. The last time you asked me for assistance regarding the license scam, I have already leveraged numerous connections to resolve it. Upon hearing this, Xie feels a surge of delight. Henceforth, his bodyguards will be able to carry firearms openly to protect him, and with a gun permit for the security company, clients will be more inclined to collaborate. Superintendent Li's gun permit covers a range of weapons, including Glock 17 handguns, MP5 submachine guns, and AK-47 assault rifles, not exceeding 200 in total. Haha, Superintendent Li. Thank you. Now you are truly in a precarious position. As long as Xie Yongsong remains silent, you are secure. After all, you both sail in the same boat, right? Zhang Biao's case is also being handled with Li's assistance. The Wan Chai police station is filled with Li's personnel, and a single word from him could settle matters. After seeing off Superintendent Li, Xie Yongsong immediately summons 3 retired soldiers, De Jun, Monkey, and De Xiong. De Jun, our security company is about to launch, and we urgently need personnel. Do you have any reliable candidates to recommend? The monthly salary is $6,000, and we seek veterans who have seen combat and bloodshed. Brother, I can find a dozen comrades in the mainland. Bringing them to Hong Kong should be no problem. The prosperity of Hong Kong is incomparable to the mainland. A monthly salary of $6,000 is astronomical there, where a farmer is content to earn a few $100s in a year. The training base in TSC Wanshan suddenly sees over 60 formidable individuals emerge, each a master of combat and marksmanship. With the addition of the several retired soldiers De Jun has recruited from the mainland, the security company will be ready to officially launch next month. The Nightingale organization, managed by Yu Huatian, is comprised of over 30 elite members selected from TSC Wanshan, resulting in a scarcity of trainees at the training base. All right, De Jun, return to the mainland and reach out to your comrades. If they are willing to work here, I guarantee they can earn over $100,000 a year. The $6,000 is a fixed salary, and there are bonuses for completing tasks. $100,000 a year is a staggering sum for retired soldiers coming from the mainland. Understood. I will head back to the mainland tonight, and certainly bring a group over. De Jun is eager to act, knowing that communication tools are scarce in the mainland. He must seek out individuals one by one in their hometowns. China is vast and populous. Locating even one person could take considerable time. So the 3 of them decide to split up to enhance efficiency. That very night, De Jun and his companions set off on their journey back to the mainland. Xie Yongsong instructs his secretary to purchase 3 plane tickets for them, sending them off to Shanghai Airport. Meanwhile, Xie Yongsong calls upon a Chong, the current head of the training center. The center boasts numerous instructors, including retired members of the Flying Tigers, former U.S. Navy SEALs, and ex-Blackwater mercenaries, totaling over a dozen firearms and combat instructors. As long as he is willing to spend, these retired soldiers are more than eager to serve Xie Yongsong, placing a considerable responsibility on a Chang's shoulders. A Chong, during this period leading up to the opening of the security company, we will need many trained security personnel. We will gradually send several hundred individuals to TSC Wanshan. I appreciate your hard work during this time, and I will send Luo Tianhong to assist you. Although a Chong is a loyal subordinate gifted by the system, he is still a flesh-and-blood individual who requires employee care. One must not become overly fixated on exploiting a single individual, for such an approach may lead to a dearth of friendships. Thus, Xie Yongsong dispatched Luo Tianhong to offer assistance. To establish an armed force that is unequivocally loyal to Xie Yongsong is essential for maintaining a foothold in the ever-shifting landscape of Hong Kong. Without the means to safeguard oneself, one may possess wealth yet remain vulnerable, merely becoming fodder for capital. Very well, I understand, Brother Song. Xie Yongsong nodded in satisfaction, permitting him to return to Xianshan. In 10 days, the Lunar New Year would arrive, and the film company had already commenced its holiday. Xiao Su, prepare the vehicle. I need to visit the Wanchai police station. Although Su Jingyang hailed from the mainland, he had not established a family and was striving alone in Hong Kong, foregoing a trip back home for the new year. Xiao Su, are there any family members at home? Would you like to bring them to Hong Kong for the celebrations? Su Jingyang, typically reticent and reluctant to discuss his familial circumstances, slowly replied upon Xie Yongsong's inquiry. Brother Song, I have an elderly mother who is 70. It would be uncomfortable for her to come. She has grown accustomed to her hometown. Xie Yongsong nodded, understanding that the elderly often resist leaving their native places. I shall grant you a 20-day leave. Return to the mainland and spend quality time with your mother. Su Jingyang's eyes brightened, joy swelling within him. For being away for so long had surely made him long for the familiar landscapes of his homeland. No matter how bustling Hong Kong may be, it can never rival the emotional ties to one's birthplace. Thank you, Brother Song, but if I leave, who will protect you? Fear not, is there not old Tian? Rest easy and return. I will arrange for your flight tickets. Only then did Su Jingyang nod in assurance, feeling deeply moved that these brothers regarded him as one of their own, while Xie Yongsong felt a surge of gratitude. Arriving at the Wanchai police station, Xie Yongsong and Zhang Biao were warmly welcomed by Chun Feng of the Major Crimes Unit, who had come out to greet them personally. The two shared a cordial relationship, as Chun Feng had benefited from Xie Yongsong on numerous occasions, establishing a cooperative rapport. Mr. Xie, welcome. I have made the necessary arrangements. You may proceed inside. The Wanchai police station boasted its own detention facility, situated at the rear of the office building. Under Chun Feng's guidance, Xie Yongsong smoothly entered the detention room, where he encountered Zhang Biao, disheveled and in a state of despair. Zhang Biao had been confined for 3 days and 3 nights, with no one to interrogate him or offer visitation. Believing he would spend the new year in jail, he was taken aback to see a handsome young man gazing at him with a bemused expression. Zhang Biao, do you comprehend what you have done wrong? Upon seeing Xie Yongsong, Zhang Biao immediately surmised that the powerful figure behind the scenes was orchestrating events, from the moment he was attacked to his imprisonment. And now with Xie Yongsong's arrival, the sequence of events became clear. Zhang Biao was no fool. He understood the necessity of humility under such circumstances. Brother Song, I erred. I should not have opposed you, nor sent people to seal your fate. Please spare me. I truly concede. Xie Yongsong smiled faintly, puffing on his cigar. Everyone is afforded a singular opportunity to choose, yet a wrong decision may lead to a fate akin to that of Superintendent Huang. You now face a pivotal juncture in your life. Will you agree or disagree? I offer you a chance. Should you assist me at the police station, I guarantee your rise to affluence. Otherwise, Zhang Biao realized that Huang Zhiqing had met his demise for rebuffing Xie Yongsong. If he declined, he could forget about leaving prison. In Stanley Prison, no one would show him any leniency, and he would likely face brutal treatment. Brother Song, I shall assist you. I will comply with whatever you ask. Xie Yongsong presented a document to Zhang Biao, indicating where he should sign. Upon signing, we shall be brothers, and you will receive a monthly stipend. Zhang Biao understood that signing would render him Xie Yongsong's pawn, leaving no room for regret. Yet, refusing would only hasten his demise. I will sign. Hand me a pen. Without hesitation, Zhang Biao inscribed his name and pressed his thumbprint, then implored Xie Yongsong. Brother Song, is it sufficient now? Xie Yongsong chuckled and shrugged. From now on, we are brothers. I will notify you of any matters that arise. By the way, I must inform you that on the day Superintendent Huang fell from the building, Chen Yongren from the NI family happened to be passing by that rooftop. As for whether he is the perpetrator, I cannot say. After hearing this, Xie Yongsong laughed heartily and departed, leaving Zhang Biao alone in the cell, bewildered. The fact that Chen Yongren from the Ni family was present at the scene was troubling enough. Even if he were not the culprit, mere suspicion would suffice. Perhaps, inadvertently. Seeking refuge with Xie Yongsong as a subordinate might not be without its advantages. At least, he would earn a double salary each month and ascend the ranks more swiftly. In the following days, Xie Yongsong accompanied Li Jiasin and Guan Jiling, escorting her around Hong Kong's shopping malls. From Causeway Bay to Mong Kok's Ladies' Market. Then to Tsim Sha Tsui, they traversed the city. In truth, Xie Yongsong was not particularly fond of shopping. He merely bore the responsibility of carrying bags. For women are innately inclined to indulge in shopping. Miss Li, your husband treats you exceedingly well. A dress costing tens of thousands, and he acquires it without hesitation. You are truly fortunate. In the LV luxury store, 3 female sales associates swirled around Li Jiasin, one of whom, with a hint of envy, offered flattering remarks. Oh, my boyfriend is quite wealthy. He earns tens of millions each month, and just gifted me a Ferrari last week. Li Jiasin boasted with pride. Which woman does not relish hearing the admiration and compliments of others? Vanity is an intrinsic trait of every woman. Is that so? Earning tens of millions a month places him among Hong Kong's super-rich. A female sales associate, possessing a commendable appearance, gazed intently at Xie Yongsong, her heart aflame with desire. Indeed, aligning oneself with a wealthy man could lead to a life free from financial worries. She toiled diligently in her sales position, enduring disdainful glances. Often scorned by affluent clients. It seemed the issue lay in the direction of her pursuits. When one is misguided, even hard work proves futile. This sales associate, clad in LV's professional attire, with black stockings and high heels, devised a plan to approach Xie Yongsong while Li Jiasin was trying on clothes. Chapter 30. Do not covet others' interests. This young woman was named Wang Baobao, possessing a captivating figure and a commendable appearance, surely scoring above 80. Mr. Xie, I am Wang Baobao. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Wang Baobao displayed a striking décolletage, batting her eyelashes at Xie Yongsong, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wow, this girl is impressive. Here is my business card. Do come find me for tea sometime. Wang Baobao pressed her card into Xie Yongsong's hand, swaying her hips as she departed, casting him a flirtatious glance. Xie Yongsong felt a twinge of exasperation. With wealth and beauty, he was constantly accosted when out and about. Boss, would you like it? If not, I can hold on to it for you. Luo Tianhong chimed in, raising an eyebrow with a cheeky grin. Get lost. If you want to pursue a girl, do it yourself. Don't set your sights on someone else. Xie Yongsong dismissed Luo Tianhong, carefully placing the business card into his pocket while Li Jiasin had yet to emerge. Big brother, a call from Yao Gu. A bodyguard handed over a bulky mobile phone, resembling a brick, which must be held at all times. Naturally, the big brother would not handle it himself. His subordinates would assist with carrying items, and any incoming calls would be relayed to him. Hello, Yao Gu. What is the matter? Is there a meeting? Chen Yao, on the other end, spoke with cordiality. Taking his time. I have something to discuss with you. I am currently at your Caesar Palace store, regarding matters of the society. Oh, seeking me out for societal matters? You hold me in high regard. Jiasin, I must return to the store for a moment. You may continue browsing on your own. Li Jiasin pouted, feeling rather helpless. After all, men must strive to earn a living outside, and this was something she had to understand. Xie Yongsong left 2 female bodyguards to accompany Luo Tianhong back to the Caesar Palace store, where business was slow during the daytime. Thanks to Zhang Biao's assistance, the Yunding Paradise in Mong Kok had reopened, and business remained thriving. During the day, the Caesar's palace was rather deserted, with only a few languid bartenders slumped over their tables. Upon spotting Xie Yongsong's entrance, they immediately straightened up like springs. Good afternoon, boss. Yao Gu is already waiting for you inside. Xie Yongsong nodded and proceeded toward the reserved VIP room. Yao Gu, what's going on? Why wasn't I summoned? The room was eerily quiet, with only Chun Yao sitting there, his expression dark and brooding, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Awesome. I'm here to discuss matters today. Let's refrain from calling anyone else for now. We'll speak once we're done. Observing the situation, Xie Yongsong dropped his playful demeanor, settled onto the sofa, and instructed Luo Tianhong. Bring out my red wine and stand guard at the door. Ensure no one enters. Luo Tianhong nodded and stepped out. Sitting up straight, Xie Yongsong slowly addressed Chen Yao. Boss, do you have any directives? Chen Yao chuckled at Xie Yongsong's formality, responding with a hearty laugh. No need to be so serious. I'm here to hear your opinions as leaders. Glancing around the room to confirm their privacy, he continued. Recently, Liang Kuan has been colluding with Ba Ji and Li Pengzi to peddle drugs, and many of the leaders have voiced their concerns. Uncle Xing has repeatedly contacted me, urging me to speak with Liang Kuan. Chen Yao chattered on, and Xie Yongsong finally grasped the situation. It turned out Liang Kuan was using his position to secretly deal drugs, attracting police scrutiny. Other venues have been frequently raided lately. Moreover, Liang Kuan's business was privately operated, yielding no profits for the organization, which infuriated those who wanted no part in the drug trade, particularly Prince T in Simsha Sui, Uncle Xing from Kowloon Walled City, and Chen Yao from Xiangjiang. Especially Chen Yao, who had been harassed by the anti-drug unit for over a month, as the police had now turned their attention to Hongxing. Asong, what do you think we should do about this? Chen Yao seemed to be contemplating a coup, seeking to rally a few allies against Liang Kuan. He nervously watched Xie Yongsong, for within the entirety of Hongxing, his greatest fear was that Xie Yongsong would side with Liang Kuan. Xie Yongsong's faction was substantial, with one faction's strength rivaling several others. Asong, to be frank, I don't support Hongxing engaging in such harmful enterprises. Perhaps you should endorse Yao as the leader. Xie Yongsong, with a playful grin, provoked Chen Yao's ire. Asong, stop joking. I am not suited to be the leader. I see myself as the second in command, and I know my limitations. Chen Yao paused, realizing he had considered the leadership role, but understood his own capabilities. He could competently perform as a white paper fan, but being the leader was indeed beyond his reach. So, you're supporting us in confronting Liang Kuan? Chen Yao smiled, relieved that made matters simpler. He patted Xie Yongsong on the shoulder and spoke gently. Asong, you are still young. Your future achievements are limitless. Chen Yao's timely remark left Xie Yongsong puzzled. What did that mean? He nearly burst into laughter. Chen Yao thought he was eyeing the leadership position. Yao go. I've only been a faction leader for about a year. I wouldn't dare to aspire to the leader's role, as my qualifications are insufficient. Although the Causeway Bay faction held significant power within Hongxing, Xie Yongsong was still relatively inexperienced and junior in rank. Hongxing was also part of the Hongmun system, and being a leader required not only strength, but also seniority. Haha, awesome, there's always the next term. Jiang Tianxing has a brother named Jiang Tianyang. Prince T and I plan to go to Thailand to invite him back to take the helm. Chen Yao and Prince T had already identified a successor for the leadership role, Jiang Tianyang, who also belonged to the Jiang family. Was Hongxing about to become a family dynasty? Xie Yongsong frowned. While he disliked Liang Kuan, he loathed Jiang Tianyang even more. If Jiang Tianyang ascended to power, he was far more cunning than Liang Kuan, making it exceedingly difficult to oust him. All right, Yao Gu, however you wish to proceed. My Causeway Bay faction will cooperate with you. Xie Yongsong outwardly agreed readily, but inwardly contemplated watching the spectacle unfold, eager to see the drama. It's settled then. I shall take my leave now. Chen Yao stood to depart, but was halted by Xie Yongsong, who warmly insisted he stay. Hey, why the rush? Ruby, fetch a few of the most exquisite hostesses to entertain our Yao Gu and ease his troubles. Let it be on my tab. Haha, how could I accept such generosity? We're brothers, what is there to worry about? Your sister-in-law won't find out. I'll smooth things over for you. The two reveled in merriment within the VIP room, as a bond of camaraderie was essential for the deputy of the organization. At the West Kowloon Police Department's interrogation room, are you going to speak or not? What in the hell is your motive? Where did you dispose of the weapon? Two plainclothes officers threatened Chen Yongsong with a hammer. While the unfortunate Chen Yongren suffered severe internal injuries, his mouth stained with blood. What do you want me to say? I am merely an ordinary friend of Inspector Huang. We were chatting on the rooftop. The officer in charge of the interrogation sneered, displaying a menacing demeanor as he mocked. You are a member of the NI family. Inspector Huang is a leader in the serious crimes unit. What could you possibly discuss? Hiding away on that rooftop for secret conversations. Do you really underestimate my intelligence? Let him experience judicial coffee. I don't believe he won't crack. The interrogating officer summoned a colleague to bring a cup of tainted cat poop coffee, a concoction notorious for inducing excruciating pain. I confess. I am an undercover police officer sent by Inspector Huang to investigate evidence of the NI family's drug trafficking. You have to believe me. I truly am a police officer. Zhang Biao was taken aback. An undercover officer? Are you kidding me? You're the youngest son of the NI family. Why would you be so altruistic as to help the police expose your own family? Zhang Biao immediately dismissed Chen Yongren's claims as nonsense. Consumed by the desire for accolades, he believed Chen Yongren was surely lying. With Inspector Huang deceased, who could ascertain the truth of his words? Chen Yongren felt helpless. Even when speaking the truth, no one believed him. His heart ached from betrayal by his own kin. Beat him hard. I don't believe his resolve is that strong. As the year-end approached, the atmosphere was festooned with joy, with bright red lanterns hung high. The second floor of the Sunlight building in Xiangjiang was ablaze with lights, as films for the New Year release were set to premiere. The film Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers from Dreamland Cinema would debut on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Mr. Liang, how about we go for a late-night snack at Temple Street tonight? I have some work matters I'd like to discuss with you. Xie Yongsong called out to Liang Anshi as she was leaving work, using the guise of discussing business to invite her to Temple Street for supper. Sure. I haven't been to Temple Street yet. It'll be a great opportunity to check it out. Liang Anqi readily agreed, recognizing that the company mattered more than the meal. Over the past few weeks, Liang Anqi had come to appreciate Xie Yongsong's talents. He had built his empire from scratch. Moreover, his philanthropic endeavors, such as funding impoverished children's education and scholarships at universities, showcased his benevolence. His commitment to public welfare and charitable endeavors revealed a kind-hearted side that Liang Anqi found endearing. Who wouldn't he be charmed by such a kind-hearted, handsome, and wealthy bachelor? Let us go, little fairy. I'll show you the vibrant pulse of the world. Xie Yongsong drove his Porsche 911, with Liang Anqi in the passenger seat. The journey from Wanchai to Yao Mati's Temple Street took only about an hour, or 40 minutes if they sped. Xie Yongsong tossed the car keys to his bodyguard, allowing him to park without the hassle of searching for a spot. In the vibrant 1980s of Hong Kong, bustling districts like Yao Mati were devoid of free parking spaces, giving rise to a burgeoning industry of valet parking. Temple Street emerged as a culinary paradise for the common folk, offering an array of authentic delicacies that could only be savored in this locale. Sandy, I assume you have never visited such a place before? Liang Anqi inquired. She shook her head, captivated by the myriad of food stalls lining the street, featuring claypot rice, fish balls, beef offal, and stuffed three treasures. During the festive season, each food stall adorned with red lanterns exuded a particularly celebratory atmosphere. Xie Yongsong entered a beef offal shop named Chen Ji, calling out, Aunt Chun, just like before, I'd like 2 servings this time. The proprietress turned, recognizing her regular customer Xie Yongsong, and with a smile remarked, Ah Song, it's been a while. Is this your girlfriend? She is truly lovely. Liang Anqi felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks, but chose not to deny it. In a short while, 2 bowls of steaming beef offal were served. Xie Yongsong took a sip of the broth and exclaimed, delicious. He urged Liang Anqi to give it a try, and she nodded in agreement, affirming its exquisite flavor. Aunt Chun, please prepare 4 more bowls of beef offal for that table over there, he instructed, gesturing towards his bodyguard, Su Jingyang, who had returned to the mainland for family visits, leaving only 4 ordinary bodyguards in his stead. Thank you, Brother Song. It dawned on Aunt Chun that Xie Yongsong was no ordinary individual. Typically, one does not venture out accompanied by 4 suit-clad bodyguards without significant standing. Chapter 31. How did he end up like this? Unbeknownst to them, another force was covertly surveilling the scene. Inside a Toyota van, a bald, one-eyed man observed through binoculars. Xiao Qi, are you certain that there are only 4 bodyguards around the Dragon of Causeway Bay? This is no laughing matter. Sang Bo, with a fierce countenance, had just emerged from prison and was in dire need of money. Brother Bo, Weve confirmed it. His personal bodyguard returned to the mainland last week. Now is the perfect opportunity to act. After much hesitation, Sang Bo gritted his teeth and declared, damn it, one cannot achieve wealth without taking risks. Xiao Qi, I've made arrangements with your boss. If we eliminate the dragon, he'll reward you with 3 million. Rest assured, our boss is the Tiger of Wanchai, Chen Yaoxing, a man of his word. Once the Dragon of Causeway Bay is dealt with, 3 million will be promptly transferred to your overseas account. Hearing this, Sang Bo felt a sense of reassurance. This period of hiding was all due to the Dragon of Causeway Bay. Had the dragon not aided Wei Jixiang, providing him with the opportunity to rise, would he be in such a predicament now? Someone nearby made a disparaging remark. And while Sang Bo initially intended to seek revenge on Wei Jixiang directly, the Tiger of Wanchai had approached him, offering a 20,000 deposit to eliminate Xie Yongsong, with the remaining 280,000 as the final payment. For someone like Sang Bo, just released from prison and penniless, this was an opportunity that felt like a windfall, especially since the dragon was the backing of his arch-nemesis, Wei Jixiang. Life is fleeting. If one does not act, one remains impoverished. Sang Bo clenched his fists, his eyes fierce as he pushed open the car door and charged out, knife in hand, followed by over 20 of his subordinates, all wielding various weapons such as machetes, baseball bats, and iron rods. The streets of Temple Street were bustling with people, and the crowd parted in fear as the imposing figures brandished their weapons, causing passers-by to swiftly retreat, wary of provoking these thugs. Sang Bo surged ahead, his singular eye able to intimidate even the smallest child. 20 meters away from Xie Yongsong, Sang Bo suddenly shouted, damn it, Dragon of Causeway Bay. Today I will slay you, you worthless piece of trash. His booming voice echoed throughout the street, capturing the attention of everyone present. The locals were accustomed to such scenes. Fights and brawls were a daily occurrence here. Xie Yongsong sensed the imminent danger and immediately stood, instinctively shielding Liang Anqi behind him. Sang Bo charged forward, swinging his knife towards Xie Yongsong's shoulder. Xie Yongsong deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to Sang Bo's abdomen. Sang Bo was sent sprawling, crashing heavily against a nearby table, startling the patrons who were dining. Protect the boss. The 4 bodyguards snapped back to reality, drawing their firearms and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the approaching thugs. The first 4 attackers fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Gun. They have guns. Panic ensued among the onlookers. Stop shooting, stop shooting. We can't win. Sang Bo's gang, known for their bullying of the weak, immediately crumbled in the face of real firepower. Even Sang Bo was momentarily taken aback. This was Temple Street. With so many people around, Xie Yongsong's men dared to pull firearms. This was no trivial matter. It was tantamount to a death sentence. Sang Bo, regaining his composure, realized he had to eliminate Xie Yongsong. With a rallying cry to bolster his courage, he charged forward with 2 of his brothers. Xie Yongsong furrowed his brow, knowing he could handle 3 knife-wielding assailants in a fair fight. However, with Liang Anqi behind him, he had to exercise caution to avoid any unintended harm. A burly man lunged from the left, aiming a knife at Xie Yongsong's abdomen. Xie Yongsong executed a high kick, sending the attacker flying 2 meters away, unable to rise. With one hand protecting Liang Anqi, he could only rely on his legs to fend off the adversaries. Charge! Kill them! Out of nowhere, over 30 more thugs appeared, brandishing knives and clubs, howling ferociously. Is this fight never-ending? We can't hold them off. Xie Yongsong assessed the dire situation. He was besieged by hundreds, while his bodyguards were entangled with another group and unable to assist. In such a crowded environment, the bullets flew faster than one could count, and the 4 handguns would prove ineffective. Xie Yongsong swiftly turned, lifting Liang Anqi into his arms and sprinting away. With his physique, carrying a girl weighing around 100 pounds was akin to flying, and soon he left the assailants behind, darting through the streets with Liang Anqi in his embrace. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can harm you. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Anqi was staring at him in awe. The warmth of his embrace enveloped her, instilling a profound sense of safety. Ahead, a motorcycle was parked at the intersection. Xie Yongsong instantly recognized it as a Harley-Davidson X48. Without a moment's hesitation, he hopped on, starting the motorcycle with the key left in the ignition. Hold on tight. Let's go for a ride. Liang Anqi obediently donned the helmet, wrapping her arms securely around Xie Yongsong. As Xie Yongsong revved the throttle, the Harley emitted a deep roar. This is my bike. What do you want? Steal the bike. A group of young men enjoying their late-night snacks could no longer sit idly and hastily pursued them. I bought this bike. Is this enough? Xie Yongsong pulled out 100,000 Hong Kong dollars from his collar and tossed it to the young man, then revved the Harley X48, propelling the motorcycle like an arrow. The young man, bewildered by the sudden windfall, realized this was not a robbery, but rather a forceful purchase. However, the money was enough to buy a new Harley, so he decided against reporting it. Hey, stop. If you have the guts, don't run. Sang Bo, breathless and fuming, could only inhale the motorcycle's exhaust as Xie Yongsong had already vanished into the crowd, hundreds of meters away. Damn it. This is a complete disaster. The Dragon of Causeway Bay has escaped. How will I survive in Hong Kong now? Let us go, let us go. We need to lay low for a while. December brought a biting chill, yet Xie Yongsong rode the Harley X48 down Queen's Road, the piercing wind failing to extinguish the fire of passion within him. Liang Anqi clung tightly to his waist, inhaling his potent scent, her heart racing. The thrill of the night, the image of Xie Yongsong breaking through a throng of thugs while carrying her through the streets, would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Women are invariably rich in emotions, yearning for romantic tales and encounters with their beloved men. Born into affluence, Liang Anqi is profoundly captivated by Xie Yongsong's rebellious charm. I'll take you home. Xie Yongsong escorts Liang Anqi to her single apartment. A tinge of disappointment washes over her. She has already succumbed to his intoxicating presence. You've arrived. I'm here. Liang Anqi had intended to invite Xie Yongsong inside for a while. Yet the modesty instilled in her since childhood renders her speechless. She bows her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothing. An inexplicable emotion surges within her, fleeting yet fervent, akin to the eruption of a volcano. Suddenly, Liang Anqi halts, turns, and leaps into Xie Yongsong's embrace, like dry kindling meeting a blazing fire. She gazes up, wrapping her arms around his neck, and closes her eyes for a kiss. When the wind rises, who will paint the flowers for you? Beneath the moonlight, a solitary figure weeps, the tears soaking the blue shirt, unable to repay a lifetime of love. The melody of Huang Liling's song If Heaven Has Love gently resonates in the air, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. The protagonists embrace tightly, sharing a passionate kiss. I am Xie Yongsong. How dare you steal my girlfriend? At that moment, Inspector Mike, a police officer stationed nearby, witnesses the entire scene. His bouquet of roses tumbling to the ground. He is utterly stunned. He had planned to propose to Liang Anqi today, with an engagement set for next month. Unexpectedly, a green hat descends from the heavens, landing squarely atop his head. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Mike discards the flowers and charges at Xie Yongsong, throwing a punch. Damn it. You dare take my girlfriend. Who do you think you are? Although Mike is a police officer, his fighting skills are mediocre, possessing merely basic combat techniques. Xie Yongsong sneers, effortlessly dodging the attack and pulling Liang Anqi behind him for protection. She is my woman. What right do you have to defend her? Mike's fury ignites upon witnessing Xie Yongsong's actions. How could his girlfriend require another's protection? His pride lies trampled beneath his feet, and he lashes out in a frenzy. Yet, his movements are sluggish, and his punches lack power, easily caught by Xie Yongsong. With one hand, Xie Yongsong secures Mike's fist, rendering him immobile, his face reddening from the strain. Officer Mike, as a policeman, it is unbecoming to assault an ordinary citizen. Xie Yongsong shakes his head, his demeanor dripping with disdain, before delivering a kick to Mike's abdomen, sending him flying. Just as Xie Yongsong prepares to deliver another blow, he is halted by Liang Anqi, who fears the situation may escalate and feels a pang of sympathy for Mike. For Anqi's sake, I will spare you today, but do not pursue her any further. Xie Yongsong wraps his arm around Liang Anqi's waist, looking down at Mike. Liang Anqi, feeling compassion, gently advises, Mike, we are simply not meant to be. I do not have feelings for you. Please do not seek me out again. Her words pierce Mike's heart like a dagger, leaving him in unbearable anguish. Heartbroken, he witnesses the woman he loves abandon him, only to be humiliated by his rival. Anqi, come with me. Xie Yongsong firmly takes Liang Anqi's hand, leading her to a car. This night, they will not return to the single apartment, but rather to the presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel. Heaven and earth. Why must you be so cruel to me? Mike wails to the sky, his heart shattered as he helplessly watches his beloved enter a room with his nemesis. Inside the luxurious presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel, the sound of running water fills the bathroom as Liang Anqi bathes, while Xie Yongsong, draped in a bath towel, lounges by the bed, engaged in a phone call. Yes, I'm fine. Have someone locate Sang-bo and see if anyone is orchestrating things from behind. All right, let us leave it at that for now. I have some matters to attend to. We'll talk later. Liang Anqi emerges from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe that reveals her long, pristine legs, a sight both alluring and enchanting. Darling, I'm here. A plethora of details omitted. In a modest lodging in Yau Ma Ti, Hong Kong, 4 individuals are gathered around a table playing mahjong. 1 bamboo. Haha, I've won. Quickly pay up. A young man with dyed blonde hair has miraculously won a substantial amount of money, his luck seemingly boundless. Gao Laobing, what is with your good fortune tonight? Are you cheating? Suddenly, the door bursts open, and a dozen fierce-looking gangsters storm in. Gao Laobing, where are you? They seize everyone by the head, brandishing knives against their throats. Gao Laobing, we're here for you. Don't drag us down. It's him. Chapter 32. Do not let him tip anyone off. A friend playing mahjong immediately betrays Gao Laobing, despite their merely being acquaintances. Oh, so you are Gao Laobing? Where is your brother Sang-bo? Gao Laobing, a mere small-time thug, attempts to act tough amidst the intimidating presence. I don't know. I've been separated from Sang-bo for a long time. Damn you. Trying to act noble, are you? I'll make you wish you hadn't. One of the thugs brings forth a heavy iron hammer, weighing at least 40 to 50 pounds, and the others hold Gao Laobing's hand down, rendering him incapable of movement. I really don't know. Let me go? Let me go? Gao Laobing, terrified and trembling, wets his pants but stubbornly remains silent. The iron hammer crashes down, and a sickening sound of bones fracturing echoes as Gao Laobing screams in agony. My hand. It hurts. It hurts so much. His fingers are mangled, bloodied, and he writhes on the ground, howling in pain, causing the previously calm friends to tremble in fear. Still not talking? Change hands, if both are broken. You'll regret it. The thugs drag Gao Laobing out, holding down his other hand. He cannot withstand it any longer. This could lead to a fatality. All right. I'll tell you. P.S. at Block 9, Xingya Estate, Changsha Street, Tunman. I've spoken the truth. Ultimately, Gao Laobing reveals his boss's location. Loyalty in the underworld comes at a price, and for Gao Laobing, that price is the permanent loss of his hands. You're truly despicable. Why not say so earlier? Why endure such torment? You too. Take him to the hospital to treat his wounds. Ensure he doesn't spill any information. A Qian leads the remaining gang members away in a hurry. Tunman is not their territory. 5 or 6 vans rush swiftly to Qingshan Road in Tunman, where Luo Tianhong, chewing on a toothpick, leads the team to carry out their business. At Xingya Estate on Changsha Street, in Tunman, Sang-bo is temporarily hiding at a relative's home, having gathered 4 or 5 brothers to play mahjong. People of Hong Kong, aside from betting on horses, take great pleasure in playing mahjong. Mahjong parlors are scattered across Kowloon and the new territories, with some under Xie Yongsong's control, though he has yet to obtain a license. Bro, I want to go to Mongkok tomorrow. My cousin asked me to help her find a job. Sang-bo's expression darkens, and he bellows. We need to flee now. Do you think this is a vacation? He jabs his finger at the younger brother's forehead, spitting as he scolds him, causing the younger brother to shrink back in fear. Since Sang-bo's release from prison, his temperament has become volatile, often lashing out at his subordinates with insults. They all fear him. It's just your cousin, not your girlfriend. Don't go. Sang-bo remains cautious, preferring to lay low for a while until the storm passes before venturing out again. He believed that with his abilities, he would eventually be able to live freely and carelessly again. This foolish lad remained oblivious to the severity of the situation. Sang-bo was quite confident in his hiding place, as only 2 of his most loyal subordinates were aware of it, and he was certain they would never betray him. The sound of shoes scraping against the floor echoed through the corridor as dozens of individuals hurriedly ran past. Inside the room, the 4 individuals who had been playing were momentarily stunned. What was that noise? Someone was coming. Grab your weapons. Experienced as he was, Sang-bo swiftly retrieved a firearm from beneath the mahjong table, while the other 3 subordinates also brandished their weapons, a baseball bat among them. The door was kicked open, and as Sang-bo took a few steps forward, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at him. What the hell? Since when did Hong Kong have so many guns? Have the police all been wiped out? Sang-bo was bewildered, standing before Luo Tianhong, who casually strolled over while chewing on a toothpick, his flamboyant blue-dyed afro billowing elegantly. A Glock was pressed against Sang-bo's head, and as the gun descended, it discharged, shattering Sang-bo's left leg. Bang! You coward! If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. What skill is there in using a gun? Sang-bo shouted defiantly, challenging him, which piqued Luo Tianhong's interest. Brother Tianhong, there's no need to take him seriously. Sang-bo is no match for you, Aquan interjected. Eager to diffuse the tension, Luo Tianhong nodded. It was time to get down to business. Clutching his injured calf, Sang-bo's mind raced. Who were these people? How did they know he was here? His hideout was supposed to be quite discreet. Brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. We hardly ever cross paths. With a gun pointed at his head, even Sang-bo, in his ignorance, realized that surrender was his only option. He needed to plead for mercy. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, knowing he had offended many in his line of work, and he had no idea who had come knocking on his door. If it was for money, that could be dealt with, but if it was revenge, it would be troublesome. Sang-bo, your face is truly something else. How could we mistake you? Fei Quan couldn't resist mocking his singular eye, which was so hideously unappealing that even the prostitutes on Boland Street avoided him. Take Sang-bo away. 2 of Hongxing's subordinates pressed their guns against his waist, forcibly escorting him from the room. The remaining 3 of Sang-bo's men breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that only their leader was taken and they were not implicated. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Tianhong chuckled coldly, firing at Sang-bo's crouching subordinates in the corner. The 3 were completely unprepared, and bullets struck their chests, heads, and abdomens in rapid succession, leaving them sprawled in a pool of blood, their eyes wide open in death. Still unsatisfied, Luo Tianhong approached and fired a few more shots, ensuring their demise by piercing their foreheads. This was the lesson taught by veteran reconnaissance soldiers. When dealing with foes, always aim for the forehead. For some may feign death and attempt a sneak attack from behind. Clean up thoroughly, leave no trace. 2 subordinates donned gloves to cleanse the blood and shell casings from the floor, sealing them in transparent bags. 10 minutes later, 2 unmarked vans vanished into the night. The vans bore no license plates, rendering them invisible to any onlookers. At the Caesar Palace in Causeway Bay, Sang-bo was stuffed into a sack and carried in by 2 Hongxing brothers, brought before Xie Yongsong. Brother, we've brought Sang-bo. Luo Tianhong opened the sack, revealing a battered Sang-bo, bruised and swollen. Sang-bo's gaze fell upon Xie Yongsong, seated on a luxurious sofa, adorned in opulent attire. Sporting a watch worth over 100,000, a true aristocrat, entirely unlike a figure from the underworld. Sang-bo was intimidated by Xie Yongsong's presence, his face turning pale with fear. Brother Song, I was wrong. I was deceived into taking action against you. I truly deserve to die. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sang-bo frantically slapped his own face, desperate to appease Xie Yongsong, putting all his strength into the self-inflicted blows. Within a minute, his face was swollen like a pig's head, continually kneeling and begging for mercy. There are no fools in the underworld. Those who are foolish either end up in prison or die on the streets. Sang-bo, weren't you quite formidable last night? How is it that you now cower? Xie Yongsong's smile was eerily sinister, sending Sang-bo into a panic. It was Brother Song. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time, which led to my foolish actions. In a desperate bid for survival, Sang-bo displayed an abject humility, a trait all too common among those who knew how to navigate the treacherous waters of the underworld. Tell me who instigated you, and I can ensure your death is swift. Otherwise, haha. Xie Yongsong produced a family photo and placed it before Sang-bo's eyes. In the image, Sang-bo could still see, smiling joyfully, with his wife and 2 daughters nestled beside him, their expressions radiating happiness. Though he appeared cold-blooded, Sang-bo's heart ached for his family. He had joined the gang merely to earn more money for their well-being. At that moment, his fear intensified, his body trembling. "Brother Song, I swear, please let me go." Xie Yongsong's expression darkened, extinguishing his cigarette, and coldly replied, "You lack the right to call me Brother Song, nor do you have the privilege to negotiate. There is but one chance to save your family." Sang Bo's heart sank, knowing that Xie Yongsong would never spare his loved ones. After a moment's contemplation, he hurriedly divulged the name. "It was Chun Yaoxing from Wanchai. He was the one who instructed me." Finally, having revealed the secret he had harbored, Sang Bo sighed with relief, thinking he was merely sacrificing another to save himself. Xie Yongsong furrowed his brow, having never had any dealings with Chun Yaoxing. "Lao Tian, investigate Chun Yaoxing and prepare a detailed report for me." Yu Huatian nodded and departed, ever the shadow of Xie Yongsong, ready to act at a moment's notice. "As for you, Sang Bo, I will ensure your family remains unharmed. Wei Jixiang, handle this as you see fit." Wei Jixiang slowly stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a knife fixed on Sang Bo. This was the man who had driven the car that killed his wife. For countless nights, Sang Bo had haunted Wei Jixiang's nightmares. Luo Tianhong handed him a knife, which he accepted casually. The sight of Wei Jixiang sent Sang Bo into a frenzy of terror. He had lost an eye because of him. "Wei Jixiang, you bastard, why are you still alive? I'm still here, and I haven't killed you yet. I can't bear to die." Wei Jixiang advanced menacingly, and though Sang Bo acted recklessly, he was ultimately a coward. "Bastard, Xiang, let us settle this one-on-one. Want a duel? Nonsense." Wei Jixiang furiously swung his knife at Sang Bo. With his hands bound, Sang Bo was rendered immobile, helplessly watching as the blade descended toward his head. "My eye. I'm blind." The one-eyed Sang Bo's remaining eye was injured, leaving him completely sightless, writhing in agony. A bitter smile graced Wei Jixiang's face. This strike was in honor of his deceased wife, Wanner. Wei Jixiang raised the butcher's knife once more, aiming a fierce blow at Sang Bo's neck. With his eyes blind, Sang Bo was oblivious and unable to evade, and the knife struck true. The blade severed a major artery, and blood sprayed across the room. After a brief struggle, Sang Bo collapsed, motionless on the ground, lifeless. Wei Jixiang finally avenged his wife's death, appearing rejuvenated, as if transformed overnight. With his vendetta fulfilled, the once proud Shuanghua Red Stick re-emerged in the underworld. As if he had unlocked newfound strength, his combat prowess soaring. With a resounding thud, Wei Jixiang knelt before Xie Yongsong, not uttering a word, but bowing deeply 3 times. "Brother Song, my life now belongs to you. I will obey your every command without hesitation." Xie Yongsong had granted Wei Jixiang a second chance at life, and helped him avenge his wife's murder. The weight of this gratitude was immeasurable. Chapter 33 perfectly addressed this shortcoming. Wei Jixiang could only repay this kindness by pledging lifelong loyalty to Xie Yongsong, serving as a faithful hound for eternity. "Enough, enough. Get up. Look at the mess you've made with all this blood. What a hassle. Be more careful next time." Xie Yongsong instructed a reliable subordinate to clean the floor thoroughly, while another was tasked with placing the corpse of Sang Bo into a sack and carrying it out. Wei Jixiang personally drove to a beach in Wanchai, took a speedboat to the center of the sea, and secured the body in a sack weighted with stones. It would sink to the ocean floor, leaving no trace behind. Why go to such trouble? Because the corpse powder from Yu Huatian was nearly depleted, and Sang Bo was not worthy of it. During the Spring Festival, it is customary for the Chinese to visit relatives and exchange New Year greetings. In these few days, Xie Yongsong was quite busy, as his key subordinates took turns visiting to pay their respects, bringing along large and small gifts. "Dajuan, is this your wife?" Xiaojun quickly called the boss. Dajuan's wife, Xiaojun, was somewhat shy, having just arrived in Hong Kong from the mainland. Feeling a bit inferior, and with Hong Kong locals looking down on those from the mainland, her confidence plummeted further. "It's nothing. Come in and have a seat. Aunt Zhang, bring out my finest tea to entertain our guests." Xie Yongsong warmly welcomed them inside, inquiring about their well-being and showing great care for his subordinates. "Dajuan, how many brothers did you bring to Hong Kong this time?" After exchanging pleasantries, Xie Yongsong asked Zhang Meron to take Xiaojun to another room while he discussed business with Dajuan. A few days prior, Dajuan had ventured to the mainland with 2 companions to recruit soldiers, all of whom had now come to Hong Kong to join Xie Yongsong's security company. "Boss, I haven't let you down. I brought 12 brothers, each of whom has fought valiantly in the Vietnam War and has blood on their hands." Xie Yongsong nodded. The 15 men Dajuan brought were all seasoned veterans, with exceptional physical abilities and strong combat awareness. Xie Yongsong intended to train them into a formidable force, working alongside other instructors at the security company, while also taking on special assignments during their downtime. The Nightingales, under Yu Huatian, were only capable of dealing with ordinary individuals and were helpless against extraordinary forces like those from the Golden Triangle. Dajuan's retired armed forces perfectly filled this gap. Additionally, The Nightingales had another duty, to monitor officials and ensure that subordinates remained loyal. The moment any betrayal was detected, it would be swiftly eradicated. The Nightingales were primarily for internal use, serving as Xie Yongsong's personal guard, with their leader, Yu Huatian, utterly devoted to him. You've worked hard, take a good rest. I'll have Zhami assist with the household registration issues for your family. Thank you, Songgu. Dajuan was overjoyed to have obtained Hong Kong identification. A dream for every outsider. Hong Kong is a paradise for the wealthy, and Dajuan had saved up hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars during this time. Enough to buy a home and live a prosperous life. He was immensely grateful to the man before him, in addition to receiving visitors for New Year greetings. Xie Yongsong also took gifts to visit some elders, such as fourth uncle, Liang Kuan, Chen Yao, and Uncle Xing. The elders praised the quality of the gifts from Xie Yongsong, and were quite pleased with this young man who knew how to show gratitude. It wasn't until the 15th day of the new year that everyone began to slow down. At the Shangri-La Hotel, in the presidential suite. After an intense encounter with Guan Zhilin, she lay languidly on the bed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if concocting a plan. Songgu, let us have a child. Guan Zhilin's career was flourishing, and even directors were showing her respect, all thanks to the handsome and charming Xie Yongsong before her. Aware that Xie Yongsong was not exclusive to her, she felt a twinge of insecurity. After much contemplation, she deemed it practical to have a child with him. Have a child? No. We are still young and should focus on our careers. Why are you suddenly suggesting this? Losing ambition and succumbing to complacency, Xie Yongsong said. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm only 21. There are many more experiences to savor. Moreover, he regarded Guan Zhilin merely as a lover, not someone he truly cherished. If he were to have a child, it would be with Liang Anqi or Zhang Meiran. In his mind, these girlfriends were ranked, and equality was out of the question. Guan Zhilin immediately retorted, Songgu, you are already very successful. A billionaire in Hong Kong. There are hardly a few. Not quite Xiaolin. There are even wealthier tycoons in Hong Kong, such as the king of charter boats, Li Ergu, and the new gambling king. Which of those top families isn't fabulously rich? Thus, we must work harder and genuinely surpass them. Let us put off the child issue for now. Hearing this, Guan Zhilin lowered her head in shame. It turned out her boyfriend was so ambitious. Even if she couldn't assist, she couldn't be a hindrance either. I understand. Xie Yongsong meticulously inspected the small umbrella, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and then chuckled. On the 16th day of the new year, in the morning, Xie Yongsong sat at the dining table, enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by Zhang Meiran, while reading the Hong Kong Economic Journal with great interest. The journal contained numerous commercial insights, serving as a barometer of the economic climate in Hong Kong. One particular headline caught Xie Yongsong's eye. Kowloon warehouse deep in debt crisis, stock prices plummet. Analysts are pessimistic. His eyes gleamed with disbelief. The renowned Kowloon warehouse group had been a hot topic for 2 decades, particularly following the infamous battle between Li Ergu and the king of charter boats, which marked the rise of the Chinese in Hong Kong. This case later became a classic example in business schools. The battle established the king of charter boats as a top tycoon in the 1980s. That year, Li Ergu was still on the rise and had yet to acquire Hutchison Whampoa. The so-called 4 great families of Hong Kong didn't even exist. Kowloon Warehouse was still under the Jardine Matheson Group, which only held a 20% stake. Xie Yongsong sensed a massive business opportunity. The British were singing the blues about Hong Kong's economy due to the negotiations surrounding the 1997 handover, leading British firms to shift their investments overseas and neglect local industries. This resulted in the severe undervaluation of Kowloon Warehouse's stock, currently at just $11, with retail investors offloading it in droves. No one dared to take it on. While others are fearful, I am exhilarated. He planned to go against the tide and buy in at rock-bottom prices. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, prompting him to summon his legal advisor and financial director, Liang Anqi. Anqi, how much do we have in the company account? As the financial director, Liang Anqi was well acquainted with Xie Yongsong's asset status and promptly reported a figure. A total of 450 million. Awesome. Do you intend to use all this money? We can use a maximum of 300 million. The remaining 150 million must be kept as reserve funds for the group and should not be touched. Every enterprise requires a reserve fund to ensure the continuity of its cash flow. If the cash flow were to break, the company would be besieged by creditors, triggering a series of reactions that could plunge it into bankruptcy. 300 million isn't enough. Please help me contact HSBC. I need to borrow some funds. Liang Anqi was taken aback. 300 million wasn't sufficient, but she was merely an executor, not a decision maker. All right, I will contact the investment manager at HSBC immediately. Xie Yongsong earned tens of millions monthly, but since he started late, the substantial costs of acquiring land and constructing buildings left him with only 300 million. Too poor. Even borrowing money feels like a stretch. If Liang Kuan and Chen Yao were to overhear this conversation, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. After years of operating in the flower business, Liang Kuan would probably find it impossible to produce even 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Even the future Chinese tycoon, Li Huanghua, can only state, "Chairman, I have an appointment with HSBC at 3 this afternoon. I must prepare some collateral documents." Liang Anqi is exceptionally capable, both in the bedroom and in the office, decisive and full of vigor. Indeed, the sooner, the better. If this opportunity is missed, who knows when the next one will arise. This is the only insider trading information known to Xie Yongsong. Around 3 in the afternoon, Xie Yongsong arrived at HSBC's entrance in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. HSBC is the foremost financial consortium in Hong Kong, unmatched by any other. It is one of the 3 banks authorized to issue currency, dominating the banking industry in the 1980s, leaving other conglomerates unable to compete. The HSBC headquarters is located on Causeway Bay's Commercial Street, making it convenient for Xie Yongsong to visit. As he stepped out of the car with a dozen associates, Jiang Mingming from the investment department greeted them with a beaming smile at the entrance. "Mr. Xie, welcome. You are even younger than I imagined. Truly a commercial genius of Hong Kong, young and accomplished." Upon seeing the youthful and charismatic Xie Yongsong at the forefront, Jiang Mingming's eyes widened in astonishment at his youthfulness. Prior to Xie Yongsong's arrival, Jiang Mingming had checked his background through HSBC's channels. He rose from the underworld, owns over a dozen entertainment venues, and has a profitable film company. HSBC estimated Xie Yongsong's wealth and discovered that at the tender age of 22, he already possessed assets worth billions of Hong Kong dollars. Jiang Mingming, experienced in the business realm, scrutinized the dashing Xie Yongsong, who was also covertly observing her. As the investment department manager, she possessed alluring peach blossom eyes and donned a professional outfit, exuding competence and charm. Jiang Mingming, as HSBC's face, was rated at least 90 for her looks. "Chairman Xie, shall we proceed inside to the VIP room for some tea?" Jiang Mingming invited the Sun Group entourage into the bank's VIP lounge, accessible only to individuals with assets exceeding 10 million. She received the loan documents from Liang Anqi, detailing the asset status and profitability of Xie Yongsong's properties. "Chairman Xie, Director Liang, please hold on a moment. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" "Tea, thank you." Jiang Mingming settled next to Xie Yongsong, crossing her legs. A sight that made Liang Anqi frown inwardly, cursing silently. Vixen. She wondered how much Chairman Xie intended to borrow. Seated on the sofa, Xie Yongsong played his part. A cigar in his mouth, leisurely speaking, 500 million. Surely, borrowing 500 million is not an issue. In truth, Xie Yongsong's worth primarily stemmed from his film company, known for its impressive profitability. However, he was only willing to pledge a small portion of his company's assets as collateral, far from the 500 million needed. Chapter 34. I dare not take matters into my own hands. Haha, Chairman Xie, you must be joking. I will consult with my superiors. I cannot make decisions on such a substantial amount on my own, Jiang Mingming replied with poise, neither directly refusing nor awkwardly evading. She sashayed away in her high heels to consult with Shun Bai, the influential figure overseeing HSBC, akin to the god of wealth in Hong Kong, holding a status comparable to that of the governor. "Mr. Shun, I have a client wishing to borrow 500 million Hong Kong dollars. But the assets he has provided are insufficient. He is that young Chinese tycoon, Xie Yongsong, just 22 years old." Upon hearing this, Shun Bai's eyes lit up. 22? That's remarkable. Shun Bai has always been inclined to mentor young talents. The present standing of the 4 major families owes much to his support in their formative years. "Let me see the documents." Though a foreigner, he possessed profound knowledge of the Dragon Kingdom and spoke Cantonese fluently. As he perused the materials, he became increasingly captivated, particularly by the fact that Dream City Film Company had earned 200 million Hong Kong dollars in merely 3 months. The film Dragon Brothers, Tiger Brothers had yet to premiere overseas, and God of Gamblers had not been released, so the profits were not extensive yet. Shun Bai was astounded. Could this commercial prodigy have emerged from the underworld? The lead boss he had previously favored was already 54 years old and considered a stalwart in the business world. Yet, compared to this 22-year-old commercial marvel, Li Boss appeared ordinary. To achieve Li Boss's level at such a young age is simply monstrous. Li Boss currently operated Chung Kong Industries, valued at around 10 billion, still in its nascent stages. This is a genuine dragon poised to soar in Hong Kong. Let us grant him 500 million. I am eager to meet this youthful talent. Shun Bai was curious about what Xie Yongsong intended to do with the 500 million. I will keep a close eye on this newly emerging Sun Group. I find this company quite intriguing. A smile played on Shun Bai's lips, seemingly intrigued by Xie Yongsong, who hailed from the underworld. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Mingming returned to the bank's VIP lounge. "Chairman Xie, your loan has been approved by Mr. Shun. Please have your lawyer come to finalize the procedures." Liang Anqi, accompanied by her assistant and bank personnel, coordinated the signing of numerous legal documents, which took roughly 20 minutes. The $500 million from HSBC was swiftly transferred to Xie Yongsong's account. In the 1980s, without text alerts, one had to rely on manual account checking. Chairman Xie, your $500 million loan has been credited. Is there anything else you require assistance with? Jiang Mingming smiled sweetly, inching closer to Xie Yongsong. Yet he felt no inclination toward her. As an investment manager at the bank, who knows if she had previously engaged in intimate relations to attract clients? Such women were best avoided, far too troublesome. Manager Jiang, please assist me in opening an account. I wish to invest in stocks, putting all $800 million into it. Jiang Mingming was momentarily taken aback by the magnitude of this investment. However, as the client manager, she could only comply. Certainly, Chairman Xie. I will take care of it immediately. While HSBC could facilitate stock investments, they charged a 1% fee, regardless of profit or loss, an established rule. With the Hong Kong Stock Exchange demanding even higher commissions at 13%, akin to highway robbery. Being a major client, the bank arranged for Xie Yongsong a large trading room, with a dozen traders at his service. Chairman, everything is prepared. All right, you can leave now. I will call for you if needed. Jiang Mingming pouted, puzzled by Xie Yongsong's demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, he was utterly indifferent, having encountered numerous beautiful women in film investment. She posed no allure. Closing the door, Xie Yongsong instructed his subordinate, Chen Taotao, focus all efforts on acquiring stocks in Wharf Holdings. Buy up every share available on the market, and do so promptly. All of Wharf Holdings? Purchase everything? Chen Taotao looked bewildered. As a Harvard graduate recruited by Xie Yongsong to manage securities, he had studied Wharf Holdings stock and found it lackluster and uninspiring. Boss, if you're looking to buy at the bottom, you might as well consider Hutchison Whampoa's stock. It has far greater potential than Wharf Holdings. Chen Taotao worried that his boss might not grasp the intricacies of stock trading and could recklessly make purchases, jeopardizing the company and his own job prospects. Xie Yongsong, growing impatient, retorted, just do as I say. Why are you rambling on? I am the boss. If I tell you to buy Wharf Holdings, you execute it without question. Explaining the complexities would be too convoluted. How could he possibly assert that he could predict the future? No one would believe it. When others are fearful, I am greedy. I intend to do the opposite. Xie Yongsong spoke with unwavering confidence, prompting Chen Taotao to nod in agreement. Deep down, however, Chen harbored doubts about the potential rise of Kowloon warehouse. The shipping industry was languishing, and the real estate sector had only just begun to emerge. Last week, the Queen of England had stumbled during negotiations, leaving the people of Hong Kong shocked and casting a gloomy shadow over the region's economic outlook. It seemed prudent to seek a new job soon, as this boss was utterly unreliable. The company would likely collapse within a month, necessitating a timely escape route. Listen closely. Purchase every share of Kowloon warehouse stock. Buy as much as you can, and do not cease without orders. A dozen traders furiously tapped away at their keyboards, akin to marionettes, obediently following commands. Their speed was astonishing, reminiscent of the typists in the realm of online literature. Essentially, each individual operated two computers, mechanically buying stocks without pause. After 3 hours of relentless effort, one trader reported, "Boss, we have acquired over 28 million shares." With the average purchase price aligning closely with that of the major investors, causing Kowloon Warehouse's stock price to gradually rise, which should typically invite fluctuations. In just 3 hours, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price had experienced a notable increase, yet Chen remained indifferent. He believed that if no one followed suit in purchasing over the next 2 or 3 days, the stocks held by the Sun Group would depreciate. Chen still considered the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse to be unreliable, convinced that this was merely a fleeting surge that would plummet the following day. Continue purchasing. Hurry. If we can acquire 35 million shares, a generous bonus shall be distributed to each of you this evening. Kowloon Warehouse had issued a total of 100 million shares, and now Xie Yongsong controlled 20 million of them, leaving fewer and fewer shares available for retail investors. At Chung Kong Holdings, Li Qinghua had established a securities department within the company, as it was a publicly listed entity. The manager of the securities department, Zheng Kai, had been closely monitoring the stock market. In the 1980s, there were not many publicly listed companies in Hong Kong, perhaps only a few dozen. Good heavens. President Li has instructed us to keep an eye on the fluctuations of Kowloon Warehouse's stock price, and it has become incredibly volatile, quickly informed President Li. Zheng sensed that the previously stagnant stock price of Kowloon Warehouse had suddenly become lively, and his seasoned experience alerted him to something amiss. Upon receiving the news, Li Qinghua rushed over, breathless as he arrived at the computer. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has risen significantly. President Li, I suspect a mysterious major investor is acquiring shares of Kowloon Warehouse. What should we do? Li Qinghua had long been eyeing Kowloon Warehouse and was waiting for the stock price to dip further before taking action. Now, it seemed someone had beaten him to the punch. Which group had the audacity to snatch up what Li Qinghua had set his sights on? His expression darkened. It appeared that Hong Kong was indeed a land of hidden talents. Notify all traders to buy Kowloon warehouse stock with full force. If we delay even a moment longer, we may not be able to salvage even the remnants. With Chung Kong Holdings joining the fray, it was as if two major investors were vying for a piece of the pie, causing Kowloon warehouse's stock price to soar. Within just 1 hour, by the time the stock market closed that afternoon, Kowloon warehouse's stock price had rapidly ascended in the Hong Kong stock market. The Hong Kong stock market opened from 8:30 a.m. to 4:00 p.m., Monday through Friday, and was closed on weekends. The Securities Department of Jardine Matheson finally reacted, promptly reporting to the senior executive, Keswick, with utmost urgency. Keswick, a true British gentleman, was undeniably one of the wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong. However, the Keswick family had invested their earnings from Hong Kong into real estate ventures in other Asian countries. This had directly led to financial issues in Hong Kong, providing an opportunity for Chinese enterprises, with Xie Yongsong poised to take full advantage of this situation. Jardine Matheson ranked first among the 4 major trading houses in Hong Kong, holding the most land, and had constructed the majority of the buildings, making it a colossal conglomerate, rivaled only slightly by HSBC. What on earth did you just say? 2 companies are frantically buying our Kowloon warehouse stock? Keswick was alarmed upon hearing this news. Kowloon warehouse, encompassing storage, shipping, real estate, finance, and hospitality, had always been Jardine's most significant ally. Kowloon warehouse and land properties were core companies for Jardine, but they only owned 20 of Kowloon warehouse's shares. Losing that stake would be catastrophic. Gather all traders first thing tomorrow morning. We must reclaim control, securing at least 45 of the shares. It was not just Li Qinghua and Xie Yongsong with their eyes on the lucrative Kowloon warehouse. The wealthiest Chinese tycoon, the shipping king, ranked first among the world's top 10 shipping magnates, was also in pursuit. He was indeed a maritime magnate, affectionately referred to as Sir Bao, a title bestowed by the Queen of England, making him the first Chinese national to receive such an honor. He also became the first Chinese director at HSBC, fervently amassing wealth. Wu Dakwai, the son-in-law of the shipping king and the CEO of Huanhai Shipping, was the heir apparent. Rest assured, Dad. Wu Dakwai fully comprehended his father-in-law's intentions. The maritime business had already reached a global pinnacle, but the shipping industry had faced challenges in recent years. The shipping king aimed to pivot towards real estate, and Kowloon warehouse presented an excellent opportunity for transformation. Boasting extensive land holdings and several terminals across various districts in Hong Kong, this was a tailor-made chance for the shipping king to transition, and he was determined to acquire the group at all costs. The next day, Xie Yongsong arrived at HSBC's private room before the stock market opened. Chen Taotao, along with a dozen traders, was already prepared. Chen reported the previous day's achievements. We have acquired a total of 28 million shares of HSBC stock. What was the average price per share? To Chen's astonishment, Kowloon warehouse's stock had doubled in a single trading day. Could it be that the boss was indeed a stock market savant? Chen was now perplexed. After more than a decade of studying the stock market, he found himself outshone by his boss, an outsider. How utterly absurd. Boss, what shall we do now? Should we sell all the stocks in hand, make a hefty profit, and retreat? Chapter 35. I heard you've already prepared an escape route. Given Kowloon warehouse's surge yesterday, it would have been wise to liquidate all stocks and walk away with substantial gains. After all, there is an old adage in the stock market: what rises must eventually fall. A stock cannot perpetually increase without reason, and such an abrupt surge in Kowloon warehouse's price, devoid of favorable news, undoubtedly signaled danger. No, continue buying, purchase as much as possible. Xie Yongsong smiled faintly. This was merely the beginning. He recalled the fierce battle between the shipping king and Jardine Matheson, during which the stock price had once exceeded $100 per share. Chen was left somewhat bewildered. Given the current high stock price, why continue buying? He even questioned whether the boss had stumbled upon success by sheer luck, failing to grasp the intricacies of stock trading. However, he dared not voice his concerns, for the gains and losses were the boss's responsibility. It was best to refrain from worrying about such matters. Xie Yongsong felt a twinge of anxiety within. He had staked his entire fortune on this endeavor, investing all his liquid assets and securing a loan of $500 million from HSBC. If the outcome of Kowloon warehouse were to change due to his intervention, he would find himself bankrupt and destitute. Yet, in this world, where can one find a method that guarantees success without risk? Risk breeds reward. Perhaps a gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The outcome of this confrontation would reveal itself soon enough. At 9 a.m., as trading commenced, with 2 additional formidable investors entering the fray, Kowloon warehouse's stock price skyrocketed like a rocket. Retail investors had scarcely begun to sell their stocks before they were swiftly snapped up, and by the morning's close, the price had reached $30 per share, leaving the entire market in shock. Chen Taotao was utterly dumbfounded. This was no mere novice in the stock market. This was truly a financial oracle. The series of substantial profits he had garnered could hardly be attributed to luck alone. Now, Chen Taotao was filled with regret over his previous assessments, feeling as though he were the most foolish of all. I've heard you've already prepared an escape route. Are you planning to abandon me? Xie Yongsong said with a smile, gazing intently at Chen Taotao. A wave of alarm washed over Chen Taotao as he wondered how his discreet search for buyers had been discovered. Xie Yongsong's unwavering gaze only heightened his unease. Boss, I have no intention of leaving. My loyalty to you is absolute. Unless you dismiss me, I shall remain with the company, he stammered. Xie Yongsong chuckled softly, choosing to leave it at that. Taotao, let us discuss our achievements from this morning. Chen Taotao, demonstrating commendable efficiency, swiftly compiled the status of their shares and reported to Xie Yongsong. We have acquired a total of 30 million shares of HSBC, with an average price that positions us as the largest shareholder of Kowloon Warehouse, holding 30 of the total shares. According to legal stipulations, holding more than 5 grants us a seat on the board. Therefore, Xie Yongsong is now the primary director of Kowloon Warehouse, although this is yet to be publicly announced. At this juncture, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Xie Yongsong to acquire additional shares, as both Jardine Matheson and the shipping magnates had entered the fray, intensifying the competition. Continuing to buy more shares seemed of little consequence, as their current 30 stake already promised substantial returns. All right, Taotao, you and the others can take a break. We will hold on to our Kowloon Warehouse shares for the long term. Oh, certainly. Chen Taotao now heeded his boss's words with utmost respect, convinced that Xie Yongsong was a master of the stock market, merely choosing to remain low-key. Henceforth, he prepared to watch the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Meanwhile, in the tunnel at Happy Valley, 3 Mercedes-Benz cars lined up as they entered the tunnel. In the middle vehicle sat a spirited young man, impeccably styled with a slicked-back hairstyle and donned in a limited-edition Versace suit, exuding an air of grandeur. He was none other than Chen Yaoxing, the tiger of Wan Chai, one of the new G5 tigers. Akong, there hasn't been any news from the Hongxing side lately, has there? Previously, Chen Yaoxing had incited Sang Bo to eliminate Xie Yongsong, yet the attempt not only failed but also resulted in Sang Bo's disappearance, leaving his fate unknown. What news could there be? Rest assured, boss, no one on the streets dares to challenge you. Akong, with a cigarette in mouth, adopted an arrogant demeanor. In Wan Chai, anyone who dared to provoke the new G crew was courting disaster. Chen Yaoxing wielded immense power in Wan Chai, commanding over 1,000 subordinates, who would rally to his call. Suddenly, the Mercedes-Benz slammed to a halt, and Chen Yaoxing, propelled by inertia, nearly collided with the front seat. What the hell? How are you driving? Don't bother coming in tomorrow, just get lost. Despite his youth and rapid rise to prominence, Chen Yaoxing was known for his brazen arrogance, dismissing everyone save for his own brothers. The driver nearly wept, realizing it was the vehicle ahead that had made a sudden stop. Had he not braked, a collision would have been inevitable. Akong, go check what is happening up ahead. Upon exiting the car, Akong discovered that a large truck had overturned, spilling apples everywhere. Damn, what a disaster. It'll take at least an hour or 2 to clear this up. As Akong was about to return to inform Chen Yaoxing of the situation, 5 motorcycles suddenly surged into the tunnel, deftly weaving through the traffic. One rider raised an MP5 submachine gun and, without even aiming, pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted in the tunnel. Akong, caught completely off guard, was struck by several bullets before he even had a chance to scream. With gunfire ringing out at close range, he lost consciousness, unable to call for help. It's over. Help, someone call the police. But at the critical moment, his phone had no signal, rendering him unable to make the call. Akong collapsed to the ground, surrounded by at least a dozen witnesses, all trapped in the tunnel with no means of escape. Inside the car, Chen Yaoxing heard the gunshots and quickly turned toward the scene, his rage boiling over as he longed to unleash his fury. Damn it, Akong. Akong had grown up alongside Chen Yaoxing, standing by his side for over a decade, always the first to charge into battle. It could be said that half of Wan Chai's territory was claimed by Akong's prowess. Just as Chen Yaoxing was about to exit the vehicle to rescue Akong, a voice called out urgently, "Danger! Xingu, don't go out. Akong is already dead." Another brother, Dahong, swiftly restrained him. The vehicle was bulletproof. Even if facing a machine gun, the armored glass would hold strong. Gradually, Chen Yaoxing regained his composure. Yes, Akong was gone, and rushing out would be futile. It was best to remain in the car and await rescue. Fortunately, he had previously invested a considerable sum in a bulletproof Mercedes, which might save his life in this dire moment. Dahong, quickly call for assistance. We're not far from our territory. The Xiangjiang tunnel was indeed close to Chen Yaoxing's domain. Dahong hurriedly dialed the number, but the signal on his phone was poor, making it impossible to connect. Unbeknownst to them, the signal within the tunnel had been severed by Xie Yongsong. utilizing the latest technology purchased at a premium from abroad. Xingu, we can't get through. There's absolutely no signal in the tunnel. After eliminating a Kong, the motorcycle gang began to encircle the 3 Mercedes. These riders were highly trained, communicating seamlessly via wireless earpieces. The 6 motorcycles, comprising 12 gang members, brandished their MP5 submachine guns, which were precise in close combat due to their minimal recoil. They unleashed a torrential barrage upon the 3 Mercedes. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the tunnel. After exhausting their magazines, the assailants swiftly reloaded, paying no mind to the waste of ammunition. They took aim once more at the Mercedes, their shooting spree lasting a full minute. Passers-by caught in the tunnel cowered, hoping for this nightmare to end and for the assailants to depart. Where are the police? Why haven't they arrived yet? The law enforcement in Xinjiang was notoriously lax, and the sight of automatic rifles being wielded in broad daylight warranted complaints to the precinct. The unfortunate drivers buried their heads beneath their steering wheels, huddling in terror. As the gunfire gradually subsided, the other 2 vehicles, riddled with bullets, resembled a beehive, blood oozing from the crevices of the doors. Silence enveloped both vehicles, devoid of life. The target is in the bulletproof car. Hyena, you handle it. Hyena, the demolitions expert, stealthily approached, pulling 2 grenades from his person when he was merely 2 meters from the vehicle. Chen Yaoxing, witnessing the devastation of the other 2 cars, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. These were brothers he had fought alongside for years. Simultaneously, he was grateful for his bulletproof vehicle. Otherwise, he would share the same grim fate as those in the other 2 cars. What the hell is going on? Are the Xinjiang police on holiday? Chen Yaoxing was stunned. These thugs resorted to using grenades, and no bulletproof car could withstand the force of an explosion. After all, it was merely a bulletproof car, not an armored vehicle. The round object was tossed beneath the car, and Chen Yaoxing realized too late that he had no time to flee. The device detonated almost instantaneously. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the tunnel, shaking the ground beneath them. Many drivers, in a panic, abandoned their vehicles, rushing to safety through the gaps between the cars, while others hurried outside to call for help. The bulletproof Mercedes was propelled 2 meters into the air by the explosion, and upon crashing down, one of its doors was utterly obliterated. The occupants inside sustained grievous injuries. Only due to Chen Yaoxing's years of rigorous training in martial arts did he manage to survive the ordeal. Slowly, he crawled out of the vehicle, intending to blend into the crowd and escape. Suddenly, a gun was pressed against his forehead, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who was this ruthless individual? Brother, let us converse amicably. I am the Tiger of Wanchai, and I offer you 300,000. Chen Yaoxing crouched on the ground, paralyzed with fear, sweat trickling down his forehead, utterly devoid of his former arrogance. Chen Yaoxing, my boss, Mr. Xie, sends his regards. A thunderous turmoil erupted within Chen Yaoxing's mind. It was Xie Yongsong behind this calamity, and he now regretted provoking such a formidable character. Alas, regret is a luxury not afforded to this world. Bang, bang, bang. The gunman fired 3 shots directly into Chen Yaoxing's forehead, blood splattering, as it was certain he would perish from such a wound. The gunman wiped the blood splattered across his face and muttered, "You think 30,000 could buy me off? Am I a fool?" Now affiliated with Xie Yongsong, the gunman could casually earn over $1 million a year. Bang, bang, bang. The gunman transformed into a cold-blooded assassin, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the car, sparing none, including Chen Yaoxing's subordinate, Da Hong. Once satisfied that there were no survivors, the gunman mounted his motorcycle and wove through the vehicles, gradually disappearing into the crowd. Only when the gunfire ceased did the bystanders dare to raise their heads. Chapter 36. Who is plotting in the shadows? It's all over. The assailants have fled. Hurrah! As people emerged to inspect the scene, they were greeted by the sight of the obliterated Mercedes, blood strewn across the pavement, and lifeless bodies sprawled within. Ugh! How revolting! Oh my heavens! Is this still the realm of humanity? Is this truly Hong Kong? The police, as is their custom, arrived post-incident, hampered by traffic, necessitating the homicide unit to approach on foot. This is utterly disgusting. Even the seasoned officers were taken aback. Is this not akin to a battlefield in the Middle East? Scattered across the tunnel were remnants of scattered assault rifle casings. The street was littered with severed limbs and unrecognizable organs. It felt as though one had been transported to a war-torn region, starkly contrasting the peace associated with Hong Kong. Sir Chen, this case undoubtedly stems from underworld rivalries. The deceased include the Tiger of Wanchai, Chen Yaoxing, and his subordinates, Da Hong and Lai Pai Kong. Chen Guozhong furrowed his brow. The Tiger of Wanchai. Chen Yaoxing? One of the 5 tigers of the new society, a luminary of the underworld. We are in deep trouble now. In the upper echelons of the Sun Group's office, a red phone suddenly rang. Xie Yongsong casually picked it up. Hello, this is Xie Yongsong. What can I do for you? This is Dejun. The task has been accomplished. Xie Yongsong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the operation. Discharging dozens of rounds in broad daylight was reckless, especially in the bustling district of Wanchai. Dejun, your actions were too brash this time. Though the outcome is favorable, the repercussions are dire. In the future, refrain from such ostentatious displays. I am in business and do not wish for undue attention. Xie Yongsong held high expectations for Dejun and his crew. They were to be adept at resolving issues without drawing unnecessary scrutiny. Chen Yaoxing, relying on the new society's influence and the support of his sworn brothers, dared to strike against Xie Yongsong from the shadows. You think you can contend with me? Even if you are the leader of the new society, I will still eliminate you. Xie Yongsong was a man of clear grievances. Anyone who dared to plot against him would face retribution, with no mercy spared for their family. The enmity between Chen Yaoxing and Xie Yongsong was known to few, and the police had yet to unearth direct evidence linking Xie Yongsong to the crime. At Villa number 16, Kadoli Mountain, the leader of the new society, Su Yan, was furious, his face flushed as he adjusted his glasses. Damn it, find out who did this. Atian, you must identify the true culprit behind this. We cannot afford to lose face at the new society. Gue Tu Tian, the local tyrant of Central, proficient in Muay Thai, commanded over 1,000 brothers. Although not one of the 5 tigers, he ranked first among the 10 elites. Gue Tu Tian was a sworn brother of Chen Yaoxing from Wanchai. Alongside Axe Jun from Tsim Sha Sui, the 3 were trusted confidants of the Su family. Chen Yaoxing, groomed as the successor of the Su family, found the new society to be a breeding ground for internal rivalries, with the chief instructor, Lin Long, also coveting the top position. Gue Tu Tian seethed with anger. The audacity of the perpetrator to attack an important figure of the new society in broad daylight was intolerable. Understood, leader, I will investigate discreetly. After receiving his orders, Gue Tu Tian reluctantly accepted this daunting task. With no leads from the police, he had no choice but to rely on Underworld channels to search for clues. Mr. Su, there are a few officers downstairs seeking your cooperation in an investigation. What? Me? Cooperate with an investigation? I could uncover the murderer without the police's assistance. The usually composed Su Yin erupted in expletives, already boiling with anger. Now confronted by the police due to the murder of his most prized student. Reporters from Hong Kong's TVB and Asia Television hurried to the Causeway Bay Tunnel, covering the shocking case that had gripped the entire city. This incident had been classified as the most severe criminal case since the establishment of Hong Kong. With numerous fatalities and an exceptionally brutal nature occurring in a bustling area, the ramifications were profoundly negative. Such a bloody scene had never been witnessed in previous cases. This is Zhang Mengmeng reporting. What you see is the crime scene of the Causeway Bay bloodbath. 3 Mercedes were attacked, with 13 Hong Kong men shot multiple times, including the notorious tiger of Wanchai, Chen Yaoxing. Eyewitnesses reported the presence of a dozen helmeted assailants, armed with submachine guns, indiscriminately firing at the 3 Mercedes. Currently, we cannot rule out gang-related vengeance, and further police investigation is awaited. The camera panned across the chaotic scene, with the 3 Mercedes riddled with bullets, one even reduced to mere fragments. As media coverage spread, the citizens of Hong Kong were riveted by the incident. This place, known for its safety, had witnessed such a heinous crime. My heavens, how terrifying. An AK-47 was unleashed in broad daylight. The Hong Kong police must bear some responsibility. Indeed, who would dare to venture out after this? Though this time the victims were gang members, who knows if the next attack could target innocent civilians? It's utterly horrifying. Youngsters, steer clear of joining gangs. It could cost you your life. Public opinion in Hong Kong surged and fell like a tide, with many pointing fingers at the police and the new EN. The pressure on the homicide unit and the anti-triad division of the Hong Kong Island Regional Office was immense. The homicide unit began their investigation into the source of the firearms, apprehending several arms dealers. Yet none could provide a lead on the type of 557 MP5 submachine guns used, which were standard American weaponry. Such firearms had never appeared in the Hong Kong market. After detaining 4 or 5 arms dealers without results, Chen Guozhong was on the verge of balding from stress. The assailants of this case were considered the most notorious criminals in Hong Kong, yet their identities remained shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the scenes was at the police station, receiving accolades, sipping tea, and chatting with 2 inspectors. On the other side, in the Public Relations Division of the Hong Kong Island Regional Office, Song, this is Inspector James from the Public Relations Division. Inspector James, this is Mr. Xie, a film businessman from Hong Kong. He wishes to donate a batch of new vehicles to our police force, valued at 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Inspector James had been grappling with the aging equipment of the police force, with the government providing no funding. Some equipment updates had to be resolved independently by the Public Relations Division. However, the affluent individuals in Hong Kong are notoriously miserly. While they may contribute once, Persuading them to donate a second or third time is often met with indifference towards the police force. Good day, Mr. Xie. On behalf of the police department, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, as you are a valued friend of our force. Inspector James was overjoyed, clasping Xie Yongsong's hand tightly, even insisting on a photograph together before bestowing upon him the title of Outstanding Law-Abiding Citizen of Hong Kong. The officers from the Public Relations Unit promptly featured their photograph in the latest police bulletin, for after all, the god of wealth deserves to be treated with utmost respect. As Inspectors Li Xiong and James escorted Xie Yongsong to the police station's entrance, they chanced upon Superintendent Mike. Mike had been preoccupied with the murder case at the Hong Kong tunnel, having found not a shred of evidence, which had driven him to the brink of despair. Turning his hair grayer, his superiors were on the verge of assigning him to guard a water reservoir. Failure to solve the case would spell disaster for him. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Xie Yongsong standing there, radiating confidence, which immediately darkened his expression. Xie Yongsong, what brings you here? Have you come to turn yourself in? Accompany me for a moment. I suspect you may be connected to the tunnel murder case. The sight of his rival, Xie Yongsong, ignited a surge of anger within Mike. He was on the brink of marrying Liang Anshi, only for this interloper to ruin everything. This was a bitter rivalry over a beloved. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Xie Yongsong merely smiled lightly upon seeing Mike, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, Inspector James, it seems someone is not particularly pleased to see me. Inspector James paused momentarily, glaring at the lower-ranking officer, and admonished loudly, Superintendent Mike, Mr. Xie is a distinguished guest of our Hong Kong Island district, having just generously donated 5 million worth of supplies to our department. If you lack evidence, it would be prudent to apologize to our esteemed guest. James's expression was grave. This junior officer had offended their benefactor. And securing the patronage of such a generous tycoon was no small feat if this prominent figure were to harbor any negative impressions of the police force. It would be a significant loss. Mike stood dumbfounded. When had Xie Yongsong become a guest of the police department? He was clearly the leader of the Hongxing Triad in Causeway Bay. How could someone of his ilk forge friendships with the police? Moreover, James was a trusted confidant of the department head, not someone to be trifled with. And there was Inspector Li Xiong, the commander of the anti-drug unit in the Hong Kong Island district, rumored to be on the cusp of promotion to the position of director. Mike could not afford to offend either of them. Dejected, Mike mumbled, barely audible, I'm sorry, Mr. Xie. He felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly. A criminal could become friends with two inspectors, and this world was truly upside down. Xie Yongsong crossed his arms, smiling broadly at him, infuriating him further. All right, gentlemen, you needn't see me off. We shall meet again another time. Goodbye, Mr. Xie. And we look forward to your next visit to our public relations unit. As Xie Yongsong passed by Mike, he did not even spare him a glance. Such a lowly official was unworthy of his attention, utterly beneath him. Mike's face flushed crimson with anger, yet he felt utterly powerless. Hong Kong was indeed the realm of the wealthy. Recently, competition between Jardine Matheson and the shipping magnate had intensified. Jardine Matheson publicly announced its intention to acquire shares in Kowloon warehouse at a premium, leveraging connections with HSBC to arrange meetings with several major shareholders of Kowloon warehouse. Secretary Zhang Maron approached Xie Yongsong, laden with documents, to report, Chairman, HSBC's Shunbai has invited you for tea at the Mandarin Oriental this afternoon. How shall we respond? Without lifting his head, Xie Yongsong replied, Inform HSBC that I shall arrive punctually. Shunbai was a veritable god of wealth in Hong Kong. Offending him would be akin to turning one's back on money, a graver offense than antagonizing the governor. At the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, where Shunbai was a major shareholder, he awaited in a private room, while two other foreigners had begun to show signs of impatience. As Xie Yongsong entered the lobby, he was intercepted by Jiang Mingming. Jiang Mingming, the manager here, lit up upon seeing him, seizing his arm to extol, Mr. Xie, you are truly remarkable. I've heard about the Kowloon warehouse affair. Your foresight is nothing short of genius. Jiang Mingming continued to shower him with compliments, drawing uncomfortably close, exuding an air of intimacy. Hey, Jiang, are we that familiar? It would be rather inappropriate for others to witness this. Xie Yongsong frowned, pushing her away. Do you think your physique alone can captivate me? I am rather selective. Chapter 37. I am not satisfied with this price. Xie Yongsong rebuffed Jiang Mingming's advances and entered the private room with his bodyguard. Jiang Mingming introduced, Mr. Xie, this is Mr. Shunbai from HSBC. Shunbai was a congenial Englishman in his 50s, exuding warmth, and spoke Cantonese fluently. She continued, and this is Mr. Keswick from Jardine Matheson. Keswick was an arrogant Englishman, who didn't bother to meet Xie Yongsong's gaze, clearly displaying rudeness. Xie Yongsong chose to ignore him, engaging instead with Shunbai. Keswick, unable to understand Chinese, could only pour his own drink, sulking in silence. After some pleasantries, Shunbai got to the point. Mr. Xie, I've heard you hold shares in Kowloon warehouse. Would you consider selling them to Jardine Matheson? They are prepared to offer a handsome price. Jardine Matheson had maintained a good relationship with HSBC, collaborating on various projects. And since Keswick was a director at HSBC, he was eager to facilitate the introduction. Mr. Shun, what price is Jardine Matheson willing to offer? Shunbai promptly quoted. $40 per share for your 30 million shares, totaling $1.2 billion. The offer was enticing, yet Xie Yongsong shook his head. That is too low, Mr. Shun. I am not satisfied with this price. This is absurd. This is the fruit of my laboriously accumulated shares, and you expect to acquire them for $1.2 billion? Furthermore, I have intentions of selling to the Chinese shipping magnate. Xie Yongsong leisurely remarked. In business, one must compare prices, Mr. Shun. Mr. Shun, I have heard you maintain a good rapport with that shipping magnate. Could you assist in introducing me? He is a Chinese director at HSBC and has a particularly close relationship with you. Upon hearing Xie Yongsong's words, Shunbai's lips curled upwards, instantly grasping his intent. It is only natural to compare offers in business. Haha, Mr. Xie, you are quite forthright. Very well, let us meet at HSBC tomorrow morning. Shunbai then conversed in rapid English with Keswick, whose face darkened, before he stormed out. The following day, Xie Yongsong arrived at the HSBC headquarters in Causeway Bay aboard a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Just as he parked, Jiang Mingming eagerly opened the door for him. Dressed in a Burberry leisure outfit and wearing glasses, Xie Yongsong, tall and handsome, emerged with an air of charisma that left Jiang Mingming utterly captivated. Her mouth watering at the sight. Having encountered many wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, she had never seen anyone as powerful and attractive as Xie Yongsong. Mr. Xie, the shipping magnate and Mr. Shunbai are already waiting for you inside. Xie Yongsong smiled nonchalantly. It appeared the shipping magnate was intent on acquiring Kowloon warehouse. Arriving early to await his presence, he wished to avoid appearing overly presumptuous, as the shipping magnate was a senior figure. Keeping him waiting would reflect poorly on his character. A group of about 10 entered the VIP room at HSBC, with Liang Anshi serving as Xie Yongsong's financial advisor, closely following him. Inside the VIP room were two individuals. One was the foreigner, Shunbai, whom they had just met. The other was a first-time acquaintance, dressed in a tang suit. Plump and jovial, with a friendly smile that seemed to light up the room. He appeared to be around 60, resembling an ordinary retired gentleman, yet exuding an inexplicable aura. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Xie, the esteemed leader of the Sun Group. Shunbai, as the host, enthusiastically made the introduction. Upon seeing the youthful appearance of Xie Yongsong, the king of shipping was momentarily taken aback, had Shunbai not mentioned it. He would never have guessed that 30 million shares of Kowloon warehouse were in the hands of such a young man. Young Master Xie, you are indeed impressive. Judging by your age, you must not yet be 30, am I correct? The king of shipping rose and extended his hand to shake with Xie Yongsong, both men smiling as they clasped hands. You may call me Asong. I am merely 23 this year, Xie replied. The king of shipping gasped in astonishment. Having assumed Xie Yongsong was around 30 due to his mature attire and the absence of youthful naivety on his face. His own grandson was only about 20 and still indulging in a carefree lifestyle, while Xie Yongsong had already become a billionaire. This young man should not be underestimated. He undoubtedly possessed great fortune and remarkable abilities, as the king of shipping was known for his keen judgment. Instantly recognizing Xie Yongsong's uniqueness, he felt assured that he would wield considerable influence in Hong Kong in the future, hence he treated him with utmost courtesy. Please continue your conversation. My task here is complete, and I must attend to other matters. Shunbai, a shrewd individual responsible for making connections, remarked, choosing to feign ignorance of their subsequent discussion. Thank you, Boss Shun. I shall certainly treat you to a meal another day. Shunbai departed with a smile, leaving Xie Yongsong and Bao Yugang alone together. Bao Yugang wasted no time and got straight to the point. Asong, I am very interested in your Kowloon warehouse shares. Would you be willing to sell them? It was evident that Bao Yugang was determined to acquire these shares, which was why he approached Xie Yongsong personally. Uncle Ba, please feel free to propose a price. You surely cannot take advantage of someone as inexperienced as I, Xie Yongsong replied, his eyes twinkling with shrewdness as he regarded Bao Yugang. Bao Yugang smiled and offered. Very well, I will give you a straightforward price, $60 per share for 3,000 shares, plus a favor from me. What do you think? Bao Yugang presented an irresistible offer, enhanced by the additional favor, which was invaluable. Deal. Without the tedious haggling typical of lesser negotiations, this was a masterful exchange. Decisive and lethal. At $60 per share, the total transaction exceeded 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars, a significant headline in Hong Kong at the time. However, I require that favor immediately. You possess a plot of land in central Hong Kong, approximately 100,000 square meters. Would you be able to transfer it to me? Xie Yongsong looked at Bao Gang with a smile, aware that land in Hong Kong was a prized commodity, given the high population density and limited space. In Hong Kong, the most lucrative industry was not film, finance, or shipping, but real estate. The four major wealthy families in Hong Kong amassed their fortunes through real estate, especially during the property boom from 1985 to 1997, when prices skyrocketed. Data indicated that since 1984, Hong Kong property prices had risen by over 200 annually, multiplying more than 20 times within 13 years. It was now early 1983, a period when property prices were at their lowest, an opportune moment to invest. Moreover, it provided a chance to share in the wealth generated by the four prominent families and build one's own real estate empire. Haha. It seems you also wish to venture into the real estate sector. Awesome. Great minds think alike. Bao Gang, who was also involved in real estate, admired the young man's ambition. I can sell you that central plot at a discounted price. We can collaborate further in the business world. The 100,000 square meters of land would be sold to Xie for 200 million Hong Kong dollars, ready for immediate contract signing. Such a prime piece of real estate in Central, where every inch was worth its weight in gold, was astonishingly priced at merely 200 million Hong Kong dollars. This land could easily be valued at over 3 billion in the future. Thank you, Uncle Ba. I am planning to establish a new real estate company, and I wonder if you might be interested in investing. The real estate sector heavily relies on connections, without the endorsement of established families. Newcomers find it challenging to gain entry. As a leader among Chinese businessmen, Bao Gang's influence and connections in Hong Kong were remarkable. Even the commissioner of police had to regard him with respect. Typically, land transactions in Hong Kong were conducted through auctions or bids, and without connections, one would find it nearly impossible to secure land. All right, since your real estate company has just opened, I shall support you with an investment of 200 million. Acquiring a 20 stake. Bao Gang clearly understood Xie Yongsong's intentions. To him, 200 million was a trifling sum for investing in such a promising young entrepreneur. Liang Anqi, assisting nearby, watched in astonishment as Xie Yongsong conversed effortlessly with the illustrious king of shipping. She had witnessed Xie's journey to this point, just a year prior. He had been the owner of a small film company. In the span of a single year, Xie Yongsong was now on equal footing with top-tier tycoons like Bao Gang, discussing real estate projects worth billions. Gradually regaining her composure, Liang Anqi marveled at the transformation. Who could believe it to be true without witnessing it firsthand? Excellent. Anqi, draft a contract for our collaboration in establishing a real estate company with a total investment of 1 billion. I shall retain 80%, and Uncle will hold 20%. Xie Yongsong leaned back on the sofa, lighting a cigar as he instructed Liang Anqi to prepare the contract. Their first collaborative venture would be the development of the 10-hectare plot in Central. Uncle, let us celebrate at my place later. We shall uncork a bottle of the finest champagne from 1982. After completing the real estate partnership agreement with Bao Gang, it was akin to Xie Yongsong acquiring the 100,000 square meters of land in Central without spending a dime. Furthermore, he was leveraging the might of Bao Gang, a titan among Chinese families during the 1980s, far surpassing the wealth accumulated by the four prominent families, who had only amassed their fortunes during the property boom of the 80s and 90s. Once the contract was finalized, Liang Anqi accompanied Bao Gang's butler to various departments to register the establishment of the Hong Kong Dreamland Development Company with a registered capital of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, primarily focusing on real estate development, construction, and sales. In the battle for Kowloon warehouse, Xie Yongsong had turned a capital of 300 million into a staggering 18 billion. Somehow, this news reached the media and reporters swarmed in. Just as Xie Yongsong and Bao Gang emerged from HSBC, a throng of journalists rushed forward. A fashionably dressed female reporter eagerly posed the question, Mr. Xie, I hear you are only 22 years old and have already amassed 18 billion? The reporters erupted in a chorus of astonishment. It was sensational news. A young man of such age with a fortune of 18 billion was nothing short of legendary in Hong Kong. My goodness, this is astounding, Mr. Xie is just 23 and already a multi-billionaire. A prodigy, a genius in the business realm. Standing before a multitude of microphones, Xie Yongsong smiled softly, neither confirming nor denying the claims. Indeed, our Sun Group is entering the real estate sector, collaborating with the king of shipping to develop property projects in Hong Kong. Rather than directly answering the reporter's questions, Xie seized the opportunity to promote his newly established real estate company, garnering some free publicity in the process. Is this true? King of shipping? What is your opinion of Mr. Xie? The reporters pressed. Bao Gang, appearing composed and unruffled, looked towards the media and remarked, Mr. Xie is a once-in-a-century business prodigy in Hong Kong. He is the most astute entrepreneur I have ever encountered. Xie Yongsong felt somewhat dazed by the praise from the richest Chinese man. Was he truly that remarkable? He merely felt he had hit the jackpot. Chapter 38. The high-salaried talent recruited. Yet, being lauded by the wealthiest individual in the Chinese community left him feeling a bit bashful. Major media outlets across Hong Kong vied to report on this almost divine figure, with Xie Yongsong's photographs gracing the front pages. The great public newspaper, the mysterious tycoon of Hong Kong, makes a bold move. Kowloon warehouse reaps a staggering profit of 1.8 billion, achieving instant fame. The Hong Kong Morning Post, Asia's youngest billionaire emerges, adding a new member to the distinguished families of Hong Kong, as the Xie family rises to prominence. The Hong Kong Business News, the shipping tycoon praises Xie Yongsong as a commercial prodigy. The Sun Group collaborates on real estate development, forming the Dream City Real Estate Group. The Sing Tao Daily, the enigmatic billionaire rises from humble beginnings. The source of his first fortune remains a mystery, raising suspicions of hidden agendas. The entire business community of Hong Kong is in uproar. What does it mean to be a 22-year-old billionaire? Xie Yongsong's wealth positions him firmly within the top 20 families of Hong Kong. No one knows how this mysterious tycoon amassed his fortune. Suddenly bursting onto the commercial real estate scene, shining like a diamond. The media seizes upon this hot topic, particularly emphasizing Xie Yongsong's rise from nothing at such a young age. Meanwhile, at the Changjiang Group, Li Huanghua studies a newspaper, carefully reading the report on Xie Yongsong. That handsome man has seized the Kowloon warehouse shares that were rightfully his. Li Huanghua has been in a foul mood lately. Who would have thought that the billions that should have belonged to him would vanish just like that? Yet he remains more composed than others. Li, our reserve funds are nearly depleted. The recent acquisition of Parkenshop has drained all our backup capital, his assistant Chin Chi laments. Having only purchased 5 million shares of Kowloon warehouse stock, turning a small profit by selling to the shipping tycoon. By the way, please arrange a meeting with HSBC's Shun Bai for me tomorrow afternoon. We can only hope for the blessings of the god of wealth. The Changjiang Group primarily engages in real estate and heavy assets like supermarkets, requiring substantial capital turnover. With long cash recovery cycles, a moment's negligence could sever their financial chain. As the shrewdest businessman in Hong Kong, this is the first time Li Huanghua has been outmaneuvered, and he has already etched the name of the young upstart Xie Yongsong into his memory. In the top office of the Sun Group, Xie Yongsong gathers all senior executives in the large conference room. Over 20 high-ranking officials assemble, marking the first group meeting after the new year. All right, everyone, please settle down. Now, let us welcome our chairman to announce some personnel adjustments at the executive level. Jean-Mi, dressed exceptionally formally in a high-end suit, occupies the seat immediately to the left of Xie Yongsong, clearly a trusted assistant of great importance. This meeting is also presided over by him. Xie Yongsong, comfortably seated in the chairman's position, surveys his team, predominantly comprised of high-achieving graduates from prestigious universities or management elites recommended by headhunting firms. He appoints Li Jieyuan, also known as Jean-Mi, as the general manager of the Sun Group, while Ms. Liang Anshi is designated as the chief financial officer for both the Sun Group and the Dream City Real Estate Group. Liu Biave is appointed as the general manager of Dream City Real Estate Group, with Zhang Tao serving as the deputy general manager of the same group. The Sun Group primarily operates in garment manufacturing and wholesale, film production, and entertainment venues, while the real estate sector is entrusted entirely to Dream City Real Estate Group. Liu Biave, a graduate of the University of Cambridge, previously served as the deputy general manager at New World Real Estate, bringing over a decade of experience in real estate and an extensive network. Zhang Tao, dispatched from Global Shipping, is also a highly capable real estate manager. Xie Yongsong oversees the appointments for the senior positions in both groups, while mid- and lower-level personnel matters are managed directly by the HR department. As he does not involve himself too deeply, as Xie Yongsong speaks, the executives below sit upright, notebooks in hand, attentively listening and taking notes, displaying an air of seriousness. The upcoming focus for Dream City Real Estate is the development of a 100,000 square meter plot in Central, where we plan to construct a more than 60-story iconic building, the new Sun Tower, anticipated to reach over 200 meters in height. Before Xie Yongsong finishes speaking, the executives exchange incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The tallest skyscraper in Hong Kong is the Hopewell Center, standing at 68 stories high. Located on Queen's Road in Wan Chai, this building not only holds the title of Hong Kong's tallest, but ranks among the tallest in all of Asia. If Dream City Real Estate can indeed construct such a towering edifice, it would certainly create a sensation throughout Hong Kong, elevating the company's profile immensely. However, undertaking such a grand project all at once, could it overwhelm them? Construction design and execution demand extensive experience, and Dream City Real Estate is still a fledgling company, entirely inexperienced. Chairman, we lack experience in constructing such tall buildings? Indeed, we do lack experience. Isn't it a bit too ambitious? We should take things step by step. The executives' concerns are entirely reasonable, yet Xie Yongsong is not inclined to heed their advice. He has his own considerations. Lacking experience is not an issue. We can learn as we build. Who hasn't he started from scratch and learned along the way? What we lack most is time. We have already fallen significantly behind other real estate companies, and we must race against the clock. Xie Yongsong's expression is grave. He understands that Dream City real estate faces fierce competition from Hong Kong's major elite families. If they proceed in a methodical manner, it will be impossible to surpass them. As for finances, I am the boss, and I will not let anyone struggle. Rest assured, the real estate industry requires substantial investment, and the recovery of funds is slow. Without a solid economic foundation, one cannot navigate this industry effectively. After establishing Dream City real estate, Xie Yongsong quickly found himself financially depleted, having invested his entire fortune of $1 billion into the Dream City project. $800 million is allocated for constructing the new Sun Tower, while the remaining $200 million is earmarked for acquiring land. At that time, land was relatively inexpensive, and Xie Yongsong aimed to seize the opportunity to select suitable locales across Hong Kong to build several upscale residential complexes and subsequently sell them for a multiple return on investment. Yet Xie Yongsong feels particularly impoverished. Indeed, the real estate tycoons are often deeply in debt, and investing that $1 billion felt akin to tossing it into the ocean without a ripple. Although the Sun Group still has $12 billion in its accounts, it owes HSBC $500 million in loans. Meanwhile, in the Kwun Tong industrial area, the Sun Group's garment factory has been renovated and is set to officially commence operations on March 28th. On that day, Xie Yongsong, attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony as the behind-the-scenes owner, stands before over 3,000 employees. He passionately delivers a speech filled with the motivational platitudes often heard by newcomers, igniting fervor among the thousands of employees below. Following this, Xie Yongsong engages with the executives one by one, particularly the operations director Wang Yunfei, a Harvard graduate who indeed possesses some talent. Mr. Xie, we have now applied for 5 trademarks, 3 for women's clothing, 1 for men's, and 1 for children's. The design department comprises 120 experienced designers. The Sun Group integrates design, production, and sales, with plans to advertise the women's clothing brand on television, in newspapers, and in films. Alas, while these legitimate businesses are profitable, the speed of cash flow is far too slow. They simply cannot compare to film or other unconventional ventures. As these legitimate businesses gradually find their footing, managed by professional managers, Xie Yongsong can afford to take a step back. Recently, Wan Chai has been rather tumultuous, as Chun Yaoxing, the tiger of New Qi in Wan Chai, has been arrested, leaving New Qi without a capable leader to rely on. Various factions are eager to seize the opportunity to claim a share of the pie. The Wang Baoxian from the Numbers Gang takes the initiative, seizing a street from New Qi in Happy Valley. The Hongxing faction is not to be outdone, dispatching Fei Quan to Lok Wah Road to stake a claim, successfully taking over a street's territory. The leader of New Qi, Su Yan, is furious and declares, "Anyone who dares to encroach on New Qi's territory will face my full wrath." Indeed, other factions have refrained from making any rash moves. For the New Society is the largest organization in Hong Kong, commanding thousands of henchmen. Such smaller groups can hardly contend with them. At the Caesar Palace in Causeway Bay, Brother Song, a leader of the New Society, has dispatched a warning to us, demanding that we withdraw from Lok Wah Road, or else they will rally thousands to deal with us. Fei Quan was furious, exclaiming that these New Society fellows were excessively arrogant, truly believing that they were the only formidable force in Hong Kong. Xie Yongsong took a sip of red wine and slowly addressed Fei Quan. "If the New Society seeks war, we shall accompany them to the bitter end. Otherwise, what is the purpose of having so many underlings?" Xie Yongsong felt confident making such a statement, as he had recently gained a considerable number of new recruits to the Hongxing faction. His influence in Wan Chai and Causeway Bay was substantial, with the largest following. At his command, he could summon 3,000 henchmen from Wan Chai. The territory of the New Society was indeed lucrative, and Xie Yongsong was in dire need of funds at this time. Fei Quan was ecstatic, jumping with excitement. Xie Yongsong is truly imposing. If they refuse to back down, we shall teach those New Society brats a lesson, letting them know whose territory Wan Chai truly is. Fei Quan had fought alongside Xie Yongsong through thick and thin and had amassed a few hundred followers, alongside 2 other brothers, forming the renowned trio of Hongxing's elite. Lan Fong, a trusted aide of the Su family, had remained loyal from the first generation of leadership to the second. Su Yan. Rumors in the underworld suggested that while the Su family ruled, it was the Lin family that wielded the true power. The Lin brothers commanded a formidable military presence, effectively the actual power brokers of the New Society. Su Wenlong sarcastically mocked Su Yan during the meeting, launching verbal assaults that left Su Yan seething with anger. Su Yan was beset with headaches ever since the Wan Chai leader Chun Yaoxing was ousted. A cascade of misfortunes had followed, with the police tightening their scrutiny. Moreover, the perpetrator responsible for Chun Yaoxing's demise remained at large, much to the amusement of those in the underworld. Su Yan urged everyone to cease the bickering. This squabbling is futile. We must resolve the matter. He intended to send envoys to negotiate peace with Hung Hing and Easy Dui. For engaging in warfare with both major factions simultaneously would prove untenable for the new society. Ultimately, Su Yan decided to pursue diplomacy first, as avoiding conflict was preferable. Engaging in hostilities would only provide the police with an excuse. During this crucial period, the new society had a shipment to dispatch, and it was imperative that they remained under the radar of the authorities. Su Wenlong wore a grim expression, casting a disdainful glance at the leader. Meanwhile, at the Caesar Palace in Causeway Bay, Fei Quan lounged on the sofa, conversing with Xie Yongsong, with Wei Jixiang seated nearby. Brother, did you hear? I recently opened an underground casino. Guess who I saw there? Xie Yongsong, reclining in his executive chair, replied nonchalantly, feigning boredom. Oh? Who might that be? The underground casino managed by Fei Quan was actually funded by Xie Yongsong, with Fei Quan overseeing operations and holding a 10% stake, providing him with a means of livelihood. I spotted Chun Yaoxing's sworn brother, Dadi, who had always been destitute, but has suddenly come into wealth. He's betting thousands in the casino. I wonder where this money is coming from. The statement, made without intent, piqued Xie Yongsong's interest. Chun Yaoxing had been entrenched in Wanchai for so long, trafficking in illicit substances for years. Surely, he must have accumulated a small fortune. It wouldn't be less than 50 to 60 million, at the very least. Even a modest sum could accumulate over time. Let us go find Dadi and have a word with him. We cannot let this money go to waste. Xie Yongsong patted Fei Quan on the shoulder, and the two departed in a few vans. Fei Quan's underground casino was located in the basement of the Sun Building in Causeway Bay, accessible only to those familiar with the establishment. The venue was quite expansive, featuring over 30 gaming tables, with hundreds of patrons creating a lively commotion. Three of a kind. A young man with dark skin was intensely focused on the card table, shouting out his bets. Darn it. Lost another $4,000. My luck is terrible today. I'll try again another time. Having played for only an hour, Dadi had already lost tens of thousands and was now completely broke. It seemed he would have to access the safe for more funds. Haha. Ever since Xinggu and Dahong perished, knowing about the safe means knowing my fortune. Even Dasa Miao Miao is oblivious to it. I'll never have to worry about money again. The cash in that safe is enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. The more Dadi pondered, the happier he became, humming a tune as he exited the Sun Building. The sun shone brilliantly today. He thought it would be delightful to take a drive and perhaps find a technician to relieve his boredom. It had been too long since he had relaxed. And now that he had money, he felt it was imperative to unwind daily, and with a different companion each time. Just the thought of it brought him joy. The life of the wealthy was something the impoverished could scarcely fathom. Hey, Dadi, where do you think you're going? Dadi looked up to see Fei Quan and a dozen burly men in black blocking his path, each appearing as fearsome as demons, causing him to tremble with fright. Fei Quan, who ran a shop while engaging in various other enterprises, was also a gambler. The sight of him left Dadi utterly dazed. Upon spotting Fei Quan, Dadi turned to flee, but his gambling had left him exhausted, and he had barely taken a few steps before being pinned to the ground by Hung Hing's minions. Why are you running? Have you done something shameful? Dadi snapped back to reality. Right. Why am I running? I've already repaid the money I owed to Fei Quan. Yes, Brother Fei, what can I do for you? Dadi brushed off the dust from his clothes, shaking off two of the henchmen's grasp, adopting an air of arrogance. I don't owe you money. Why are you looking for me? Fei Quan grinned maliciously, draping an arm around Dadi's shoulder, and coldly remarked, I heard you've recently come into wealth. My elder brother wishes to learn your secret to fortune. He.S. waiting for you in the car. Dadi panicked. Were they after his safe? Cold sweat poured down his back, and he hurriedly waved his hands. Brother Fei, I haven't struck it rich. I've just won a bit of money recently. You know, I'm just an ordinary thug from Wanchai, not even a small leader. Dadi was one of the earliest followers of Chun Yaoxing, but his gambling habit kept him from rising. Thus, he held little power in Wanchai, and the younger members looked down on him as a mere gambler. He was a fringe figure. With the recent ousting of Wanchai's leader by Xie Yongsong, many of those fringe figures had suddenly found their status elevated. Hee, whether you've struck it rich or not isn't for you to say. Two of the henchmen seized Dadi's arms and pummeled his stomach with brutal punches, leaving him curled up on the ground like a shrimp. As he was lifted into a Rolls Royce, Dadi's cries fell on deaf ears. Upon seeing the figure that Fei Quan referred to as the elder brother, Dadi gasped. Wasn't he this the commercial genius, Xie Yongsong, featured in the newspapers? Dadi was utterly astounded. This was a renowned tycoon in Hong Kong, worth billions. Mr. Xie, what brings you to me? Dressed in a suit and tie, Xie Yongsong raised his glass of red wine, pouring a glass for Dadi as well. Try this. A fine 1982 law fight. It's quite delightful. Dottie's expression soured, his heart sinking. How could he possibly enjoy a glass of wine after being unexpectedly dragged into a car by Xie Yongsong's subordinates? Mr. Xie, you are a business magnate. I am but a small fry. What could you possibly want from me? Dottie could hardly believe that a major figure from Hung Hing would seek him out merely for a drink. Anxiety coursed through him, leaving him feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. Xie Yongsong smiled faintly, his expression taking on a sinister edge. Actually, it's nothing of great significance. It's just that I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately and would like to borrow a small sum from you. Dottie, you truly wish to borrow money? A billionaire like you wants to borrow from a penniless wretch like me? Dottie was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had stumbled into an absurd joke and could not help but burst out laughing. Haha, Brother Song, you certainly have a sense of humor. You are the wealthiest man on the island. Before he could finish his words, he was met with a resounding slap from Fei Chuan, leaving him stunned, clutching his face. Damn it. Offering you money is already a gesture of goodwill. What about the funds left by my elder brother? It was only then that the younger brother realized that Fei Chuan from Hongxing had set his sights on Chun Yaoxing's inheritance, and Fei Chuan was no pushover. No. How could we possibly know about my brother's money? Humph. Refusing a toast only to receive a beating. Drag him away and give him a thrashing. But do not dirty Song Ji's car. Goodness, the people from Hongxing are truly ruthless, not sparing even the wealth of the deceased, leaving the younger brother in despair. This wretched gambler was dragged from the car and beaten mercilessly, surrounded by several men kicking him. Despite being a gambler, the younger brother's physical condition was quite mediocre. After a minute of being beaten, he could no longer withstand it and raised a white flag in surrender. Whoa, please stop hitting me, Brother Fei Chuan. If you continue, I'll be ruined. Fei Chuan glared fiercely at the younger brother, gripping his collar coldly as he inquired, how much do you have? Are you willing to part with anything to help your brothers in the underworld through this difficult time? What could the younger brother say? He was battered and bruised, with a face swollen and his body mottled with bruises, unsure if he had internal injuries. Woo, I have money. I can lend it to you. Could you take me to the hospital for a checkup? I don't know if I have any internal injuries. The younger brother continued to plead pathetically, tears and snot streaming down his face. First, we need the money. Stop the nonsense and take us there immediately. The younger brother's vehicle was driven by a subordinate from Hongxing, following behind, anticipating a share of the spoils. Half an hour later, in a villa in Wanchai, the younger brother led the Hongxing men to Chun Yaoxing's safe, and upon opening it, they found it brimming with U.S. dollars and Hong Kong dollars. Stuffed to the brim. Wow, it was golden and green. The eyes of several young men from Hongxing widened in astonishment, and Fei Chuan patted Jun Xiao's head. What are you staring at? This is all our public funds. You'd best not get any foolish ideas. Quickly, bag it up, I warn you. Do not entertain any crooked thoughts, and certainly do not involve me. Fei Chuan commanded his subordinates to pack all the money into sacks, which were then carried downstairs and placed in the trunk of the car. The younger brother watched helplessly as the money that was rightfully his was hauled away sack by sack. Leave me some. Please, have mercy. Fei Chuan disdainfully kicked him and then left with his entourage. The fourth son of Xinji, the younger brother, gazed at the empty safe, a glimmer of resentment in his eyes. Damn it, I must inform Xinji's boss, Su Yan. What is going on? A wealthy magnate from Hong Kong is not even sparing the inheritance of the deceased. The younger brother was plagued by a headache, blaming himself for being too ostentatious a few days prior, allowing these scoundrels to discern his wealth. Without delay, he hurried to the Xinji headquarters in Kowloon, seeking his boss's assistance. Hey, where are you going? Are you going to file a complaint? A cold voice suddenly echoed in the villa, startling the younger brother. A masked figure emerged from the corner, cloaked in black fabric, with only two dark eyes visible. Anything detrimental to the master must be eradicated at its inception. The figure slowly raised the gun in hand and, under the younger brother's terrified gaze, pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the younger brother's forehead, and he let out a wretched scream, slowly collapsing in despair. Following this, the masked figure quietly cleaned the blood from the floor and loaded the body into a van. The masked figure belonged to the Nightingale organization, operating in secrecy, specifically monitoring Fei Chuan and his ilk. Should anyone betray Xie Yongsong, he would be immediately informed. He was Xie Yongsong's secret guard, fiercely loyal to him. Fortunately, the young men from Hongxing were quite loyal, not tempted by money to commit foolish acts. Fei Chuan drove to the backyard of the Caesar Palace, quietly transporting the sacks to the designated private room, where personnel would arrive to count the money. For colleagues from the financial department of the Sun Group were working overtime at the Caesar Palace, using two counting machines to tally the evening's earnings while Fei Chuan and his group looked on. Xie Yongsong was in another private room, drinking with several police superintendents, including Superintendent Li Xiang, Superintendent James from the Public Relations Department, and Superintendent Peter from the Wanchai Police Station. The four of them were enjoying themselves in the private room, embracing the women beside them in a state of bliss. Su Zhengyang pushed the door open and whispered a few words in Xie Yongsong's ear. Immediately, Xie Yongsong stood up, raising his glass to address the police commissioner present, saying, "I apologize, everyone. I have a matter to attend to. Ruby, please take good care of the gentleman." Ruby, the manager, was indeed very capable, charming every man present and ensuring their happiness. After Xie Yongsong left the private room and headed to the one where Fei Chuan and the others were, two young men stood guard at the door. "Big brother." Xie Yongsong nodded and pushed the door open. The four finance staff had already finished counting, and piles of Hong Kong dollars in U.S. dollars were stacked like small mountains. "Chairman, there are 5.6 million U.S. dollars and 35 million Hong Kong dollars here, all old bills without sequential numbers." One financial staff member reported cautiously, not daring to meet Xie Yongsong's gaze. He had long heard of the group's behind-the-scenes boss's gangland connections, and now seeing him in person, the aura was indeed imposing, instilling a great deal of pressure. "Not bad. You've all worked hard." Xie Yongsong pulled out a bundle of cash from the pile and casually tossed a stack to the finance staff with a nonchalant smile. "Take it. This is your deserved compensation for your hard work, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Each of the four finance staff members, 2 men and 2 women, gaped at the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in their hands, unable to believe their eyes. $100,000 equated to their annual salary. This boss was indeed extravagant. Chapter 40. Using gaze to convey the consequences. However, regarding tonight's matter, no one is permitted to speak of it outside, otherwise. Xie Yongsong let out a cold laugh, leaving a stern warning, communicating the consequences through his gaze. "Rest assured, Chairman, we will not leak a single word." Good. You may leave now." The four young accountants trembled as they exited the private room, leaving only Fei Chuan, Jun Xiao, and the ostrich behind. "Fei Chuan, distribute 1 million to the brothers who handled today's affairs. Keep the remaining money as public funds." The faces of the three lit up instantly. Having followed Xie Yongsong for over a year, they had already earned a considerable sum, with each of them having purchased a home. "Fei Chuan, when you make money, take it back to honor your mother. Don't waste it on welfare in Boland Street. Find a girlfriend and treat her well." Fei Chuan's face flushed. How did Song Gu know about his clandestine visits to Boland Street? "Haha, big brother. Isn't it all about spending money when you're out here?" Xie Yongsong said little more, merely chuckling. As long as the younger brothers avoided drugs, occasional indulgences could be understood. Those who navigate the streets invariably have some vices, and it is not easy for a big brother to manage them too strictly. After Fei Chuan and the others left, Xie Yongsong remained alone in the private room. Gazing at the room filled with cash, he felt he had struck a lucrative deal. There were over 70 million Hong Kong dollars in total. Hehe. The AH-64 Apache attack helicopter that I had my eye on is finally within reach. This AH-64 Apache attack helicopter, produced by Boeing, is priced at around 10 million US dollars. Its imposing design features short wings on either side, each with 4 mounting points capable of carrying 19 Hydra 70 rockets or a Hellfire anti-tank missile launcher. This model has just hit the market. Spending $10 million now will secure one, but 20 years later, it would cost a fortune, likely 100 million US dollars, and only if one has the right connections. This is one of the most formidable armed helicopters in the world, the backbone of the American conventional combat aircraft fleet, exhibiting superior performance compared to its counterparts. Although the price is steep, Xie Yongsong is genuinely enamored with it. This unexpected windfall is perfectly suited for acquiring an Apache armed helicopter. Tianhong, please reach out to the American arms dealer Sean. I intend to purchase the Apache helicopter we previously admired. Luo Tianhong, busy asserting dominance over newcomers at the Xianshan base, was taken aback by Xie Yongsong's words, nearly dropping his jaw at the notion of spending 100 million Hong Kong dollars on a helicopter, simply because his boss decided to buy it. "Brother Song, what purpose do you have for such an acquisition? Surely you cannot intend to use it to attack others?" Luo Tianhong pondered, perplexed, as he considered the absurdity of employing an armed helicopter for retaliating against rivals. The mere thought of such a scene was cringeworthy. "Well, I have the funds and a penchant for purchasing. Perhaps I could use it to buy groceries at the market," Xie Yongsong jested earnestly. Luo Tianhong was left speechless. The idea of using an armed helicopter for grocery shopping was, indeed, inventive. "If it brings you joy, then so be it," he conceded. "I'll do my utmost to contact arms dealer Sean. He should be able to procure one from the military. There are numerous corrupt individuals within the Eagle Nation, profiting from the illicit trade of military supplies, and Sean is a quintessential representative of such opportunists." Xie Yongsong couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly money flows in this business. The Eagle Nation indeed built its fortune on such dealings. "Wait, don't I possess a warehouse? One with limitless capacity, no less. Could I perhaps become a middleman myself, exploiting the system's loopholes for a profit? He mused. Considering the pricing of the Black Star at 1,000 Hong Kong dollars and the Glock at 2,500 Hong Kong dollars. Upon viewing the prices of standard bulletproof vests on the system, Xie Yongsong nearly choked. They were more exorbitant than those on the black market. System. Explain to me why your weapons are so overpriced. What use are you to me? Your limited functions only serve to deplete my hard-earned money. He ranted internally. It was only under such circumstances that the system finally responded, revealing that the issue lay not in its capabilities, but rather in Xie Yongsong's low level. He must continually elevate his standing within the organization to unlock more functions. Stunned, Xie Yongsong realized that upgrading the system necessitated climbing higher within the ranks. Was this truly the nature of the system? It seemed destined to keep him on this path, rendering complete legalization impossible. He resigned himself to the notion that he was fated to be a legendary businessman straddling the line between legality and illegality. Remaining within the organization was essential. Perhaps he could one day become a figure like Old Master Hua, wielding influence in both the underworld and the business realm. Useless system. He grumbled. It serves no purpose. The system retorted, it was never meant to be particularly useful, nor does it concern itself with gender. On April 12th, the monthly meeting of the Hongxing Society convened at the familiar conference room in the Hongxing restaurant. The early arriving hall masters gathered to chat, predominantly discussing the rise of Xie Yongsong, the master of Causeway Bay. Ah Song has struck it rich, constructing his own group building in Wanchai. I've heard his net worth is in the billions. Fatty Lee from North Point boasted, reclining with an air of superiority. What are a few billion? A friend in stock trading mentioned that Ah Song's wealth is at least 100 billion. Our Hongxing is now renowned for producing a great fortune. In Central, Baki's eyes glinted with envy. Why isn't it me with a net worth of 100 billion? It pains my heart. Enough already. I've heard that in this meeting. Yao Gu is challenging the boss. Who are you supporting? Support? Nonsense. I'll back whoever garners the most support, he replied, with a calculating demeanor. Baki, ever the opportunist, was indeed a typical fence-sitter. As the chatter continued, Liang Kuan entered the room, his expression dark and thunderous, clearly agitated. Chen Yao's brazen attempt to woo the hall masters could not have escaped Liang Kuan's notice. The traitor had once accepted 1 million Hong Kong dollars from him, promising support for his leadership. Now, he was reneging, proving to be an ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing. Kuan Gu, among the gathering of over a dozen hall masters, only Baki and Fatty Li rose to greet him, while the other influential figures of Hongxing pretended not to see Chen Haonan, engrossed in their own conversations and sipping tea, not even lifting their eyelids. Chen Haonan's face darkened like a pot bottom. Today he was the leader of Hongxing, yet these sycophants lacked any sense of loyalty. Where's Ah Song? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chen Haonan scanned the room, failing to spot Xie Yongsong. The Causeway Bay faction was his lifeline. If Xie Yongsong were to support him, he could still secure his position as the leader. He likely hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps he has caught in traffic. What's with the heirs, making so many hall masters and the leader wait for him alone? In Hongxing, the higher one's status, the later they would arrive at meetings. Previously, when Jiang Tianxing was the leader, he would always claim to be stuck in traffic, being the last to arrive. Suddenly, a thunderous noise reverberated through the sky, causing the hall masters to exchange bewildered glances. What is that sound? What is happening? As the noise drew closer, the entire old building began to tremble violently, some areas swaying alarmingly. Look over there. Wow, it's a helicopter. The hall masters rushed to the windows, their eyes wide with astonishment as a formidable helicopter approached, the wind howling around them, leaving them awestruck. Good heavens, is that a helicopter? Have the police dispatched the flying tigers to apprehend us? You jinx. It's probably a military exercise, but why is it heading our way? Don't come any closer. Their hearts raced with anxiety. Xie Yongsong leaned out, smiling and waving at the assembly of astonished onlookers. The hall masters gaped, mouths agape. Goodness, it's Brother Song. He actually bought a helicopter. That must have cost at least tens of millions. Uninformed, are we? That's a high-end helicopter, worth at least 50 million Hong Kong dollars. You country bumpkin. Han Bin interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Baki, who was visibly incensed. Han Bin, do you even know the model of this helicopter? Baki retorted, feeling indignant. What do you know, Han Bin? If you can name the helicopter model, then I'll concede you have some knowledge. Han Bin hesitated, realizing he had no idea. He too was merely a casual military enthusiast. All right, let us commence the meeting. Ah Song has also arrived. The earlier spectacle had left all the powerful figures stunned. The individual from the helicopter had aimed directly at them, instilling fear. At that moment, the helicopter had landed on the rooftop, and the hall masters, still reeling from the shock, returned to their seats. Xie Yongsong entered with a beaming smile, a cigar in his mouth, followed by Luo Tianhong, Dada Kuan, and San Mei, all dressed in designer suits and sporting Rolex watches. Mr. Xie, when did you acquire a helicopter? You are our society's first affluent member to do so. How impressive. Upon entering the conference room, the central figure immediately approached to flatter him. I only recently made the purchase. I will no longer need to worry about traffic jams for meetings. It's much more convenient now. Following this, a flurry of trivial chatter ensued, with several leaders surrounding Xie Yongsong, incessantly engaging him in conversation, thereby rendering him the focal point of the meeting. Brother Song, I have a cousin in the sand and stone business. Would your project be able to utilize our materials? As the discussion progressed, they began to delve into business matters. Xie Yongsong's company was preparing to venture into real estate, which had long piqued the interest of these leaders. The real estate industry is highly lucrative. If Xie Yongsong were to offer them even a slight advantage, it would suffice for them to thrive for quite some time. As long as your sand and stone meet quality standards and are reasonably priced, we would, of course, prioritize using materials provided by our own people. Xie Yongsong patted Brother Nyo on the shoulder, who was overjoyed. The area of Kuntong offered little in terms of profit. Now, with the connection to Xie Yongsong, earning over $1 million each month was commendable among the leaders of Hongxing. Brother Song, I also have an uncle in the cement business. Could you extend some consideration there as well? I manage a renovation company. Would your group consider us for the renovations? A cacophony of leaders clamored around Xie Yongsong, leaving him with a headache. Ahem, what are you all doing? Are we still having a meeting? Chapter 41. Don't forget to give me a share of the benefits. Liang Kuan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. What does this mean? Do you not regard me? Am I the leader or is Asong? Only then did the leaders sit down, and Liang Kuan discreetly whispered in Xie Yongsong's ear. Let's discuss this after the meeting. Don't forget to give me a share of the benefits. Liang Kuan winked, as if to say, you understand. Chen Yao cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. All right, let us commence the meeting. Chen Yao surveyed the room. All the leaders were present. He began slowly. The Mongkok position has always been held by Liang Kuan, and I believe this is not in accordance with our regulations. According to Hongxing's tradition, the leader should not concurrently serve as a hall master, as it is detrimental to the hall's development. Chen Yao's words were directed squarely at Liang Kuan, who was immediately furious. To deal with Liang Kuan, one must be patient. First, relieve him of his position as hall master of Mongkok, and then gradually pull him down from power. Indeed, our Hongxing regulations state that the leader cannot also be a hall master. That's right, the Mongkok hall master should be replaced. Liang Kuan, feeling the pressure, was alarmed. Mongkok was his most crucial territory, with his people stationed there. Losing this ground would strip him of command over the other leaders. Liang Kuan desperately signaled to Fat Li and Xie Yongsong, but Fat Li, helpless, finally spoke up. Under Brother Kuan's leadership, Mongkok has been quite prosperous, given this situation. There is indeed no need for frequent changes in personnel. Fat Li, who had been profiting handsomely from the drug trade alongside Liang Kuan, naturally sought to protect his benefactor. Meanwhile, on the central side, Baji was observant, still assessing the situation, and had not rushed to take sides. What do the rest of you think? Prince Asong, please share your opinions. Chen Yao remained composed, as if he had it all figured out, encouraging each leader to voice their thoughts. Hongxing was not a one-man show. All matters required a vote, and the rules were stringent. I support the replacement of the Mongkok Hall Master. The Prince of East Sim Sha Sui, evidently aligned with Chen Yao, promptly raised his hand in support. Next, all eyes turned to Xie Yongsong, the Hall Master of Causeway Bay. His stance was crucial. Brother Nyo, Uncle Xing, Han Bin, and Dinosaur all watched attentively, ready to follow Xie Yongsong's lead. Whoever Brother Song chose, they would follow. Under the gaze of all, Xie Yongsong took a puff from his cigar, exhaled a smoke ring, and leisurely stated, I believe it is time for a change in Mongkok. I nominate Datu Kuan for the Hall Master position. Although Datu Kuan is someone I have taken under my wing, he has been working in Mongkok for over a decade and is a skilled expert at the red stick level, fully qualified for this important role. Do you all agree with my assessment? The moment his words left his lips, everyone was taken aback, jaws nearly dropping. Was this Xie Yongsong's declaration of war against Liang Kuan? He was openly endorsing his subordinate to usurp power. Liang Kuan's face turned ashen, completely unprepared for this betrayal. How could Xie Yongsong stab him in the back? The leader of Hongxing, Liang Kuan, was left dumbfounded. Was this truly happening? Chen Yao, with a sly smile, had orchestrated this maneuver in collusion with Xie Yongsong, trading the position of Mongkok Hall Master for Xie Yongsong's allegiance. All in favor of supporting Datu Kuan for the position, please raise your hands. Chen Yao led the way, and after a moment's hesitation, the prince followed suit. The remaining Han Bin and Dinosaur, aligned with Xie Yongsong, naturally raised both hands in support. More than half of the Hall Masters of Hongxing cast their votes in favor, and the rest, including Uncle Xing, Brother Nyo, and Baji, had no choice but to follow suit. After all, No one wished to offend a billionaire in Hong Kong. Wealth spoke volumes, even in the underworld. The two Kuan stood to the side, bewildered. What was happening? How had he inexplicably become the leader of Mong Kok? Congratulations, Brother De Tu. From now on, you shall be the head of Mong Kok. Please take good care of my younger sister, remarked Sister 13 enviously. Who doesn't he aspire to be a leader? De Tu Kuan became the first hall master promoted from under Brother Song's wing. Goodness, De Tu, you've now surpassed me. I fear I cannot compete with you. Fei Hong, stop teasing me. I am merely Brother Song's vanguard. You are but a pawn. De Tu Kuan was particularly wary of Luo Tianhong, who was ruthless and always sought to challenge others. He had suffered enough at his hands. In the gang, Luo Tianhong respected only Xie Yongsong and Yu Huatian. Everyone else was beneath him. This unexpected elevation to leadership thrilled De Tu Kuan. But he understood that this opportunity was granted by Brother Song. Without him, he would be nothing. All right, 1 vote against, 10 votes in favor. De Tu Kuan will henceforth take charge of the Mong Kok Hall. The subordinates cleared a space at the meeting table for De Tu Kuan, placing him right next to Brother Song, facilitating his collaboration with the leader. Brother Song, thank you. Xie Yongsong smiled and patted De Tu Kuan's shoulder. Work hard and don't bring shame to our brotherhood. De Tu Kuan nodded, promising not to betray Brother Song's trust. De Tu Kuan took the 6th chair at the meeting table, centrally positioned, not too far forward nor too far back. With the first agenda item concluded, Liang Kuan's countenance resembled that of a wilted eggplant, sitting there in silence. Xie Yongsong's sudden betrayal left him momentarily stunned. He had lost comprehensively. Having lost the territory of Mong Kok, he felt like a rootless reed, unable to navigate Hongxing any longer. Next, we shall discuss the 2nd agenda item. Before Chun Yao could finish, Liang Kuan interrupted him, his voice hoarse and tinged with melancholy. Stop. Let me say a few words first. Recently, I've encountered some health issues and can no longer serve as the leader of Hongxing. Liang Kuan's statement left everyone in shock. No one had anticipated that he would voluntarily step down. Was this truly the Liang Kuan we knew? As a hero in decline, Liang Kuan's face was filled with disappointment. The situation was abundantly clear. Had Liang Kuan not chosen to step down voluntarily, being forced out by Chun Yao would have resulted in a particularly embarrassing scene. Liang Kuan sought to exit with dignity, wishing to retain some respect within Hongxing. Chun Yao was equally astonished. This turn of events had not crossed his mind. However, his quick wit allowed him to pivot seamlessly. Brother Kuan, due to health reasons, is unable to continue as our leader. Let us applaud him for his timely retreat and his unwillingness to cling to power. Chun Yao swiftly extolled Liang Kuan, ensuring he would enjoy the privileges of a retired elder within Hongxing. Liang Kuan awkwardly smiled, managing to salvage some dignity. After Chun Yao praised him, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The critical moment regarding the leadership position of the Hongxing gang had arrived. The term leader of Hongxing aptly signifies the paramount figure of the organization. This position is far more significant than that of the seated representatives of Lianqing and Heji, who, despite holding nominal titles, wield no real power and merely serve administrative functions. In a gang, one cannot act unilaterally. They must also be constrained by the 9 key decision-makers. However, the leader of Hongxing is different. Not only do they hold the title of chief, but they also control the financial powers, commanding absolute authority within Hongxing. Liang Kuan's primary issue stemmed from a fallout with his subordinates, with the selling of powder inciting public outrage within the organization. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily ousted. Just as a nation cannot function without a sovereign, Hongxing too cannot exist without a leader. What suggestions do we have? Chun Yao, confident and in control, exchanged a knowing glance with the prince seated across from him, who immediately understood. Ahem. I have heard that Jiang Tianxing has a younger brother in Taigua named Jiang Tianyang. He is quite successful in business there. Why not invite him to Xiangjiang to take the helm of Hongxing? As soon as the prince's words left his lips, a spirited discussion ensued. For the members were not well acquainted with Jiang Tianyang. Xie Yongsong let out a cold laugh. It was just as he suspected. The prince was certainly aligned with Jiang Tianyang. He made monthly trips to Taigua, ostensibly to report back to Jiang Tianyang. Although the hall masters murmured amongst themselves, none dared to voice outright opposition. After all, who led the organization was of little concern to them as long as their interests remained intact. They were not in the running for leadership, thus they opted to observe the unfolding drama before taking a stand. If there are no objections, shall we go to Taigua next week and bring Mr. Zhang back? Chun Yao noted that no one had expressed dissent, and thus resolved to personally travel to Taigua to invite Jiang Tianyang to manage Hongxing. Wait, I have something to say. Xie Yongsong extinguished the cigarette in his hand and raised his hand to speak. This action immediately captured everyone's attention. Even the prince from Tsim Sha Sui could no longer remain seated. Asong, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to become the leader yourself? The prince's eyes widened, clearly displeased with Xie Yongsong's interruption. Just as the matter seemed to be coming to fruition, Xie Yongsong stirred the pot. Brother, all members of Hongxing should be allowed to voice their opinions. Why is it that only you are permitted to speak while others cannot dissent? Do you truly believe you are the Prince of Hongxing? Dado Kuan stood up, his voice laced with palpable irritation. Whenever matters regarding Asong arose, Dado Kuan would be the first to defend him, a testament to their years of brotherhood. Indeed, everyone should be allowed to express their opinions. Asong, please share your perspective. Chen Yao's expression darkened. What was Xie Yongsong up to? I believe Jiang Tianyang has been residing in Taigua for too long and is unaware of the circumstances in Xiangjiang. Even regarding Hongxing, I, Asong, have always been loyal to Hongxing, focusing on the matters at hand rather than the individuals involved. Jiang Tianyang is merely a businessman living abroad. How could someone who betrays their own clan be fit to lead Hongxing? Xie Yongsong stood resolutely, astonished by his own performance. Feeling as if he were at the pinnacle of his acting prowess, the Oscars surely owed him a golden statuette. Yes, Asong makes a compelling point. We indeed know little about Jiang Tianyang. I support Asong's stance. Hongxing is not the private domain of the Jiang family. Xie Yongsong wore a knowing smile. Allowing the Jiang family to ascend? Absolutely not. Not to mention that Jiang Tianyang's brother had already been eliminated by Xie Yongsong. If Jiang Tianyang were to learn the truth, would he spare the one who killed his brother? Furthermore, Jiang Tianyang himself was a formidable character. Once he became the leader of Hongxing, what role would Xie Yongsong play? Asong, if you deem Mr. Jiang unsuitable, whom do you consider appropriate? The Prince of Tsimsha Sui and Xie Yongsong clashed head-on. The prince, exasperated, had already promised Jiang Tianyang to secure the support of the Hall Masters to facilitate his return to Hongxing to take charge of the business. Chapter 42. No one wishes for an additional person to oversee their affairs. Hongxing's operations in Hong Kong extend far beyond mere protection rackets. In Macau, they also possess a legitimate establishment, one of the foremost enterprises in the region. Although this institution does not hold an official license and is merely affiliated with the gambling magnate Ho Xing, functioning as a satellite company, its annual profits are substantial. Jiang Tianyang had long coveted this venture, plotting to become the leader of Hongxing solely to seize control of this immense asset. Xie Yongsong remained unperturbed, crossing his legs and smiling as he said, I believe Yao Gu is the most suitable. I support Yao Gu as the leader. Chen Yao, taken aback and having just finished his tea, hastily waved his hands. No, I can only serve as a financial officer. Being the leader does not suit me. Chen Yao possessed a clear self-awareness, recognizing that he was meant to support the leader rather than take charge himself. The leadership position of Hongxing had seen numerous occupants. Yet Chen Yao had consistently maintained control over the organization's financial affairs. I propose that we appoint Chen Yao as the interim leader until we find a suitable candidate. What do you all think? Xie Yongsong's suggestion garnered the support of the Hall Masters, as none wished for an additional person to oversee their affairs, especially one they were already familiar with. Agreed. Let Yao Go act as interim leader for now. He has been managing the day-to-day operations all along. I too support the idea. Let's postpone discussions about the leadership position. The Hall Master from Tsimsha Sui, the prince, appeared helpless, with so many opposing voices. Primarily spearheaded by Xie Yongsong, the plan to bring Jiang Tianyang into Hongxing had effectively fallen through. Very well, let us conclude this matter. We will reconvene if any developments arise. Meeting adjourned. Asong, please stay. I wish to speak with you privately. This meeting of Hongxing had been nothing short of riveting. Xie Yongsong had swiftly risen within the ranks, no longer merely a bystander, but now asserting his voice. Having only been a Hall Master for a little over 6 months, the veteran leaders of Hongxing had begun to realize that Xie Yongsong's influence could no longer be underestimated. Today, he had forcefully secured the position of the Mong Kok Hall Master, and among the 11 Hall Masters in Hongxing, 2 were now staunch supporters. Not to mention other leaders within the organization eager to profit. A shift in power was imminent. This was no longer the era of the old guard. It was time for him to step back and allow the younger generation to take the reins. Uncle Xing, in his 60s, was filled with reflections. Age had rendered him unable to keep pace with the changing times, and now retirement could afford him a modest pension. He must avoid becoming entangled in power struggles, otherwise, he might not even know how he met his end, let alone enjoy his twilight years. Uncle Xing, with Hongxing flourishing in recent years, it would be a shame for you to retire. There is nothing to lament. In the Underworld, achieving a peaceful retirement is already a rarity. One must not be greedy. Those of Uncle Xing's generation either ended up in prison or the mortuary. Very few enjoy a stable retirement. Once everyone had departed, Chen Yao politely invited Xie Yongsong to take a seat. Asong, please sit. Chen Yao no longer dared to underestimate Xie Yongsong. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yongsong's standing within Hongxing had grown increasingly prominent, surpassing even the peak of Liang Kuan's influence. Were it not for Xie Yongsong's relatively short tenure, Chen Yao might have already recommended him for leadership. Yao Gu, what did you wish to discuss? Chen Yao cleared his throat, organizing his thoughts. Sitting before him was a business magnate, someone he could not afford to offend. Asong, why do you oppose Jiang Tianyang joining Hongxing? Do you hold a grudge against him? Xie Yongsong chuckled. Can I speak candidly? Of course not. I have caused the demise of someone's elder brother. And now I wish for Jiang Tianyang to assume the leadership role? My ambitions are not so grand. Brother Yao, anyone can sit atop the throne of Hongxing. But members of the Jiang family are out of the question. Hongxing was built through the collective efforts of everyone, not a personal possession of the Jiang family. It is imperative that a capable individual takes charge. We cannot allow an outsider, oblivious to the current circumstances, to ascend to power for the detriment of Hongxing. After listening to Xie Yongsong's grandiloquent rhetoric, Chen Yao merely chuckled and remained silent. Such words may deceive the inexperienced, but they cannot fool the astute Chen Yao. Awesome. Why don't you take the helm? I am serious. Xie Yongsong nearly spat out his tea, hastily setting down the cup. Brother Yao, I truly did not mean that. Nor do I aspire to lead. What a jest. Even if I wished to lead, I couldn't say it outright. Which leader takes the stage without first deflecting and implying they are the chosen one? Moreover, I have only recently taken on the role of the Jia group. My influence is still fragile and requires a period of discreet development. Brother Yao, I must trouble you to manage Hongxing during this time. I appreciate your hard work. Xie Yongsong patted Chen Yao on the shoulder, adopting a carefree demeanor, his tone entirely resembling that of a leader issuing commands. Chen Yao was left in a state of bemusement. Xie Yongsong, while forbidding the Jiang family from rising, did not wish to ascend himself. Was he not courting his own exhaustion? Xie Yongsong had already exited the Hongxing restaurant with his subordinates, leaving Chen Yao alone in the empty room. Staring blankly at the million Hong Kong dollar check left behind by Xie Yongsong, Chen Yao chuckled softly, accepting the exhaustion. He would endure for another year or so, seeking a suitable opportunity to elevate Xie Yongsong. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan stormed out of the conference room, grumbling about the traitors Chen Yao and Xie Yongsong. After a lifetime of effort, he found himself with nothing to show for it, and his frustration was palpable. Brother Kuan, don't rush off. Liang Kuan turned to see Xie Yongsong, which only fueled his ire further. What do you want, Song? Liang Kuan retorted sarcastically, his heart seething with a desire to rend this traitor asunder. Brother Kuan, why such anger? I am here to assist you. Xie Yongsong grinned, casually draping an arm over Liang Kuan's shoulder. Liang Kuan was taken aback. You have usurped the territory in Mong Kok, and you call that assistance? Do you think me a fool? I am not so naive. Liang Kuan eyed Xie Yongsong with suspicion. Jiang Tianyang is scheming behind your back. If I do not feign a rift with you, I would surely be targeted by the prince and Jiang Tianyang's faction. Brother Kuan, after all this time with you, you should know my character well enough. Xie Yongsong found amusement in deceiving Liang Kuan, shifting the blame entirely onto Jiang Tianyang and encouraging their discord. Is that true? Liang Kuan pondered, recalling that Xie Yongsong had indeed shown loyalty to Hongxing and treated him with respect. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to prevent Jiang Tianyang from taking the helm? Liang Kuan remained skeptical, gradually beginning to believe Xie Yongsong's claims held some merit. Xie Yongsong continued to elaborate, leaving Liang Kuan in a state of confusion. Brother Kuan, that scoundrel Jiang Tianyang is no good. If he returns to Hongxing, you will be his first target. Consider this. Who killed Jiang Tianxing? He must surely believe you were responsible. Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan exploded. Nothing is more infuriating than being wrongfully accused. I did not kill Mr. Jiang, I swear. Calm down. I know you are innocent, but Jiang Tianyang does not. I must take my leave. Xie Yongsong's clever manipulation successfully sowed seeds of doubt in Liang Kuan's mind. Once Xie Yongsong had departed, Xuanqi approached. Brother Kuan, is what Asong said true? Is Jiang Tianyang really after you? Liang Kuan slapped Xuanqi on the head in frustration, exuding an expression of disappointment. If Xie Yongsong had even half a brain, would I be this exhausted? Spend some time reading, stop acting like a fool. Xuanqi, having been unprovokedly struck, felt deeply displeased and muttered discontentedly. If I had even half of Song's intelligence, I would have gone solo long ago instead of trailing behind you, a worthless wretch. Losing our territory, Liang Kuan took a few steps forward, then turned back to fiercely smack Xuanqi's head again, his voice akin to a duck's quack. Do not speak ill of me behind my back. My ears are sharp. Liang Kuan possessed 3 defining traits: a fiery temper, unwavering loyalty, and keen hearing. Xuanqi felt like crying without tears, convinced he was meant to be clever, but Liang Kuan's blows had rendered him foolish. Investigate Jiang Tianyang's movements and keep a close watch. The Xiangjiang Wenhua Hotel, situated in the bustling district of Causeway Bay, is an esteemed 5-star establishment. Built through the joint investment of Jardine Matheson and HSBC. Guests here are either wealthy or powerful, beyond the means of ordinary folk. Mr. Jiang. The situation appears to be nearing resolution. However, the Hall Master Xie Yongsong has suddenly emerged to create chaos, effectively derailing our plans. The prince is desperately trying to shift the blame onto Jiang Tianyong, fearing accusations of incompetence. Jiang Tianyong lounged on the sofa, a thick cigar between his lips, clad in a custom Versace suit, exuding an air of a powerful figure. In truth, Jiang Tianyong had substantial business dealings with the prince, engaging with numerous Burmese warlords and Thai tycoons. With a fortune exceeding 100 million, he was indeed a bona fide magnate. Yet no one ever complains of having too much wealth. This return was aimed at reclaiming the Jiang family's assets. Hongxing was founded by Jiang Tianyong's father, Jiang Zhun, in Kowloon, built over 3 to 4 decades to achieve its current stature. To allow outsiders to seize it would be a betrayal to his father's spirit. Furthermore, the mysterious death of his elder brother, Jiang Tiansheng, in Xiangjiang also warrants thorough investigation. Who exactly is this Xie Yongsong? Is he amenable to being swayed by money? Surely, there is no one in the world who does not love wealth. Jiang Tianyong, with a cigar in hand, wore a self-assured expression, a derisive smile playing on his lips. The prince chuckled wryly, stating that while money can buy others, Xie Yongsong is unlike any other. Jiang Tianyong, indignant, retorted, his eyes brimming with disdain and a sense of superiority. What in this world cannot be resolved with money? As long as the price is right, it is all negotiable. Just tell me, how much does he want? The prince spoke hesitantly, lacking decisiveness. Mr. Jiang, Xie Yongsong is no ordinary hall master. He possesses immense wealth, far exceeding your own. The prince finally revealed the truth. The sum you offer, whether tens or hundreds of thousands, would be insignificant to him. Jiang Tianyong was taken aback. Wealth exceeding 100 billion? Surely I misheard. Prince, do not exaggerate. Are you suggesting that the richest person in Xiangjiang is him? He is merely a hall master. How could he possibly be wealthier than I? Jiang Tianyong could not fathom that a mere hall master, and one so young at the age of 22, could possess such substantial influence. Was he perhaps earning money since birth? Chapter 43. I will personally seek him out for a discussion. The prince noticed Jiang Tianyong beginning to doubt his words, sensing his urgency. It is true. Xie Yongsong made over 10 billion from a single acquisition of Kowloon warehouse shares. News articles have lauded him as a commercial prodigy. Additionally, he spent 100 million Hong Kong dollars on an armed helicopter, living lavishly. Fearing Jiang Tianyong's disbelief, the prince handed him a newspaper. Jiang Tianyong glanced at the Xiangjiang Morning News, where a dashing young man beamed brightly. Jiang Tiansheng nearly toppled from his chair, stunned by the resounding slap across his face, astonished that he had even contemplated using wealth to buy over a billionaire. Are the young people of Hong Kong truly this formidable? Quite astonishing indeed. Jiang Tianyong was left dumbfounded. A mere minor hall master possessed the audacity to afford an armed helicopter. What a surprise. Clearing his throat, he decided to set aside thoughts of Xie Yongsong for now, promising to seek him out for a discussion later. An awkward expression crossed Jiang Tianyong's face, still reeling from the recent slap. He could only muster a few perfunctory remarks. Your primary task now is to investigate the death of my brother, Jiang Tiansheng. By all that is sacred, let us see which fool dares to lay a hand on our Jiang family. In Tsim Sha Sui, there is a young man named Ganzi Tai, who was raised by the Jiang family since childhood. Upon reaching the age of 18, he ventured into the underground boxing rings of Hong Kong to fight in illegal matches. Naturally gifted in boxing, he excelled particularly in Muay Thai. He achieved an impressive streak of 15 consecutive victories in the underground circuit, ultimately claiming the championship belt. Within the ranks of the Hongxing gang, many remain oblivious to Ganzi Tai's background, unaware of the strong ties he shares with the Jiang family. In truth, Ganzi Tai is a staunch loyalist, never one to betray. Very well, I shall investigate this matter immediately. There are whispers suggesting that Liang Kuan is the most suspicious. I must delve into his affairs. Just as Ganzi Tai stepped out to inquire about Liang Kuan, Jiang Tianyong closed his eyes to ponder. After a few moments, he picked up the phone and leisurely instructed, please gather information on the Hongxing Tsim Sha Sui Hall Master, Xie Yongsong. I must learn all there is to know about him. This young man has already achieved so much at such a tender age, piquing Jiang Tianyong's interest. Recently, Xie Yongsong has been busy with a film company. Their latest release, titled Dragon Brothers and Tiger Brothers, grossed 36 million in the local Hong Kong market. Moreover, they sold the rights to East Asia for over 200 million, all while claiming an investment of 30 million, though the actual expenditure was around 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Directed by Wang Jing, God of Gamblers 2 is set to premiere tomorrow at the Jazz Cinemas, and the box office should fare well. Especially since God of Gamblers 1 had already stirred quite the sensation in Hong Kong. Approximately 20 million of that revenue was laundered. Filmmaking is indeed a lucrative business, with a short turnaround time for recouping costs, often within a month. On May 1st, International Labor Day, Hong Kong enjoys a 3-day holiday, drawing many couples out for shopping. Watching films has become a favored leisure activity, with the public eagerly anticipating the release of God of Gamblers 2, as noted in the newspapers. Dream City Film Company has consistently produced high-quality films. After a year of development, Dream City has released over a dozen well-received films, including A Better Tomorrow, God of Gamblers, and Once Upon a Time in China I, establishing itself alongside Jia Films and Cine City as one of the 3 titans of the industry, even surpassing them in total box office revenue. However, Dream City is still relatively new, lacking deep-rooted history and its own cinema chains. Xie Yongsong attended the premiere of God of Gamblers 2 in splendid fashion, accompanying Li Jiasen, dressed in a white gown, standing at 172 meters tall in high heels. She left the media utterly awestruck as she walked alongside Xie Yongsong. Wow, a perfect pairing of talent and beauty. They appeared almost celestial. Li Jiasen was simply radiant today. Reporters clamored to capture the moment, gratifying Li Jiasen's vanity immensely. Who is that handsome man standing beside Xie Yongsong? I've never seen him before. Is he a new actor? The eyes of a novice female reporter sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Xie Yongsong, her infatuation evident. Xiao Yun, you should pay more attention to financial news. He is the major investor behind Dream City Films, a figure worth billions, remarked a colleague with a horse-faced demeanor, unable to suppress his mockery. With your unremarkable appearance, he probably wouldn't even glance your way. Such bluntness was rather harsh, leaving Xiao Yun feeling quite self-conscious. Xiao Yun, how about considering me? I could take care of you. Get lost. With your looks, you lack even the basic self-awareness. Just seeing you makes me want to retch. The jabs exchanged between colleagues were relentless. Do they not possess a shred of conscience? Xie Yongsong and Li Jiasen truly made a perfect match, garnering even more attention than the lead actors, with the mere appearance of male lead Zhou Ruifa failing to create such a stir. As the creative team of the film walked the red carpet, reporters buzzed with excitement. The rumored affairs of investors and their connections with starlets remain perennial topics of intrigue in the entertainment industry. Xie Yongsong paid little mind to the reporters' chatter. As long as it was not excessive, he treated it as mere entertainment. Should anyone cross the line, they might just vanish from Hong Kong without a trace. Director Wang Jing awaited them at the front of the cinema with a group of actors, rising to greet the arrival of their benefactor. Mr. Xie, please have a seat over here. I have reserved the best seats for you. Jiasen, come quickly. The portly Wang Jing demonstrated a keen sense of propriety, aware that Xie Yongsong was his benefactor, previously just a director of low-budget films. Wang Jing had no inkling of his own potential until Xie Yongsong provided him with the opportunity to direct. After helming God of Gamblers, which became the year's box office champion, he achieved instant fame and solidified his standing within the directing community. His father, Wang Tianling, was elated and urged him to stick closely to Xie Yongsong, to endure hardships and shoot more films, lest he disappoint his benefactor's trust. Thus, Wang Jing treated Xie Yongsong with great deference, his tone imbued with respect. Boss, allow me to introduce this individual. This is Liang Jiehui, a newcomer to our company. Liang Jiehui, a lad in his early 20s, appeared somewhat green, visibly anxious about meeting the film company's owner, unsure of where to place his hands. Previously trained at TVB's acting school, he occasionally snagged minor roles there to make ends meet, but the contracts with TVB required an 8-year commitment with meager pay. Having not signed a contract with TVB, Liang Jiehui decided to test his luck at Dream City Film Company, where his old friend Wang Jing had found success, and remarkably secured a significant supporting role right upon his arrival. Standing before Xie Yongsong, who would one day become a multifaceted superstar, Liang Jiehui felt a surge of nerves. Xie Yongsong smiled gently, offering encouragement. Jiehui, work hard. I believe in you. As a senior, Zhou Ruifa also patted Liang Jiehui on the shoulder, helping him to relax. This is Chiao Shuzhen, who plays Haidang in the film. Suddenly, a stunning beauty in a red evening gown appeared beside Wang Jing, her figure flawless, her features exquisite yet alluring, easily scoring a solid 90 in looks. Hello, Mr. Xie, I am Chiao Shuzhen. I look forward to your guidance. Chiao Shuzhen introduced herself with poise, her gaze fixed on the dashing man before her, casting envious glances at Li Jiasen beside him. It must be said, Wang Jing has a keen eye for talent. Though Chiao Shuzhen still bore some youthful naivety, her daring fashion choices were undeniably eye-catching. Her red gown was backless with a deep V-cut. Not bad, Wang Jing. Your taste is commendable. Wang Jing, eager to secure her, immediately summoned General Manager Zhang Zhitian. Sign her on, 50,000 per film, and ensure the best treatment. Chiao Shuzhen was taken aback. She understood that even a star like Zhou Ruifa currently earned around 200,000 per film, making 50,000 a substantial sum for a newcomer. Director Wang Jing was equally astonished. Could it be that the boss has taken a liking to Shujin? Initially, he had merely admired her beauty, intending to gradually entice the newcomer. Wasn't it a bit excessive to leverage such a power dynamic? Alas, it seemed all hope was lost. Shujin had caught the discerning eye of the boss, leaving him with no chance. Li Jiesin, feeling anxious, grasped Xie Yongsong's arm tightly, declaring her loyalty. Mr. Xie is mine. Do not even think of stealing my man. Xie Yongsong appeared unfazed, offering a calm smile as he addressed the entire crew. All right, the film is about to commence. Let us witness the fruits of our labor over the past fortnight. As the lights dimmed, the movie commenced, with God of Gamblers 2 continuing the tradition of its predecessor. Characterized by the signature absurd humor of Wang Jing, coupled with a high-quality narrative. Laughter resonated throughout the cinema, the experience flawless and exhilarating. Observing the engrossed audience, Xie Yongsong felt a surge of confidence, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth as he reached towards Li Jiesin beside him. Don't be silly. This is a cinema, and there are many people behind us. Li Jiesin chided. Xie Yongsong chuckled, his audacity growing. What is there to fear in a darkened theater? Everyone's here to enjoy the show. At the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong, the incessant ringing of a mobile phone interrupted the ambience. Xie Yongsong cursed under his breath. Who lacks the sense to call at this hour? Hello? Who is this? What is the matter? On the other end was Yu Huatian, the one managing the Nightingale organization. He vaguely discerned a sultry female voice on the line, irresistible in its allure, stirring a restlessness within him. Suddenly, Yu Huatian panicked. Oh no. I've interrupted the boss's good fortune. If this were in the palace, my head would have already rolled. Fortunately, Xie Yongsong was not overly perturbed upon hearing Yu Huatian's voice. He sighed in relief. Old Tian, what is going on? Boss, I've located the channel for Lan Kwai Fong that you asked me to investigate. They have a transaction tonight. Upon hearing this, Xie Yongsong immediately ceased his previous activity, hurriedly donning his clothes as he spoke into the microphone. Inform Luo Tianhong and Dejun. We have work to do tonight. Prepare the gear. He glanced at the scene on the bed, pulled out 100,000 Hong Kong dollars from his collar, slipped it into Li Jiesin's hand, and playfully caressed her long legs, adding as he departed, consider today a day off. Go shopping for some clothes. And return later for a proper tidy-up. Great. I'll be waiting right here. Li Jiesin twirled on the bed, her eyes sparkling. After dressing, Xie Yongsong, accompanied by his bodyguards, rushed out, prioritizing the pursuit of wealth over any romantic entanglements. What love story? It could wait. With enough money, any woman could be found. At precisely 9 o'clock that evening, on a desolate beach in Tuen Mun, two vans lurked in the shadows, refraining from turning on their headlights. Boss, haven't they arrived yet? What are we waiting for? Luo Tianhong, standing nearby, expressed his impatience. We're waiting for an opportunity to get rich. Don't be a nuisance. Want to make money? Then keep quiet. They had already waited for 2 hours, with no sign of activity on the water. Had it not been for the intel from Yu Huatian, he would have lost patience long ago. Boss, there's movement. A fishing boat is approaching from the sea. Who would dare to risk landing in such a secluded spot? That vessel is likely up to no good. Put on your masks. I'll lead you to a fortune. Xie Yongsong donned a black mask handed to him by Dejun, immediately transforming into a formidable figure. Boss, are we going to rob an armored truck? This outfit looks just like the robbers from the movies. One of the others remarked. Xie Yongsong, uninterested in entertaining Luo Tianhong's foolishness, retorted. Do you think an armored truck would operate at night and come to a place like this? Luo Tianhong blinked, feeling indignant. I'm not a robber. How would I know the timing of the armored trucks? Enough. Everyone focus. Tonight we will take action, but not against the bank. Xie Yongsong commanded. An armored truck carries at most a few million Hong Kong dollars. That is hardly sufficient for us. We need something bigger. What we're about to do is what people refer to as black eating black. Black eating black. Dejun and Luo Tianhong were left dumbfounded. Such tactics were indeed a revelation. The Nightingale organization had received word that Lan Kwai Fong was involved in a significant deal. Having lost his position in the Hongxing hierarchy and the Mong Kok turf, he was now struggling to make a living in the underworld. With sufficient funds, he could recruit allies and reclaim his territory. Half a month prior, he had contacted the warlord Sha Kuan from the Golden Triangle, securing a shipment worth 50 million, intending to monopolize the supply for the entire Kowloon market, preventing any competition. Truth be told, Xie Yongsong held a certain admiration for Lan Kwai Fong's audacious approach. However, this venture was far from honorable. 50 million was a staggering amount, and for someone who had spent years in the drug trade, accumulating 200 million. This purchase was indeed a gamble. They checked their equipment, ensuring nothing went awry. The occupants of the van began assembling their firearms, disengaging safeties, filling magazines, and preparing 3 spare clips. Each individual wielded a combination of assault rifles and submachine guns, be it an M16 or an MP5, and every one of them donned a bulletproof vest, fully armed and prepared. With everything in place, they awaited Xie Yongsong's command. On a beach 200 meters away from them, a group of over a dozen individuals was illuminated by car headlights. Using binoculars, Xie Yongsong could observe clearly. Liang Kuan's henchman, Sha Chong, stood prominently at the front, his waist visibly bulging, a clear indication of concealed weaponry. "Boss, the esteemed guests from Thailand have arrived," Sha Chong signaled. Brother Kuan has instructed caution during these critical times. Although somewhat dim-witted, Sha Chong remained obedient to Liang Kuan's orders, sending a subordinate to relay the signal. A sequence of long and short flashes was sent from a flashlight across the sea, awaiting a response. In about a minute, the fishing boat reciprocated with the same signal. Confirming their identities, the boat gradually approached the shore. Simultaneously, over a dozen dark-skinned Southeast Asians disembarked from the vessel, the foremost among them brandishing automatic rifles, while the rest carried boxes of goods. "Sawatika," Sha Chong exclaimed, "long time no see. Please send my regards to Brother Kuan." The leading Southeast Asian drug dealer clasped his hands in a traditional Thai greeting. Sha Chong mimicked the gesture, eager to comply. "Mr. Chache, our boss specifically asked me to inquire about the general's health. How have you been lately?" After a few pleasantries, they swiftly got to the point. Sha Chong glanced at the cargo behind the vehicle, signaling a subordinate to inspect it. "Boss, the goods are intact, and the quantity is accurate." Sha Chong then signaled another subordinate, who hurried over. "Show them the money. Let our Thai friends take a look." The two subordinates opened the trunk, revealing neatly stacked metal cases containing 50 million in cash, a substantial sum that could purchase hundreds of luxury apartments at the time. Xie Yongsong witnessed this scene through his binoculars and immediately issued the combat command. "Engage. Remember, prioritize seizing the money, leave one or two alive, and eliminate the rest." The two modified vans accelerated, shooting forward like rockets, their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were amidst the transaction, causing widespread panic and screams. "Who are you?" Luo Tianhong and De Jun leaned out, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from their submachine guns, bullets whistling through the air. The overwhelming firepower, combined with the element of surprise, caused Liang Kuan's previously steady men to collapse like blades of grass. In less than a minute, a significant portion of Liang Kuan's crew lay defeated, prompting an enraged Liang Kuan to bellow, "Damn it, Sha Chong, do you dare to betray us?" Sha Tsai's eyes were ablaze with fury as he witnessed his comrades falling one after another. Without hesitation, he pivoted his weapon and aimed it at Shurqiang. Bewildered, Shurqiang could scarcely comprehend the unfolding chaos, resorting to crouching behind the vehicle, occasionally returning fire. "Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your sight? I am suffering heavy losses here." Chakai glanced down to find a number of Liang Kuan's men sprawled on the ground, uncertain if they had been robbed or apprehended by the police. There was no time for contemplation. Xie Yongsong extended his arm out of the window, pulling the trigger of his M16, now set to automatic mode, as flames erupted from the muzzle. The bullets struck their target with unerring precision, hitting the enemy's weapons with no margin for error. Soon, Xie Yongsong had locked onto his objectives, the ground littered with bodies in disarray, blood staining the puddles on the beach. The car door swung open, and Xie Yongsong, clad in a trench coat and wielding the M16 with panache, stepped out, followed closely by Luo Tianhong and others. Unfortunately, both he and his subordinates were wearing masks, marring their otherwise striking appearance. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Tianhong, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, aimed his gun at a struggling subordinate on the ground and fired once more, sealing the fate of the man. A few others were feigning death, their faces smeared with the blood of their comrades, squinting to witness the grim spectacle. Terror gripped their hearts as they scrambled to their feet and fled, moving faster than Bolt, but to no avail. Dajuan let out a cold laugh and charged forth from behind, dispatching each fleeing subordinate without mercy, leaving none unscathed. The waves carried a few corpses out to sea, while the beach was awash with blood and a pungent scent of sulfur. The relentless surf crashed against the shore, and Shurqiang shivered behind the vehicle, cursing under his breath, "These bandits are ruthless. They slaughtered everyone on the beach, even those pretending to be dead, truly merciless. What do we do? They're coming this way." Shurqiang felt tears welling up. Despite his years in the underworld, he had never encountered such brutality. He curled up, trembling in fear. 6 masked bandits approached him slowly while others rummaged through the trunk for the cash boxes. 50 million Hong Kong dollars was not a trifling sum, and they could not possibly transport it all in one trip. "Brothers, take the money and go. I know nothing. Killing me will serve no purpose," Shurqiang pleaded. Not truly foolish. In such dire circumstances, kneeling and begging for mercy was a natural response. Xie Yongsong stepped closer, raising his submachine gun and pulling the trigger, the bullets striking the sand less than 20 centimeters from him. "Don't kill me." The gunfire echoed alongside Shurqiang's anguished cries, inciting laughter from the 6 masked bandits. It was normal for hunters to toy with their prey. Regaining his composure, Shurqiang realized he was unharmed, his anger bubbling beneath the surface, yet he dared not unleash it. Xie Yongsong smiled faintly, his earlier display of marksmanship nothing short of masterful, achieving perfect delineation at such close range. Leaving a survivor undoubtedly held its uses. He had no particular bond with Shurqiang. This was merely a lesson. Should he oppose Mr. Jiang again, it would cost Lan Kwai his life. In a lowered voice, Xie Yongsong feigned another's tone, certain no one would discern the ruse, least of all Shurqiang. Let him live, so Lan Kwai may understand the consequences of crossing paths with us. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant in the future. Xie Yongsong slowly withdrew, his subordinates having emptied the cash boxes. And he climbed back into the vehicle. What do we do with this cargo? Luo Tianhong inquired, eyeing the boxes of white powder with a glint of desire. This haul was worth 50 million, potentially fetching over $1 billion on the market. His gaze was filled with longing, having grown up in Hong Kong. He was acutely aware that narcotics trading had once been legal here. It was merely business to them. No one can touch this cargo. We must push it all into the sea to destroy it. Xie Yongsong frowned. Such harmful substances must not flow into the market. If so much were to escape, how many families would be shattered? While not a virtuous man, he adhered to certain moral boundaries that he would never breach. Human desire knows no limits, and he could not allow it to lead him astray. Though Luo Tianhong did not fully comprehend, he was obedient and promptly directed his men to transport the goods to the shoreline. Once the seawater filled the boxes, the white powder would be rendered useless. Xie Yongsong had indeed performed a service for the citizens of Hong Kong, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washing over him. Was this what it felt like to do good? Xie Yongsong smiled, realizing that engaging in altruistic acts could elevate one's spirits. After completing the task, he returned contentedly, glancing at the numerous leather cases stacked in the back of the vehicle. This trip had not been in vain. Is anyone injured? Dajuan, removing his mask, inquired with a grin directed at Xie Yongsong. Just one brother who was a bit unlucky. He caught a bullet in the foot, but it was due to his own misfire. He chuckled. Laughter erupted in the vehicle. None had anticipated such a smooth operation. The gangsters' handguns were akin to firewood, a flurry of gunfire failing to find its mark. This was largely due to Dajuan and his crew's live-fire training at Xianshan, coupled with battlefield experience, making it a trivial task to deal with these half-hearted gangsters. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Tianhong, distribute 5 million Hong Kong dollars to those who participated last night. Xie Yongsong was never stingy with his men. He believed in the balance of reward and punishment, with material incentives being the most direct approach. Chapter 45. Expanding one's business empire. Oh yeah, boss, so cool. Songgo, I love you. I can now afford to buy a house in Hong Kong. His subordinates were overjoyed. Aside from Xie Yongsong, 8 other brothers had participated in the operation. All veterans of the Vietnam War. Dividing 5 million among 9, each would receive enough to buy a home in Hong Kong. A feat that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve. Working under Xie Yongsong, one could secure a house in just one night. Learn from Guofeng. When you have money, bring your families over from the mainland. No more foolishness. Chen Guofeng, who had been mentioned, had been married for 3 years and was a good family man. The unmarried veterans, upon arriving in the dazzling world of Hong Kong, often succumbed to its temptations, spending their time either training or partying. Hong Kong was indeed a paradise for hedonists. Haha, Songgo, we're not yet settled down, so we don't need to worry about that for now. Yes, let us drink to our heart's content today. Who cares? Xie Yongsong shook his head helplessly. He preferred to keep his subordinates' personal lives at arm's length, addressing matters only as necessary. Housing prices would soon rise again, if conditions allowed. Purchasing a home would provide a foothold in Hong Kong. Xie Yongsong merely reminded them whether to buy was ultimately their own decision, and as a leader, he could not interfere too much. Having earned 40 million, he could once again expand his business empire. On the surface, the billionaire Xie Yongsong appeared to be thriving. Yet he was in dire need of funds. His liquidity was entirely invested in land purchases and construction. Monthly, his legitimate business and gray income amounted to over 2 billion, yielding annual profits exceeding 20 billion. But that 40 million was but a drop in the bucket for him. Meanwhile, Shurqiang cautiously returned to the Mongkok Film Company, looking utterly disheveled. Is Brother Kun inside? One of the subordinates, with a glint in his eye and a teasing tone, replied. Brother Kun has recently become infatuated with a starlet. He is having a great time in there. You'd best not disturb him now. Anxious beyond measure, Shurqiang had no thought of interrupting Kun's revelry. He flung the door open, revealing a scene of intimate activity between a man and a woman, their astonished gazes fixed on the intruding Shurqiang. Damn it, Shurqiang, you better have a reasonable explanation for this. The female star hastily arranged her clothing and rushed out, leaving only the furious Liang Kun, whose enthusiasm had been utterly dashed, glaring angrily at Sha Chong. Sha Chong, shrinking his neck, mustered his courage to quickly recount the events. Kuan Gu, our goods were not just stolen, they were thrown into the sea, and the money has been taken as well. It took considerable effort for Sha Chong to clarify the situation. Liang Kuan's mouth fell agape, clearly shocked, and he took a long time to regain his composure. Are you saying that my 50 million is gone? The goods too? Is all of this the doing of Jiang Tianyang? Liang Kuan could scarcely articulate a response. His rage surging uncontrollably, a fire that no number of extinguishers could quell. Sha Chong, in his bewilderment, nodded, feeling certain that misfortune awaited him. Damn it! The goods are lost, the money is gone. How come you, Sha Chong, remain unscathed? What use are you to me? With a swift kick, Liang Kuan sent Sha Chong sprawling, and in a fit of fury, he seized an ashtray to strike him on the head, forcing Sha Chong to retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, two of his underlings rushed in and restrained Liang Kuan, or else Sha Chong might have met his end right then and there. As Liang Kuan began to calm down slightly, he sighed heavily. His heart ached. This was 50 million worth of goods. Had he risked his life in the drug trade merely to earn a little money? 50 million was the fruit of a year's toil, now vanished. That scoundrel Jiang Tianyang. Sha Chong, I will give you one more chance. Go and kill Jiang Tianyang, and I shall spare you. Poor Sha Chong had barely escaped from Tun Mun, only to return to Mongkok and be beaten up, now faced with such a dreadful task. Tears threatened to spill. The underworld was indeed a harsh realm, but this challenge was of hellish proportions. Anyone else would have crumbled. Kuan Gu, this task requires funding. You need to provide it. With so many bodyguards surrounding Jiang Tianyang, it was imperative to send a few reliable individuals. One could not simply charge in alone. Liang Kuan, exasperated, bellowed. I have no money. Do any of you worthless fools intend to help? I lost 50 million, and now I must plead for funds to carry out this task? Typically, he was revered by his subordinates, treated like royalty, yet when trouble arose, none proved useful. Liang Kuan was beside himself with rage. When it came to dealing with Jiang Tianyang, Xie Yongsong completely disregarded him, merely instructing the Nightingale Group to gather intelligence. In the Shaw Brothers film city, the leading lady Li Jiesin was in the midst of makeup, preparing for the shoot of a Chinese ghost story. With the backing of Dreamland Films, she had risen to become a top star in Hong Kong, and due to her relationship with the boss, even director Su Ku dared not offend her lightly. Whispers circulated, what is so special about her? She is merely riding on her boss's coattails, putting on airs every day. The competition in the entertainment industry was fierce, especially among female stars. Wang Zuxian, hailing from the island, defended her friend Chiu Shuzhen, asserting, Sister Chiu is far more beautiful than Li Jiesin. She doesn't even deserve to star in the leading role, lacking any acting skills. Although Chiu Shuzhen was a capable actress, her background paled in comparison to Li Jiesin's, relegating her to insignificant roles. Once Li Jiesin completed her makeup, she truly dazzled, making it difficult for anyone to look away. The makeup artist praised her Ferrari, a birthday gift from her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Li Jiesin raised her voice, fearful others might not catch her words. Do you all know how good my boyfriend is to me? That villa on Jidori Mountain, 1,000 square meters, complete with a garden and pool. He spent over 5 million to buy it for me. The vanity of women can be quite formidable. Flaunting in front of others can elevate one's sense of superiority immensely. Goodness, Sister Jiesin is so fortunate. Your boss treats you exceptionally well. Li Jiesin reveled in the envious expressions of the makeup artist, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Come visit my home sometime. We can swim together in the summer. With her head held high, Li Jiesin strode out of the makeup room, casting a disdainful glance at Chiu Shuzhen as she passed, scoffing before departing. Such a green tea. What is so impressive about her? As soon as I, Wang Zuxian, make my move, I could snatch her boyfriend away in an instant, rendering her incapable of being arrogant ever again. Humph. Wang Zuxian's face was flushed with anger. Her cheeks slightly puffed, a charming girl from the island, her speech laced with a soft Taiwanese accent. Chiu Shuzhen, deep in thought, felt troubled, now facing yet another formidable rival. Meanwhile, at Shaw Brothers Film Company, situated on Broadcasting Road in Seongkwano next to the TVB building, a serious-looking woman in her 40s occupied the general manager's office, exuding an air of stern authority. She was Fong Yihua, the second wife of Sha Yufeng. Although not the original spouse, she commanded the company with authority. How can our actors like Zhou Ruifa, Liang Chaowei, and Li Jiesin go off to shoot films at Dreamland Films? Fong Yihua, having been in the industry for over a decade, kept herself updated on film news. Recently, the emerging phenomenon of Dreamland Films had produced several blockbusters, each a resounding success. Dreamland Films consistently shattered box office records, reaping immense profits. In contrast, Shaw Brothers, as a venerable film company in Hong Kong, was witnessing a steady decline. Last month, the investment of 5 million in the grand production Butterfly Lovers resulted in dismal box office returns, barely scraping together 200,000. With hardly anyone in Hong Kong willing to watch it, leading to substantial losses. Rivals are often adversaries. Dreamland Films' financial success inevitably incited envy among other companies. Fong Yihua, naturally petty, felt the sting of comparison. Xie Yongsong had poached numerous talents from Shaw's training program. These individuals had contracts that were clearly not yet expired. How could they shoot films for other companies? Did they think Shaw Brothers was easy prey? Fong Yihua, who typically looked down on others, held a position of superiority in the Hong Kong film industry, as Shaw's TVB was the undisputed leader. After the death of Li Xiaolian, Xia Yufeng seized the opportunity to increase his shares, becoming a major shareholder of TVB. Simultaneously, he was honored with a knighthood by the Queen of England, elevating his status in Hong Kong. Fong Yihua basked in the glow of his success, viewing herself as superior, especially as she was now the lady of a night. The executives of the film company stood in silence, enduring her reprimands without daring to retort. Within the company, Fong Yihua's word was law. She instructed everyone not to accept any freelance work from Dreamland Films, and further declared that Shaw Brothers would not welcome any production teams from Dreamland. The executive Chen Gang wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the total ban on Dreamland Films. Fong, this seems inappropriate. I've heard that the boss behind Dreamland has ties to the Hongxin Gang, which is no ordinary background. Before Chen Gang could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Fong Yihua. Who cares what gang he is from? Hong Kong has dozens of gangs and thousands of leaders. We at Shaw Brothers fear no underworld bosses. If he dares to pull any tricks, I guarantee he will spend his next life in Stanley Prison. Fong Yihua was known for her tough demeanor. Having had past dealings with the underworld, her uncle was the boss of the Tung Sing Gang, so she harbored no fear of gang influence. With Fong's orders issued, her subordinates could only comply obediently. The Shaw Brothers' ban on smaller film companies was not unprecedented, but it was the first time two major film companies had clashed so directly. The following day, in the chairman's office on the top floor of the Sun Building, Xie Yongsong was reviewing documents. The request for Dreamland Real Estate Group to construct the new Sun Universal Building had been approved, and Hong Kong's tallest building was finally set to commence. Hello, this is Xie Yongsong. Whom am I speaking to? Boss, we have a major issue. Shaw Brothers Film City has suddenly declared they will no longer cooperate with us, and our crew's assistant director, action director, and script supervisor have all resigned. The general manager Zhang Zhitian immediately reported the unusual news to his boss, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Tian, what is going on? Have you figured it out? Xie Yongsong furrowed his brow. The loss incurred by a day as halt in production was no trivial matter. Actors were compensated on a daily basis, and if the delay extended too long, it was highly likely that they would seek employment elsewhere. I have heard that Fong Yihua from Shaw Brothers has declared that our company should refrain from collaborating with them. The exact reasons for this, I am not entirely certain. Shaw Brothers? Fong Yihua? Xie Yongsong found it utterly perplexing. Why would he provoke someone when he was simply focused on making films? He had never met Fong Yihua and had certainly not offended him. In Hong Kong, one would be bullied if solely focused on business. It was only through a show of strength that problems could be resolved. Chapter 46, A Promotion in Due Time. Negotiations were out of the question. Since the Shaw couple intended to stir trouble, Xie Yongsong was prepared to teach them a lesson they would not soon forget. He picked up the phone on his desk. Have Fei Quan come up? I have matters to discuss. Fei Quan, who usually managed operations in Causeway Bay, promptly rushed to Xie Yongsong's office on the top floor of the Sun Building upon hearing the summons. Boss Song, what is it? Xie Yongsong leaned closer to Fei Quan and whispered a few words. After listening, Fei Quan nodded repeatedly. Boss Song, you are truly cunning. Xie Yongsong shot him a glare. Oh, I misspoke. You are wise and resourceful, Boss Song. Fei Quan chuckled. All right, let us get to work. For the RPG matter, consult Tian Hong. If this task is executed well, a promotion will follow shortly. Fei Quan was elated. Currently, he held the position of a red stick in Hung Hing, and a further promotion would elevate him to a significant role within the organization. Soon, he would command hundreds of underlings, strutting down the streets with his brothers, exuding undeniable authority. However, such thoughts were premature. He needed to complete Boss Song's directives first. Fei Quan descended the stairs and summoned Jun Xiao and the ostrich with a grand gesture. Boss Song has tasks for us. Gather 100 of our men at the headquarters. Tonight, we shall head to Repulse Bay to enjoy the breeze. Jun Xiao and the ostrich exchanged glances, confused. What? To Repulse Bay for a breeze? Although Sir Run Run Shaw had been knighted by the Queen of England, it was primarily due to his reputation in the industry. In reality, he had no connection to the lavish mansions on Victoria Peak and had to settle for a house near the main road at Repulse Bay. This area was known for its clusters of opulent residences, with Shaw South House being close to the busy Qingshan Road, south of which lay the renowned Victoria Peak, boasting picturesque scenery. As midnight approached, the aging Shaw had retired early, already cradling his lovely wife in slumber. The tranquility of Repulse Bay at night was striking. During the day, it bustled with tourists, Yet at night, this once lively attraction fell eerily silent, with only a few lights flickering from the distant mansions. Suddenly, a tremendous roar shattered the stillness. Xia and his wife, Fong Yihua, were jolted awake by the thunderous noise. The entire villa shook, and a loud commotion erupted from the adjoining servants' quarters, followed by a chilling scream. What is happening? Was there an explosion? Xia donned his robe and spectacles, his face a mask of bewilderment. With age, one's courage indeed diminishes, and a newfound appreciation for life emerges. Fong Yihua also wrapped herself in a light robe and followed him out of the master bedroom. Ada, are you alright? Ada was the family's steward, having served the Xias for over 20 years, residing in the servants' quarters near the road. Moments earlier, Xia had faintly heard Ada's cry, and upon opening the door, he was stunned by the sight before him. The servants' quarters were in utter disarray, concrete debris scattered everywhere. Most alarming was a massive hole blasted through one wall, the cause of which remained unknown. The north wind whistled through the opening, chilling the room, and Ada huddled in the corner, shivering and clutching his injured leg. He was clearly traumatized by the sudden incident, his face pale as he muttered incoherently. This was evidently a result of overwhelming shock, and Xia stood there, utterly flabbergasted. What on earth had transpired? Fong Yihua rushed over, and, upon witnessing the chaos in the servants' quarters, her heart sank. This was dire. The wall had been breached with an opening large enough for 3 people to pass through. Suddenly, she noticed a peculiar object on the ground, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length. Having come from a film background, she had seen all manner of props, but this was unmistakably an RPG, a rocket launcher. Fong Yihua was rendered speechless. This was a genuine weapon typically seen only on battlefields in the Middle East. How could it possibly be in their home? Suddenly, a ruckus erupted on the Qingshan Road below, prompting Fong Yihua and Xia to peer down. Through the enormous hole, they could distinctly see over 100 oddly dressed thugs congregating below, adorned with tattoos of dragons, eagles, and wolves, the hallmarks of gang affiliation in Hong Kong. Clearly, they were local hoodlums, causing a ruckus in broad daylight right at the doorstep of their residence. What a uniquely designed villa this is. The thugs were likely inept at carrying out their tasks, but when it came to banter and insults, they were masters. Perhaps the homeowner thought the summer heat was unbearable and deliberately created a hole in the wall. It could be that the wealthy have peculiar tastes, inviting us to witness their eccentricities. Profanities flew freely, one after another, as these thugs displayed their skills, each insult more creative than the last. Under their leader's direction, they spoke incessantly. Fong Yihua could no longer endure such humiliation. She burst into tears on the spot. I have already called the police. If you don't leave, beware that they will come to arrest you one by one. Fong Yihua shouted furiously from above, her rage transforming her from the elegant lady of a night to a fiery street tough. This isn't amusing anymore. Old lady, let me be frank with you. Today's incident is merely a warning. If Xia continues, Hung Hing shall certainly retaliate. With that, 100 thugs revved their motorcycles, the roar echoing as they sped away. Once the ruffians had departed, Fong Yihua collapsed amidst the rubble, weeping softly. Though she wielded considerable influence within Xia brothers, she was ultimately a delicate woman, unaccustomed to such confrontations. Had that missile struck her bedroom, it would have been disastrous. Fong Yihua, what on earth is happening? Who have you offended outside? It dawned on Xia that Fong Yihua must have crossed someone. He had previously sensed that Fong Yihua was ambitious and rather domineering. Had she mistaken Hong Kong for her own backyard? Upon realizing Xia was genuinely upset, she felt a pang of fear, for he had never referred to her by her full name before, always calling her Ahua. Now, Fong Yihua dared not conceal anything and recounted the recent events in their entirety. Upon hearing her account, Xia's beard bristled with anger. He forcefully slammed his cane on the ground, exclaiming, "You are truly reckless. Do you know who the mastermind behind Dream City Film Company is? The most ruthless character in Hung Hing, one who would bat an eye." Though Xia had never met Xie Yongsong, he had long been aware of this rival and had gathered insights about him from various sources. Xia understood that it was imperative not to cross Xie Yongsong. He was one of the most formidable figures in Hong Kong's underworld. Previously, Fong Yihua had dismissed Xie Yongsong, believing her connections in both the underworld and legitimate society afforded her protection. However, after witnessing his capabilities firsthand, she realized he was far from an ordinary figure in the criminal underbelly. In Hong Kong, no one dares to provoke factions like Hung Hing, Sun Qi, the Number Gang, or He Qi lightly, with gunfire incidents being exceedingly rare. Yet, Xie Yongsong made an explosive entrance by deploying an RPG, leaving Fong Yihua utterly flabbergasted. Such audacity was beyond what typical gang members would dare to undertake. In her panic, she hastily suggested, "Sixth brother, perhaps we should alert the police? I've heard that Superintendent Zhang from the police department has a good rapport with you. Maybe he could assist us." "Xiao Fu, Referred to as sixth uncle by the TVB actors out of respect for his position as the sixth in his family hierarchy, was not inclined to involve the authorities. He casually remarked, "Is calling the police effective? What evidence do we possess? With Xie the tycoon's substantial wealth, do you truly believe he lacks connections in the police force?" It was evident that Xie Yongsong's current standing was deeply rooted in the police department. Fong Yihua understood that someone of Tongluan's caliber, like the infamous Long, certainly had the means to resolve any situation. Enough of this. You need not involve yourself any further. Do not worry about the company's affairs. Take this time to reflect at home, Xiao Yifu ordered with a stoic expression, intending to grant Fong Yihua an extended leave. Her complexion paled. Indeed, a break was warranted, and a few days of recuperation at home would do her well. Xiao Yifu instructed a servant to take the injured Ada to receive medical attention and tidied up the villa. That night, he dared not remain there any longer and drove overnight to the Shangri-La Hotel on Hong Kong Island, where the security provided him with a sense of reassurance. The following morning, upon arriving at Shaw Brothers' studio, Xiao Yifu immediately lifted the ban on Dreamland Movie Company and instructed his secretary to arrange a meeting with its owner. Chen Gang, a senior executive at the film company, was taken aback by the swift change in circumstances. Just the day prior, Sixth Aunt had been vociferously denouncing Dreamland. Yet today, Sixth Uncle was personally reaching out to meet with their boss. Since Xiao Yifu did not involve the police, neither the authorities nor the press were aware of the attack at the Shallow Water Bay Villa. Xiao Yifu ordered a news blackout, and the servants were careful not to speak out of turn. The media in Hong Kong was unable to uncover any information, and the matter faded away without further incident. Meanwhile, atop the Sun Building, Xie Yongsong lounged in his executive chair, exuding an air of leisure as he smoked. His subordinate, Fei Quan, animatedly recounted the events of the previous night, brimming with pride. "Brother Song, you won't believe it. That couple was completely paralyzed with fear, probably soiled themselves." Fei Quan's vivid description elicited hearty laughter from Xie Yongsong, who replied, "Well done. Take this 200,000 HKD to treat the brothers. Perhaps indulge in a private room at KTV for some fun." Xie Yongsong was consistently generous to his subordinates, fostering an unwavering loyalty among them, with few daring to betray him. Zhang Zhitian, the owner of the film company, also called, speaking in a remarkably light-hearted tone. "Boss, Shaw Brothers Studio has rescinded the ban on us and just called to apologize, claiming it was all a misunderstanding." Xie Yongsong smiled faintly, fully aware that the unfolding events were under his control. "Also, Xiao Yifu from Shaw Brothers wishes to speak with you. When would be convenient for you?" Xie Yongsong chuckled, revealing a sly grin. "Just inform Xiao Yifu that I'm currently unavailable. We can discuss it another day." He reclined back in his chair, projecting an air of nonchalance. "What does he take me for? Does he think he can just meet me at will? How amusing. You ignored me once. Now, I am beyond your reach." In the top floor of the Sun Building, Chapter 47, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Xie Yongsong picked up the phone and summoned his secretary, Zhang Meiran, who entered his office in professional attire, her high heels clicking on the floor. "Schedule a meeting with HSBC's head, Shun Bai, for this afternoon at 3. "Certainly. I'll arrange that right away." This secretary proved to be quite reliable. Zhang Meiran, originally a quirky young woman, had begun to take her work seriously under Xie Yongsong's guidance. Although she had been with him for quite some time, she felt overshadowed by the likes of major stars such as Li Jiasin and Guan Jiling, and in terms of career, she could not compare to the renowned lawyer Liang Anqi. Consequently, Zhang Meiran struggled with feelings of inferiority, dedicating most of her energy to looking after Xie Yongsong's needs. At home, she would rise early to prepare breakfast for him, and at the office, she invested considerable time in learning the intricacies of her secretarial role. In truth, her efforts did not go unnoticed by Xie Yongsong. Such dedication could not be sustained without deep feelings involved. As she exited the office, Xie Yongsong playfully slapped her backside. That afternoon, Xie Yongsong met with Shun Bai, the astute foreign banker, at HSBC. Following a recommendation from the shipping magnate, he entrusted his group's deposits and loan operations to HSBC, making him one of their significant clients. Xie Yongsong's cash flow ranked among the wealthiest in Hong Kong, generating profits in the hundreds of millions every month. What bank wouldn't he covet that? Shun Bai greeted Xie Yongsong with exceptional warmth, personally welcoming him at the bank's entrance, showing him ample respect. "Brother Xie, are you here to discuss a major deal today?" In light of his visit, it was clear that Xie Yongsong had business to conduct with HSBC. They settled into the plush sofas of the VIP room, engaging in casual conversation and mutual flattery. "To be candid, I have a keen interest in the Shaw Brothers chain. I've heard you possess a 30% stake in it. Would you consider selling a portion?" Currently, the three major cinema chains in Hong Kong were Shaw Brothers, Golden Harvest, and the Princess Cinemas. Golden Harvest had its own corporate backing with a steady stream of new releases, while the Princess Cinemas, owned by the Kowloon bus tycoon Lei Kuan, had made a commendable entry into the industry, investing in the highly successful New City Film Company in the 1980s, which thrived on comedic films, rivaling Golden Harvest growth. Xie Yongsong was most inclined to consider acquiring Shaw Brothers. Entering the 1980s, Shaw's films had increasingly faltered, with each production incurring losses. Were it not for Shaw's deep-rooted foundation, they would have long since shuttered their doors. Upon hearing Xie Yongsong's interest in Shaw Brothers, Shunbai's eyes lit up. Shaw Brothers had consistently produced conventional martial arts films, lacking innovation, which resulted in weak profitability, even suffering losses the previous year. Shunbai had long wished to divest his shares, but had yet to find a suitable buyer. After all, there were only a handful of major film companies in Hong Kong, and aside from Xie Yongsong, no one else could realistically take over. Song, I indeed hold shares in Shaw Brothers. Years ago, Sir Run Shaw borrowed money from me and pledged his shares here. They are available for trading, Shunbai stated. Feigning reluctance, I hadn't intended to sell, but since you've expressed interest, I can offer you a favor, 30 of the shares for 20 million Hong Kong dollars. He adopted a put-upon expression, as if Xie Yongsong were gaining an immense advantage. Had Xie Yongsong not researched Shaw Brothers beforehand, he might have been caught off guard. Shunbai's act was truly masterful. In the world of commerce, cunning is paramount, and Shunbai was a master manipulator, leaving no room for error. Xie Yongsong could not help but scoff quietly, responding slowly, Shun, the entirety of Shaw Brothers is worth at most 20 million. Your stake is merely 30. You must be feeling the pinch of those losses, no? A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Shunbai's face, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Xie Yongsong had come well prepared and was not easily deceived. Master Shun, I can only offer 8 million at most. Am I out of my mind? Xie Yongsong, cigar in mouth and legs crossed nonchalantly, regarded Shunbai with a sly smile. The two engaged in a battle of psychological endurance. 8 million is far too meager. It must be at least 12 million, Shunbai frowned, asserting that high prices were out of the question, and it would have to be a negotiation akin to haggling at a market. Xie Yongsong chuckled again, stating a figure, 7 million. If we can't reach an agreement, I can always invest in other cinemas. Shunbai's expression flickered, visibly perturbed. Was this truly how negotiations were conducted? Shunbai's gaze towards Xie Yongsong was fraught with complexity. Recognizing the depth of this cunning individual, as shrewd as a monkey, from whom he could hardly expect to gain any advantage. 8 million deal. Deal. With a mischievous grin, Xie Yongsong rose to shake hands with Shunbai. Though Shunbai did not profit, he managed to rid himself of a troublesome burden and repay some bank debts, while also cultivating a friendship with a newly minted tycoon. The two exchanged smiles as they shook hands, both leaving the transaction feeling unscathed, marking it as a win-win. With both parties' lawyers witnessing, numerous contracts were signed, and Xie Yongsong acquired a 30% stake in Shaw Brothers, drawing closer to becoming a film mogul. Mr. Xie is truly astute in business. No wonder he secured shares in Kowloon Warehouse and obtained the largest slice of the pie. I look forward to our next collaboration. Shunbai mused, recognizing that this young man was destined to shine in the business realm of Hong Kong, his cunning and strategies remarkably polished. 8 million was Shunbai's psychological bottom line, while Xie Yongsong, a novice in the industry, had quickly grasped Shunbai's fundamentals upon their first encounter. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yongsong possessed foresight. With nearly 50 years of life experience combined, his psychological maturity was comparable to Shunbai's. After being warmly sent off by HSBC, Xie Yongsong hurried back to his office in Sunlight Tower. Awaiting him was a gentleman, Sir Xia Yufei, the major shareholder of TVB. Sir Xia had been waiting an entire hour in Xie Yongsong's office without daring to express his frustration. Previously, Xie Yongsong's refusal to meet had nearly driven him to madness. Without resolution, the situation loomed over him like a sword poised to drop at any moment. The past few days had deprived Xia Yufei of restful sleep and satisfying meals. No amount of money could buy back a life. These wealthy individuals valued their lives even more than ordinary people, fundamentally fearing death. Offending a notorious crime lord meant that Xia Yufei had no choice but to face him personally to apologize. Accompanying him was the camel from the East Star Society, a frail old man clad in traditional attire. Upon entering the reception room, Xie Yongsong spotted the two elders, still donning their signature smiles. Sir Xia, what brings you here in person? It should be I who pays you a visit. Xie Yongsong's words incited Xia Yufei's ire. Had he not come personally, he would likely not have even had the chance to see him. Xie Yongsong feigned politeness, recalling the incident just days prior when Xia had bombarded his villa. Xia Yufei's anger simmered beneath the surface, but he could only feign calm, responding, Mr. Xie, I'm here expressly to apologize. This is my wife's uncle from the East Star Society, the camel. He heard I was meeting you and decided to join in. Though Xie Yongsong had never met the man, he had heard of the camel, a prominent figure, as the East Star and Hung Hing were sworn rivals. Song, Being a few years your senior, I shall call you Ah Song. Indeed, a paragon among men. Hung Hing is truly fortunate. The East Star's dragon in Causeway Bay lives up to its name. The old man in traditional attire also stood, showering compliments with a glistening smile, appearing quite amiable. The adage, one does not strike a smiling face, made it difficult for Xie Yongsong to respond coldly to the camel's warmth. Brother Camel, it has been too long. Seeing you in person is far better than hearing of you. Xie Yongsong, feeling at ease, remarked that the Hung men were one family. Though Hung Hing and East Star were rivals, as long as East Star did not cause trouble, they were all brothers. Xie Yongsong's hospitality made the camel feel particularly esteemed, and he beamed with delight. The matter of Xie Yongsong eliminating the crow was known to no one, and the camel would never suspect that this jovial fellow was responsible for the disappearance of his prized disciple. After the three settled into conversation, discussing mundane matters, Xia Yufei finally broached the main topic. Mr. Xie, there was a misunderstanding with my wife, but everything has been clarified now. I am here to discuss things privately, to avoid straining our two families' relationship. Sir Xia's humble demeanor made it difficult for Xie Yongsong to readily forgive. Wrongdoings must be accounted for, and a few kind words would not suffice. Xie Yongsong smiled and said, Sir Xia, we could indeed become good friends and collaborate more in business. Upon hearing this, Xia Yufei's expression brightened instantly. Mr. Xie speaks wisely. It is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. It seems we have turned adversaries into acquaintances. Xie Yongsong wore a sly smile and continued, Mr. Xia, I wish to purchase the Xia brothers' cinema under your purview. Since we are friends, surely the price can be negotiated? Xia Yufei's countenance shifted at once. I'm afraid, Ah Song, that I am not currently inclined to sell my cinema. It is not a matter of disrespect. I simply cannot bear to part with my film legacy. Having spent decades in the film industry, Xia Yufei felt a deep attachment to Xia Brothers. Despite its annual losses, his passion for the industry was unwavering. Xie Yongsong remained unfazed, merely retrieving a share transfer document from Liang Anqi and sliding it across to Xia Yufei. Sir Xia, just 2 hours ago, I acquired a 30% stake in Xia Brothers from HSBC. I am now one of the major shareholders. Do you still wish to oppose me? Xia Yufei stared at the share transfer document, which clearly indicated that Shunbai had transferred 30 of Xia Brothers' shares to Xie Yongsong. A sense of reluctance washed over him. For while the film industry had been lukewarm, selling the cinema outright could allow him to focus exclusively on wireless TVB. Mr. Xie, I am willing to sell you Xia Brothers, but what price are you offering? Xia Yufei reconciled with the notion of selling, deciding that if it were to be sold, it must be for a fair price. Xie Yongsong, not wishing to dally, promptly stated a figure. I offer 30 million, including the land, for Xia Brothers. What do you think of this price? At that time, land prices in Hong Kong had not yet surged, making this offer quite reasonable. 30 million was indeed a bargain. However, given that Xia Brothers was still incurring losses, Xia Yufei deliberated before ultimately nodding in agreement. 30 million Hong Kong dollars. I need it in cash, no installments. He urgently required funds to increase his stake in TVB, though he already held 45 of the shares, making him the largest shareholder. The Li family's influence at TVB could not be underestimated. Deal. Mr. Xia, may our collaboration be enjoyable. Xie Yongsong stood to shake hands with Xia Yufei, feeling quite pleased. Run, bring a bottle of 82 Law Fight to celebrate. Tonight, I wish to indulge with Mr. Xia and Brother Camel. The Camel, a connoisseur of fine wines, nearly drooled at the mention of the 82 Law Fight, which had become exceedingly rare and was now being traded at over 10,000 on the market. Not even wealth could guarantee its acquisition. Savoring a puff from his cigar, Xie Yongsong exhaled a cloud of smoke. Indeed, I have already acquired most of the 82 Law Fight on the market. Genuine 82 Law Fight has always been scarce, thus its value has only appreciated. Haha, Brother Camel, when you depart later, I shall gift you 2 bottles as a token of respect from a younger generation. His warehouse still held hundreds of thousands of bottles, so offering 2 as a gesture of goodwill would leave a lasting impression. As the 3 of them chatted over drinks, their lawyers busily finalized the share transfer agreement, soon inviting the 2 bosses to sign. After Xiao Yifu affixed his signature, Xie Yongsong officially took over the Xia Brothers cinematic line, acquiring the land and ownership of all 25 cinemas in Hong Kong. Coupled with the 30 shares obtained from HSBC and the recent transfer of 45 from Xiao Yifu, Xie Yongsong's stake surged to 75, granting him complete control. Xiao Yifu was somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Xie Yongsong suddenly broached the subject of public safety in Hong Kong. If there were to be any destabilizing factors, was it not Xie Yongsong himself who was the most significant? Yet here he was, feigning concern. Xie Yongsong, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, for the stability of Hong Kong, I have conceived a brilliant idea. He then proudly announced the establishment of his own security company, boasting that each operative was a master in martial arts. With impeccable marksmanship and exceptional fighting skills, he even offered Xiao Yifu a discount, stating that as good friends, he would extend a 20% reduction. No sooner had he spoken than 10 burly men strode in, each muscular and bulging at the waist, as though concealing an arsenal. Xiao Yifu initially intended to decline, but upon catching a glimpse of the equipment inadvertently revealed by one of the bodyguards, he felt a sudden rush of interest. Xie Yongsong enthusiastically promoted. How many would you like? Each only costs 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. I guarantee that any evildoers will steer clear of you. Xiao Yifu, caught between laughter and exasperation, recognized this as an overt attempt to thrust something upon him. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged his own need for bodyguards. After all, trying them out wouldn't hurt. For will suffice. Our family typically avoids trouble. Xie Yongsong was overjoyed, finally securing his first business deal. Each of these 4 bodyguards could earn 60,000 a month, a considerable sum over a year. Provided the company continued to thrive, the investment would soon pay off. The bodyguards formed a line to greet Xiao Yifu. The tallest among them spoke first. Good day, boss. I am Wei Anqing, standing at 195 meters tall, proficient in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Next, another announced his passion for singing and dancing. The more Xiao Yifu observed, the more he felt something was amiss. These did not resemble bodyguards, but rather contestants from a talent show. Ultimately, he selected a few who appeared somewhat reliable, bringing this awkward interview to a close. Aside from the 4 deliberately retained for security, the remaining bodyguards exited the room in unison. Xiao Yifu's worldview had been utterly shattered. The events of the day were simply too absurd, and he needed to return home to process it all. He exchanged brief pleasantries before hastily departing from the Sun Building, fearful that lingering too long might result in extortion from Xie Yongsong. Meanwhile, the camel from Dongxing had already slipped away quietly, wary that Xie Yongsong might target him as well. Such ruthless tactics were becoming increasingly formidable. Who would have thought that simply starting a security company could lead to wealth? Clearly, Xie Yongsong's mind was far more agile. The following day, Xie Yongsong instructed Zhang Jitian to notify media reporters in Hong Kong of a press conference at the Sun Building. At the conference, Xie Yongsong announced to all the journalists that Dream City Film Company had acquired Shaw Brothers' cinematic line, rebranding it as Dream City Cinematic Line. Henceforth, Dream City Films, under Xie Yongsong's stewardship, would provide a seamless service from production to distribution and exhibition, firmly establishing itself within the Hong Kong film market. Dream City Film became the 3rd company in Hong Kong to possess its own cinema chain, no longer reliant on others' whims, enabling its own productions to showcase in its theaters. This arrangement not only promised greater profits, but also facilitated money laundering. With his own cinema chain, Xie Yongsong could dictate the box office, effortlessly laundering funds with a simple transfer from one hand to the other, reaping substantial commissions. Furthermore, he could engage in even more money laundering ventures. This strategic move was exceptionally astute, a stroke of genius. Moving forward, he would continue to acquire media and film companies, laying the groundwork for his own media empire. Recently, chaos reigned within Hongxing, as Liang Kuan lost 50 million worth of goods. Suspecting that Jiang Tianyang from the Jiang family was behind it, Liang Kuan ordered his subordinate, Sha Chong, to confront Jiang Tianyang. The 2 parties clashed on the streets, resulting in a fierce gunfight in Mong Kok, with Sha Chong's 5 southern Vietnamese henchmen directly engaging in battle. Jiang Tianyang's bodyguards fought fiercely to protect him, but after sustaining 2 fatalities and 3 injuries, they finally managed to extricate Jiang Tianyang from the encirclement, promptly transporting him to the Mong Kok Hospital for urgent care. In the surgical ward of Mong Kok Hospital, Jiang Tianyang, with a gunshot wound in his arm tightly bandaged, hung the other arm across his chest, lashing out at the police officers interrogating him. Officer, how could I possibly know who the assailants were? I am the victim. You are the investigators, not me. If you cannot ensure the safety of citizens, you might as well go home and farm. With one hand suspended, Jiang Tianyang accepted a cigar from his bodyguard, exuding arrogance and showing little regard for the police across from him. The investigation was led by Zhang Biao, who had recently been promoted to chief inspector after solving the case of Inspector Huang Jiqing's fall, bringing the perpetrator Chen Yongren to justice and upholding the dignity of the police force. The commissioner of police nodded in agreement, promptly promoting Jiang Tianyang to chief inspector, assigning him to oversee both the A and B teams of the major crime unit, making him the youngest chief inspector in the West Kowloon region. With a promising future ahead, Jiang Tianyang, do not be too complacent. Do you think we are unaware of your activities? Sooner or later, you will find yourself imprisoned in Stanley Prison. Jiang Tianyang sneered, nonchalantly spreading his arms, his expression replete with disdain. Having money makes me powerful, so what? Do you have any evidence? Come and arrest me. Jiang Tianyang provocatively taunted the police, yet the Hong Kong police found themselves utterly powerless against him. Although Zhang Biao was furious, he refrained from acting impulsively. Having endured 2 beatings from Xie Yongsong, he had become much calmer and more composed. Let us go. When the mountain does not move, the water shifts. We shall meet again in the underworld. Humph. Get lost. Want to investigate me? Talk about it in your next life. Zhang Biao, with a darkened face, suppressed his anger as he departed the ward with 2 plainclothes officers. In the corridor outside the ward, a throng of Hongxing's minions stood, all loyal to the Prince of Tsim Sha Sui, conversing intensely on their walkie-talkies. By any means necessary, we must bring Liang Kuan to justice. Yes, yes. The prince has spoken. Liang Kuan must be dealt with. Liang Kuan was no longer the leader. What was there to fear? First, let us smash the Mong Kok Qiankuan Film Company. Dispatch 200 men to charge into Mong Kok. The prince aims to completely oust Liang Kuan. The short mule shouted loudly in the corridor, while Zhang Biao navigated through the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. Boss, should we intervene? Intervene? Let them fight it out among themselves in Hongxing. We'll sit back and watch the show. Once they are done, we can clean up the aftermath and take the credit for ourselves. The boss is wise. No wonder your promotion is faster than a rocket. A sly smile crept across Zhang Biao's lips, for in the end, the one who would benefit was his brother, Xie Yongsong. At that moment, the elevator door suddenly opened, and Xie Yongsong emerged alongside Chen Yao, brushing past Zhang Biao. The two exchanged knowing smiles, saying nothing, their unspoken understanding evident. After reaching the end of the corridor, Chen Yao surveyed the chaotic scene, instantly filled with fury. Damn it! Everyone halt. We are our own people. Why are we fighting amongst ourselves? Giving other gangs a chance to laugh at us? Where's the prince? Get him out here. The short mule, a minor leader within Hongxing's Tsim East faction, immediately ceased his actions upon seeing Chen Yao, the acting leader of Hongxing, personally intervene. The prince also emerged from the ward to assess the situation and, upon seeing Chen Yao approach, appeared somewhat uneasy. Yao Gu, a song, what brings you here? Chen Yao's tone was displeased. We are all from Hongxing. Why are we fighting among ourselves? Liang Kuan has committed no offense. This should be handled by the gang. What kind of decorum is this? The prince, undeterred, responded defiantly. That scoundrel Liang Kuan bullied my friend Jiang Tianyang in public, and I will not let him off the hook. Chen Yao coldly chuckled, his voice gradually growing stern. Greetings, Jiang Tianyang. Shouldn't we, the members of Hongxing, inquire about your actions? Assisting outsiders while seeking vengeance against your own Hongxing brothers is nothing short of treachery. Jiang Tianyang, not truly a part of Hongxing, finds himself in a peculiar situation. Although Liang Kuan is no longer the leader, he remains one of Hongxing's formidable figures. The crown prince, Gan Zitai, was left speechless, and according to the rules of the Hongmen, such behavior warrants expulsion from Hongxing. Very well. I shall take charge of this matter. Awesome. Let us proceed to see Jiang Tianyang. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Tianyang listened intently to the dialogue outside. The territory of Hongxing on the roadside was carved out by his father, Jiang Tian. Now, feeling like an outsider, he pondered how the crown prince could possibly seek vengeance on his behalf. Jiang Tianyang remained composed, for he was no ordinary individual, lying quietly in repose. Chen Yao and Xie Yongsong entered together, and Jiang Tianyang slowly propped himself up, a facade of insincere smiles adorning his face. Ah, you all have truly gone to great lengths, Brother Yao. And this gentleman is? Jiang Tianyang had previously met Chen Yao, but was unfamiliar with Xie Yongsong. The man who walked in alongside Chen Yao surely held a significant status. Mr. Jiang, this is our tycoon from Causeway Bay, the illustrious Kowloon. Jiang Tianyang was momentarily taken aback. A young billionaire in his prime, though aware that Xie Yongsong was merely in his 20s, was still astounded to encounter him. I have long heard of your elegance, Kowloon. You certainly live up to your reputation. Flattery flowed effortlessly from Jiang Tianyang's lips. After all, he was a seasoned veteran in the business realm, having thrived for decades like a cunning old fox. Mr. Jiang, you too exhibit the qualities of a true hero. May I inquire about your intentions upon returning to Hong Kong? Xie Yongsong had little intention of granting him any courtesy. The remnants of the Jiang family were the greatest obstacle to his ascent, and it would be prudent to eliminate them swiftly. Chapter 49. This is an unabashed provocation. Jiang Tianyang could never have fathomed that this impeccably dressed young man before him was the mastermind behind his elder brother's demise. To be candid with both of you, my return to Hong Kong is to reclaim control of Hongxing. Jiang Tianyang unabashedly revealed his ambitions. He sought to return to Hongxing with full legitimacy and continue managing the family business, especially the operations in Macau, for the Jiang family must retain control over that golden goose. Chen Yao was taken aback. This was a blatant affront. After all, he was currently the acting leader. Power is a peculiar thing. Initially, Chen Yao had hesitated to assume leadership, deeming it too perilous. Yet once he experienced the benefits of authority, witnessing his bank account swell daily, he found it hard to relinquish. The leader of Hongxing could allocate the profits from various businesses, particularly the earnings from Macau, which could amount to hundreds of millions in embezzled funds. Mr. Jiang, I am aware you have conducted business in Thailand for decades and are likely a Thai citizen by now. While I may permit your return to Hongxing, you must commence from the very bottom, beginning as a mere lackey in the parking lot. Chen Yao stated calmly, extending no courtesies to Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tianyang's blood boiled at these words. How dare Chen Yao presume to dictate terms to him? Pointing an accusatory finger, he shouted, how dare you? Hongxing is our Jiang family's territory, and you, Chen Yao, are but a dog raised by the Jiang family. Upon hearing the commotion within, the younger members outside rushed in, rallying around their respective leaders. Tensions escalated as Jiang's henchman, Gan Zitai, stepped forward, pointing at Chen Yao with indignation. Brother Yao, I warn you. We in Tsimsha Sui will forever support the Jiang family. Indeed, we stand with Mr. Jiang. Have you all lost your minds? Brother Yao is the leader of Hongxing. To hell with you traitors. A schism emerged within Hongxing, and Xie Yongsong snickered from the shadows. The internal discord within Hongxing presented a golden opportunity for him. He could expand his influence amidst the chaos, for it is in tumultuous times that heroes are forged. Although infighting within Hongxing was detrimental to the gang, for an ambitious figure like Xie Yongsong, it was the finest stage. As the saying goes, a word unspoken is a word too many. Gan Zitai, just wait and see. After Chen Yao and Xie Yongsong departed the hospital with their followers, Chen Yao settled into the back seat of Xie Yongsong's Rolls-Royce Phantom. Song, this matter has escalated. Hongxing will undoubtedly attract significant trouble. You will support me, won't you? Xie Yongsong secretly rejoiced, though he feigned a troubled expression as he replied slowly, Brother Yao, rest assured. I have always opposed the Jiang family's hold on power. As long as I, Xie Yongsong, am present, Jiang Tianyang shall never ascend to the throne. Chen Yao now placed his utmost trust in Xie Yongsong, for relying solely on the power of the Western District would never suffice against the Tsim Sha Sui factions. Awesome. You need not worry. Once Jiang Tianyang is ousted, I will entrust the management of Tsim Sha Sui to you. Goodness, Chen Yao is truly cunning. The territory of Tsim Sha Sui is currently tightly controlled by the Crown Prince. To seize this lucrative area, one must eliminate the Crown Prince first. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan betrayed Hongxing and allied himself with the Eastern Star's camel, who promised him a position as a hall master. Liang Kuan's defection to Eastern Star surprised no one. Hongxing primarily profits from protection fees, smuggling, and various gray area enterprises, while Eastern Star specializes in drug trade. Liang Kuan, a figure in the drug scene, was out of place in Hongxing, and it is understandable that he sought refuge with Eastern Star after being ostracized by other hall masters. Had Liang Kuan defected to Eastern Star sooner, given his charisma, he might have already ascended to leadership, leaving Camel in the shadows. This time, Liang Kuan directly transferred 300 brothers along with two major streets in Mongkok, Tongkai Street and Xiankai Street, to Eastern Star, bringing disgrace to Hongxing. The upheaval in Mongkok resulted in substantial losses for the gang. Liang Kuan had mingled in Mongkok for years, and bringing his most trusted subordinates to Eastern Star was a mere formality. Upon hearing this news, the acting leader of Hongxing, Chen Yao, was infuriated. He promptly summoned the leaders of Hongxing's 11 factions for an emergency meeting. This meeting was an urgent call, and the level of urgency was high. It took place in the familiar conference room on the second floor of the Hongxing restaurant. Goodness, I never imagined Liang Kuan would defect to Eastern Star. Those fellows have always been a thorn in our side. Indeed. Old Chen, have you heard? What could possibly have led to this situation? Chen Yao sighed. Liang Kuan has been with Hongxing for so many years, diligently serving. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? According to the rules, after Liang Kuan's resignation, responsibility should have fallen to Daitu Kuan, the leader of the Mongkok faction. Brother Liang Kuan was our former leader during this time. Everyone has been busy with their own affairs. How could I interfere in his matters? Daitu Kuan said with a wry smile, others nodding in agreement, expressing their understanding. After all, Liang Kuan had been entrenched in Mongkok for years. Why would he heed the call of the newly emerging Daitu Kuan? They were separated by several generations. At that moment, Chen Yao entered with a grim expression, taking his seat at the head of the table. Clearing his throat, he announced the commencement of the meeting. All right, let us begin. The leaders below exchanged puzzled glances, sensing that not everyone had arrived. Brother Yao, the Crown Prince, and Brother Nyo have yet to arrive. Should we wait for everyone to gather before proceeding? Tyrannosaurus noted that 9 faction leaders had arrived, leaving 2 absent, and his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao's expression darkened further as he coldly replied, they have matters to attend to and will not be participating this time. We shall commence. While the others sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, they refrained from probing further. In times of turmoil, it is wiser to speak less and act more. Remaining silent within the gang is often the safest course. Everyone is clear, then. Our former leader, Lan Kwai Fong, along with 300 brothers and 2 streets in Mongkok, officially defected to Eastern Star yesterday. This matter has escalated far too much, if it remains unaddressed. Other factions will undoubtedly mock us mercilessly. According to the code of the Underworld, it is quite common for a red pole to switch allegiances. However, it is customary to consult with the original leader beforehand, and typically only one individual may depart, never a brother, and certainly not taking territory along with them. This time, Lan Kwai Fong not only absconded with men, but also took 2 entire streets without even notifying Hongxing, a blatant violation of protocol. We must dispatch someone to enforce our house rules. Otherwise, anyone may leave at will, and Hongxing will soon face closure. Chen Yao's expression was grave as he adjusted his tie, his face taut as he scrutinized those below him. This individual has betrayed Hongxing, and now we must help him regain his dignity. Lan Kwai Fong, that good-for-nothing, could have allied with anyone else, yet he chose to side with our nemesis. Dongxing, it's tantamount to courting death. Should Hongxing lose face, the leaders under his command will suffer greatly. In our line of work, reputation and honor are paramount. If you can project authority and establish a name for yourself, those influential figures will entrust you with their venues, paying you monthly protection fees. Conversely, if you are perceived as ineffectual on the streets, any gang can bully you, and no powerful patron would dare to trust you. At that point, you would struggle to make ends meet, let alone support your underlings. Yao Gu. We must take action to eliminate the traitor Lan Kwai Fong and reclaim the territory of those 2 streets in Mongkok. This endeavor will benefit all our leaders. Which brings me a sense of satisfaction. Who shall we assign to this task? Is there anyone willing to volunteer? The leaders below exchanged glances, remaining silent. Lan Kwai Fong possesses considerable strength. Even if we eliminate him, it brings little tangible benefit to ourselves. If no one steps forward, we shall resort to our traditional method. After paying respects to Guan Yu, we shall draw lots to determine our course of action. Chen Yao scanned the room once more, and, upon seeing no one respond, was about to proceed with the lot drawing when suddenly someone spoke up. Let me handle this. There's no need for the hassle of drawing lots. I will deal with Lan Kwai Fong within a week. A tall figure slowly rose. Capturing everyone's attention, it was none other than Xie Yongsong, the notorious dragon of Causeway Bay, who had remained silent until now. Why do you all stare at me? Although Lan Kwai Fong was once my superior, he has betrayed Hongxing. I, Song, uphold the values of loyalty and righteousness. From this moment on, I sever all ties with Lan Kwai Fong and shall have no further dealings with him. I will handle this matter, and I assure you it will be resolved thoroughly. Xie Yongsong's grandiloquent declaration left everyone astounded. He truly embodied the chivalrous spirit of the Dragon of Causeway Bay, exhibiting remarkable courage. Songgu, you are magnificent. You truly outdid yourself today. The leaders below erupted in applause for Xie Yongsong. In our line of work, loyalty and righteousness are of utmost importance. When faced with a dilemma between the two, one must prioritize loyalty to the gang and to the leader. The Triad operates under a clearly defined hierarchy, supported by a moral framework of loyalty that fosters the organization's growth, with all members sharing a common set of values. Excellent. Song, I entrust this matter to you. I will fulfill my promise to you. Chen Yao, the leader, now regarded Xie Yongsong as a lifeline, which suited Xie Yongsong's intentions perfectly. Lan Kwai Fong's defection from Hongxing provided Xie Yongsong with the opportunity to act. Otherwise, dealing with a major drug dealer who had previously wronged him would have been quite troublesome. After the meeting, Xie Yongsong invited Datu Kuan to ride in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Once inside, he retrieved a bottle of exquisite 1982 red wine from the fridge, pouring a glass for Datu Kuan, and the two engaged in conversation while sipping their drinks. Kuan, we absolutely must secure those 2 streets in Mongkok. Tong Choi Street is crucial for me. Mongkok South Tong Choi Street, also known as Lady Street, is lined with shops selling items favored by women, such as clothing, handbags, and shoes. It serves not only as a retail hub, but also as a wholesale center for Southeast Asian fashion. Many foreign buyers frequent this area to procure garments and bags for resale, which is vital for their clothing factory's development. Understood, Songgu. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely seize those 2 streets. Kuan had recently enlisted a considerable number of supporters in Mongkok, and with the addition of Boring Street, he was starting to gain traction. I will have Fei Ji bring 300 brothers to assist you. Let us ensure this battle solidifies your authority. Upon hearing this, Kuan was overjoyed. Initially lacking confidence in taking down Lan Kwai Fong, the prospect of 300 reinforcements from Fei Ji made him feel assured. Thank you, Songgu. Within 3 days, I will have the Dongxing flag taken down and replaced with our Hongxing banner. The following day, Fei Ji arrived in Mongkok with 300 brothers, traveling in several vans. Although these movements were under the watchful eye of the anti-Triad unit in West Kowloon, Zhang Biao's arrangements ensured that no action was taken against them. allowing events to unfold. The Major Crimes Unit and the Anti-Triad Unit maintained a close relationship, much like brother units, often executing tasks together. Given that over half of the criminal cases in Hong Kong are related to triads, Zhang Biao, as the head of the Major Crimes Unit, could easily influence the actions of the unit with just a word. That night, shops hastily closed their doors in anticipation of trouble, having caught wind of the impending conflict. At the intersection of Tong Choi Street and Dundas Street, hundreds of thugs marched towards Tong Choi Street, armed and with black cloths tied around their arms. Hongqing's flag was raised, and bystanders dispersed. Fei Ji, clad in a black trench coat, led the charge, smoking a cigarette with an air of arrogance, gripping a firearm in his hand. After a night of fierce combat, Fei Ji and the 13th sister successfully reclaimed control of Tong Choi Street and Western Vegetable Street, completely driving Dongxing out of Mong Kok. Liang Kuan's territory in Mong Kok now belonged entirely to Xie Yongsong, with only the Quan Kuan Film Company remaining, a legitimate business of Liang Kuan's. He had received word in advance and fled to Dongxing's stronghold in Yuanlong, New Territories. In Yuanlong, Liang Kuan spent money hiring some men, rarely showing himself, and when he did, he was always followed by a throng of underlings. Fearing that Hongqing's members might seek him out for trouble, the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center is located at 666 Queens Road, Causeway Bay, and is the venue for most of the major events in Hong Kong. This old exhibition center has seen better days, as Hong Kong is in the process of constructing a more luxurious international convention center. On this particular day, the entrance to the exhibition center was filled with luxury cars. Mercedes and BMWs were hardly noteworthy here. Bentleys, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Maybachs, and extended Lincoln limousines were all parked in the vicinity. The entire underground parking lot resembled an extravagant car exhibition, drawing together numerous wealthy individuals for the auction of unmarked license plates organized by the Transport Department. These unmarked plates are acquired through auctions. For instance, the number 2 plate was purchased by Hong Kong businessman Wong Wei for $9.4 million in 1994, while the number 1 plate is a non-sale item, always belonging to the Commissioner of Police and known as the top plate in Hong Kong. Spending several million, or even tens of millions on a license plate may seem absurd to the general populace, but for the powerful and influential in Hong Kong, it symbolizes status and strength. A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly came to a stop in front of the exhibition center, with the doorman rushing out to open the rear door with remarkable speed, even quicker than a bodyguard. A dashing man stepped out, cigar in mouth, accompanied by an elegantly poised woman, none other than Xie Yongsong, and his companion, Guan Jilin. Though Xie Yongsong had numerous girlfriends, he often preferred the obedient Zhang Mei Run and the innocent Li Jia Exine, yet he endeavored to treat them all fairly, as they were all dear to him. The doorman's gaze was fixed intently on Guan Jilin, clearly captivated by her beauty. Xie Yongsong smiled nonchalantly, retrieving a $100 bill from his pocket and tucking it into the doorman's collar, coldly remarking, "Take this tip. Some women are beyond your reach." As a bodyguard passed by, he inadvertently revealed his weapon, leaving the doorman dumbfounded and breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Xie Yongsong did not take offense. He was particularly sensitive to others gazing at his woman, displaying a rather petty demeanor. Upon entering the exhibition center, Xie Yongsong encountered an old acquaintance, Xiao Yifu. "Sixth brother. You're here too." Xiao Yifu, engaged in conversation with the young man, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xie Yongsong. Though apprehensive, he managed to force a smile and said, "Mr. Xie, are you here to bid for the license plate? It seems I have no chance with number 8. He then introduced the young man beside him. "This is Li Weimin, the third-generation heir of the Li family and executive director of the Li Group. The Li family is among the wealthiest in Hong Kong, having made its fortune in the duck trade, and is the landlord king of Causeway Bay, where they lease over 4 million square feet of commercial space." "Mr. Xie, it is an honor to meet you," Li Weimin exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Guan Jilin during their handshake, exuding a lack of respect. Xie Yongsong, entirely uninterested, simply turned and walked away. Once Xie Yongsong had departed, Li Weimin immediately began to grumble, his face contorted in disdain. What a joke. Just a nouveau riche, putting on airs. Li Weimin was a notorious playboy in Hong Kong, hailing from a prestigious family with a history spanning over a century. Having been spoiled since childhood, he had never experienced such disregard, leaving him quite disgruntled. "Xiao Bing. Find out what Guan Jilin does. I have taken an interest in her lately." Li Weimin was infamous for his frequent change of girlfriends, particularly favoring film stars. He had previously pursued Xiao Yifu solely to get closer to TVB actresses, earning a tarnished reputation within the circles. Xiao Yifu waved his hand, unwilling to get involved in this matter. At 10 o'clock, the license plate auction officially commenced. The small auction hall was packed with Hong Kong's wealthy elite, each worth tens of millions. Xie Yongsong sat beside Zhou Wenhui, both accustomed to each other's company. "Ah Song, I'm merely here to observe the spectacle." The number 8 plate is beyond my reach. Oh, come now, Brother Zo, you're far too modest. The auctioneer excitedly called out, 100,000 once. 100,000 twice. 100,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Boss Lu for securing the HK010 license plate. Let us give him a round of applause. A portly man, embracing a renowned actress, raised his hand with a triumphant declaration. This license plate is mine for the taking. Mr. Li from Changjiang Group bid 3 million. Inquiring if anyone would offer more. Clad in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, he appeared quite refined. Upon hearing the 3 million bid, many shook their heads, deeming it exorbitant and unaffordable. One must have the means to flaunt wealth. No one would bankrupt their company for a license plate. The Li family bids for million. Let us be generous. This number 8 plate is ours by right. The number 8 held a special significance in the hearts of Hong Kong residents, many believing in feng shui, making the license plate highly coveted. As the bidding reached 4 million, everyone was taken aback, astonished that a mere license plate could fetch such a price. The reporters on site were in a frenzy, with tomorrow's headlines practically written. 99 wealthy individuals withdrew, realizing that continuing would only offend others and prove unwise. Mr. Li and Boss Lu weighed their options and ultimately refrained from raising their bids, as they were already heavily indebted. Li Weimin, brimming with pride, surveyed the room, envisioning the number 8 plate gracing his vehicle, a testament to the Li family's wealth and status. I bid 4,500,000. Xie Yongsong instructed Guanjilin to raise the paddle, leisurely announcing the figure, adding 50,000 Hong Kong dollars and leaving the crowd astonished. A sparse applause echoed through the venue, clearly indicating a lack of interest in the license plate. The host remained undeterred, continuing to exclaim excitedly. Next, we present the piece de resistance of this auction, the coveted number 8 license plate with no preceding characters. Starting at a minimum bid of 100,000, with increments of no less than 10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding begins. The wealthy attendees instantly perked up, eagerly raising their paddles. 100,000, 200,000, 250,000. Mr. Lu of Lu Group bid 150,000, a bold move indeed. In just a minute, the price skyrocketed to over 1 million, with Guanjilin beside him wide-eyed, astonished by the extravagance of the wealthy. Brother Song, if you fancy this license plate, why not bid? A true expert waits until the opportune moment. It is not yet time. Indeed, while the crowd was lively, the true heavyweights of Hong Kong had yet to make their moves, observing one another. The host was beside himself with excitement as the bids escalated, revealing the abundance of affluent individuals in Hong Kong. 250,000. Mr. Lu Xiong from Mai Gaolong bids 250,000. Wow, what audacity! A 50,000 increment. The question remained whether the Li family would follow suit. The competition was fierce and thrilling. The host, also caught up in the excitement, shouted louder, his voice nearly giving out. Oh my, VIP number 16, the chairman of the Taiyang Group bids 450,000. My goodness, will there be a higher bid? Moments later, the host amplified his voice further. VIP number 11, the Li family S Young Heir bids 500,000. Unbelievable. Oh my. VIP number 16, the chairman of Taiyang Group bids 550,000. Is anyone willing to bid higher? The host, tasked with energizing the atmosphere, was nearly hoarse, eagerly glancing at Li Weimin. Will you bid again? Initially, Li Weimin intended to continue, but his subordinate intervened. Young master, don't raise the bid any further. The old lady set a budget of 5 million. The Li family had multiple heirs. Should he heir, he risked losing his inheritance, a consequence far too grave. Li Weimin's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling quite humiliated. 550,000 once, 550,000 twice, 550,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Xie Yongsong of the Taiyang Group. The crowd erupted into cheers. The number 8 license plate, shocking all of Hong Kong, was acquired by the Taiyang Group, garnering newfound respect from many. Reporters flocked to conduct interviews. The Taiyang Group, having been established not long ago, made a remarkable debut at this auction, capturing the attention of the entire city. Meanwhile, on the streets of Yuan Long, Sha Chong strolled with 2 underlings. Realizing how much quieter Yuan Long was compared to the vibrant Mong Kok, in comparison, it felt like a rural backwater. Brother Chong, when can we return to Mong Kok? I want to play big mahjong. Ask me. How would I know? Sha Chong replied irritably, lamenting how his luck had dwindled this year. From the bustling Mong Kok to this impoverished outpost in Yuan Long suddenly, 2 vans screeched to a halt in front of him, and over 20 burly men rushed out, swiftly overpowering Sha Chong before he could react. 3 of the men forcibly dragged him into the van, while the other 2 underlings dared not resist, obediently following suit. Once the doors slammed shut, the 2 vehicles sped away, the surrounding citizens unfazed, accustomed to such occurrences, with no one bothering to alert the authorities. Inside a modest residence in Mong Kok, Various terrifying implements of torture lay scattered about, tiger chairs, bamboo skewers, and the like. Two tattooed ruffians pressed the head of the hapless Chong into a large water tank, mercilessly holding his neck no matter how desperately he pleaded. Chapter 51. I shall reveal anything you wish to know. After 2 minutes, as Chong's struggles gradually waned, they finally pulled him out, fresh air flooding into his lungs. He greedily inhaled the crisp air, having narrowly escaped suffocation. The near-death experience left him with an aversion to endure such a fate again. Yet, before he could gather his wits, another voice inquired, Chong, that's enough. Where's Lan Kwai? Pulled out once more, Chong was on the brink of death, a pitiful sight. Brother Tian, please spare me. I will tell you whatever you wish to know. Chong felt his vision blurring, having been beaten and brought here to endure further torment. At this rate, even if he survived, his body might be ruined. Lan Kwai was not particularly kind to him, and there seemed little reason to endure for such a brother. Betraying Lan Kwai did not weigh heavily on his conscience. He had seen the crew-cut Tianhua Tian before and knew he was a subordinate of Xie Yongsong. Tonight, Lan Kwai was to host a dinner for the Little Overlord at Longting Bar, intending to win over Dongxing's Little Overlord to do his bidding. Chong, no longer daring to be defiant, promptly divulged his own boss Lan Kwai's secrets, detailing the evening's gathering with utmost clarity. All right, lock Chong up for now. If you dare spread false information, I will ensure your entire family suffers the consequences. Tianhua waved his hand, relaying the intelligence obtained to Xie Yongsong via phone. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Xie Yongsong's mouth, now that he had discovered Lan Kwai's hiding place. He could ensure that Lan Kwai would soon join Jiang Tiansheng in his nefarious dealings. Send Tianhong to take care of it. I expect to hear good news today. At 9 o'clock that evening, Longting Bar in Yuanlong was abuzz with life. As one of the few large bars in Yuanlong, it had always been the favored venue for young people seeking nighttime entertainment. The dance floor was packed with an array of unconventional hairstyles dyed in vivid reds, yellows, and greens, each individual sporting a unique style, energetically releasing their pent-up vigor. The bar pulsed with explosive rock music, and sporadic fights broke out. A common occurrence that no one paid much heed to. In a booth, Lan Kwai sat face to face with Dongxing's Little Overlord, each accompanied by a stunning hostess. Brother Kwai, if you want me to help you sell goods, what benefits can you offer me? The Little Overlord queried. Lan Kwai held up 5 fingers, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, 50-50. We split the profits evenly. You provide the venue, I supply the goods. Together, we shall prosper and dominate the new territory's market. Although Lan Kwai's voice was grating, the Little Overlord's eyes sparkled with interest. A 50-50 split was far superior to the terms he had previously negotiated with Sidu Haonan. The Little Overlord was immediately intrigued. He had shifted from Hongtai to Hongxing precisely because Dongxing's white powder business was far more lucrative, and he had several venues in the new territories. If he could sell goods at every location, the additional profits would be substantial, far exceeding what he earned from selling drinks in the bar. Suddenly, an uproar erupted outside, causing Lan Kwai, already on edge, to become alert. He turned to see a group of robust men in suits, led by a flamboyant individual sporting a distinctive hairstyle. This individual, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth and an air of arrogance, was none other than Luo Tianhong from Wanchai. Tianhong, what brings you to Yuanlong? No greetings for your elders? Lan Kwai remained unfazed upon spotting Luo Tianhong, for this was Yuanlong, Dongxing's stronghold, where he had hundreds of brothers in the dance hall. With a cold smirk, Luo Tianhong dismissed Lan Kwai entirely, icily stating, my older brother, the Wanchai Mad Dragon, has declared you a traitor to Hongxing, someone deserving of death. On his orders, I have come to collect your life, Lan Kwai. If you have any last words, speak them quickly, otherwise, you will have no opportunity. Luo Tianhong regarded Lan Kwai as though he were merely a corpse, his gaze so calm that it sent chills down Lan Kwai's spine, maintaining an appearance of composure. Lan Kwai cast a pleading glance at the Little Overlord beside him. The Little Overlord, weighing his own interests, signaled to his men. The dance floor was alive with movement. But abruptly the pulsating music ceased, and a throng of Dongxing's subordinates swarmed in from all directions, their voices deafening. Yuanlong is our territory. Hongxing, get out. They roared. How audacious. How dare Hongxing's men come to Yuanlong? They must have a death wish. Don't let them escape. Break their arms and legs. Then toss them out of Longting Bar. You bastards. Dongxing's men shouted, revealing their tattoos in an attempt to intimidate the Hongxing newcomers. Lan Kwai felt a surge of confidence. How could he not flaunt his superiority in such a spectacle? He leaped onto a table and, with his croaky voice, shouted, how dare you? Kill me? You must be joking. Yuanlong is our territory, with so many of you. I can't even hear what you're saying. Brothers of Dongxing, listen to me. Treat them well. Before Lan Kwai could finish his sentence, a look of terror crossed his face as he attempted to flee, but his movements were a beat too slow. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Luo Tianhong smoothly drew a Glock 17 from his collar, flipping off the safety and pulling the trigger. Before Lan Kwai could react, the bullet struck him squarely in the chest, a gaping wound erupting forth. It's over. We're doomed. Dongxing's subordinates were left dumbfounded. Those who typically wielded knives were now surrounded by a dozen Hongxing brothers, each brandishing their weapons. Only a few top-tier figures among Dongxing's big shots carried firearms, and those were usually for intimidation. In regular skirmishes, such weapons were unnecessary. The hostesses screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions as chaos erupted in the crowd. The onlookers, initially curious, rushed towards the exits, fearful of being caught in the fray. Unfazed, Luo Tianhong swiftly approached and fired another shot directly into Lan Kwai's forehead. Bang! Lan Kwai had no chance to struggle, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his head shattered. No divine intervention could save him. After a brief inspection, Luo Tianhong nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile gracing his lips. Did you truly wish to oppose us? Do you understand how my older brother will deal with you? Luo Tianhong turned his gun toward the little overlord, whose smile had long since frozen. He had witnessed the ruthless nature of the Wanchai Mad Dragon. Now that Lan Kwai was dead, any prospects of collaboration had evaporated. Tianhong, don't misunderstand. I wasn't close to Lan Kwai. He still owes me money, the little overlord stammered, panic rising within him. You seem rather pleased. Lan Kwai's demise is the best outcome for you. So thank you for your assistance, Hongxing. Luo Tianhong grinned wickedly, coldly inquiring. If the police arrive, do you know how to handle it? The little overlord wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heart racing. After years in the underworld, he understood that life was worth more than anything else. I was negotiating business with Lan Kwai. There was a dispute, and my subordinate accidentally injured him. After saying this, the little overlord glanced furtively at Luo Tianhong's expression, and upon seeing him turn to leave, he let out a sigh of relief. If you dare speak out of turn, you will be the next unfortunate one, little overlord. The little overlord felt a sense of frustration. What was happening? He had come seeking fortune, only to become a scapegoat. With Lan Kwai gone, he bore the blame, and if he did not cooperate, his own life could be at stake. He dared not take risks and was compelled to comply. Once Luo Tianhong and his men departed, he commanded everyone not to disclose today's events to the police, threatening that anyone who dared to speak would be the first to perish. Did you hear? Anyone who dares to speak out of turn will face dire consequences. In a desperate bid for survival, the little overlord exerted every effort to suppress the information, yet with so many witnesses, the news had already spread like wildfire. In the realm of the underworld, news travels with remarkable speed. Within a day, everyone with even a modicum of connections is aware that the traitor Lan Kwai from the Hongxing faction has met his demise. However, the identity of the perpetrator and the details of the incident remain shrouded in mystery. The little overlord has discreetly dealt with the matter. Yet, when the police arrived at the scene, they were left bewildered. Where was the body? After questioning several bar staff, they were met with claims of absence and uncertainty regarding the loss of life. Inspector Zhou, tasked with the investigation, found himself in a quandary. Having conducted a thorough search with his subordinates, but yielding nothing, it was decided to withdraw and gather information on the streets. This matter was certainly more intricate than it appeared. In the office of the chairman of the Sun Group, Luo Tianhong lounged on the sofa, casually watching television and snacking, presenting a stark contrast to the gravity of recent events. Tianhong, you acted in plain sight of the public, although the little overlord has covered for you. The police are not fools. You should retreat to the Xianshan base for a while until the storm passes, cautioned Xie Yongsong, a man known for his prudence and aversion to risk. Leave now. The helicopter awaits you on the rooftop. Despite Luo Tianhong's usual arrogance, he heeded Xie Yongsong's advice, for he had learned from their previous encounter that Xie was a formidable figure. The underworld was shaken. The former leader of Hongxing, Lan Kwai, had been eliminated at a bar in Yuanlong, and although the police found no evidence, rumors had already spread like wildfire. It was said that Xie Yongsong's lieutenant, Luo Tianhong, had dealt with Lan Kwai at the Tunglong bar, forcing the little overlord of Dongxing to clean up the aftermath. The New Territories police summoned the little overlord for questioning, but ultimately found nothing, no evidence, no case. Yet in the underworld, proof was unnecessary. In any case, Lan Kwai had not been seen in Hong Kong since, lending an air of credibility to the rumors. At the Caesar Palace bar in Causeway Bay, Yu Huatian unloaded several bags of cash from a van through a staff-only entrance, transporting them into a private booth before summoning Xie Yongsong to verify the count. Having been in the midst of entertaining guests at Caesar Palace, Xie hurriedly excused himself and rushed to his booth. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of several bags filled with Hong Kong dollars, likely the fruits of Lan Kwai's lifetime of labor. Brother Song, we found this money at Lan Kwai's residence. The total amounts to 210 million Hong Kong dollars. The wealth amassed through Lan Kwai's relentless toil lay before him. Xie Yongsong felt a surge of satisfaction. Yu Huatian's loyalty was assured. Having previously secured 50 million from Liang Kuan, and the remainder was likely contained within these bags. Such a hefty sum indicated Liang Kuan's immense wealth. Clearly, the secret to great fortune lay beyond the law. Seizing from the unscrupulous was the true path. Liang Kuan, a notorious drug lord, would not have deposited his ill-gotten gains in a bank, but rather concealed them in his stronghold. Following the guidance of Shaqiang, Yu Huatian effortlessly located Liang Kuan's safe and retrieved all his savings. What of Shaqiang, though? Should he be dealt with? Chapter 52. What on earth transpired? Yu Huatian made a gesture across his neck, the meaning unmistakable. However, Xie Yongsong shook his head and instructed Yu, have Shaqiang assist in transferring the ownership of the Qiankuan Film Company in Mongkok to my name. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Liang Kuan's film company produced adult films. While not as profitable as Dreamland Films, it certainly surpassed many others. Though adult films could not be screened in legitimate theaters, their popularity surged with the advent of home video players in the 1990s. What young man didn't he secretly hoard a collection of such films? This industry flourished particularly in the island nation, serving as a unique aspect of its film culture. Infiltrating our country through AV actresses, Xie Yongsong's involvement in this line of work could be seen as a form of resistance against cultural infiltration. Supporting the women of Hong Kong, the Qiankuan Film Company had been in operation for over a decade, boasting its own studio and various unique filming locations. More importantly, with the death of its owner Liang Kuan, Xie Yongsong could acquire the company without spending a dime. It was only fair that he inherit all of Liang Kuan's assets, given that he was the one responsible for his demise. The following day, Shaqiang accompanied Xie Yongsong to the Qiankuan Film Company in Mongkok. Brother Chong, Brother Song, you've arrived. What exactly has transpired? The atmosphere within the company was fraught with anxiety, rumors circulating that Liang Kuan was either dead or had fled due to debts. Many employees crowded around Shaqiang and Xie Yongsong, seeking answers, but their primary concern was not Liang Kuan's fate, but rather the security of their livelihoods. Would their jobs be affected? Amid a struggling economy in Hong Kong, many had fallen into poverty, surviving on meager government aid. Shaqiang, hesitant to speak out of turn, looked to the true leader, Xie Yongsong, who simply smiled. Everyone, remain calm. Liang Kuan has transferred the company to me. The Sun Group has acquired the Qiankuan Film Company. Your jobs will remain unchanged, so rest assured. Management, please accompany me to the conference room for a meeting. With just 2 sentences, Xie Yongsong quelled the unrest, eliciting smiles from many employees. Any new boss would suffice as long as salaries continued. The regular staff returned to work, while those in managerial positions proceeded to the conference room. As Xie Yongsong and his assistants entered the Qiankuan office, the management team appeared anxious, their expressions betraying their worries as they watched the new boss enter. Liang Anshi, Xie Yongsong's assistant, presided over the meeting with a melodious voice. Hello everyone. I am the newly appointed financial director, assigned by the Sun Group to oversee the finances of Mongkok's Qiankuan Film Company. She presented a document to General Manager Wang Fenghua, which detailed the legalities of the Sun Group's acquisition. After reviewing the document and finding it entirely legitimate, Wang nodded in approval of the acquisition. Aside from the financial director and human resources manager, all other executives would remain unchanged for the time being, with Zhang Wenba taking on the role of human resources manager. Recently graduated and brimming with potential, he stood to acknowledge his colleagues. Reactions among the executives varied. Some were elated while others were apprehensive, though the original financial and human resources managers wore troubled expressions, whereas the rest beamed with delight. The Sun Group was one of Hong Kong's premier enterprises, with its Dreamland division dominating the film industry in both strength and influence, far surpassing the Qiankuan Film Company. Joining the Sun Group promised limitless prospects for the future. Wang Fenghua, ever astute, promptly rose to speak. On behalf of all executives, I extend a warm welcome to Chairman Xie. I believe under his leadership, our company will thrive. The audience responded enthusiastically, applauding in welcome. Xie Yongsong raised his hand for silence, and the room fell into an attentive hush, all ears on the new boss. Our films will continue to focus on adult content, but we shall no longer produce crude, shaky, and poorly crafted works. Wang Fenghua was puzzled. Most adult films on the market were indeed of low quality, and none were screened in major theaters, merely played in small cinemas during midnight showings, yielding little profit. I have 2 scripts in mind, each with a proposed investment of 20 million for production, utilizing the latest high-definition cameras, and casting the most beautiful leading ladies. The moment these words left his lips, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Investing 10 million in a single adult film? Had the new boss lost his mind? In the past, the Qiankuan Film Company would spend at most $1 million to produce a film, often resorting to haphazard storytelling, with unengaging plots and blurry visuals. Yet, The appetite for risque content in Hong Kong ensured that, regardless of the film's quality, there would always be an audience willing to indulge. However, the investment amount mentioned by Xie Yongsong was merely a facade, primarily aimed at laundering money. He had recently taken over 200 million yuan of illicit funds from Lan Kwai Fong, which needed to be cleansed before it could be utilized. His plan was to allocate a maximum of 3 million yuan for each film, a substantial sum indeed, as he aspired to produce the clearest and most enticing risque films ever seen in Hong Kong. Upon reading the title 3D Meatball Brigade, Ecstatic Healthcare, A Journey Towards Temptation, Wang Fenghua delved into the script's content, becoming increasingly captivated. Within a mere 10 minutes, the narrative left her blushing, truly an eye-opener. Who could have conceived such a brilliant concept for a risque film? The imaginative text, coupled with the script's content, rendered it utterly irresistible. Mr. Xie, even if our film is exceptional, if no cinemas are willing to screen it, we will still incur losses, Wang Fenghua expressed her concerns, for as the general manager, she bore the responsibility for the company's financial well-being. Xie Yongsong smiled slightly, casually replying, General Manager Wang, have you forgotten that I have experience in filmmaking? I have a large cinema chain under my purview, with numerous theaters across Hong Kong. The executives present suddenly grasped the depth of resources the new boss possessed, realizing they were indeed well-connected. The notion that risque films could compete fairly with commercial films in theaters was intriguing. In Hong Kong, risque films could be publicly screened. However, the Film Bureau had classified them accordingly. Audiences were required to present identification when purchasing tickets, allowing them to view such films without issue. Yet, the film market was still in its infancy, and many filmmakers had yet to recognize the potential of risque cinema. Films like 3D Meatball Brigade, Ecstatic Healthcare had previously been screened in Hong Kong, defying the downward trend of the local film industry and eventually becoming that year's box office champion. With a total box office exceeding 40 million, it was deemed an immensely profitable venture, heralding the legend of risque cinema. The executives eagerly perused the script, each face flushed with excitement, filled with confidence about the company's future. A great script and substantial investment could lead to a public screening in Hong Kong. How much box office revenue could a risque film generate in the city? Some awaited the outcome with skepticism, while others scoffed, and a few held unwavering confidence. In recent days, Xie Yongsong had remained at the Qinquan Company in Mong Kok, guiding operations, leveraging his extensive experience with risque films from Japan, Europe, and mainland China. He significantly enhanced the skills of those struggling to craft coherent narratives. Brother Song, another beautiful girl wishes to audition. Would you like to see her? General Manager Wang Fenghua raised an eyebrow, her expression suggestive. You know what I mean, haha. This week, Qinquan Film Company publicly advertised for a leading lady, attracting numerous aspiring young women hoping to change their fates through auditions. Have you clearly communicated the type of film we are producing to them? Rest assured, Brother Song. Upon their arrival at the company, I made it crystal clear that everything is voluntary, and there will be no coercion. Xie Yongsong's approach differed significantly from Lan Kwai Fong's. He would not permit deceiving young women into participating in risque films. Everything had to be consensual. Nonetheless, his high remuneration attracted several girls from impoverished backgrounds seeking their fortunes. And today the company welcomed a new batch of hopefuls. All right, I shall take a look. Xie Yongsong decided to observe the auditions. Otherwise, the directors and executives might pressure the leading ladies into auditions, potentially jeopardizing the well-being of the innocent young women. The entertainment industry was hardly a pristine environment. Many directors and executives were far from benevolent. Allowing them free rein would be tantamount to pushing these girls into a pit of despair. If auditions were unavoidable, Xie Yongsong would personally step in, willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of art. After all, a boss should lead by example. Upon entering a small room, he encountered a dozen young women, some still youthful, while others exuded a hint of alluring sensuality. All possessing slender figures and looks above 80% on the attractiveness scale, certainly above average. The scene resembled an ancient selection process, a testament to the extravagant lives of the affluent. Capitalism was indeed detestable. Suddenly, Xie Yongsong's gaze brightened as it fell upon a girl around 20 years old, naturally captivating. With an inherent softness in her features, dressed in a spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her curves, he felt a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a star from a bygone era in Hong Kong, Wen Hong. She was the cat demon in The Joyous Pig 8, a renowned risque actress and a former beauty pageant winner at ATV. While not strikingly stunning, Wen Hong's beauty was quite commendable, only slightly overshadowed by Li Jiesin. All right, she will do. Everyone else receives 200 yuan for transportation. Please take a taxi home, Xie Yongsong declared, directing his finger towards Wen Hong. While she beamed with delight, the others hung their heads in disappointment. They had been ecstatic at the prospect of auditioning before the film's producer. Oh my! To be auditioned by the film company owner. What an incredible opportunity, even if they do not secure the lead role. Yet, that was merely their wishful thinking. Before leaving, all cast envious glances at Wen Hong, a mix of admiration and jealousy. However, Wen Hong was genuinely pleased. She was here to audition because her mother was gravely ill, and her family struggled to afford medical expenses. She had initially expected the producer to be an elderly man, but instead, she encountered a young and handsome boss. A delightful surprise. Yet, it wasn't he, just Xie Yongsong. The director and general manager Wang Fenghua also eyed Wen Hong with keen interest, their gazes laden with desire. An altogether distasteful sight. Chapter 53. Everything according to the highest standards. You all step outside and guard the door. No one is allowed to enter. The two lecherous men gulped, eager yet frustrated, feeling the urgency of the situation. Heavens, now I have to play the role of a gatekeeper and eavesdrop? Xie Yongsong placed Wen Hong on the conference table, and the details of what transpired next can be succinctly summarized. 10,000 words omitted. 2 hours later, Xie Yongsong emerged from the office, invigorated, while the director and Wang Fenghua outside gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Absolutely remarkable. For a full 2 hours, there had been continuous commotion within the room. In contrast, the director and Wang Fenghua felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Heavens, how could someone be so extraordinary? It's not fair. Not acceptable. Wen Hong does not meet the requirements for our film's leading lady. She is eliminated. The director and Wang Fenghua exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed. It seemed the boss's intentions were rather unclear. Oh right, I need a secretary in my office, and I find Wen Hong quite suitable. Please have the HR department notify her to come to work tomorrow. This did not imply any deficiency on her part. Rather, the boss was particularly pleased with her. That afternoon, Xie Yongsong accompanied Wen Hong to visit her gravely ill mother, who was in a hospital in the New Territories. Wen Hong's ailing mother lay in the intensive care unit, while her father sat in the corridor, looking aged and weary. Her younger siblings gazed with innocent eyes, hoping for their mother's swift recovery so that the family could return to their village for a simple yet happy life. Sister, who is he? The 13-year-old brother and 10-year-old sister looked curiously at the man accompanying their sister. Xie Yongsong discovered that Wen Hong was still a girl who had never had a boyfriend, which delighted him, leading him to regard her as an informal girlfriend. Hello, everyone. I am your sister's boyfriend. You can call me brother-in-law. Originally feeling somewhat awkward, Wen Hong's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy upon realizing that she was the girlfriend of Xie Yongsong. She was, of course, well aware of who Xie Yongsong was, an influential figure in the Hong Kong film industry and a wealthy magnate. The multitude of titles he held made her feel insignificant, as if she were unworthy of such a personage. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. The innocent children, perceiving Xie Yongsong's handsome appearance, believed he could not possibly be a bad person and immediately warmed up to him. Beauty is justice. Be good. This is a gift for your first meeting. Xie Yongsong produced 2 large toys from behind him, supersized models of the currently popular Automan. Wow. It's Automan, so cool. I want one too. I want one too. The children in the village had little to no toys, and merely watching an episode of a TVB animated series after school was enough to bring them immense joy. Having grown up in Xianshan village himself, Xie Yongsong deeply understood the sentiments of these impoverished children. When one is poor, one should cultivate oneself. When one has achieved success, one should help others. He firmly believed in utilizing his resources to do good whenever possible, adhering to this principle in his life. Dad, this is my boyfriend. He can help our family. The elderly man sitting in the corridor appeared to be in his 50s, yet looked significantly older than his peers. He lifted his head, his eyes vacant, and spoke in a voice that revealed the toll of time on an ordinary middle-aged man. Xiao Hong. Let us not burden others any further with your mother's medical expenses. This plain and kind-hearted elder was truly endearing. Xie Yongsong chuckled softly and replied, It's all right. I can cover this amount, even if Wen Hong borrows it. No interest required. Dad, he is the major boss of our company, with assets of over $1 billion. This amount is trivial for him. Upon hearing about the billions, Wen Hong's father was momentarily taken aback. He counted on his fingers for quite some time, struggling to comprehend how many 50,000s equated to a few billion. Could it be that Wen Hong, this girl, had encountered such a noble benefactor? Xie Yongsong waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to summon the attending physician. The physician who arrived was a foreigner named Tom, who appeared somewhat flustered as he was ushered in by 2 men in suits and ties. Although Tom generally looked down upon the impoverished, upon encountering the imposing presence of Xie Yongsong and observing the 4 similarly clad bodyguards behind him, he promptly transformed his demeanor. Bowing slightly, he asked with a face full of obsequiousness, Sir, how may I assist you? I am the attending physician for this ward. Wen Hong was taken aback. How could this typically arrogant foreign doctor be so polite today? Xie Yongsong smiled at Tom and said, This is my girlfriend, Miss Wen Hong, and her mother, Mrs. Chun. All their expenses will be charged to my account from now on. As he spoke, he pulled out a checkbook from his bag, took a pen from one of the bodyguards, and swiftly wrote down a figure of 1 million. This is a cashier's check from HSBC. You are to procure the best medicine and make every effort to treat the patient. Tom repeatedly nodded, respectfully accepting the check. In the face of such financial power, he had no pride left to uphold. Rest assured, Mr. Xie, I will arrange for your mother to be admitted to a VIP ward, and everything will be conducted to the highest standards. Wen Hong stood by, utterly astonished. Was this truly the same Dr. Tom she had known? The last time they met, he had been insufferably arrogant. Now, how could he be so submissive? Miss Wen, please be assured, I will exert every effort to treat your mother. Observing Tom's demeanor, Wen Hong felt her worldview shift. A new realm seemed to unfold before her. This man, undeniably, was her destined benefactor, and she resolved to seize this opportunity. After leaving the hospital, Wen Hong clung tightly to Xie Yongsong's arm, unwilling to let go. Just moments ago, her father had expressly urged her to be wholeheartedly devoted to Xie Yongsong and to never betray his trust. In the following days, as a token of gratitude, Wen Hong remained inseparable from Xie Yongsong, assisting him in the office during the day and accompanying him in the presidential suite of the hotel until dawn. Fortunately, Xie Yongsong had robust health. Despite the nightly revelries, he remained energetic during the day, showing no signs of fatigue. 5 days later, Wen Hong officially became the secretary of the Mong Kok Chinquan Film Company, reporting solely to Chairman Xie Yongsong, thus holding significant power. Even the general manager, Wang Fenghua, treated her with utmost respect, while other ordinary employees could only envy her background in secret. At the Tsim Sha Sui Prince Hotel, territory of the Hongxing Triad's Prince Gonzitai, this star-rated hotel was regarded as one of the finest establishments by the locals, being one of Gonzitai's largest properties. Within one of the luxurious private rooms, Jiang Tianyang dismissed all the hostesses. Only 3 individuals remained in the room: Jiang Tianxing, Gonzitai, and a local thug from North Point, Fatty Li. Jiang Tianxing reclined with his legs crossed, puffing on a cigar, exuding an air of authority. Fatty Li, here are 2 million Hong Kong dollars. If you support me in becoming the leader, this money is yours. A leather suitcase sat on the table, filled to the brim with gleaming $1,000 bills, 2 million in total. Fatty Li, who toiled endlessly selling magazines in North Point, earned a pittance. But becoming the boss promised a lucrative future. However, North Point was akin to Yuan Long. Earning a few $100,000 a year was the norm, and one had to support underlings to maintain appearances. Upon seeing the substantial sum on the table, Fatty Li was tempted. Although he understood the risks of aligning with Jiang Tianxing, he couldn't resist reaching for the money. Mr. Jiang, Hongxing originally belonged to the Jiang family. If outsiders take the lead, I will be the first to object. Fatty Li lounged on the sofa, picking at his toes while flattering Jiang Tianxing. Appearing quite pleased with himself, Jiang Tianxing suppressed his disgust, smiling insincerely, pondering that if it weren't for his need, he would have slapped him. Such behavior was exceptionally rude in a formal setting. Fatty Li, I plan to reorganize the new Hongxing, incorporating the territories of Tsim Sha Sui and Kun Tong along with your North Point. Once I reclaim our territory in Macau, I will share a stake with you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Fatty Li panicked. Jiang Tianxing was plotting something far more serious than before, which could lead to dire consequences. However, having heard that the prince and brother Niu were already supportive, he felt a bit more at ease. The prince was the backbone of Hongxing. Should any trouble arise, he would bear the brunt of it, allowing Fatty Li to simply provide support from behind. If all else failed, surrender was an option. One must acknowledge Fatty Li's astuteness. No wonder he managed to navigate the underworld successfully. His mind was sharp. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I, Fatty Li, will always remain loyal to the Jiang family. I am steadfast by your side. Fatty Li's sweet talk brought a smile to Jiang Tianxing's face as he patted his shoulder. Good, Prince. You go spread the word that we, the Jiang family, refuse to acknowledge Chen Yao. His position as leader is unjustifiable, and I will clean house. Once the news spread, rumors circulated in the underworld, claiming internal discord within Hongxing, and a great battle was imminent. Nu Ji, He Ji, Number Gang, and Dongxing were all watching closely, creating a precarious situation. A Mercedes-Benz slowly approached the building, and Hongxing's leader, Chen Yao, stepped out, accompanied only by his bodyguard, Li. Typically, leaders are flanked by numerous underlings, but since Chen Yao was meeting a high-ranking police official, he opted for a more subdued entourage, bringing only Ada. Just as he exited the vehicle, dozens of thugs suddenly surged from the alley, each wielding a knife. The ruffians were after Chen Yao. In a moment of panic, Ada drew a Mitsubishi knife and shouted, "Brother Yao, run. I'll hold them off." This was the Western District, adjacent to Chen Yao's territory, prompting him to flee. A gang leader sprinted down the street, pursued relentlessly by a dozen assailants. Despite Chen Yao's desperate efforts, he could not shake them off. The lack of physical activity only allowed his pursuers to close in. Just as he neared the next street, a sudden, searing pain struck his back. It was over. Chen Yao had been stabbed, his clothes drenched in blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced himself to continue running. Finally, a junior brother noticed something was amiss. Damn it! Quickly grab a weapon. The boss has been stabbed. The juniors sounded the alarm, and within moments, hundreds of patrons from nearby bars and saunas rushed out to assist. The tide of battle turned swiftly. Upon seeing the overwhelming numbers of the opposition, the assailants fled. Chen Yao's juniors pursued them relentlessly. Brother Yao, are you alright? Damn, I've been stabbed in the back. Hurry, take me to the hospital. The juniors hurriedly transported Chen Yao to the hospital. Fortunately, they arrived in time, and it was only a superficial wound, nothing grave. Chapter 54. This is a slap in our face. However, when Xie Yongsong visited him at the hospital, the room was shrouded in smoke, with several hall leaders present, all wearing troubled expressions. Xie Yongsong and the two Kuan entered with a fruit basket, finding Chen Yao's back wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. Brother Yao, how are you faring? Chen Yao's complexion was grim, his usual smile absent as he replied flatly, the doctor says it's merely a superficial wound. But who the hell did this? Beside him, the Central District's brother Ji was in similarly poor condition, one arm bandaged, resembling a one-armed warrior. Damn it. If I hadn't jumped out the window quickly, I would have lost my life. Need I guess? It must be that Jiang Tianyang stirring up trouble behind the scenes. I didn't take his dirty money, so he sent people to deal with me. Brother Ji from Central District had indeed encountered Jiang Tianyang, but thought him too insignificant to pose a threat, directly rebuffing him. As a result, he was attacked that very night. Had he not been clever enough to escape through a window, he likely would have perished. I've heard that Jiang Tianyang is threatening to establish a new Hongxing society. This is a direct affront to us. Brother Ji spoke passionately in the hospital room, insisting on dealing with Jiang Tianyang. Bin, what do you think? Chen Yao asked, noticing Han Bin lost in thought, still silent. Finally, Han Bin spoke. We must fight. This new Hongxing society is no mere provocation, it's a call to arms. Chen Yao continued. What my elder brother means is what I mean. Let us go to war. I'll mobilize forces from Tunman. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yao expressed his concerns. It's not that we don't want to fight. Yesterday, the deputy director of the police department personally came to see me, urging me to quell the internal strife within Hongxing. This was no small matter. The deputy director's involvement represented the will of the higher-ups, who sought to maintain a facade of stability and prosperity in Hong Kong. Chen Yao placed his hopes in Xie Yongsong, who had never disappointed him before, always executing matters with precision. A song, what do you think? Xie Yongsong exhaled a puff of smoke. Though he wished to secretly control Hongxing, he desired a powerful and united organization, not a fragmented mess. Capturing key figures could resolve the issue, as long as they eliminated Jiang Tianyang. The remaining underlings would pose little threat. This would prevent Hongxing from turning on itself and give other gangs no opportunity to take advantage. Chen Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed. You are the most astute in the society. The others only know how to fight without any strategy. I will handle Jiang Tianyang. The rest is up to you. As soon as Xie Yongsong finished speaking, Brother Ji couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. In critical moments, we must rely on Brother Song. He is the backbone of our Hongxing. Xie Yongsong smiled knowingly, aware that everything was under his control. Now was the opportune moment to close the net, to use this chance to eliminate the remnants of the Jiang family and gradually encroach upon the entire territory of Hongxing. He aspired to be a Cao Cao, manipulating the emperor to command the feudal lords, with Chun Yao as his Lu Xie in hand. Upon leaving the hospital, the expressions of the hall leaders were grim. No one relished the thought of daily violence disrupting their profitable business. Xie Yongsong and the two Kuan settled into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, while Luo Tianhong, Fei Quan, and others hopped into their sports cars, aligning themselves under Xie Yongsong's command. Once a red stick was attained, they could drive such vehicles. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Xie Yongsong and the two Kuan sat facing each other, drinking and discussing matters. How many new recruits has the Mong Kok faction brought in during this period? A few days prior, Xie Yongsong had instructed the two Kuan to recruit more young and vigorous fighters to tackle the turmoil within Hongxing. Brother Song, I've recruited over 200 fighters this month, each one seasoned in street experience. While they may not be able to take on 10 alone, 5 ordinary men are no problem. Xie Yongsong's subordinates followed an elite route, preferring quality over quantity, not recruiting anyone over 40 or under 18. Each official member received a monthly salary of $3,000. As long as they reported for duty, they secured a fixed base salary, with bonuses and additional income calculated separately. This was unprecedented in the Underworld. No other society provided fixed salaries for official subordinates, only offering minor stipends to those who worked. Just like Xie Yongsong, who supported his subordinates well, many leaders were eager to join their ranks due to their favorable treatment. However, he insisted on quality over quantity, selecting only suitable individuals. Presently, the Mongkok faction boasted 650 official members, while the peripheral members of the Blue Lantern numbered at least 3,000. Xie Yongsong nodded in satisfaction. His forces were now formidable, with a combined total of 1,500 official members across Mongkok, Wanchai, and Causeway Bay, and the nominal Blue Lantern exceeding 10,000. However, the cost was substantial, requiring 450,000 monthly for salaries. Xie Yongsong's territory was lucrative, and the monthly protection fees sufficed to cover such expenses. They remained poised, ready to seize the opportunity to penetrate Sim Sha Sui and reclaim the territory of the traitor Gonzitai. Sim Sha Sui was the most bustling area in Kowloon, even livelier than Mongkok. Capturing it would be an undeniable boon, as no one would complain about earning more money. Understood, Brother Song. Should we send Tu Kuan to deal with the prince? Tu Kuan had a bold nature, but the Mongkok faction alone could not contend with the prince's Sim Sha Sui faction. Hold on for orders. Do not act without instructions. All right, I understand. Although Tu Kuan's capabilities were average, he was obedient, making him a stable candidate for a hall leader with the support of the plane. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyang was also busy devising ways to force Qin Yao into submission. Prince, I plan to have you attack Mongkok alongside Brother Nyo's forces. Tu Kuan has just been promoted and lacks experience. If you dispatch 500 men and Brother Nyo sends 200, we can seize Mongkok. Jiang Tianyang intended to send a message to Qin Yao, as Mongkok and Sim Sha Sui were adjacent. Capturing Mongkok would unify the territories and intimidate those wavering in their loyalty. After a moment of hesitation, the prince agreed. Having grown up in the Jiang family, and with many loyal thoughts ingrained in his mind. All right, I will send 700 men in total with Brother Nyo to retake Mongkok for the Jiang family. Jiang Tianyang was elated, producing a check for 1 million Hong Kong dollars and slowly stating, waging war requires funds. This million is a reward for your brothers. There will be further rewards upon success. At 11 o'clock at night, the 500 underlings of the Hung Hing Society gathered at the Sim Sha Sui assembly point. And under the leadership of Prince Gonzitai, they split into more than 50 vans, marching grandly along Nyo Dun Road towards Mongkok. At the forefront of the convoy, a Bentley carried Jiang Tianyang and the prince, who leisurely sipped celebratory wine. A tie. After tonight, Hung Hing will return to the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyang declared, thumping his chest. The Jiang family will not forget your kindness. Yugon family must continue to support me in Sim Sha Sui. The prince was taken aback by Jiang Tianyang's calm demeanor, thinking to himself that the Jiang family was indeed remarkable, and this composure earned deep admiration. The two conversed merrily, filled with confidence regarding Hung Hing's future prospects. Not far away, a lengthy cargo truck stood still, laden with timber destined for the port. Such vehicles typically traverse main roads and can barely manage to navigate Nyo Dun Road, with two individuals seated inside. Did you remember the license plate? That's a luxury Bentley. Don't be afraid. Just admit it was an accident due to fatigue, and 500,000 will be deposited into your wife's account by morning. If you say anything else. The driver, Lao Huang, initially hesitated but soon found resolve in his gaze. Let us take the plunge. This 500,000 could greatly improve my family's circumstances. Rest assured, big brother, I know what to say. I want to live. Rain Huatian scoffed coldly, too indifferent to utter another word, before stepping out and vanishing into the darkness. Nyo Dun Road is a two-way street, and after a few sips of red wine, Jiang Tianyang began to speak animatedly. Prince, once I return to Hung Hing, I will immediately lead everyone in transforming our operations, adopting a corporate management approach. The violent factions over there have long since done so. As for us lowly mules, we're still caught up in brawls and bloodshed. We're out of touch with the times. The future belongs to money. Jiang Tianyang grew increasingly animated, slowly unveiling his grand plans. I have struck a deal with a wealthy merchant from Xianjiang to jointly develop new properties in the new territories. The prices on Hong Kong Island will rise. We must modernize our society as well. If Xie Yongsong were here, he would surely commend Jiang Tianyang for his foresight. He truly has a knack for business. I will share a share of the profits with you, and making a few million each year will be a breeze. Henceforth, our Hung Hing leaders will step out as illustrious tycoons. At that moment, a semi-trailer truck suddenly swerved, barreling towards the Bentley. 20 meters, 10 meters. The Bentley driver shouted, slamming on the brakes, yet the oncoming truck showed no signs of slowing down. Heavens, help! The driver's cries jolted Jiang Tianyang back to reality. He gazed in horror at the approaching truck, forgetting even to scream. The prince turned pale with fear. This was a cargo truck, and even a slight collision could be fatal. Bang! A deafening crash ensued as the truck collided with the Bentley, which crumpled under the impact without even a moment's resilience. Its body twisted and deformed. The Bentley was reduced to a heap of scrap, the scene utterly grotesque and unbearable to witness. Even more terrifying, logs from the truck, propelled by inertia, crashed down onto the Bentley as if to ensure that its occupants were completely obliterated. This was a dire predicament. A 1,000-pound log flattened the car's roof, rendering any chance of survival utterly hopeless. Mr. Jiang, Prince, are you all right? Other underlings exclaimed, rushing to check on them. The sight before them left everyone dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock. The Bentley was utterly mangled, blood seeping from within, pooling on the highway, alongside severed limbs. Ugh! This is revolting. The remaining underlings exchanged glances, feeling the weight of awkwardness in the air. They had planned to assault Mongkok. Yet such calamity struck before the battle even commenced. With the commander and general perishing in the accident, was there even a war left to fight? With the prince and Jiang Tianyang gone, what is the point? Let us disperse and head home. Chapter 55. No one dared to voice dissent. One of the prince's red sticks, Big Eye Biao, could no longer tolerate the situation and drove away with his men. The remaining red sticks exchanged glances, resigned to withdraw with their subordinates. With their leaders deceased, what was left to fight for? The operation ended before it even began, leaving everyone lamenting the turn of events. The anticipated clash, due to the absence of Tsim Sha Sui, had transformed into a much simpler affair. The underlings from Kun Tong, under the leadership of Brother Nyo, charged towards Mongkok. Just 5 minutes before entering Mongkok, a call from a red stick and Tsim Sha Sui left Brother Nyo bewildered. What? The prince and Mr. Jiang are dead. Are you joking? You'll see it in tomorrow's news. That's all there is to it. The caller impatiently hung up, leaving Brother Nyo in utter disbelief. Boss, what do we do now? Are we still fighting? Brother Nyo from Kun Tong was infuriated, his face darkening as he slapped a subordinate. Damn, what is there to fight about now? We need to run. Brother Nyo was thoroughly frustrated. One misstep led to another. And how could the prince and Jiang Tianyang have met with a sudden accident? This was absurd. Breaking news. A severe car accident occurred in Mongkok when a semi-trailer truck, driven by a fatigued driver, collided with a luxury Bentley, resulting in 3 fatalities on the spot. This news not only made it to the early morning broadcasts of TVB, but also sent ripples through the underworld. Those who had been waiting for internal strife within Hung Hing, hoping to seize a share of the spoils, were left stunned. The new Hyung Ki, Number Gang, and Dongxing society all stood in shock. Was the once formidable Jiang family reduced to this? Had a gripping power struggle fizzled out so abruptly? At home, the various leaders of Hung Hing, who had been anxiously fretting, felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the news on television, astonished yet relieved. They rejoiced that the bane of Hung Hing, Jiang Tianyang, was finally dead, and normalcy would soon return. The severe car accident on the streets of Tsim Sha Sui was widely recognized not as an accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated event. Everyone was struck with fear at Xie Yongsong's methods, unanimously agreeing that one must never offend him. With the demise of the Tsim Sha Sui gang leader, the local situation descended into chaos. What had once been a stronghold of a dominant force alongside several minor powers was now shattered. Axeman Jun seized the opportunity, leading hundreds of underlings to seize an entire street from Hung Hing. At the prince's bar, Big Eye Biao was drinking and celebrating with his subordinates, promising that if he became the leader of Tsim Sha Sui, each would receive $100,000 and a piece of territory. But before he could finish his sentence, 5 imposing men wearing sunglasses and dressed impeccably barged in, with the leader directly asking who Big Eye Biao was. Big Eye Biao's subordinates immediately became vigilant, angrily questioning the newcomer's identity. Yet, the soldiers ignored them, striding directly towards Big Eye Biao's seat, coldly stating, Mr. Xie from Causeway Bay requests your presence. Realizing the gravity of the situation as weapons were revealed, Big Eye Biao understood these men were not to be trifled with. Everyone was aware of Xie Yongsong's standing within Hung Hing. His reputation had even surpassed that of the deceased prince over the past 2 years. It was said that anyone daring to oppose Mr. Xie did not live to see 15 days. Big Eye Biao had no desire to take risks. Lowering one's head is not a sign of weakness, he consoled himself. His subordinates now dared not speak loudly, each resembling a quail, shrinking their necks in silence. Big Eye Biao followed them onto the van, which headed towards Mongkok, refraining from asking questions. 20 minutes later, the army arrived at a conference room with Big Eye Biao in tow, where a considerable gathering of Hung Hing's red sticks, white paper fans, and straw-sold lackeys had already assembled. Big Eye Biao, you've come as well? Are all of Prince's men present? Asked Sang Tao, along with Fei Mao and Si Wenxiong. Big Eye Biao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the elite under Prince were all here, affirming that his decision to follow was indeed correct. Xie Yongsong slowly entered the conference room, and De Jun leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. Brother Song, aside from the Fulja who was eliminated by Nu Ji, the other 7 lackeys have arrived. Once Hung Hing completes its consolidation, one can ascend to the position of leader. The lackeys were categorized into 3 roles: red sticks, white paper fans, and straw-sold lackeys. Though these three positions held similar standing, the society placed utmost importance on the identity of the Red Sticks. If there were vacancies in the hierarchy, the Red Sticks were typically the first to be chosen. Big Eye Biao and Sang Tao were two of the Red Sticks under Prince, also the most powerful brothers, earning more respect than the white paper fans and straw-sold lackeys. Xie Yongsong took his seat at the head of the table, with the two Kuan beside him, instantly bringing a hush over the room. All right. Everyone is aware that Hung Hing has encountered numerous issues recently. It is truly unfortunate that Prince from Tsim Shui was involved in an accident. After surveying the room, Xie Yongsong calmly stated, however, Sim Dong cannot be without a leader for even a day. From now on, I shall take charge. Does anyone have any objections? He did not beat around the bush, slamming his hand on the table to make his stance clear. The brothers exchanged glances, none daring to voice dissent. Except for Sang Tao, who wore a stern expression. He glared at the other silent lackeys and abruptly slammed the table, rising to shout, others may fear you, Long of Copper Gong, but I, Sang Tao, do not. Do you think everyone is unaware that you killed Prince? You've slain our leader and wish to encroach upon our territory in Simdong. Do you think we are pushovers? Sang Tao's outburst stirred the other brothers. As none wished to relinquish the territory they had fought hard to secure, Xie Yongsong did not lose his temper. He leisurely lit a cigar, exhaling smoke rings with ease. Squinting, a chill glimmered in his eyes, his disdain palpable towards Sang Tao's insolent behavior. De Jun drew his gun, aiming it at Sang Tao, and upon witnessing his look of terror, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. One struck his chest, another his neck, and the last his abdomen. Sang Tao barely had time to react, being shot 3 times at close range, his eyes wide with disbelief. In front of everyone, Xie Yongsong had turned on his own brother, leaving the other leaders pale with shock. The swift brutality of the act left a lasting impression of Long's might on those present. Apologies, I just dealt with a traitor. The Prince of Hung Hing instigated trouble, and I directly eliminated their leader. I trust none of you are the type to betray your brothers, are you? Xie Yongsong signaled to his subordinates, who swiftly dragged Sang Tao away, cleaning up the blood on the floor as if nothing had occurred. The leaders present, shaken to their core, could only nod and comply. Shortly after, a suited lackey brought out 7 leather suitcases, opening them to reveal a bounty of colorful $1,000 bills. Big Eye Biao's eyes widened. Each suitcase likely contained $1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars. Xie Yongsong was exceedingly generous. Those who take the money are brothers, follow my lead. Those who do not, well, a demonstration has already been made. It was a clear choice, take the money or face death, an obvious decision. Big Eye Biao was the first to reach for the cash. Smiling at Xie Yongsong, Brother Song, from now on, you shall be our leader. If you say east, we shall not dare venture west. He grabbed a suitcase, declaring, I'll take this one first to show my support for you, Brother Song. Not taking it would be disrespectful. The other leaders cursed under their breath, feeling that Big Eye Biao had surrendered too quickly, his flattery too effusive. After losing the initiative, the remaining leaders were unwilling to be outdone, each reaching for the money. Boss, we'll follow you from now on, joining your ranks. Indeed, we'll stick with Brother Song. Xie Yongsong nodded, took a puff of his cigar, and leisurely stated, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, you will lead 200 lackeys to Simdong to take control of the venue. You all must cooperate well. Big Eye Biao, after the handover, take your men to Mong Kok to secure the area. I'll grant you 2 streets of territory. As the local snake, Big Eye Biao had no objections. Those 2 streets in Mong Kok were quite prosperous and close to home. The crucial point was that Big Eye Biao had accepted Xie Yongsong's $1 million welcome gift, a sum he had painstakingly saved over several years. Following this wealthy magnate surely meant he would not face poverty. It was said that every one of Brother Song's subordinates drove luxury cars. The Ming Lu KTV in Tsim Sha Sui was one of the premier entertainment venues in Simdong. While it may not be as grand as the Caesar Palace in Copper Gong, it was renowned throughout Hong Kong. The Ming Lu KTV was bustling with business, almost always fully booked, attracting the big bosses of Simdong for leisure. In the general manager's office of Ming Lu KTV, a middle-aged man was brewing a pot of Bai Luo Chun, slowly pouring it into a teacup. Brother Jun, Hung Hing's plane has brought 200 men to Tsim Sha Sui. It seems the Long of Copper Gong intends to assert dominance in Simdong. The man known as Brother Jun was muscular, adorned with a vividly depicted black dragon tattoo on his arm. He appeared entirely unfazed by the 200 thugs sent by Hung Hing. Let them be. As long as they do not provoke me, all will be well. Should they dare to, they will learn that Simdong is not Copper Gong. With a scoff, he thought, when a fierce dragon crosses rivers, I'll make him feel less than a worm. Brother Jun's arrogance was backed by power in Simdong. A mere call from him would summon 3,000 followers at once. In contrast, Hung Hing could muster at most 1,000 men in Tsim Sha Sui. Even with the additional 200, They would not exceed 1,500, highlighting the vast disparity in strength. Thus, Brother Jun felt no concern. Having navigated the underworld for over a decade, he had previously been a prominent figure alongside Liansheng's Hall Master and was a favored choice in the establishment. He had once wielded an axe at the docks, sweeping through all opposition effortlessly. After switching to New Ji, he gained considerable authority in Simdong, particularly under the leadership of the Su family. Brother Jun's transfer to New Ji had set a record for the highest transfer fee, making him a well-known figure in the underworld. The Tiger of Wanchai, Qin Yaoxing, was his sworn brother, and their bond was close. Brother Jun had long held a grudge over the murder of his sworn brother, Qin Yaoxing. After extensive investigation, he concluded that the most suspicious figure was Xie Yongsong, the hall master of Honghing and Wanchai, harboring resentment towards this rising star of the underworld. On Zhelan Jimbaira and Sim Sha Sui, a dozen vans screeched to a halt in front of the Cape Bar, their tires screeching against the pavement. 50 to 60 thugs poured out of the vehicles, and the parking lot's lackeys, recognizing the ominous presence, quickly reported the gang's name. Chapter 56. Need I explain? Don't cause trouble. This is the territory of Axe Brother Jun from New Ji. Don't seek death. Scarface Quan chuckled darkly, ignoring the warning, and without hesitation struck the lackey at the door with a blade, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn you, Zhelan Jimbaira has always been our Honghing's territory. It's time it returns to its rightful owner. Inform your leader, Axe Brother Jun, to avoid provoking us. Scarface Quan led dozens of thugs into the bar, where terrified patrons fled in all directions. However, he paid no mind to the ordinary customers, targeting only those associated with New Ji. Under a sudden onslaught, the dozen or so guards at the New Record and Cape Bar were all felled, and once again, the establishment fell into the hands of Hongxing. Scarface. Reinforcements from New Record had arrived, numbering in the hundreds. A flustered underling rushed in to report, but Scarface dismissed them entirely. The small fry from Wanchai and Causeway Bay numbered not merely 200, but a staggering 1,000. These individuals dispersed, quietly infiltrating Sim Sha Sui through various channels, catching Axe Jun off guard and reclaiming the lost Kimberley Road. What is there to fear? We possess the geographical advantage of Kimberley Road. While over 1,000 are embroiled in chaos on the other side, Hongxing and New Record were at odds, with reinforcements continuously arriving for both sides. After more than half an hour of skirmishing, the West Kowloon Anti-Organized Crime Unit, the Major Crimes Unit, along with 300 uniformed police officers, arrived at the scene, apprehending all those from New Record and Hongxing who had not managed to flee. Due to prior intelligence from Hongxing, the number of those arrested was minimal. The O Division of West Kowloon was inundated with work, so they borrowed the Major Crimes Unit's office to collaborate. The captured Hongxing brothers found themselves rather comfortable once brought to the Major Crimes Unit, enjoying red cigarettes. Scarface. The legal advisor from the Sun Group is here to bail you out. You are free to go. Scarface reluctantly gazed at the half-consumed coffee and the unopened pack of cigarettes on the table. Inspector Zhang, wait for me. I shall return for tea next time. Get lost. Don't cause me any trouble, and send my regards to Mr. Xie. Scarface cast a triumphant glance at the underlings from New Record opposite him, a hint of provocation in his eyes. This incited fury among the New Record brothers, who clamored to engage in battle. What the hell? Why can the Hongxing people leave when we're all fighting? Is it not fair? Have you taken their dirty money? You dog. We, the police. Oh, no explanations to you trash. Let their boss hire a lawyer for bail, at 10,000 each, replied Inspector Zhang Biao, his expression unyielding. So what? If I choose to help, what is it to you? I only need to answer to Mr. Xie, with money. One can do as one pleases. That is the reality of Sim Sha Sui. Axe Jun overturned a beautifully crafted coffee table, smashing it to pieces, his face dark as coal. Damn it, Xiaofeng, didn't you say there were only 500 Hongxing brothers in Sim Sha Sui? What exactly happened last night? Where did the extra 1,000 thugs come from? Xiaofeng was equally bewildered. It was indeed 500 men, and more were needed to seize territory. At most, only 1,000 of Hongxing's members would engage in factional disputes. Yet, like sorcery, their numbers swelled, and last night they had at least reached 2,000, resulting in New Record's unexpected defeat. Had the police not arrived in time, Axe Jun might have faced a far worse defeat. Damn, we failed to take Kimberley Street. And now we owe 500,000 in bail, 800,000 in medical expenses, and 2 million in funeral costs. This is a tremendous loss. And the underworld will surely mock us. The more Axe Jun pondered, the angrier he became. This time, the losses were severe, yielding no benefits, a complete disaster. His heart ached, feeling as if it were bleeding. This was primarily due to delayed intelligence, underestimating the numbers of Hongxing, leading to a lack of manpower and a significant setback. All right, let us bail the brothers out first. We can settle the accounts later. Axe Jun felt helpless. Warfare demanded financial resources, especially against a formidable opponent such as the Causeway Bay's Mad Dragon. If this conflict continued, Xie Yongsong's wealth could sustain it. Axe Jun had no desire for bankruptcy. Though reckless, he was not a fool. Many societies observed the clash between New Record and Hongxing, hoping to seize an opportunity. That evening, a fierce battle involving over 1,000 individuals erupted on Kimberley Street. Numerous societies dispatched spies to witness the spectacle. Initially believing that the ferocious dragon of Hongxing would encounter difficulties in Sim East, easily defeated by Axe Jun of New Record. However, the outcome defied all expectations. Not only did Hongxing not falter, but they also grew bolder in battle. Xie Yongsong mobilized over 2,000 brothers in Simsha-sui, relentlessly pushing back Axe Jun's forces and successfully reclaiming the lost Kimberley Street. Hongxing's strength not only remained intact, but increased, leaving those societies initially contemplating encroaching on Hongxing's territory too intimidated to act. Heaven forbid, the Mad Dragon of Causeway Bay should not be trifled with. Even Axe Jun fell, and who in Hong Kong could rival him? Among the most formidable figures in Hong Kong's underworld, only Axe Jun of New Record could contend with him. If only the Mad Dragon of Hongxing were one of our Dongxing brothers. A battle for fame. The Mad Dragon of Causeway Bay achieved renown on Kimberley Street. His reputation eclipsed all other bigwigs in the underworld, and he was hailed alongside Axe Jun of New Record as the twin stars of the underworld. The small fry of Hong Kong now had yet another object of admiration. And suddenly, Xie Yongsong found himself with numerous newfound relatives appearing from nowhere, claiming to be cousins and brothers. At the 580 restaurant in Mong Kok, the conference room remained the same, yet the attendees had changed. However, upon Xie Yongsong's entrance, all the bigwigs stood up to greet him with exceptional warmth. Brother Song, you've arrived. Mr. Xie, you look even more dashing today. No one referred to him as Ah Song anymore. It was either Brother Song or Mr. Xie. Although they all held the same status as bigwigs, no one dared call him Ah Song, a testament to the changes brought by his newfound prestige. At a critical moment for Hongxing, Xie Yongsong stabilized the situation single-handedly, saving the floundering ship of Hongxing and earning great merit. In the distance, a bearded man in a floral shirt spotted Xie Yongsong and exclaimed brightly, Brother Song, I admire you immensely. I'm Defei from North Point. Defei was quite carefree, his floral shirt buttons undone, exposing a dense mat of chest hair, and his small finger was busy rummaging in his nostrils. Brother Song, I'm Defei from North Point. I'm a huge fan of yours. Defei extended his hand to shake hands with Xie Yongsong. The same hand that had just explored his nostrils, still dirty. Xie Yongsong frowned at him. This was one of the 3 slovenly kings of Hongxing, Defei. And indeed, the rumors paled in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. This was outrageous. Xie Yongsong glanced at him with disdain. To his surprise, Defei noticed the expression, wiped his finger on the table, and upon closer inspection, there was indeed dirt. To everyone's astonishment, he licked his finger clean and nonchalantly extended his hand again, saying, All right, it's clean now, Brother Song. My heavens, Brother Defei, you're incredible, truly deserving of the title Slovenly King of Hongxing. Xie Yongsong nodded and shook hands with Defei, not wishing to hurt his pride. Defei had a charming personality. Xie Yongsong appreciated his carefree nature and decided to befriend him. After meeting Defei from North Point, Hongxing's acting leader, Chen Yao, happened to walk in. The leaders of Hongxing greeted Chen Yao in unison. Brother Yao, Brother Yao. Chen Yao wore a broad smile, relieved that so many incidents had finally settled down. Very well. Everyone seems to be doing well. Please take a seat. The leaders of Hongxing sat down, yet the designated seats for Hongxing remained empty. Of the 11 positions for the heads, only 8 were occupied, leaving 3 vacant. Chen Yao sat comfortably in the head seat, exuding an air of ease. Bring in Brother Li from North Point and Brother Niu from Kuntong. The other leaders below are whispering among themselves, lamenting the fate of these 2. Both are seasoned veterans in their ranks, with Brother Niu having once fought alongside Jiang Jun in the past. The 2 leaders were brought in, tightly bound and with cloth stuffed in their mouths. Chen Yao gestured for his men to remove the cloth. As soon as the cloth was taken off Brother Li's mouth, he burst into tears, wailing his innocence. Brother Yao, I did not betray the society. I was ill that day, resting at home, and missed the news. The other leaders couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Li's audacity was astonishing, still arguing at this juncture. Brother Li, were you residing in some remote mountain forest for your illness? We tried calling you for days, and you never answered. Brother Ji from Central began to tease Brother Li, sharing in his grievances. Having suffered a broken arm that still had not healed, this remark left Brother Li speechless, for without evidence, they would not have treated him thus. Brother Li, your actions have been uncovered. You can no longer hold your position as the leader of North Point. Step aside. Chen Yao mentioned that. Considering his long service to Hong Hing, he could allow him to leave with some money for another country. You cannot remain in Hong Kong. Get out. Chen Yao held a poor impression of this turncoat from Hong Hing and wished to expel him from Hong Kong, never to return. Brother Li was led away by the enforcers, leaving only Brother Niu from Kun Tong, who had remained silent, the good-hearted individual within the society. To the victor belong the spoils. There is nothing more to say. One must bear the consequences of their actions. It has nothing to do with my family. Brother Niu's attitude was resolute. He supported Jiang Tianyang due to his loyalty to Jiang Zhan, having benefited from his grace. Chen Yao was momentarily indecisive. According to the rules of the Hong Min, Brother Niu faced a death sentence for committing treason. Song, how do you think we should handle Brother Niu? Brother Niu from Kun Tong had indeed taken action, albeit without causing significant damage. Cough. I propose confiscating his assets and seizing everything. Expel Niu from Hong Hing, never to be employed again. Upon hearing this, the assembly found the suggestion agreeable, as it would save Brother Niu's life, while also enriching the society's coffers, potentially increasing future dividends. All right. Niu, you are no longer a part of Hong Hing. Let the enforcers accompany you back. Chapter 57. Promoting the worthy without avoiding kin. After purging the traitors from the society, the next natural step was to reward the loyal. This time, Hong Hing dismissed 3 leaders in one go, opening up several positions. Our factions in North Point, Kun Tong, and Sim Sha Sui are now leaderless, making them susceptible to takeover by rival factions. What are your thoughts? As soon as this was said, the room erupted in chaos. No one knew what Chen Yao's true intentions were, nor dared to speak freely. Xie Yongsong, noticing the silence, took the initiative to say, Sim Sha Sui is a crucial area. All major societies wish to stake a claim. I believe we must find a capable individual to stabilize the situation. He paused before continuing. I propose appointing Red Stick Fei Qian as the leader of Sim Sha Sui. Promoting the worthy without avoiding kin. Although Fei Qian is one of my subordinates, he is indeed quite competent. Xie Yongsong spoke slowly. As Sim Sha Sui was already under his control, and the success of the proposal depended on Fei Qian's agreement. Head of the organization, Chen Yao nodded. This was precisely the condition they had previously discussed, and he had no intention of going back on it. I support this. I have met Fei Qian and find him reliable. Chen Yao had never truly met him, but merely played along with Xie Yongsong. And together they could determine the fate of Sim Sha Sui. I also support Fei Qian's ascension to Sim Sha Sui. Standing behind Xie Yongsong, Fei Qian was overjoyed. This was a delightful surprise. Sim Sha Sui, ranking among the top 3 within Hong Hing, such a lucrative position had fortuitously fallen into his lap. Who among those in the underworld wouldn't want to be a leader? The prestige of being a leader was something everyone envied. Congratulations, Brother Fei. Fei Qian received congratulations from Wei Jixiang, Shi Senmei, and Luo Tianhong. Although some felt envy, there was no sense of jealousy. Daitu Kuan and Fei Qian had been among Xie Yongsong's longest-serving subordinates, with much deeper experience than others. Fei Qian sat beside Xie Yongsong. The 3 of them were all leaders, and with the support of the Han brothers, they already held a majority. All right. Congratulations, Fei Qian. Next, it's time to discuss the leader for the North Point area. Who do you think is suitable? The atmosphere leader, Brother Ji, could no longer contain himself and suggested. I think DeFei is quite fitting. He is loyal and well-connected in North Point. I support DeFei. Brother Ji seemed to have some vested interest, continually advocating for DeFei, and everyone showed him respect, casting votes in favor. DeFei shook his long hair and stood up to bow to the supporters among the leaders. Rest assured, although I may seem frivolous at times, I value loyalty above all. If you ever need assistance, I will ensure to help you. Thank you, Song Ji. Thank you, Yao Ji, for your support. DeFei appeared eccentric, but he was exceptionally shrewd. He understood that the real power within Hong Hing was held by Xie Yongsong and Chen Yao. Others, like the leaders and the Han brothers, though powerful, were not inclined to meddle in gang affairs, focusing solely on business. Next, it was time for the discussion regarding the leader of the Kun Tong area. Before anyone else could speak, Xie Yongsong nominated his subordinate Fei Quan. Brother Ji, DeFei, Han Bin, Dinosaur, Uncle Xing, Daitu Kuan, and Fei Qian all supported him. Even Xie Yongsong himself cast a vote, and the proposal passed unanimously. At this moment, Chen Yao realized he was gradually becoming isolated. Although he was the head, he could not control the lower ranks of leaders. He had effectively been sidelined and, in a moment of helplessness, had to agree to let Fei Quan take charge of the Kun Tong faction. When Fei Quan ascended to his position and sat at the conference table, everyone began to recognize the reality. Hong Hing comprised 11 factions, and Xie Yongsong's faction had already secured 4 positions: Causeway Bay, Mong Kok, Sim Sha Sui, and Kun Tong. Adding the power of the Han brothers and the dinosaur, they exceeded half. Thus, Hong Hing was essentially governed by Xie Yongsong's will. Although Chen Yao was the leader, Apart from the West Point faction that supported him, he had no control over other areas. This made the position of leader akin to that of a puppet emperor. With Xie Yongsong as the true puppeteer, faced with such a situation, Chen Yao felt powerless and could only temporarily play the role of a puppet leader. Taking one step at a time, having finally attained leadership, he intended to seize some benefits. Otherwise, his time as the head of Honghing would be in vain. After the meeting adjourned, Xie Yongsong met the newly appointed leaders, Fei Qian and Fei Quan, in the car. Fei Qian, be cautious of that new axe-wielding Jun from the new Qi in Sim Sha Sui. He is not to be underestimated. I've already sent Wei Jixiang and Dao Ba Quan to assist you there. Wei Jixiang possesses the strength of 2 red sticks, and Dao Ba Quan is also a top red stick. With 1,000 little brothers supporting you, they should be able to secure a foothold in Sim East. Xie Yongsong turned to the gleeful Fei Quan, the new authority in Kuntong, who was grinning. Fei Quan, bring 100 fighters with you to Kuntong. I've already spoken to the local big shot, Dezue Lin. Kuntong is primarily an industrial zone with little commercial activity. Xie Yongsong's garment factory is situated in the Kuntong industrial area. Though there are many local ruffians, no significant powers exist since this area lacks lucrative opportunities. And major gangs generally disdain involvement here. At most, let Fei Chuan bring along 100 henchmen, and then recruit some of the former Hongxing gang members from the Kuntong branch to switch sides. This way, he can effortlessly gather a group of brothers. If he works diligently, he will soon become the boss, making small decisions on his own, and only coming to me when he faces insurmountable issues. Xie Yongsong patted Fei Chuan on the shoulder. Fei Chuan's ascent to power was due to his relentless effort, always thinking of expanding Xie Yongsong's territory. From Causeway Bay to Wan Chai, it was always Fei Chuan leading Jun Xiao and the ostrich in a battle, their blades dulled from constant use. All of which Xie Yongsong observed keenly. Although Kuntong is not a commercial district, Xie Yongsong intends to focus on business in the near future. Kuntong houses the largest industrial area in all of Kowloon, where he plans to expand factory operations and recruit workers. With the support of the local power brokers, these endeavors will be significantly easier. At the Shaw Brothers studio in Clearwater Bay, Hong Kong, this is the sole filming base for television and movies in the region, primarily used by TVB, but also available for rent to other film companies during downtime, generating some rental income. Its function is somewhat akin to the future Hungyan, albeit on a much smaller scale, featuring only 2 themed settings, the Republic of China and ancient times, lacking the detailed subdivisions of the Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. It presents a unified ancient street scene. Director Su Ku is currently filming a Chinese ghost story, and Xie Yongsong's girlfriend, Li Jiesin, is part of the cast, portraying Nie Xiaoqian. Xie Yongsong has been exceptionally busy lately, this being his first visit to the set this month. A Rolls-Royce Phantom with the license plate number 8 parked at the entrance of the filming site, catching everyone's attention. Wang Zuxian, who had just finished a scene and was resting on a small stool, brightened up, exclaiming, "Sister, look, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is a car for the wealthy." It's no wonder Wang Zuxian was so excited. In Hong Kong, fewer than 20 people can afford such a vehicle, making it a rare sight. Before Qiu Shuzhen could respond, he began to muse aloud. If only I could ride in that car someday, it would be worth dying for. Qiu Shuzhen shook her head in resignation. The entertainment industry is a realm of fame and fortune, where even the purest of girls can be tainted. You know, the license plate alone is worth more than the car itself, at least 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, is that true? Just one license plate is worth over 5 million? Qiu Shuzhen pulled out a newspaper. The headline announcing that Xie Yongsong had spent a fortune to acquire the coveted license plate number 8, causing a sensation at the auction. Heavens, it's true. If only my boyfriend had that much money. Why is Li Jiesin so lucky? Is it just because her figure is slightly better than mine? Xie Yongsong stepped out of the car, clad in a stylish white Burberry leisure outfit, exuding elegance. The actresses in the crew were captivated by his charm, declaring him incredibly handsome. Upon seeing Xie Yongsong, Li Jiesin immediately asked director Su Ku for a break and dashed over to him like a sprinter, leaping into his arms and clinging to his neck like a koala. "Brother Song, I've missed you so much." Xie Yongsong playfully pinched her upturned nose, lowered her long legs, and affectionately remarked, "With so many people around, aren't you a bit shy? You are a big star after all. I don't care. I want everyone to know that you're my boyfriend and infuriate those green tea bitches." Xie Yongsong shook his head, bemused. She was beautiful, but her personality was rather childish and possessive. Many men witnessing this scene felt their hearts shatter. Liang Chaowei, who had just arrived to play a minor role, felt a pang of pain akin to a knife wound. He had developed feelings for Li Jiesin since joining the crew, but their disparities were overwhelming. Liang Chaowei, while playing a non-speaking role, secretly harbored a crush on Li Jiesin. "Forget it. I shouldn't entertain thoughts of Li Jiesin. She is the boss woman. I must not act foolishly, said Leslie Chung, placing a reassuring hand on Liang Chaowei's shoulder, not wanting to see the young man make a mistake. Such is the world. The goddess you adore is merely a plaything in the hands of the wealthy. Leslie Chung sighed. Envy is futile, and one must strive to amass wealth instead of clinging to unattainable dreams. Liang Chaowei recalled Xie Yongsong's ruthless reputation as the film company's owner and felt he was no match, resigned to hiding in the shadows, heartbroken. As the boss, Xie Yongsong naturally had to meet all the main actors. Leslie Chung still exuded charm, embodying a delicate beauty. Guorong, would you be interested in joining our company? Xie Yongsong inquired. Leslie Chung had risen to fame through the ATV singing contest, dominating the music scene alongside Principal Tan in the 1980s. Long before the Four Heavenly Kings emerged, with no film contract signed yet, it was the perfect opportunity to join Dreamland Film Company. Xie Yongsong directly offered a check for 500,000 to Leslie Chung's manager. This is the signing fee. Get Guorong to sign a 5-year contract, with 200,000 per film. What do you think? The manager's eyes lit up. Such a generous offer from a powerful and rapidly growing company left no room for hesitation. Xie Yongsong had anticipated that a casual visit would lead to discovering a major star. Leslie Chung was a significant figure of the 1980s, naturally attracting fans in any role. His success in music paved a smooth path in the film industry, starting at the pinnacle. It seems that traversing the entertainment world is truly fitting. These stars seem to present themselves willingly. Chapter 58. Today, he must learn a lesson. Have manager Zhang liaise with Leslie Chung's agent about the signing arrangements. Xie Yongsong continued his inspection and was pleasantly surprised when he spotted Qiu Shuzhen, who wore a floral dress today, radiating a fresh charm. Asian, you performed splendidly. I've been keeping an eye on you. Qiu Shuzhen bashfully lowered her head. Her hands clasped together. She gently brushed her ring finger against Xie Yongsong's palm, and he immediately noticed, winking at her. Li Jiesin observed the exchange between them and hastily pulled Xie Yongsong away, casting a fierce glare at Qiu Shuzhen. This vixen is my boyfriend. Xie Yongsong intended to leave with Li Jiesin to dine at the Peninsula Hotel, enjoying a French feast and perhaps indulging in a presidential suite for relaxation. Suddenly, a red Ferrari pulled up beside them, and a young man with slicked back hair emerged, holding a bouquet of flowers. Li Weimin, this wealthy second-generation heir, had seen Li Jiesin's photos in magazines and had idolized her as a goddess. Now, he finally had the chance to confess his feelings. Miss Li, I truly like you. I've reserved a table at a Michelin restaurant, sincerely inviting you to dinner with me. Li Dexiao completely disregarded Xie Yongsong standing beside her, believing that any woman he desired would ultimately be his. Li Jiesin looked at Li Dexiao with disdain, thinking, he is so unattractive, although he has some money. He can't compare to Xie Yongsong's billions. I'm sorry, Li Dexiao, but I already have a boyfriend. Please don't bother me again. Typically, if a man were to be rejected so openly, he would likely feel too embarrassed to pursue further. However, Li Dexiao was different. He was thick-skinned and arrogant. After all, he came from money. Miss Li, you merely have a boyfriend. You're not married. Even if you were married, you could just get a divorce. Li Dexiao feigned a passionate expression, holding the flowers and gazing longingly at Li Jiesin. Wasn't this an outright attempt to poach? Xie Yongsong couldn't help but chuckle. It was as if Li Dexiao didn't even regard them. Xie Yongsong would not tolerate such insolence. He delivered a powerful punch directly to Li Dexiao's face, causing blood to gush from his nose and leaving him dazed. Get lost. Are you tired of living for trying to steal my woman? Li Weimin was stunned by the blow, clutching his nose, struggling to recover. His companion, a Yu, was equally taken aback. How could the scion of a prestigious family in Hong Kong, Li Weimin, have been assaulted? Young master, are you unharmed? Call the police. Have him imprisoned for life. Li, furious, could not fathom such humiliation after a lifetime of privilege. Since someone dared to act violently in broad daylight. His family had excellent connections with high-ranking officials in the police department. You are finished, having offended young Master Li. You might as well prepare for a life of retirement in Stanley Prison, you worthless fool. A sycophant, was naturally agitated upon witnessing his master's distress. Li Jiesin, pale with fear, did not wish to harm anyone due to her troubles. She clutched Xie Yongsong's arm tightly and said anxiously, what should we do? Yet Xie Yongsong remained unperturbed, a cold smile playing on his lips. It's nothing. Just a lesson for those 2 rabid dogs in our way. Continue beating them. And spare the chatter. 8 bodyguards, grinning menacingly, advanced slowly, encircling Li Weimin and a Yu. Hey, don't go overboard. Hong Kong is a society governed by law. The 8 robust bodyguards lunged forward, delivering slaps to Li Weimin's face, and, under his terrified gaze, rained down punches and kicks upon him. Let us move. This is getting too bloody. Let us head to the Peninsula Hotel for some fun. Xie Yongsong couldn't be bothered to cast another glance at Li Weimin. This pampered young master had never encountered the harsh realities of life, and today would be a lesson he would not soon forget. Xie Yongsong and Li Jiasin settled into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, closing the door behind them as they drove away, leaving Li Weimin, battered and resembling a pig's head, slumped on the ground, his clothes in tatters, his body racked with pain, yet miraculously without serious injury. The bodyguards, adept in their craft, had targeted sensitive areas, inflicting agonizing pain while ensuring that a hospital visit would not classify him as having sustained serious wounds. The pitiful Li Weimin was taken to Clearwater Bay Hospital, where his wounds were treated in the outpatient clinic, and he wept 3 or 4 times within half an hour. Take it easy. Do you want to keep your job? Believe me, I can have you unemployed with just one word. Li Weimin gritted his teeth, while the nurse tending to him trembled in fear, clearly intimidated by the arrogant young master. Young master, why don't we call the police and have them arrest these people? Yu, bewildered by the situation, could not comprehend why, after such a beating, his master did not retaliate immediately, as was customary given Li Weimin's temper. Fool, we were attacked over a woman. Do you think the media in Hong Kong is oblivious? If this young master ends up in the headlines over a woman, it could impact stock prices. Being a scion of a wealthy family is no easy feat. Li Weimin had younger brothers who were eager to see him embarrassed to seize the inheritance for themselves. Rest assured, this matter will not end here. In Hong Kong, as long as you have money, you can find someone unafraid of danger to help you seek revenge. Having been soundly beaten, Li Weimin was determined not to swallow his pride. Hiring someone from the underworld to teach Xie Yongsong a lesson was the most straightforward approach. At the Sun Building in Causeway Bay, the 6th floor was bustling with the grand opening of Fuda Securities, a new venture of Xie Yongsong, fully privately owned. The entrance of the Sun Group was alive with the sounds of drums as a professional lion dance troupe performed, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Mr. Xie, congratulations. With the opening of your securities firm, you are sure to prosper this year. Brother G from Central arrived early, carrying a floral basket to extend his congratulations. A beaming smile on his face. Brother G, esteemed guest, please come in. Ah, Brother Dinosaur, you are too kind. Han Bin and Dinosaur presented a small golden bull weighing 2 kilograms, a rather generous gift. Having collaborated with Xie Yongsong in smuggling operations, Han Bin had earned over 10 million last year and was quite generous in giving a portion as a gift. Any brother from Hongqing who opens an account with me will enjoy the lowest commission rates. Xie Yongsong embraced Brother G and Han Bin as they entered the company's reception area, where numerous distinguished guests had arrived in waves. I'd like to open an account with a deposit of 1 million, fully managed by your securities company. Han Bin generously handed over 1 million to Fuda Securities for management, with the firm collecting commissions while the profits and losses would be borne by the client. Xie Yongsong smiled as he reminded everyone, the stock market carries risks, invest wisely. If you lose all of this million, we bear no responsibility. Han Bin retorted, if I lose, I'll just smash your securities firm. I'll drag my brothers down with me. Xie Yongsong scolded, you dare? Just watch me pluck every feather from you. The group laughed like children as they playfully bantered, and as they observed the lively opening ceremony of the securities firm. A surge of ambition welled up within Xie Yongsong. The securities company was a vital component of finance. Stockholders could not directly purchase stocks on the exchange without going through a securities firm. These firms profited from commissions, and during the 1980s, stocks were all the rage. With the 4 major exchanges enjoying immense popularity in Hong Kong, almost everyone was trading stocks, from homemakers with children to business owners, all engaging in transactions through securities firms. Between 1983 and 1987, the Hong Kong stock market experienced a significant bull run, with the Hang Seng Index soaring. If one traded stocks, losses were almost unheard of. The emergence of securities firms was to assist those who were inexperienced in trading, helping them buy and sell stocks while earning commissions. Awesome. I'll introduce you to several business owners. Make sure to offer them the best commission rates. Uncle C brought along several business owners to show their support, all of whom had previously shared drinks with Xie Yongsong. No problem. Your presence is favor enough. You needn't worry about commissions. Xie Yongsong, adept at navigating social situations, waived account opening fees for all new clients and set commissions as low as 0.13, while other firms charged as high as 1. His opening event was highly appealing. Not only did acquaintances come to support him, but also some unfamiliar retail investors, attracted by newspaper advertisements, specifically sought to open accounts at Fuda Securities. Outside, over 20 investment managers were busily attending to clients, all drawn by the low commissions. Tao, although these clients came for the low commissions, how many do you think we can retain? Chen Tao, now the general manager of Fuda Securities, was responsible for all investment affairs and held a PhD in economics from Cambridge, a true high achiever. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure we retain this batch of clients. Dressed in a red suit, Chen Taodao confidently promised. The reputation of a securities firm hinges on client satisfaction, especially that of investment advisors, who must genuinely help clients earn profits. Otherwise, if the reputation falters, no one would buy stocks from them. At 6 in the evening, the securities firm was wrapping up its day, as there was little work to be done after the market closed. General Manager Chen Taotao, brimming with excitement, rushed into Xie Yongsong's office alongside the finance manager to share the day's business figures. Mr. Xie, I have wonderful news. Our finance department just finished tallying up. We received deposits totaling 56 million today. The number of client transactions reached 250, and our total profit for the day was 350,000, with a net profit of 290,000 after expenses. Xie Yongsong was momentarily stunned. No wonder people said finance was lucrative, having raised 50 million in just one day. Thank you all for your hard work. Please inform your colleagues that there will be bonuses this month, with the specific amounts depending on individual performance. This company now employed over 100 people, a considerable scale, operating from an office in Causeway Bay. Xie Yongsong had made a significant amount of money previously in Kowloon warehouse, greatly aiding the company's visibility. By the way, a sum of money will be arriving shortly. No need to record it. This statement made Chen Daotao's heart skip a beat. Money that didn't need recording? As an economics PhD, he recognized this as a clear indication of illicit funds. Is it possible that money laundering is being conducted through the securities company? At this thought, Chen Taodao could not help but feel a pang of fear. Could the rumors circulating outside about his boss, Xie Yongsong, hold any truth? It was said that he had once been a notorious gang leader, with numerous murders weighing heavily on his conscience. Just as this unsettling thought crossed his mind, Xie Yongsong flashed him a smile, which sent a chill down Chen Taotao's spine, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Chapter 59. Failing to report knowledge also carries responsibility. What's wrong? Tao Ge, are you alright? Chen Taodao wiped away his sweat, grappling internally with whether or not to report his boss. Money laundering is a crime, and as someone who has received a higher education, he found it difficult to come to terms with being involved in such activities. Yet he contemplated that as the general manager, failing to report knowledge could also entail consequences. What should he do? Ultimately, his greed triumphed over his reason. With an annual salary of 1 million at this position, he was considered a top-tier worker in this era. It's nothing, General Xie, I'll be heading home now. After reporting his work, Chen Taotao prepared to leave for the day. After watching Chen Taotao depart, Xie Yongsong addressed the empty room, saying, send someone to keep an eye on him. He is not one of us. We must be cautious. Yes, boss. The Taipingshan Villa area is undoubtedly the most prestigious location in Xiangjiang, unrivaled by any other. Standing here, one can gaze upon the magnificent vistas of Xiangjiang and Victoria Harbor. The properties here appreciate in value the higher they are situated, attracting influential figures. Xie Yongsong had amassed great wealth through money laundering, funneling 200 to 300 million into various police departments each month, netting him a profit of 50 to 60 million. His methods were diverse, ranging from inflating film box office revenues to laundering money through underground casinos, and even engaging in borrowing and stock trading. Li Weimin paced back and forth in the living room, clutching a large mobile phone. He was discussing plans to deal with Xie Yongsong with his subordinates, stating that a sum of 300,000 would suffice to break one of his legs. Which Xie Yongsong? The head of the Taiyang Group, the tycoon of Xiangjiang. Just after Li Weimin hung up, he received a harassing call, which sent him into a furious tirade. He knew many people in the underworld, but upon hearing that they were to target Xie Yongsong, those so-called leaders cowered in fear. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Nearby, advised Li Weimin not to act impulsively, mentioning that Xie Yongsong was quite notorious in the underworld, with considerable blood on his hands. However, Li Weimin paid no heed, his hatred for Xie Yongsong having reached a boiling point. Hey, the top figure in Causeway Bay belongs to our Li family. How dare that arrogant dragon intrude? He was determined to make Xie Yongsong pay a bloody price. Recently, a group from the South Vietnam gang had arrived, offering high wages for their services. I will ensure Xie Yongsong pays dearly. This new group in Causeway Bay was indeed fierce, led by 3 brothers, the leader Aja, the second Tony, and the third Ahu. They rampaged through Causeway Bay, looking down upon the so-called lowly figures in Xiangjiang, believing themselves invincible. Go to the South Vietnam gang's territory today, offer them 500,000, and see if they are willing to break Xie Yongsong's leg. A lackey of the Li family, found the leader Aja at a bar. The latter was dancing in the club, his large belly swaying as he captivated the entire venue. Upon finding Aja, Ayu conveyed the Li family's request, to which Aja readily agreed. I'll need a 20,000 deposit. I'll have my men take action immediately. If there's no deposit, then there's nothing to discuss. Without hesitation, Ayu pulled out a check from HSBC that could be cashed that very day. Alright, a pleasant collaboration. Await my news. Xie accepted the check, a cold smirk appearing on his face. Once Yu departed, Hu leaned in, worry etched across his features. The arrogant dragon of Causeway Bay is not to be trifled with. Yet Xie wore a sinister smile. Who says that accepting the job means we must follow through? Do you think I'm a fool? 20,000 is too good to pass up. Damn, the boss is clever. Such black-on-black dealings were not new among the South Vietnamese. To make money, one must be cunning. Over at Fuda Securities, Xie Yongsong had been closely monitoring Li Weiman's movements. Every action of Li Weiman was under his watchful eye. During this period, Fuda Securities' performance had been on the rise, accumulating over 300 million in investments. Xie Yongsong summoned General Manager Chen Taotao. Pointing at HK0002 5 shilling real estate on the computer screen, instructing, keep a close watch on this stock. We are poised to make a significant profit. HK0002 5 shilling real estate is a publicly traded company under the Li family, primarily dealing in leasing properties in Xiangjiang, with over 360 thriving shops in Causeway Bay alone, generating billions in annual rent. The stock of Shilin Real Estate was relatively dispersed, with the major shareholder, the Li family, holding only 30, while the rest circulated among minor shareholders and the market. This type of stock was highly suitable for speculation, allowing for rapid price inflation through substantial buying, followed by a quick sell-off to reap profits, leaving behind a mess for others to clean up. Although such practices might incite disdain, they were not entirely unwelcome in the financial market, especially since the Li family had already severed ties with Xie Yongsong, and Li Daxiao was planning to send someone to break his legs. What courtesy could Xie Yongsong afford to extend? Prepare 10 billion. I intend to aggressively speculate on this stock and secure a substantial profit. Understood. After reviewing the materials, Chen Taotao concluded that Shilin Real Estate was indeed a potential gold mine, brimming with value. Given that the major shareholder, the Li family, held a low percentage of shares, it could easily be taken over. Provided the Li family refrained from defending their position, they could directly acquire the publicly traded company. Thus, Chen Taotao promptly arranged for over 20 traders in the company to invest heavily in buying Shilin Real Estate stock. The trading floor buzzed with activity as traders swiftly executed purchases. In no time, the stock market reacted, with Shilin Real Estate's share price climbing from 130 to 150, continuing to rise steadily. Keep buying. After a day of effort, Fuda Securities had acquired 5,000 shares of Shilin Real Estate, constituting 33 of the total share capital, posing a threat to the Li family's position as the major shareholder. Simultaneously, Wang Bin, the manager of the securities department at Shilin Real Estate, sensed the unusual fluctuations. After all, those who became securities department managers were not ordinary individuals. Upon noticing the significant volatility in their stock, he rushed to the chairman's office to report to the actual controller, Wang Fun. Wang Fun, the widow of the first-generation head of the Li family, not only held the highest status and the most shares, but was also a shrewd businesswoman. It was her keen insight that enabled the Li family to successfully transition into the real estate industry, laying the foundation for their current status. Chairman, our company's stock has increased significantly this morning. I suspect a major player is secretly amassing shares. Upon hearing this, Wang Fun understood the gravity of the situation. If a powerful figure were to acquire Shilin Real Estate, it would spell disaster. The ownership of over 300 shops under Shilin Real Estate was worth a fortune. If acquired, they would have nowhere to lament their loss. Despite being over 50, Wang Fun was decisive in her actions. She promptly ordered, "There's no other way. We must raise funds for a counter-acquisition. We must retain control of the Li family's stake." Wang Fun immediately mobilized over 10 billion in funds to initiate a protective buyback, significantly increasing the stock price. The Li family's securities department also sprang into action, purchasing substantial amounts of their own stock, further propelling the stock price upward. Meanwhile, Chen Taotao at Fuda Securities was closely monitoring Shilin Real Estate stock. He noticed that another major player was also entering the market to buy shares, and, through connections, discovered it was the Li family taking action themselves. Chen Taotao rushed to report the situation to Xie Yongsong. "General, the Li family has begun to fight back. Should we sell off our stocks or continue to buy?" Xie Yongsong lounged leisurely in his executive chair, a cigar perched between his lips as he exhaled a smoke ring. "Continue buying," he instructed, "but remember to dispose of everything before noon tomorrow." Chen Taotao was left perplexed, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. "Why must we sell before 12? Is there some significance to it?" Xie Yongsong replied calmly, "You'll understand in due time. It's the inept small-time speculators who obsess over the stock market. The true magnates manipulate it directly. Atao, pay attention. I shall teach you how to summon storms and rain." With the cigar still in his mouth, Xie Yongsong gazed down at the bustling streets, a surge of ambition coursing through him. Chen Taotao was awestruck by this commanding presence. With someone like him, what monumental tasks could not be accomplished? This was merely the beginning in the stock market. The next phase was imminent. Tianhong, you may proceed. Ensure our esteemed young Master Li feels welcomed. Let him feel at home. On Queens Road in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong, young Master Li drove a rented red convertible Ferrari, the top down. A bouquet of flowers in hand, en route to Saikong. Originally intent on wooing the goddess Li Jiesin, he found her boyfriend too formidable and shifted his affections to TVB's blooming star, Lan Kwai Fong. Xie Yongsong, mark my words, when your legs are broken, I shall steal your woman and relish your frustration. As young Master Li indulged in fantasies of Li Jiesin, he mused that when Xie Yongsong was left crippled, no woman would want a limping man. You think you can contend with me? I can easily obliterate you with a mere financial gesture. Heh, young Master Li, brimming with confidence, believed no one in Hong Kong could rival the Li family. At this moment, he sat triumphantly in the passenger seat, while his confidant Au drove. The two seemingly inseparable. Au, mark my words, Li Jiesin will be mine sooner or later. Just worried that Xie Yongsong might ruin her for me. The thought of his beloved goddess being subdued by another man darkened young Master Li's expression. Suddenly, an old, rusted van appeared ahead, meandering slowly and obstructing the path of the Ferrari. The noxious fumes it emitted nearly overwhelmed the two in the convertible. Young Master Li erupted. What the hell? Who dares to block my way? Move aside. He pressed a button to raise the convertible roof, finally able to breathe fresh air. Just let the old wreck pass. Au, go around it. Just as Au prepared to overtake, two more vans surged out from the side, sandwiching the Ferrari in. They were surrounded by identical vans, all devoid of license plates. What on earth was happening? Au felt a chill run down his spine. Young master, something seems off. These people harbor ill intentions. Young Master Li dismissed the concern, uninterested in the intentions of these impoverished souls trying to challenge him. Suddenly, a window from the adjacent van rolled down, revealing the ominous muzzle of a gun aimed directly at them. My God, young master, it's them. Chapter 60. Who dares to provoke the wealthy elite? Au caught a glimpse of the masked assailant in the nearby van, brandishing a glimmering submachine gun. Although unfamiliar with its model, he recognized it could easily perforate them with ease. Upon hearing Au's words, young Master Li realized the gravity of the situation, his expression turning to one of disbelief. Could this be happening? This is too unfortunate. At that moment, the infamous robber Zhang Zihao was still an apprentice at a tailor shop, far from embarking on his legendary path. Hong Kong had never witnessed crimes targeting the affluent. Gang leaders were eager to curry favor with the wealthy, who dared to challenge those powerful magnates. Thus, young Master Li's astonishment was palpable, his face contorted in incredulity. Yet the reality loomed before them, as the masked robber wielded a submachine gun, signaling them to halt immediately, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Young master, what should we do now? Should we stop? Ask me. How would I know? The masked robber, seeing the Ferrari's driver hesitating, raised the weapon and aimed at the tires. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire, reminiscent of cinematic action, erupted as the submachine gun spat flames, bullets raining down. Sparks flew as they struck the tires, forcing the vehicle to a halt. This is it. They must be insane. Au and young Master Li exchanged horrified glances. My heavens. They're wielding an MP5 submachine gun, known as the king of submachine guns. Standard issue for the American military. How could such a weapon exist in Hong Kong? Given the stringent gun control laws, even a regular handgun was a rarity. Once the Ferrari stopped, the surrounding vans lunged forward. Luo Tianhong knocked on the car door, mimicking the throat-slitting motion while aiming his gun at young Master Li. At this moment, young Master Li was utterly shattered. Heavens! They are indeed kidnappers. With masked faces and submachine guns in hand, who else could they be? Young Master Li had no choice but to open the car door. The Ferrari couldn't withstand a barrage of submachine gun fire. Brother, let us discuss this amicably. I have 20,000 Hong Kong dollars on me. You can have it for smoking or tea. I'll tell you, I am the heir of the Li family, and my family has long-standing ties with the chief of the Hong Kong police. Don't act recklessly. In the face of young Master Li's threats, the robbers merely chuckled coldly, roughly shoving him into the van and shutting the door behind him. The robbers, working in perfect harmony, exhibited no panic. Leaving behind a wrecked sports car, the three unmarked vans swiftly departed, navigating the winding streets with ease, clearly well prepared for the escape, disappearing into the bustling flow of traffic. In that era, surveillance systems were not yet robust, allowing their retreat to be seamless. 10 minutes later, the police, alerted by citizens who had heard the gunfire, arrived on the scene. Was it you who called the police? Did you see the robbers? How many shots were fired? Chief Inspector Chun Guozhong of the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the scene, surveying the Ferrari with a punctured tire, finding no other clues. I didn't see what the scoundrels did, but I did notice a white van stopping. Officer, have you finished? I need to get home to cook for my children. Time is running short. A young officer, visibly awkward, maintained a serious demeanor. Apologies, ma'am. You must accompany me to the police station to provide an official statement. It is our civic duty to assist law enforcement. Oh no, I shouldn't have reported it. It's delaying my return. Chief Inspector Chin's expression darkened as he feigned ignorance, turning to his diligent assistant, Brother Hua. Brother Hua, equally troubled, was lost in thought. Boss, currently there's no evidence left behind. It appears the kidnappers were well prepared. These individuals are quite astute, possessing an intimate knowledge of our investigative methods. Chief Inspector Chin frowned, realizing the situation was indeed troublesome. The kidnapped young master clearly came from a notable background. Has the vehicle owner been identified? Brother Hua wiped the sweat from his brow. Typically, Chief Inspector Chin treated them like family, but he was particularly serious when it came to business, displaying a fierce disdain for evil. I've requested the Vehicle Management Office to investigate, but it will take a night. We won't receive any information until tomorrow morning. Chief Inspector Chun was exasperated. With not a single shell casing left behind, these kidnappers were no ordinary criminals. At this moment, Chen Guozhong suddenly recalled the gruesome bloodbath that transpired in the tunnel months ago, as well as the case of the notorious Chun Yaoxing from Wanchai. It seemed that there were certain similarities between these two cases. Although lacking in evidence, he couldn't shake off that intuition. He decided not to dwell on it any longer and awaited news from the Vehicle Management Office tomorrow. The disappearance of Li Weimin and Ayu for a day or two would go unnoticed, and even a 3 to 5 day absence could be deemed normal. In a nondescript residential building in Wanchai, on the 19th floor, an ordinary unit was shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by an eerie glow. A young man, clad in luxurious attire, sat foolishly on the bed. He had ransacked the entire room, and aside from the front door, there were no windows. The front door was locked tightly, leaving the young master trapped in a windowless room, utterly alone, a terrifying predicament indeed. Is anyone there? What do you intend to do? He shouted. If they meant to harm him, they could at least utter a word. After all, his family was quite wealthy. Despite his desperate cries, no one responded. Meanwhile, in room 273, not far from him, a monitor displayed his frantic shouts, the sound crystal clear. Song, what shall we do next? Should we give him a good beating to vent your frustrations, or should we proceed straight to the execution? Luo Tianhong suggested, eager to provide an outlet for his boss. Xie Yongsong's pent-up rage. Let us not resort to violence. We are civilized individuals. Xie Yongsong replied, straightening his tie with a serious demeanor. Luo Tianhong scoffed. What makes you a civilized person? Yet, being the boss, none dared to contradict him. Xie Yongsong beckoned Luo Tianhong closer and whispered a few instructions in his ear. You must handle it this way, he said. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhong's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Song, you're wicked. How could you come up with such a devious plan? He exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration of his boss's cunning. Mind your language. Could you be a bit more refined? Here's your chance. Boss, you are indeed brilliant. You are so resourceful. What a character you are. Luo Tianhong then exited the surveillance room and whispered a few words to his underlings, who couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Luo Tianhong donned a mask, retrieved a key, and opened the door, immediately alerting the young master inside. Brother, what exactly do you want? How much do you want? Just tell me a number. Why am I being locked up like this? With a sinister grin, Luo Tianhong replied coldly. You know you've offended someone, right? My boss instructed me to treat you well. I heard you have a preference, so I've arranged for 2 beautiful ladies to keep you company. The young master was momentarily stunned. Could such fortune truly befall him? Yet, sensing the underlying threat in the tone, he felt a tinge of fear as well. In the dimly lit room, upon hearing that the kidnappers intended to send him women for his amusement, the young master's eyes widened in surprise. Are these kidnappers genuinely so considerate? Sending 2 to alleviate my loneliness. What generosity. Brothers, there is no need for such courtesy. Just let me go. I don't need the women, but Luo Tianhong paid him no mind, merely chuckling. The door swung open again to reveal one tall woman in a dress and another who was exceedingly overweight, likely weighing at least 200 pounds. The first sight that met the young master's eyes was the corpulent woman, who appeared to be in her 40s, her thighs thicker than his waist, grotesque and unattractive. With a face marred by blemishes, the young master's face twitched in horror, turning pale. The sight made him nauseous. The thought of such a woman approaching him sent chills down his spine. Stay away from me. Brother, can we exchange her for someone thinner? He shouted. Having encountered numerous women before, but never anyone so repulsive. This is revolting. Don't come near me. He then turned his gaze to the taller woman with long hair, who seemed somewhat decent. In the dim yellow light, her figure was quite appealing, and her features were reasonably attractive, albeit with an odd aura about her. This peculiar feeling piqued when she spoke. Handsome, would you like me to serve you? Though she feigned a high-pitched voice, the unmistakable timbre revealed it to be a male voice. The young master's eyes widened in shock upon noticing her Adam's apple. You're a man? Why are you disguised as a woman? Come on, this is a joke, I don't want either of them, Li Dasha, now terrified, turned pale as if confronted by a monstrous apparition, backing away incessantly. Luo Tianhong, unable to contain his laughter, mocked from the side, no need to be modest. I went at great lengths to procure these two treasures from Boland Street. One is a gay man, afflicted by some unspeakable ailment. The other is the ugliest from Boland Street, and a carrier of disease. What a bargain for you tonight. Feeling queasy at the thought, Luo Tianhong hurriedly exited the scene. Li Dasha was left in a state of shock, realizing the life-threatening nature of this situation. Don't come near me. Don't touch me. The outside world is far too terrifying. Luo Tianhong chuckled as he left the room, locking the door behind him. The sounds of desperate screams soon filled the air. He returned to the surveillance room humming a tune, where Xie Yongsong was doubled over in laughter, unable to contain himself. Upon seeing Luo Tianhong, he gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Song, you are ruthless. You've nearly driven Li Dasha to the brink of madness. Ha ha, such pampered science, knowing nothing of hardship. Only bullying the common folk would today learn the perils of society." Xie Yongsong had previously investigated Li Dasha, discovering the numerous schoolgirls he had harmed, with many victims silenced by the Li family's influence. One girl, unable to endure, had even taken her own life, yet her family accepted money from the Li family, allowing the matter to fade away. These heinous acts, one after another, were intolerable to any righteous citizen of Longhua. Xie Yongsong felt no remorse in dealing with this scoundrel. Rather, it was a source of satisfaction. Let us go out for a late-night snack. Just let the underlings keep watch. Off we go. The events that followed were too gruesome to bear. Continuing to watch would likely dampen his appetite for days to come, and Xie Yongsong had no desire to further spoil his mood. Chapter 61. This matter must be kept confidential. The next day, at the Major Crimes Unit of the Hong Kong Island District, Brother Hua finally uncovered the ownership details of the red Ferrari. It belonged to Li Weimin, the third-generation heir of the Li family, a prominent name in Hong Kong. No, it should be said, a third-generation wealthy heir. Boss, we VE confirmed it. The owner is Li Weimin from the illustrious Li family of Hong Kong. The situation had escalated. The scion of Hong Kong's elite had been abducted. A scandal that would undoubtedly make headlines. If the media caught wind of it, it could severely tarnish the reputation of the police force. Hua, this matter must remain confidential. No one else can know, or the consequences will be dire. Brother Hua, being a seasoned officer, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Let us go directly to the Li residence on Victoria Peak. This is of utmost importance. Lu, please report to the higher-ups. After relaying his instructions, Chun Guozhong instructed Lu to prepare a report for the superiors and immediately set off with Brother Hua toward the lavish villa at number 13 Victoria Peak. Upon arriving, they were granted entry after revealing their identities. The head of the Li family, Wang Fun, hurriedly set off for the company early in the morning, leaving only Li Guofu and his wife, Zhang Dongmei, at home. Zhang Dongmei appeared remarkably well-preserved, hardly resembling a woman in her 40s. In truth, she was the mother of Li Weimin and Li Weihua. Officers, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our home today? Zhang Dongmei asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. The presence of the police rarely boded well, and an uneasy feeling began to settle in her gut. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, I am here because I have heard that your son has encountered some difficulties, the officer stated, leaving the couple momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Who is in trouble? As a mother, Zhang Dongmei had noticed that her elder son, Li Weimin, had not returned home last night, but had assumed he was merely out enjoying himself, not giving it much thought. Her younger son was studying abroad, so she doubted any serious issues could arise, let alone that the Hong Kong police would come knocking on their door. What? Officer, who is in trouble? Zhang Dongmei pressed anxiously. As a mother, her affection for her eldest son was profound, and the thought of him facing danger filled her with dread. Please, Mrs. Li, try to remain calm. We suspect that your eldest son, Li Weimin, may have been kidnapped by malicious individuals, which poses a threat to his safety. Remain calm? How could she possibly stay calm when her son had been abducted? The news struck her like a bolt from the blue, and she found herself collapsing onto the sofa, utterly devastated. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? The mere thought of her beloved son suffering, or worse, being murdered, caused her heart to ache as if it were being cleaved in two. The sorrow was simply beyond words. At that moment, it was Li Guofu who managed to maintain his composure, urgently questioning Officer Chen Guozhong. Who is responsible for this? Do the police have any leads? No matter the cost. We must rescue my son. Officer Chen found himself in an awkward position, wondering if wealthy individuals always spoke in such a manner. Mr. Li, we currently lack any evidence. All we can do is wait for the kidnapper's call. Chen Guozhong felt helpless. The abductors had left no clues, and they could only wait for a ransom demand. Is there any chance your son has made enemies recently? Especially among those in positions of power, please think carefully. Li Guofu appeared perplexed. While his son had indeed ruffled a few feathers and offended numerous individuals, most of them were ordinary people. Li Dasha typically did not harbor grievances with the powerful. Li Guofu turned to Zhang Dongmei, who usually indulged their son, and his tone became unusually stern. This is your doing. Quickly tell the officer if Li Weimin has exhibited any unusual behavior in recent days. Zhang Dongmei racked her brain, but could recall nothing of significance. I know he has not been in the best of spirits lately. He returned home 2 nights ago covered in bruises. When I inquired about it, he claimed he had simply fallen. Beyond that, I cannot say. Officer Chen sighed, realizing the investigation had hit a dead end. It seemed they would have to wait for the kidnapper's call. At Fuda Securities, Xie Yongsong sat in the trading department, exuding a sense of authority as he observed the stock market battle approaching a decisive moment. Atao, what is the current stock price of Shilin Real Estate? How much inventory do we have left? Chen Taodao furiously tapped away at the calculator, frantically crunching numbers. After a minute, he looked up to report. Shilin Real Estate stock price is currently $4.80, slowly climbing, but it should not exceed $5. The stocks had been artificially inflated. As the available shares dwindled, the price would cease to rise. We possess a total of 120 million shares, with an average purchase price of $2.50, totaling 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Xie Yongsong squinted thoughtfully for a minute, then opened his eyes and instructed Chen Taodao, sell off all our stocks before the market closes at noon. Not a single share should remain. Upon receiving the order, Chen Taodao immediately notified all traders to flood the market with stocks. The sudden onslaught of shares was swiftly absorbed by the Li family. Boss, the Li family has taken over. We have successfully liquidated our holdings. Fuda Securities made a tidy profit of 200 million in this market skirmish. In just 3 days, you've made over 200 million. Those in finance move swiftly, akin to a heist, Xie Yongsong remarked. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let us all celebrate tonight at Caesar Palace, my treat. Absolutely, boss. I've heard great things about that place. We must see for ourselves. In the office of the chairman of Shilin Real Estate, the 60-something Wang Fan leaned on a cane, unleashing a tirade at the manager of the securities department. I curse your ancestors. Do you come to work without a brain? With so many stocks on the market, you bought them all back in one fell swoop. Do you have any idea how much our company has lost today? Garbage. It was no wonder the chairman was in such a rage. Shilin Real Estate's stock price had plummeted at the close of trading, making it an opportune time for buying. The securities department manager tentatively suggested, should we consider selling some stocks to recoup funds? The response was another scolding. Are you brainless? With the stock price this low, how can we sell? Hold on to them. Consider them a lifeline. Experiencing this tumultuous market episode, Wang Fan felt a wave of anxiety. The stock market was perilous, and a moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic downfall. The group had narrowly avoided a takeover, and although they had only lost a few billion, the implications of an actual acquisition would have been dire. This is bad. Chairman, we have a major crisis. The chairman's assistant rushed in, clutching a newspaper with a look of terror. What is it? Must you burst in here in such a panic? Wang Fan could hardly tolerate her subordinate's lack of composure. How could they achieve anything with such a poor ability to manage stress? Chairman, it's terrible. The young master is in trouble. He has been kidnapped, and his fate is uncertain. It's on the front page of the newspaper. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan nearly lost her balance, saved only by the swift reflexes of her assistant. Regaining her composure, she snatched the newspaper and saw the headline. Li family's young master kidnapped. Shilin Real Estate in crisis. Will the Li family fall? The article detailed the circumstances surrounding Li Weimin's disappearance, stating that police had discovered an abandoned red sports car on Queens Road in Causeway Bay, initially concluding that the young master had been abducted. As the eldest grandson of the Li family, his status was high, and a ransom would undoubtedly demand an astronomical sum for his release. Experts predicted that shares of Shilin Real Estate would likely plummet, advising investors to sell their stocks immediately to avoid catastrophic losses. The more Wang Fan read, the angrier she became, practically hopping with rage. What nonsense. Those so-called experts are talking rubbish. Those investors are simply following the crowd. Hurry and check how much the stocks have fallen. She hurriedly followed the securities manager to the trading room, and upon seeing the stock price chart on the computer, she nearly spewed blood. The stock price had dropped to 61 cents per share and continued to decline without any signs of stopping. Retail investors were frantically selling their stocks, and combined with the negative news, a drop in stock price was to be expected. Meanwhile, in the trading room of Fuda Securities, boss, your strategy is truly brilliant. Leveraging the media's influence to make Shilin Real Estate stocks plummet, it's a masterstroke. Chen Taotao watched in awe, realizing this was the true stock market genius, capable of manipulating the rise and fall of a publicly listed company's stock price with a mere flick of the wrist. Xie Yongsong merely smiled nonchalantly, dismissing the praise. As long as one has sufficient funds and influence, controlling the stock market is not difficult. The key is to possess ample capital. With a professional kidnapping team and billions at your disposal, anyone can navigate the stock market with ease. Chen Taotao, place a substantial buy order. I intend to acquire this company. When others are engulfed in fear, I find myself consumed by greed. When they are in a state of panic, I seize the opportunity to buy at the bottom. Xie Yongsong has begun to operate contrarily. The traders at Fidelity Securities are gradually amassing stocks from retail investors, striving to avoid disrupting the market's rebound. Previously, Xie Yongsong was a seasoned investor, well-versed in Hong Kong stocks, having thoroughly studied various acquisition cases and similar matters. If the Li family wishes to contend with him, Xie Yongsong would ensure their ruin. Let us go, Tianhong. Let us return and see how young Master Li is faring. Is he being pampered to the point of plumpness? Upon hearing her brother mention this, Luo Tianhong couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, Songge. Let us join in the fun. The two swiftly drove to the small room where young Master Li was detained, and as they pushed open the door, a piercing scream echoed, "Get away from me." There, a disheveled man huddled in the corner, his eyes brimming with tears, resembling a bullied little wife. This tale recounts a rather unsavory affair. Li Weimin is currently in a dire state, tormented by the two women beside him, who incessantly taunted him with embarrassing remarks. "Boss, I had my way with him thrice yesterday. You ought to give me a bit more money." The plump woman nearby chimed in, "Boss, I did it twice. Asking for 2,000 isn't unreasonable, is it?" Xie Yongsong distanced himself, hastily instructing his subordinates to provide them with money to expedite their departure. Wearing a mask and utilizing a voice modulator, Xie Yongsong went unrecognized by young Master Li. "Did you enjoy yourself last night, Li Deshao?" The mere mention of this made Li Weimin feel nauseated. Last night's events had been nothing short of a nightmare, and he could endure no more. "Brother, what exactly do you want? If it's money, I can ask my family for it, but I cannot tolerate this treatment." Chapter 62. Watch me bring you to ruin. Young Master Li, utterly defeated, felt his dignity trampled upon. "Very well, you are quite obedient. Once I obtain the ransom, I shall release you. I am a man of my word." Observing young Master Li's predicament, Xie Yongsong secretly reveled in his misfortune. "Let us see how you fare competing with me for women." Xie Yongsong then called the Li family's mansion, with Chen Guozhong anxiously awaiting nearby. When Li Guofu answered the call, Chen Guozhong gestured for him to remain calm. "Wait, we need to ensure the safety of the call." After confirming security, Li Guofu answered, "Hello, this is Li Guofu. May I ask who is calling?" There was a moment of silence from the other end, followed by a mechanical synthesized voice. "Hi there. You must be Li Weimin's father. Consider your son." Upon hearing this, Li Guofu's heart raced. He realized it was a kidnapper. "What are your demands? Please do not harm my son." A strange, chilling laughter echoed from the other side. "I demand 10 billion in cash, all in sequentially numbered new bills, to be delivered within 3 days. Li Guofu was left speechless, astonished by the exorbitant sum. 10 billion? Impossible. Our Li family possesses only real estate. We cannot produce such a vast amount of cash. The family's assets were tied up in property, making it exceedingly difficult to liquidate quickly. "Dad, save me. It's me, Li Weimin." A desperate cry for help pierced through the phone, soon replaced by a jarring electronic synthesized voice. "Do you no longer wish to see your son alive? A family of your stature cannot raise 10 billion? You must be deceiving me." Chen Guozhong urgently signaled to Li Guofu, advising him not to provoke the kidnappers and to negotiate carefully. 10 billion is out of the question. Our family can only manage 5 billion at most, and beyond that, we simply cannot afford it. On the other end, Xie Yongsong let out a cold laugh. Having already dispatched someone to investigate the Li family's financial situation, 5 billion would require selling stocks. "Fine, 5 billion it is. You must prepare it within 3 days. Await my call." The kidnapper concluded the call, leaving a beeping tone in their wake. Li Guofu's expression turned despondent. 5 billion? Where am I to procure such funds? He muttered to himself, aware that the family's bank account held just over 2 billion, which was reserved for company emergencies and not easily accessible. Nearby, the affluent matron Zhang Dongmei suggested, "Why not have the matriarch sell some stocks? Raising a few billion temporarily shouldn't be an issue." To save their son, sacrificing some family interests seemed a trivial matter. The Li family's villa was shrouded in gloom, with their eldest son kidnapped and a ransom of 5 billion demanded. Even for a prominent family like theirs, this was a heavy burden. Chief Inspector Chen Guozhong arrived to console Li Guofu. "Mr. Li, rest assured. As long as the kidnappers agree to negotiate, I will devise a meticulous plan to ensure both your son and the ransom are safely secured." Although diligent, Li Guofu harbored little faith in him, responding with scorn. "You are merely a junior inspector, and your resources are limited. I shall speak with Commissioner Robert directly." Li Guofu was equally displeased, noting that despite Chen Guozhong's prolonged investigation, he had yet to identify the kidnappers. They had been led by the nose the entire time, revealing the police's incompetence. Just then, Wang Fun, the the actual head of the Li family, returned. Li Guofu briefed her on the kidnapping, including the 5 billion ransom demand. Wang Fan resolutely decided to sell a portion of company stock to ensure her grandson's safe return. The elderly patriarch, in his 60s, promptly dialed the phone of the chief of the Hong Kong Major Crime Unit, Robert, pleading for assistance. Upon learning that the head of the Li family was personally calling, Robert graciously stated he would arrive shortly. In Hong Kong, regardless of one's standing, the Li family commanded respect. Once Robert arrived at the Li residence, he first offered words of comfort to the family before confidently assuring Wang Fan, "Rest easy, Lady Li. I will mobilize the Flying Tigers immediately. Once our elite forces are on the scene, the kidnappers will certainly not escape." The foreigner spoke Chinese quite well, even adopting the habit of boasting common among Hong Kong residents. Yet, Wang Fan remained somewhat bewildered, her trust in the foreigner increasing. As she produced a check and handed it to Robert, "This 1 million Hong Kong dollars is a token of our appreciation. Should you successfully secure my grandson and the ransom, there will be additional rewards." Robert accepted the check, flicking it with a smile. "Oh my. I am quite fond of this." His eagerness to assist the Li family stemmed precisely from this moment. "I will contact Commissioner Rod of the Flying Tigers immediately and request a squadron to be dispatched." With the funds in hand, Robert's demeanor turned exceedingly amiable as he took full charge of the situation, all in pursuit of greater profit. The situation is unfolding in two directions. Robert is tasked with contacting the Flying Tigers while also drafting a report for his superiors, as the deployment of the Flying Tigers requires the signature of the chief of police. Meanwhile, Li Jia must urgently gather the 500 million Hong Kong dollars demanded by the kidnappers. There is no time to sell property, and suitable buyers cannot be found in such a short span. Thus, the only option left is to liquidate stocks. That very day, Wang Fan returned to the company, instructing the securities department manager to sell a portion of the stocks. "I hold 1 billion shares, accounting for 60 of the company's equity, and I need to sell 40 urgently for cash." The securities department manager was taken aback upon hearing this. Selling such a large volume of stocks at a low price would leave only 20 of the shares, posing a significant risk of a takeover by another company. However, upon witnessing the chairman's grim expression, he restrained his objections. "Chairman, I will sell the stocks gradually this afternoon to prevent the price from plummeting further." Wang Fan nodded in agreement. It was a matter of necessity. With her grandson's life at stake, the only recourse was to liquidate the stocks for immediate cash, with hopes of repurchasing them later. The securities department manager had no choice but to comply with the chairman's directive, selling off the majority of the company's stocks, knowing that the chairman would feel the most distress over this decision. On the other side, at Fuda Securities, Chen Taodao had long been eyeing the stocks of Shilin Real Estate. Upon noticing the sudden influx of shares into the market, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. The fish have taken the bait." Xie Yongsong joined in the mirth, slowly stating, "This time, we won't be playing subtle games. We'll go in for a direct acquisition at bargain prices. This is a rare opportunity." Stocks priced ludicrously below their actual value 1T drop to mere cents per share without a significant event causing it. It's akin to a windfall from the heavens. "We must swiftly acquire Shilin Real Estate before the other tycoons catch on. This prize is ours to claim," Xie Yongsong proclaimed with confidence, determined to seize Shilin Real Estate while the other magnates remained oblivious. The traders at Fuda Securities were fully engaged, fueled by their generous boss, and the acquisition of Shilin Real Estate was progressing steadily, with the scheduled transaction time drawing ever closer. The police chief expressed sympathy for Li Jia's predicament and swiftly approved the involvement of the Flying Tigers in the rescue operation. The Flying Tigers represent the elite unit of the Hong Kong police, equipped with top-notch gear and trained at great expense. Li Jia had also prepared the 500 million Hong Kong dollars in ransom, with stacks of cash being delivered in several batches to his luxurious residence. Neatly arranged in the hall, over 400 million Hong Kong dollars had already been gathered, comprising old bills that were not sequentially numbered. The mansion had seen an increase in security, with members of the police's witness protection team stationed there, all impeccably dressed in suits and equipped with earpieces. Although not as formidable as the Flying Tigers, each had undergone professional training. To safeguard the ransom within Li Jia's mansion, a total of 12 high-level security personnel were deployed. Meanwhile, Li Jia's family planned to rest early to be prepared for the impending transaction the following day, unaware that numerous eyes were watching them like wolves in the night. Several vans parked along the nearby road went unnoticed by others. Luo Tianhong used binoculars to survey Li Jia's mansion, noting that aside from the 12 security guards, there were no additional defensive measures in place. "Brother Song, shall we seize this opportunity for a hefty score? Isn't it a bit ruthless?" inquired a nearby comrade. "Haha, that Li brat has crossed Brother Song. It's only fitting he faces ruin." Xie Yongsong was not there to admire the scenery. After all, what sights could one behold in the dead of night? He had deliberately misled the police into believing the meeting point would be disclosed the next day, when in fact, they had arrived a day early to ambush Li Jia and seize that 500 million Hong Kong dollars. In warfare, deception is key. Surprise is the path to victory. If we follow the usual protocol, they will surround us with the police and the flying tigers tomorrow. Even if we manage to escape, our comrades will surely suffer losses. Brother Song is truly brilliant. Who would have imagined we'd strike a day early? It was likely that the flying tigers were still at their base, resting and recuperating. However, Xie Yongsong maintained a serious demeanor. The operation was not yet complete, and it was premature to celebrate. Check the equipment. We are about to confront the Hong Kong police directly, so we must not let our guard down. Recent missions had gone smoothly, leading to a degree of complacency among the brothers, an attitude that was unacceptable. All those present had participated in the Vietnam War, clad in black combat uniforms that rendered them nearly invisible at night. Each wore night vision goggles, a cutting-edge technology procured at great expense by Xie Yongsong, specifically allocated for the Special Operations Team. The Lihu Special Operations Team now comprised 13 seasoned and fiercely loyal warriors, diligently inspecting their weapons. Each was equipped with 6 rounds of ammunition, all chambered. Their primary weapons were submachine guns or assault rifles, with sidearms being Glock 17 handguns. Chapter 63. The night became the best cover. In addition, each carried 2 anti-tank rockets and a Swiss Army knife, fully donned in bulletproof vests and helmets. Armed to the teeth. This operation was under the command of Dejun, and everyone tuned their radios to the same channel, communicating via earpieces throughout. The 13 Special Forces members swiftly disembarked from their vehicles, stealthily approaching Li Jia's mansion under the cover of darkness. The iron gate at the main entrance was securely locked, making a frontal assault unlikely without immediately alerting the guards inside. Dejun led the group to a low wall, confirming the absence of high-voltage electricity with a detector before 2 members effortlessly scaled it. The team gradually moved from the garden toward the villa's living room, utilizing their night vision goggles, which made the darkness their greatest ally. 2 foreign security guards patrolled the garden, but due to the dim lighting, they failed to notice the concealed Special Forces members. Dejun and another team member exchanged silent signals before quietly neutralizing the guards with silenced weapons, each taking down one. With a soft puff, the 2 suited foreigners collapsed without a chance to raise the alarm. Thus, the Special Forces continued to eliminate their adversaries one by one. Just as they began to relax, having dispatched the 6th foreign security guard, they were taken aback by how inept these policemen were. Unbeknownst to them, hidden cameras in the hallway transmitted the scene to the monitoring room, where the officers on duty were abruptly awakened. Damn it! Armed intruders have breached the premises. Everyone, be alert. The expressions of the foreign officers in the monitoring room shifted dramatically as they clearly observed each intruder donning goggles and wielding automatic rifles. What is happening? Is the North attempting to reclaim this territory? The foreign officers' initial response was to suspect an invasion from the North. Yet they found it perplexing that such an event could occur so close. Withdraw. Do not engage directly. Fleeing is not a disgrace. Despite his urgent pleas over the radio, the proud British soldiers were not inclined to retreat. The remaining 4 foreign officers decided to investigate the situation, boldly charging out with flashlights. These young foreigners hailed from humble backgrounds and had not fared well in their homeland. When Britain urgently needed to dispatch officers to Hong Kong, those in power felt uneasy about relying on the local population. Key positions were best filled with their own kind. The Witness Protection Team, aside from the Flying Tigers, comprised the police force's elite, and thus, it was only natural that the valiant British lads were assigned to protect them. Those young Brits still basking in the glory of the British Empire foolishly charged headlong towards the well-equipped Special Forces. Goodness gracious, what utter fools. The foreigners in the surveillance room were left speechless. Were they so thick-headed that they were eager to ascend to heaven and meet God? In a narrow encounter, the brave might prevail, but 4 foreign police officers found themselves suddenly face-to-face with a dozen fully armed commandos, leaving both sides utterly dumbfounded. The commanders were astounded. Are you certain these individuals are kidnappers? When did Hong Kong's kidnappers begin to wield automatic weapons? Moreover, is that helmet atop their heads a bulletproof one? Seizing the moment while the 4 foreign officers were momentarily stunned, the well-trained commandos opened fire with their submachine guns. At such close range, despite the officers' desperate attempts to evade, the firepower was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving them utterly defenseless in the narrow corridor. Their bodies were riddled with bullets, resembling a beehive. And anyone with a fear of clusters would likely be terrified. How pitiful! These individuals met a fate worse than those outside. The deafening gunfire continued unabated, alarming the owner of the villa, though it was certain they wouldn't dare to emerge. Cowering under the covers was undoubtedly their wisest choice. It was simply too terrifying. Good heavens! Even the boldest of these wealthy youngsters would not dare to venture from their rooms. The task force scoured the first floor, discovering dozens of large leather suitcases nearly filling half the living room. Upon opening one, they were astonished to find it brimming with bundles of cash and gold bars. Lee's audacity was remarkable, flaunting 500 million Hong Kong dollars in the living room. They had to move it all out, but carrying such a colossal sum must surely be exhausting. The special forces split into two teams, one designated to transport the suitcases, while the other stood guard. The team responsible for the boxes was thoroughly exhausted, racing back and forth between the villa and the outside, all the while needing to hurry. Should someone alert the authorities, the police would soon arrive. Every second counted. Each team member made an average of 7 to 8 trips, feeling both pain and joy, as all this money was in their hands. Each suitcase was worth millions, and for the first time, they realized just how heavy money could be. Phew. Exhausted, they finally loaded all the boxes onto the truck. Luo Tianhong used a detector to check each suitcase meticulously. Brother Tianhong, what are you doing? Just checking for bombs inside the boxes. Everything's clear. Let us get out of here. After the special forces boarded the vehicles and shut the doors, 3 vans sped down the mountain road. Half an hour later, the police arrived at a leisurely pace. Inspector Robert was snugly nestled with his wife in bed when a sudden phone call jolted him awake. The Lee family had been listening to the continuous gunfire from downstairs. Yet they had not dared to venture down. Now, seeing the police had finally arrived, they were on the verge of tears from excitement. Li Guofu cautiously descended the stairs, only to be struck dumb by the scene before him. Lying haphazardly on the ground were police officers, all of whom had sacrificed their lives to protect his family. Bloodstains were everywhere, congealed in grotesque patterns. My heavens! Li Guofu, a man of the world, had never witnessed such a scene of bloody violence. Where's the money? Where's my 500 million ransom? Curse your ancestors! Li Guofu collapsed onto the floor, staring at the empty living room, tears streaming down his face. The boxes filled with money had vanished, representing the accumulated wealth of the Li family over generations. It was truly a situation that left him without tears to cry. At that moment, Inspector Robert and his subordinates arrived, and upon witnessing the chaos, he too was left dumbfounded. This hardly resembled a scene from managing a case. It was akin to a battlefield, with several slain police officers sprawled across the floor. Robert felt a chill in his heart. It was all over. So many officers had perished while executing their duties. If this news were to leak, his career as an inspector would be irrevocably ruined. A provocation. This was an outright challenge to the Hong Kong police. Robert's expression darkened. Report, sir. We have discovered 8 bodies. All of them are colleagues. 8 police officers slain in the line of duty. Robert could barely stand. Meanwhile, reporters from Hong Kong swarmed to the Lee villa like cats sensing fishy prey. The journalists, always in the know, rushed to any scene of significant events. Goodness, so many bodies covered with white sheets. They hastily snapped photographs, knowing tomorrow's newspaper would have a sensational front page. Lu Huijin was ecstatic at the sight. The more sensational the news, the happier the reporters. They relished creating topics. The camera shutters clicked incessantly, and the police were powerless to intervene. Hong Kong was a society that cherished freedom of speech, and no institution could interfere with the media's reporting. The next day, major media outlets plastered eye-catching headlines across their front pages. Hong Kong Daily. Hong Kong's elite Lee family's heir kidnapped. 500 million ransom seized by armed assailants. Island News Network. A day of disgrace for the Royal Hong Kong Police, overrun by bandits, who will ensure the safety of the citizens. The media, as if invigorated by a stimulant, eagerly joined the fray, for this event was too shocking and provocative. The entire discourse in Hong Kong ignited. From the elite aristocrats to the common laborers, everyone was abuzz discussing this audacious heist. 500 million. Who could be the fortunate soul to have claimed it? If only that money were mine. Ha ha. Old Lou, if you had even half the courage of those robbers, you wouldn't be here selling fruit on the street. 2 middle-aged men joked together, asserting that one's boldness directly correlated with one's fortunes. Those lacking ability and courage could only toil at the bottom of Hong Kong, gazing longingly at the news and the papers. Yet, the wealthy elite of Hong Kong were on edge, fearing that they might become the next targets of those bandits. They now ventured out accompanied by a dozen bodyguards. It was utterly frightening. Should they be robbed, they would lose at least hundreds of millions. Hiring a dozen bodyguards was a mere pittance in comparison. The Strong Shield Security Company was inundated with orders. Even airing an advertisement on TVB, 100 personnel clad in black combat gear, brandishing assault weapons, lined up in formation. Strong Shield Security, safeguarding your wealth safely. Their synchronized shouts, filled with vigor, were perfectly timed with this astonishing heist. Upon seeing this security detail, the wealthy citizens of Hong Kong recognized that it was no mere show, immediately placing calls to order bodyguards. Although Strong Shield Security charged exorbitant fees, the affluent were sufficiently rattled by this heist. They cared not for the cost, only for their safety. The shipping magnate promptly ordered 20 bodyguards, instantly becoming a major client. The impact of this heist was monumental. Since the opening of Hong Kong, there had been instances of wealthy merchants being robbed, but none had ever witnessed a top-tier family being plundered of 500 million. Thus, this monumental heist was dubbed the most sensational case of the 1980s, with the police offering a reward of 300,000 for clues. Little did Xie Yongsong anticipate that this incident would become a golden opportunity for the security company to expand its market, with orders flooding in from Hong Kong. Was this surprising? Unexpected? Countless dream-chasing youths kept their eyes fixed on this citywide sensation. In a tailor shop in Yau Ma Ti, a young man named Zhang Shihao was reading the newspaper with great delight. He harbored a particular envy for that 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Mentally calculating how many properties he could acquire and how many exquisite pieces of jewelry he could bestow upon his girlfriend. Ugh, girlfriends only weigh one down. With wealth, isn't it easy to find someone better? The more Zhang Shihao contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, as if he had suddenly opened the meridians of his mind. Good heavens, amassing wealth was apparently so simple. What good is it to merely envy others? We must take action and outshine them in fortune. Chapter 64. He felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. Simultaneously, he developed a sense of admiration for the unacquainted elder, Xie Yongsong, almost considering him a life mentor. In the future, as the king of thieves, Zhang Shihao would make his debut in Hong Kong under the profound influence of Xie Yongsong. In the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel, an exceedingly lengthy football match was underway. The defense, Guan Zhilin, was utterly demoralized after 2 exhausting hours of play. In contrast, Xie Yongsong, the home team, brimmed with vitality, seemingly possessing boundless energy. By the conclusion of the friendly match, Guan Zhilin had undeniably suffered a thorough defeat. It must be acknowledged that Guan Zhilin, once a modest actor in TVB, had performed remarkably well, delighting Xie Yongsong immensely. Here's a check for 500,000. It should suffice for your living expenses over the next 2 months, my dear. Xie Yongsong was exceedingly generous towards his woman. Although Guan Zhilin was merely an accomplice, essentially Xie Yongsong's girlfriend, her status was clearly defined. Xie Yongsong was her benefactor. She was nothing more than a gilded canary in his care. Thank you, Brother Song. I love you. Guan Zhilin was no longer the obscure actress she once was. After starring in Once Upon a Time in China, her fame in Hong Kong had soared, nearly rivaling the top-tier star Li Jessen. Brother Song, when does my next film begin production? I aspire to be the leading lady. Director Su Ku had joined the Dreamland City Film Company, and Once Upon a Time in China was his breakthrough work. However, he was currently preoccupied with filming a Chinese ghost story, leaving him no time to shoot a sequel. All right. Take a month off. Once Upon a Time in China 2 will commence next month. In gratitude for Xie Yongsong's kindness, Guan Zhilin pushed through her fatigue and resumed work. In the top-floor office of the Sun Group, Chen Taotao, the general manager of Fuda Securities, stood respectfully before the desk, holding a folder and succinctly reporting the recent achievements to the chairman. Chairman, our securities firm now holds 53 of the shares in Shilin Real Estate. According to corporate law, we have effectively gained control over this company. Chen Taotao was thoroughly in awe of his boss. Having acquired a real estate group valued at 5 billion without spending a dime, merely reinvesting profits from the stock market. Impressive. Boss, you are truly a stock market wizard. Even Soros cannot compare. Xie Yongsong, however, remained modest, casually remarking, that's an exaggeration. Soros can influence a nation's currency. When did you become so hyperbolic? The previously arrogant Chen Taotao, after witnessing Xie Yongsong's prowess, had transformed into an ardent admirer. Xie Yongsong felt a sense of pride. This was his first publicly traded company, holding significant meaning. Due to the continuous financial support from his shadowy enterprises, there was no need for his companies to go public. While an IPO could raise substantial funds and rapidly expand the company's scale, it also posed risks of financial market attacks and potential takeovers. Xie Yongsong had no intention of taking his companies public, yet that did not hinder him from purchasing shares in listed companies. Shilin Real Estate was his first significant target, bearing great significance. Brother Song, what about Li Weimin? Should we eliminate him? The Li family had lost their value, and Li Weimin had become a redundant pawn, unable to produce any funds. To Xie Yongsong, even a few tens of millions or 100 million seemed inconsequential. Luo Tianhong made a slashing gesture across his neck, causing Chen Taotao to tremble in fear and hastily excuse himself from the office. Must you always speak of murder so casually? The young master Li has already been dealt with sufficiently. Let him go. Boss, do you have some nefarious scheme in mind? Luo Tianhong found it hard to believe such a thing. Compared to such a cunning and ruthless leader, he felt he would need to cultivate virtue for 10 lifetimes. Get lost. Does your boss seem like that kind of villain? Perhaps we should sell him to Southeast Asia as a laborer, forced to toil from dawn till dusk, barely scraping by. After some contemplation, Xie Yongsong concluded that sending Li Weimin to Southeast Asia for hard labor could be deemed his final contribution to the world, with hopes that he might aspire to be a better person in the next life. Luo Tianhong's expression confirmed his suspicions. The boss remained the same cold-blooded butcher, unchanged. Ever since the Li family's 500 million Hong Kong dollars was stolen, the entire household had been in a state of turmoil, anxiously awaiting communication from the kidnappers, who had seemingly vanished without a trace. It's all over. The ransom has been seized. Those criminals will undoubtedly cease to contact us. For Weimin, the outlook is grim. Madame Zhang Dongmei wept, wiping her tears, while Li Guofu sighed despondently on the sofa. Inspector Robert, you must provide us with an explanation, otherwise we will take our grievances to the governor. Inspector Robert was equally frustrated. He had initially hoped to curry favor with the Li family for personal gain, but the situation had escalated, leading to reprimands from his superiors. Madam Li, we are taking this matter very seriously and have established a special task force. We are even offering a reward of 300,000 through TVB, and I believe we will soon apprehend the culprits. Such official assurances were hardly credible. The astute matriarch Wang Fong was no pushover. She had substantial connections within the upper echelons of Hong Kong. Inspector Robert, if you cannot uncover the truth, I shall write to your superior to inform him of the circumstances here. This was a blatant threat, and the two parted on unfriendly terms. Wang Fong felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Recent events seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. This intangible force suffocated her, pushing her towards the brink of a breakdown. Prepare the car for the company. I am concerned about the situation there. Understood, Chairman. The headquarters of Xilin Real Estate Group was located in the Xilin Building in Causeway Bay, a 36-story edifice that was also their property, rented rather than sold, with annual rental income exceeding 10 million. As Wang Fong entered the building, she immediately sensed something amiss, as both the first and top floors remained unoccupied, creating an odd atmosphere. The usually cheerful receptionist appeared momentarily stunned upon Wang Fong's arrival before remembering to greet her. Nearby, several employees whispered and pointed, as if discussing something clandestine. Director Wang, representatives from the Sun Group have come to see you. They have also convened a board meeting with all shareholders. Zhang Bo, the executive vice president of Xilin Real Estate, approached with a distracted demeanor, his speech slightly stammering. Sun Group? Wang Fong did not recall such a major shareholder. She had only heard of the enterprise in passing, rumored to be a business legend. Anxiety gripped her, yet she had no time for further contemplation. Meeting them would clarify everything. Ascending to the top floor with mixed emotions, she noticed her office door was ajar. Zhang Bo, who granted permission for anyone to enter my office at will. This is utterly outrageous. Write me a formal reflection immediately. Zhang Bo. Both the executive vice president and the office director wished to voice his concerns, but ultimately remained silent. Although Wang Feng is no longer young, her years of leadership experience imbue her with a commanding presence, causing all within the company to regard her with a mixture of respect and trepidation. As Wang Feng stormed into her office, she was taken aback to find a dashing young man lounging in her luxurious executive chair, a cigar perched between his lips, grinning at her with an air of insouciance. Momentarily stunned, her astonishment swiftly ignited into fury. Who are you? Why are you sitting in my chair? Get out this instant. Wang Feng's demeanor was fierce, akin to an enraged lioness defending her territory from an intruder, instinctively ready to retaliate. Yet, Xie Yongsong remained unfazed, his expression as calm as a placid lake. Removing the cigar from his mouth to respond, I apologize, but I am here to inform you that there is no longer a position for you here. Before he could finish, Wang Feng interrupted him with a sharp rap of her cane against the floor, her voice booming. Vice President Zhang, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry and have security remove these unwelcome guests. The security captain soon arrived, preparing to escort Xie Yongsong forcefully from the chairman's office, but before any action could be taken, a thunderous voice rang out, halting everything. Are you jesting? You intend to expel the rightful owner? Cease this. I am the esteemed lawyer Liang Anqi, and the young man before you is your new employer. If you wish to keep your jobs, vacate this office at once, or you will be dismissed immediately. The security captain was left in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Wasn't T. Wang Feng, the matriarch of the Li family, his employer? The culturally unrefined security captain could not grasp the situation. Wang Feng, equally terrified, looked to Liang Anqi in disbelief, demanding to know what was happening. Please step outside. I will call for you when necessary. Vice President Zhang, having surmised part of the situation, ushered the security personnel away. Could it be that the Xilin Group was undergoing a significant transformation? Madam Wang, I am here on behalf of the Sun Group to formally inform you that we hold 53 of the shares in the Xilin Group, making us its largest shareholder. Xie Yongsong stated matter-of-factly. To put it plainly, our President Xie is the true owner of this company. You, Madam Wang, are merely here as an employee now. Wang Feng's mind whirled. nearly causing her to collapse. The chairwoman of the Xilin Real Estate Group was astonished. How could this be possible? She still possessed 20 of the shares. Could it be that this astonishingly youthful man held more than 51? This was preposterous. To acquire her Xilin Real Estate Group, one would need no less than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Only long-established conglomerates could muster such funds. Impossible. Your company cannot possess such capability. The Xilin Group has always belonged to the Li family, and no one shall usurp it. Wang Feng muttered to herself. Unable to accept that the company she had devoted her life to could slip from her grasp, Liang Anqi, with no other recourse, produced the stock ownership certificate from the Kowloon Stock Exchange, clearly indicating that the Sun Group held 53 of the shares, undeniably the largest stakeholder. According to legal stipulations, major shareholders have the right to convene all directors for a board meeting, and I have already notified the 25 directors of the group. They shall arrive promptly within 10 minutes. Chapter 65. Few are aware of his true circumstances. Every publicly traded company has a board of directors, the highest authority within the organization. Board members are elected by the shareholders' meeting, typically from shareholders possessing over 5 of the shares. By law, with 51 of the shares, Xie Yongsong automatically becomes a board member and possesses the authority to convene meetings and determine who shall serve as chairman. The chairman of the board is synonymous with the title of director. Very well, Director Wang, we may proceed to the meeting, Xie Yongsong remarked with a smile as he walked past the bewildered Wang Feng. The Xilin Real Estate Group is the largest commercial real estate conglomerate in Xinjiang, with a substantial scale and annual profits exceeding 200 million. The conference room was lavish and grand, and aside from Wang Feng, the other 22 directors had gathered, each casting curious glances at the newly appointed director of the Xilin Group. Among these 22 directors, 3 were members of the Li family. Wang Feng held 20, Li Guofu 5, and Li Guokong 3. The Li family's ability to dominate the board relied heavily on these 3 individuals. Li Guokong, Wang Feng's second son and Li Guofu's brother, wore a somber expression. Upon seeing their mother enter, Li Guofu hurried to assist her. As per convention, Li Guofu intended to guide Wang Feng to the principal seat at the table. In the center of the conference table stood a particularly distinguished chair, reserved exclusively for the chairman of the board, symbolizing the core power of the group. At that moment, however, it was occupied by a striking young man. Who could he be? Li Guofu was about to reprimand this presumptuous second-generation rich kid when his mother, Wang Feng, intervened. Who is he? He looks quite unfamiliar. This should be interesting. This individual is Xie Yongsong, the president of the Sun Group and the owner of Dreamland City Films, a commercial prodigy. He is the one who summoned us for this meeting. The murmurs among the directors grew as they expressed their curiosity about the newcomer, many having taken the initiative to inquire about his background. How on earth did the Li family permit him to ascend to the position of chairman? Indeed. How is this possible? What is going on? Shun, do you have any insider information? Care to share? Among the directors was an old acquaintance, Shun Bai, a prominent figure at HSBC and a director of Xilin Real Estate, holding 8 of the shares and thus considered a major shareholder. Shun Bai shook his head, equally perplexed. I know young Master Xie. He appears understated but is, in fact, a significant figure. Do not underestimate him. Shun Bai was aware of Xie Yongsong's banking status. He was a super VIP at HSBC, with deposits exceeding 1 billion, a top-tier magnate. However, Xie Yongsong remained remarkably low-key, with no companies listed publicly, resulting in few knowing the true extent of his situation. Upon hearing Shun Bai's words, the other directors promptly adjusted their attitudes towards Xie Yongsong. Seated in the chairman's position, Xie Yongsong had Liang Anqi and Zhang Mitzi flanking him, with Zhang Mitzi holding a briefcase and Liang Anqi clutching a stack of documents. Esteemed directors, allow me to introduce our chairman, Xie Yongsong of the Sun Group. I possess a document regarding the Sun Group's acquisition of Xilin Real Estate. Liang Anqi's dulcet voice resonated throughout the conference room, prompting a stir among the attendees. What? An acquisition? What is happening? Were we not merely adding a director? Are the Li family selling the company? The Li brothers were equally confounded, their expressions darkening as they scrutinized the legal document before them. Who do I ask? I am a victim in this matter. They glanced left and right, and the document indeed appeared to be an official share ownership certificate, signifying that the Xilin Real Estate Group no longer belonged to the Li family, marking a profound transformation for the company. Well, you have seen the document. The combined shares of all present directors do not exceed mine. According to international conventions, the authority of the board of directors is contingent upon the proportion of shares held, and I possess the largest shareholding. Therefore, I propose the dismissal of Wang Feng from the position of chairman of the board. Who is in favor? Who is against? Xie Yongsong rose, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, his formidable presence seemingly lowering the temperature in the room several degrees. The hall fell into a silence so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard. These directors were not fools. fully aware that Xie Yongsong held the majority of shares. Who would be foolish enough to stand up and invite trouble upon themselves? It would be a self-inflicted predicament. Very well, the motion passes unanimously. Director Liang will be responsible for documenting the proceedings. The other directors appeared bewildered, pondering who had cast votes. We are merely angered, but do not dare to voice our dissent. Following Wang Fan's dismissal from the chairmanship, a new chairman was naturally elected. Xie Yongsong was appointed unanimously, despite 3 abstentions, which did not affect the outcome. The entire board had effectively become a domain governed solely by Xie Yongsong, which was precisely where his advantage over the other shareholders lay. Excellent. I intend to add 2 new directors, Li Jiyuan and Liang Anqi. Let us give them a warm welcome. Xie Yongsong reduced the 3 board seats previously held by the Li family to 2 and appointed 2 of his own associates to the board. This process unfolded seamlessly, with no one daring to offend this new master, making everything appear entirely reasonable. Li Jiyuan was appointed executive vice president of Shilin Real Estate, while Liang Anqi assumed the role of chief financial officer. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Xie Yongsong merely removed the individuals from the Li family positioned in key departments and replaced them with his trusted confidants from the Sun Group. The finance, human resources, securities, and marketing departments underwent adjustments, although CEO Wei Peter was not replaced for the time being. Wei Peter, a foreign national, secured his position as CEO of Shilin Real Estate not only due to his exceptional capabilities, but also because of his connections with various departments, particularly the planning and commerce departments. In Hong Kong, it is quite common for a company to have a foreign CEO, as this facilitates more efficient handling of affairs, a reflection of the political environment in Hong Kong. Thus, Xie Yongsong resolved to test Wei Peter, assessing whether he was worthy of trust. The following day, the Sun Group convened a press conference, inviting numerous media outlets from Hong Kong. The announcement of the Sun Group's acquisition of Shilin Real Estate and the restructuring of the board, with Xie Yongsong concurrently serving as chairman of the board of Shilin Real Estate, created an immediate sensation. Journalists were electrified. Shilin Real Estate is a publicly listed company, and for Xie Yongsong to acquire such an entity, one could only imagine the wealth behind it. Hong Kong residents exhibit a keen interest in wealth rankings, with notable publications such as Forbes and Huruan from the 1980s. The editor of Forbes urgently launched an investigation into the companies under Xie Yongsong's purview, discovering that most were privately held, with Shilin Real Estate being the sole publicly listed entity. Xiao Wang, have you ascertained Xie Yongsong's shareholding in the Sun Group and Shilin Real Estate? Although Forbes possesses insiders within many companies, acquiring information regarding Xie Yongsong's holdings should not have posed a challenge. However, the editor was evidently anxious. I intend to release a special issue tomorrow, exclusively featuring the 10 youngest billionaires in Hong Kong. I believe it will sell exceptionally well. While Forbes is a leading publication in wealth rankings, it faces competition. The most crucial aspect of such rankings is their ability to capture attention and the narrative of Xie Yongsong. A self-made billionaire who founded the Sun Group at a young age serves as the ultimate selling point. Editor, I have news. Xie Yongsong holds a 100% stake in the Sun Group, which in turn owns 53% of Shilin Real Estate. The editor, Zhang Hua, keenly recognized the immense news value inherent in this revelation and hurriedly began typing away at the keyboard. On the same day, as the Sun Group announced its acquisition of Shilin Real Estate, the stock price skyrocketed. Editor Zhang Hua stared at the computer screen in astonishment. Xie Yongsong's net worth had reached 20 billion, ranking him 9th on the Hong Kong Chinese billionaires list and 22nd overall. It is worth noting that Xie Yongsong is the only individual on the Chinese billionaires list under the age of 40. He has just turned 23, a young age that raises suspicions about the calculations. The story of a 20-something self-made billionaire amassing a fortune of 20 billion is itself a captivating tale. I must hasten to complete the article. It must be available at newsstands across Hong Kong by morning, as I aim to capitalize on this momentum for substantial profit. Xie Yongsong, ranked 9th in Forbes, embodies a legendary journey of struggle. On July 3, 1983, as the weather began to warm, residents of Sham Shui Pa in Hong Kong were accustomed to rising early for exercise, with many seizing the opportunity to buy a newspaper along the way. Boss, I'll have the latest issue of the Hong Kong Morning Post. As the proprietor prepared to hand over the current day's paper, he noticed that the front page featured a photograph of Xie Yongsong, with the headline reading, "Newly minted among the 10 Chinese billionaires, the struggle of a 23-year-old." The enticing title caught the young man's attention. Hey, isn't that the owner of that film company? How did he become one of the top 10 Chinese billionaires? Wow. Give me one of each article about him. This young man, just 26, worked as a marketing supervisor in a Jordan office building, earning a respectable salary of $7,000 a month. In Hong Kong, such a wage is considered quite good, and his friends regarded him as a successful young man. Who would have thought that a 23-year-old self-made billionaire existed? In Hong Kong, Which affluent individual hasn't spent decades accumulating wealth? Starting from scratch and achieving such a vast enterprise at the age of 23 is nothing short of a myth. Driven by intense curiosity, this young man purchased every article related to Xie Yongsong, determined to uncover any discrepancies. Many in Hong Kong shared his sentiments, as everyone aspired to become billionaires. And now a living example lay before them. Who wouldn't want to explore the details? In summary, Xie Yongsong had become a sensation in Hong Kong. Although few knew what he looked like, everyone was aware of the young billionaire named Xie Yongsong. Editor Zhang Hua of Forbes was elated. As newspapers from various regions inundated the office with calls for more copies, leading to 2 additional print runs of 10,000 each, yet supply still fell short of demand. Atop the Sun Group's headquarters, Xie Yongsong typically worked from this location, having dispatched Zhang Mi to oversee matters at Kowloon Real Estate. Otherwise, the workload would be overwhelming. Chapter 66, A Force to Elevate or Annihilate. Brother Song, you've truly become an overnight sensation, a national icon for entrepreneurship, a role model for the youth. Luo Tianhong rushed in, holding a copy of Forbes magazine, placing it before Xie Yongsong. The cover featured a beaming Xie Yongsong, exuding confidence and striking a commanding pose. What on earth? Who authorized the use of my photograph? Upon reviewing the contents of the magazine, Xie Yongsong found it detailed how he acquired Kowloon Warehouse, amassed his initial wealth, and subsequently acquired Kowloon Real Estate. In the tumultuous world of business, gaining notoriety indeed poses challenges, especially when exposed by the media. Yet, as Xie Yongsong's influence grew, maintaining a low profile became increasingly difficult. After all, his power would not allow it. After finishing the article, Xie Yongsong noted that the magazine had not tarnished his reputation, nor did it mention his affiliations with Hongxing. He let out a sigh of relief, understanding that the media wields a double-edged sword, capable of both elevating and destroying individuals. Meirun, please summon Zhang Mi. The secretary, Zhang Meirun, seated nearby, appeared somewhat awkward and softly replied, Chairman, Zhang Mi has been assigned to Kowloon Real Estate and is currently not in the office. Xie Yongsong gently tapped his forehead, realizing that as the group's business expanded, the pool of talented individuals at his disposal dwindled. He promptly instructed the HR department to expedite the recruitment process or seek the assistance of headhunters. He was not keen on having an insufficient workforce. The rapid growth of the companies under Xie Yongsong's leadership had outpaced the accumulation of talent, which might not pose an immediate issue but could spell trouble for the conglomerate in the long run. Recently, the company had hired a new vice president of administration, and here was his resume for review. Naturally, Xie Yongsong was keen to see it. He was in dire need of personnel. The resume read, Hua Baoning, 35 years old, a PhD graduate from St. John's University in the United States. He previously served as the vice president of Hutchison Whampoa, requesting an annual salary of 300,000. Upon reading it, Xie Yongsong's eyes gleamed with excitement. This candidate was perfect. He was familiar with the name, as it belonged to the individual later dubbed the King of Labor in Hong Kong. Hua had once been a key aide to Li Ka-shing at Cheung Kong, instrumental in establishing the vast business empire that Li Ka-shing commanded, earning an annual salary exceeding 100 million Hong Kong dollars, thereby setting a benchmark for employees. So, he had not joined Cheung Kong. This meant that Xie Yongsong had potentially snatched up a business prodigy. Invite him in, and prepare 2 cups of coffee. Hua Baoning entered, a refined middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a black suit, exuding elegance. Hello, Mr. Xie. I have long admired you. I have read your related articles. Hua Baoning had previously held the position of vice president at Hutchison Whampoa, but foreign enterprises prioritized interpersonal relationships over mere competence. Despite his remarkable talents, Hua found himself unable to realize his ambitions at Hutchison Whampoa. Upon seeing the news of Xie Yongsong's acquisition of Kowloon Real Estate, he was captivated by Xie's assertiveness. Did you decide to join me in entrepreneurship after reading my articles? Xie Yongsong felt a surge of joy. It seemed that his newfound fame had an unexpected advantage, almost as if it were fate. What salary do you expect? This was a standard interview question, and the astute Hua Baoning did not evade it. I hope for an annual salary of 300,000. I believe I am worth that. No, you deserve more, Xie Yongsong replied, disapproving of underpaying his employees. He was inclined to offer better compensation to ensure their unwavering loyalty. I will offer you the position of CEO of the Sun Group, with an annual salary of 400,000, a 1-year probation period, and performance bonuses will be considered based on your results. To inspire diligent work from employees, one must first ensure their needs are met. When it came to genuine talent, Xie Yongsong was never stingy. He was quite generous indeed. Upon hearing this, Hua Baoning nearly leaped with joy. He had not harbored much hope, as Hong Kong enterprises seldom offered such high salaries to ordinary employees. He merely wished to test the waters. Yet the situation unfolded even more favorably than anticipated. The ancient saying goes, a scholar dies for his confidant, a woman beautifies herself for her admirer. Although Hua Baoning adhered to traditional Confucian values, he, too, aspired to achieve something significant at the Sun Group, eager to repay his boss's recognition of his talents. Boss, rest assured, as long as you do not dismiss me, I will never consider leaving voluntarily. Hua Baoning's pledge of loyalty delighted Xie Yongsong, prompting him to immediately appoint Hua as the CEO. Start working today. Go to HR to complete your paperwork. I have a small task for you. Research newspapers and magazines. Xie Yongsong pointed to a stack of documents on his desk. See if any newspaper is defaming me, identify them, and prepare a report. Being a titan of the business world, Xie Yongsong was in a critical phase of re-establishing his footing, and he could not tolerate those tabloids dredging up his past indiscretions. Furthermore, he instructed Hua to seek out influential yet cost-effective newspapers in Hong Kong, with plans to acquire 2 or 3. Xie Yongsong aimed to establish his own media stronghold. In Hong Kong, the media industry enjoys a high degree of freedom. Whoever commands public opinion reigns supreme. Speaking of the importance of controlling public discourse, one cannot overlook the formidable Bloomberg, who wields considerable influence not only in presidential elections, but also in the realms of business and politics. As for Run Shaw in Hong Kong, although his name may not grace the wealth rankings, his stature in the region is immensely elevated, even earning him the honorific title of Sir. Clearly, Xie Yongsong aspired to go further. Acquiring local newspapers was merely the first step. As he envisioned purchasing television stations to create his own media empire, Hua Baoning absorbed these plans, fully aware of the connections that lay behind his boss's aspirations. Though he understood that many prominent figures in Hong Kong shared similar affiliations, such connections could serve as a double-edged sword, capable of aiding or harming one, depending on how they were wielded. All right, get back to work. Submit your report to me tomorrow, Xie Yongsong concluded, waving his hand to signal Hua to leave. The Hong Kong Evening News was a small tabloid located in Mong Kok, employing only about 40 to 50 staff members and boasting a daily circulation of merely a few thousand, a situation that could only be described as dismal. Reporter and editor Lu Huijin was busy scribbling in her notebook. In the 1980s, computers were not yet commonplace. A small tabloid like this had no funds for office computers. Sister Huijin, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the syndicates with your writing? The editor has warned us, her colleague, a photographer and assistant named Ada, cautioned. What is there to fear? Journalism requires honesty and objectivity. If we cannot even voice the truth, do you think Hong Kong has any hope? Lu Huijin was a passionate youth, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed stylishly in a suit paired with an OL-style short skirt, exuding the aura of a mature woman. According to your writing, Xie Yongsong is a powerful figure in the Hongxing society, a man who wouldn't blink an eye. Ada's words sent a shiver down Lu Huijin's spine. Could it really be so? This handsome man appeared far too charming to be so nefarious. Startled, Lu Huijin brushed aside her concerns. Was Hong Kong truly a facade? If the syndicates dared to act recklessly, she would write an exposé on the dark underbelly of Hong Kong's organized crime, believing that the region could not be devoid of law. Lu Huijin, with her naive idealism, oversimplified the complexities of society, entirely unacquainted with its harsh realities. Having come to this realization, Lu Huijin immersed herself once more in the joy of writing, determined to complete her article that evening, aiming to expose this hypocritical business genius. After all, he had connections with the syndicates. The initial funds had purportedly been derived from extorted protection money. Was there no justice in that? What nonsense about starting from scratch? She was poised to unveil this deception as a righteous journalist. At a bar in Sai Kung's Tseungkwano, a long-haired handsome man was skillfully mixing drinks at the bar, occasionally tossing the cocktail shaker into the air, spinning around, and catching it flawlessly, displaying remarkable flair. Wow, he is so handsome. How could such a charming young man be working as a bartender? In a corner, 2 infatuated girls stared dreamily, having specifically come to this Sai Kung bar just to catch a glimpse of him. Don't speak carelessly. He is not an ordinary person. He was once a notorious figure in Causeway Bay, known as Chun Haonan. Clearly, one of the girls was well informed about certain matters, having some street smarts. You say once. Now he is just an ordinary bartender. Their conversation reached the ears of De Tian, who was also working at the bar. Whenever he found himself with idle time, he would take up a job at this bar in Sai Kung to help support his family. It was indeed a poignant sight. In their heyday as the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, they had once enjoyed immense glory, but now, they had fallen to the point of cleaning tables. A fate worse than that of a mere parking attendant. Nanggu, when will you return to the scene? Previously, the leader of Dongxing, Situ, sought you out to offer you a position as a red stick, with favorable conditions. Why did you decline? De Tian couldn't help but voice his frustration. Ever since Chun Haonan withdrew from the Underworld, the days for the brothers in Causeway Bay have become increasingly dismal. Now, They find themselves merely serving as parking attendants in a desolate bar, looked down upon even by the newly initiated, who dismiss them for not being direct disciples of the Hall Master. Bearing the mark of the former Causeway Bay overlord, B. The Tian heir has endured a few months of humiliation, often bullied by members of other factions. Bruised and battered, he finds no one to stand up for him. The once spirited De Tian heir of Causeway Bay is now a shadow of his former self. Chun Haonan was momentarily taken aback by these words. Ever since his expulsion from Hongxing, he has longed to return, yet with his protector, Jiang Tiansheng, and the overlord be both deceased, he finds himself without a guardian. I am a person of Hongxing. How could I possibly align myself with Dongxing? I cannot overcome this mental barrier. It must be acknowledged that Chun Haonan's loyalty is commendable. Once he commits to something, he remains steadfast. Aligning with Dongxing is out of the question. He simply cannot surmount that hurdle in his heart. However, with Xie Yongsong now in power, Hongxing no longer accommodates their way of life. Surely, they cannot continue to languish in this bar indefinitely. Deep in thought, Chun Haonan realized he was not one to settle for mediocrity. He could not resign himself to a lifetime trapped in this place. What if we were to align ourselves with Xie Yongsong? Bao Pai tentatively suggested, casting a furtive glance at Chun Haonan's expression.